Chapter 1 allows you to choose an SSS level artifact. In the depths of winter, the cold wind howls, heavy snow falls, and the ground is covered with a layer of silver frost. Xia Lianbang, a rented house. I've traveled through time? Lin Yu woke up groggily, tightened her clothes, opened her eyes, and found herself in a rather dilapidated house. Opposite him sat a young man dressed in fine clothes, with a high nose and a cold, arrogant expression. Behind the young man stood another young man with a fierce face. Before Lin Yu could figure out the specifics, a flood of memories came rushing in and became deeply ingrained in his mind. These memories made him realize that he had traveled through time. Lin Yu, here is a mid-level treasure chest and a check for 2 million, as a breakup fee between you and your girlfriend. From today onwards, you and your girlfriend are officially broken up. The aloof young man crossed his legs, took out a bright white box and a check, and placed them on the table in the middle. You've misunderstood. She and I are just ordinary friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin Yu was speechless. He had really transmigrated, and the situation was not good. He was a college student on Earth who had just started university. On his way to register at the school, he was unexpectedly hit by a tank. When he woke up again, he found himself here, in the body of someone who shared his name, surname, and age. The original owner's experience was truly tragic. After receiving the memories, Lin Yu learned about the original owner's experiences and couldn't help but shake his head in regret. When the original owner was 3 years old, her parents died in an accident, so she lived in an orphanage from a young age. There, he met his current childhood sweetheart, Donna. The two had been friends since childhood and had a very good relationship. They often went to and from school together, which led people to mistakenly believe they were a couple. Now, sitting opposite him, the aloof young man is Wang Moyuan, the son of the Wang group, who came for Donna. On the first day of school, Wang Moyuan took a liking to Tang Na and relentlessly pursued her. Donna was very aloof and never gave Wang Moyuan a second glance. Impossible. You and Donna often go to school together. What else could you be if you're not boyfriend and girlfriend? I advise you to be honest, face reality, and stop dreaming of a toad eating a swan. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Wang Moyuan looked displeased. He came from a prominent family, was handsome, and possessed exceptional talent. From childhood to adulthood, every girl he's met has fallen for him if he just gives her a flirty look. Donna, however, was an exception. She remained completely unmoved by his adoration. As for the biggest reason, Wang Moyuan felt it must be because Lin Yu, who was right in front of him, was shamelessly maintaining a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Tang Na, which made Tang Na unwilling to date anyone else. So his purpose in coming here was to get Lin Yu and Donna to break up. When Donna is heartbroken, he can take advantage of her vulnerability and win her heart. I've already said that. Lin Yu looked somewhat impatient and was about to retort. The original owner of this body was timid and cowardly, and was bullied by everyone, but he was not cowardly at all. In his previous life, he was born into a high-ranking official's family and never backed down when faced with trouble. If he was unhappy, he would beat up even a rich second-generation heir without hesitation. However, before he could finish speaking, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind, followed by the appearance of a virtual panel. Host successfully transmigrated. System selection in progress. Binding successful. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 18. Realm, none. Item, none. System? Upon seeing the virtual panel in his mind, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. As a time traveler, he was no stranger to the system. This is supposedly a cheat code that can turn even a dog into a god. System, tell me your role quickly. Lin Yu ignored Wang Moyuan in front of him and spoke to the system in his mind. A moment later, a few lines of text appeared on the panel in my mind. This is a custom system. It is currently matching with this world. Matching has been successful. The current functions of this system are as follows. This world is inhabited by abyssal creatures. Defeating them has a chance to drop a treasure chest, which can contain various items. However, those items are random, while this system allows the host to choose their own rewards, once a day, refreshed at midnight. If not used, the rewards can accumulate. Currently, you can select one time. A self-selected reward. Lin Yu's breathing quickened. After absorbing the memories, he naturally knew what the treasure chest contained. You can find all sorts of things inside, from divine artifacts and imperial weapons to broken copper and rotten swords. Anything is possible. Lin Yu looked at the bright white treasure chest on the table, which displayed detailed item information. Intermediate weapon chest. Opening this chest will randomly grant you one weapon. The weapon quality probabilities are as follows. The probability of being rated D is over 69%, the probability of being rated C is 29%, the probability of being rated B is 1%, and the probability of being rated A is 0.001%. The probability of S grade is 1 in 100 million, the probability of SS legendary grade is 1 in a trillion, and the probability of SSS divine artifact grade is 1 in 100 trillion. The probabilities above are those of a normal person. The host can freely choose the probability using available attempts. The probability of obtaining an SSS level artifact is 1 in 100 trillion? Are you serious about that probability? Upon seeing the probability of obtaining a divine artifact, Lin Yu gasped in shock. Even if there were 100 billion people in the world, and they all opened intermediate weapon chests, it would still take an average of 100,000 openings to obtain an SSS level artifact. However, the low probability of obtaining a divine artifact is justified. It is said that divine artifacts are extremely terrifying, and anyone who obtains one can take off on the spot. Fortunately, he could choose for himself, otherwise, given the absurd probability, he probably would never have obtained a divine artifact in his lifetime. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Young Master Wang is talking to you. How dare you ignore him? Do you have a death wish? Seeing that Lin Yu remained motionless for a long time, the young man behind Wang Moyuan became angry and pointed at Lin Yu, roaring. Let me tell you, an ordinary person like you is no different from an ant in front of young Master Wang. Even if young Master Wang kills you today, no one will say a word. Do you know how much that intermediate treasure chest in front of you is worth? 3 million. Add the check, and the total value is a whopping 5 million. Even if you were sold, you wouldn't even get a tenth of that 5 million. Young Master Wang is kind-hearted, he's giving you money to break up with him. Don't be so shameless. Do you think Donna is good enough for you? The young man's name was Zhang Xiaopeng, and he was Lin Yu's cousin, so they were related by blood. However, at this moment, he looked as if he had seen an enemy, his expression ferocious, his eyes filled with malice and malice. Xiaopeng, don't talk nonsense. How could I possibly kill Lin Yu? Wang Moyuan, standing to the side, frowned slightly and pretended to scold him. Then he looked at Lin Yu, pushed the check and the intermediate treasure chest forward, and said, Put away the checks and the treasure chest. Your aptitude is terrible. You'll never become a martial artist in this lifetime. You two are from completely different worlds. 2 million and a mid-level treasure chest are enough for you to live a carefree life for a long time. As he spoke, a cold glint appeared in Wang Moyuan's eyes. He had considered killing Lin Yu with his strength and family background. Killing a good-for-nothing would be a piece of cake. However, considering that Lin Yu and Donna had a good relationship, he thought that killing Lin Yu might offend Donna, so he gave up the idea. Of course, if Lin Yu doesn't know what's good for him, he won't show any mercy. Chapter 2, I will not lend a single penny. As I've said before, Donna and I are not in a romantic relationship, but since you insist on giving me the treasure chest and the check, I'll accept them. Lin Yu smiled slightly, picked up the checks and treasure chest from the table, and put them into the drawer under the table. In his eyes, this was no ordinary intermediate treasure chest, but a genuine SSS level artifact. Zhang Xiaopeng snorted coldly, his eyes filled with sneer and mockery, and said, Humph, you do have some sense. If you don't agree today, you might not see the sun tomorrow. Now that you've accepted the check and the treasure chest, you'd better be in the right place from now on. You must break up with Donna. If I find out you dare to play me, you know the consequences. Wang Moyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yu had accepted the check, which meant he had agreed to his request. As for Lin Yu playing a trick on him, he felt that it was highly unlikely to happen. After all, many people in the school know his methods, and a good-for-nothing shouldn't have such audacity. Wang Moyuan slowly stood up, glanced calmly at Lin Yu, walked towards the door, and left. Zhang Xiaopeng snorted coldly, gave Lin Yu a warning, and then quickly followed behind. However, Zhang Xiaopeng didn't close the door. After a while, he ran back, grinning, and approached Lin Yu, rubbing his hands together as he said, He, Cousin Lin, you know me. I'm already a level 3 martial artist, and the cost of buying cultivation resources is huge. I'm a little short on cash lately. Could you lend me some money? I don't need much, just 2.5 million will do. I know you only have 2 million, but you don't need that intermediate treasure chest. Why not just sell it? The market price is 3 million, and you can get at least 2 million. Zhang Xiaopeng's face was full of ingratiating smiles, and his attitude was extremely intimate when he called him cousin, completely different from before. As for his purpose in doing so, it was naturally for the money in Lin Yu's hands. His family wasn't well off either. Even the cheapest cultivation resources cost tens of thousands of yuan each month. If he could borrow 2.5 million from Lin Yu, he could buy even more expensive cultivation resources and use them for a long time. As for whether he will pay back the money, he borrowed it with his own abilities, why should he pay it back? I won't lend it to you. Get out of my house now. Lin Yu glanced at him coldly and said expressionlessly. The man in front of him was his second maternal uncle's son, but their relationship was extremely bad. When the original owner's parents died unexpectedly during her childhood, she received hundreds of thousands in compensation, which, combined with her original assets, amounted to over 1 million. However, Zhang Xiaopeng and his family took advantage of the fact that the original owner was only 3 years old and unable to protect the property, and used various illegal means to swindle all the money away. Of course, other relatives also provided a lot of help during the fraud and made a lot of profit. Whatever you took before, you must repay tenfold in the future. If you can't repay, your family will be ruined. Lin Yu thought to himself, he's a petty person. Even if all I remember is being taken advantage of, I'll take revenge tenfold. Zhang Xiaopeng's expression stiffened, and he became somewhat displeased, but remembering his purpose, he had no choice but to patiently say, Lin Yu, what do you mean by this? I'm your cousin, after all. I admit my tone was off just now, but I was doing it for your own good. If you anger young Master Wang, you'll be dead for sure. How about this, you lend me 1.5 million, and I'll pay you back 2 million when I achieve something in the future. Zhang Xiaopeng stretched out his hand and made a 2 gesture. Actually, he regrets it now. He was so focused on venting his anger that he forgot he could borrow money later. If he had thought of that earlier, he definitely wouldn't have been so aggressive at the beginning. To increase credibility, he didn't exaggerate the amount he was repaying. If he had said something like 3 million, it would have sounded fake. I said I wouldn't lend it to you, are you deaf? Get lost. Lin Yu waved his hand, his face full of disgust. You son of a bitch. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaopeng's eyes widened slightly, his face instantly filled with anger, and his fists clenched tightly, as if he wanted to attack. However, after thinking it over carefully, he loosened his fist. Lin Yu, I'm giving you one last chance. Lend me 1.5 million, and we'll be brothers from now on. Zhang Xiaopeng's expression was cold, and his tone carried a hint of threat. In fact, if he wanted to steal it, he definitely could, since the other party was just an ordinary person, while he was a level 3 martial artist. But the check and the treasure chest were Wang Xiao's breakup fee to Lin Yu, and it had only been given to her recently. If he directly snatched them, it would be a slap in Wang Xiao's face. If Lin Yu gets angry and refuses to break up with Donna, things could get serious. Lin Yu ignored his question, picked up the fruit on the table, and began to eat it as if no one else was there. Fine, Lin Yu, since you're heartless, then don't blame me for being ruthless too. Zhang Xiaopeng glared fiercely at Lin Yu, then turned and left, walking heavily into the rented room. Once on the street, he took out his phone and started making calls. Eyes wide like saucers. Hello, who is it? The phone rang for a moment, and then a man's voice came from the other end, his voice carrying a sinister undertone. Brother Wu, it's me, Zhang Xiaopeng. You probably don't know yet, but Lin Yu has made a fortune. He got a check for 2 million and a mid-level treasure chest. I saw it with my own eyes just now. By the way, Brother Wu, we can't just rob him, since it was given to us by young Master Wang. Zhang Xiaopeng sneered inwardly and quickly recounted what had just happened to the other party. The person opposite him was Wu Qiankuan, a ruthless man who liked to bully the weak and had a bad reputation among the freshmen of Zitian University. Furthermore, he and Wu Qiankuan had a good relationship and often ate and worked together. Oh? I didn't expect Lin Yu to be so lucky. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there when we go to school tomorrow. Wu Qiankuan's tone was filled with excitement. He had a deep impression of Lin Yu. His aptitude was ridiculously poor. Among the classes near him, Lin Yu was the only one who wasn't a martial artist. Logically speaking, someone with such qualifications shouldn't be able to get into Zitian University, but Lin Yu is really lucky he has a powerful childhood sweetheart named Tang Na. Donna simply pleaded with the school, and the school accepted Lin Yu. Okay, Brother Wu, we'll make a killing off him then. Zhang Xiaopeng hung up the phone but didn't leave immediately. He made another call. The person who called this time was also a ruthless guy, nicknamed Madman, who was daring and willing to fight, and whose level was the same as his, level 3. The phone rang briefly before being answered, and a man's puzzled voice came from the other end. 500 years of change even stubborn rocks are covered with. Who is it? Brother Su, this is Zhang Xiaopeng. Lin Yu has made a fortune. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaopeng explained the situation clearly and stated his request. The person on the other end of the phone readily agreed without hesitation, and they arranged to go to Lin Yu's place to borrow money together when they went to school the next day. Lin Yu, who was in the rented room, was unaware of Zhang Xiaopeng's plan, and of course, she wouldn't care even if she did. He took out a mid-level weapon chest from the drawer and spoke to the system in his mind. System, use the selection attempts on this treasure chest. Received, successful use. Please select your reward. The next instant, a virtual panel appeared next to the treasure chest, displaying an inventory. The treasure chest is filled with a dazzling array of weapons, displaying the items that can be randomly obtained from it, including knives, guns, clubs, bows, and more. Of course, because there are too many weapons, only a portion is displayed on the panel. Even if this panel appears outside of Lin Yu's mind, only Lin Yu can see it, no one else can see or touch it. Chapter 3, choose an SSS level artifact. So much? Lin Yu looked at the number of items with a somewhat surprised expression. The topmost items were all white quality weapons, so he naturally didn't choose any. He placed his finger on the panel and quickly scrolled down, with countless items flashing past him. Once I have an SSS level artifact, even if I am an ordinary person, I can deal with low-level martial artists. Lin Yu pondered to himself, a slight smile playing on his lips. However, an hour later, he gradually realized the seriousness of the situation. Damn it! Why hasn't the D-level weapon zone been marked out yet? Lin Yu's fingers moved rapidly like a motor, but he still underestimated the variety of weapons that could be obtained from the intermediate weapon chest. His hands were practically smoking from slicing so hard at least millions of weapons had passed in front of him, yet he still hadn't managed to cut out the range of the white weapons. 2 hours later. Lin Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't stop for a moment, as if he was determined to fight the treasure chest. He used both hands and fingers to swipe downwards, and the weapon swept past in dozens of units. His emotions, which had started with excitement, gradually turned into a frenzy. Most importantly, he asked if the system had a filtering function, as he only needed SSS level filtering. The system replied that it does exist, but it requires payment to unlock. 5 million is needed to unlock the filtering function. And so, 3 hours, 4 hours, he rode from afternoon until evening, a full 4 hours passed. We've finally arrived at the SSS class weapon area. Ha, here it comes, it's out. Lin Yu rubbed her bloodshot eyes, her hair standing on end, her heart pounding with excitement. More than 4 hours. He rode for more than 4 hours before finally finding the 2 magical artifacts that could be obtained from the treasure chest. The 2 weapons were a sword and a gun, both of which looked exquisite. Further information was needed, as they required selection. Lin Yu calmed himself down and started analyzing the 2 divine weapons, preparing to choose the best one. He observed intently for more than 10 minutes, scrutinizing every detail and every pattern, and finally came to the conclusion that he couldn't see anything at all. System, I choose this sword. Lin Yu thought for a moment and decided to choose the sword. He had practiced swordsmanship for a while and was more familiar with it than the spear. Selection successful. As the system voice faded, the bright white box in front of us slowly opened, revealing its contents amidst a dazzling white light. The sword is about 1 meter long, entirely silver, with ice-colored patterns engraved on the hilt. The blade is like a cold star, its sharpness so intense that it seems to cut off one's gaze. The sky-splitting sword divine weapon, forged from divine materials, it is indestructible and invincible. Passive, after forming a contract, the contract holder's all attributes are enhanced 5-fold. A 5-fold increase in all attributes? Are the bonuses from God-tier weapons really that terrifying? Looking at the introduction of the sky-splitting sword, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little happy. He bit his finger, dripped a drop of blood onto the silver sword, and signed the contract. After the contract was completed, Lin Yu immediately felt that his strength had increased by several levels. Strength, hearing, mental strength, and so on, have all reached a completely new level. Moreover, once the contract is completed, he will be the sole owner of the sky-splitting sword, and the sword will be automatically destroyed if anything happens to him. Of course, this characteristic is not unique to divine artifacts. Other extraordinary weapons are the same, recognizing only one master. Although I am not a martial artist now, a level 7 martial artist should not be a match for me, right? Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly. This world is not only home to ordinary people, but also to those with extraordinary powers. Those who possess extraordinary powers are called martial artists. Martial artists are ranked from level 1 to level 100, with level 1 being the lowest and level 100 being the highest. Each stage is further divided into detailed levels. Levels 1-9 are the initial realm, levels 10-19 are the primordial realm, levels 20-29 are the spiritual realm, levels 30-39 are the soul realm, levels 40-49 are the king realm, and levels 50-59 are the heavenly realm. Levels 60-69 are Emperor Realm, 70-79 are Saint Realm, 80-89 are Emperor Realm, and 90-100 are God Realm. Becoming a martial artist requires aptitude, and most people do not have enough aptitude. They will never become a martial artist even if they spend their whole lives doing so. And those who do become martial artists, most of their achievements in life cannot escape the cage of the initial stage. The original owner of this body was also not very talented, and only with the help of her childhood friend was she able to enter the martial arts university. The gap between ordinary people and martial artists is huge. Their basic attributes in all aspects can differ by about 100%. However, once you become a martial artist, the gap between level 1 and level 10 is not that big. I still have 2 million left. I can buy 2 resource chests tomorrow. My aptitude is poor, but if I take divine level medicine every day, how will those geniuses cope? A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. The treasure chests dropped by killing abyssal creatures are divided into several categories, including weapon chests, resource chests, crafting chests, and so on. The treasure chests in each category contain different items. Resource chests, for example, contain cultivation resources and are cheaper than weapon chests. It's getting dark, let's go to sleep. Lin Yu looked at the sky outside and realized that it was already dark. For safety, he didn't go out. He took a shower and prepared to go to bed, planning to buy the treasure chest at school the next day. The biggest advantage of buying treasure chests from the school is that you won't get scammed. There's a good guarantee of trustworthiness. The treasure chests sold outside are a mixed bag. Sometimes what looks like a mid-level treasure chest is actually just a painted-on chest. Chapter 4-9 Turn Golden Elixir, level upgraded to level 4. The next day, Lin Yu got up and went to school. First, he went to the store center and bought a resource chest for 2 million. The treasure chest was inconvenient to carry, so he planned to buy the other one after school. This kid is really stupid and rich. Why doesn't he just buy cultivation resources directly? He actually bought a resource treasure chest. The brightly dressed shop owner watched Lin Yu leave, shaking her head regretfully. This student is good looking, it's just a pity he has some mental issues. Resource chests are generally considered the worst value chests. If you use the money you would spend on chests to buy resources, it would be at least twice as cost effective. Of course, resource chests may also yield extremely expensive cultivation resources, but what is the probability? How many people can actually open it? The reason resource chests are so expensive is because they are difficult to obtain and because they exploit people's gambling mentality, just like buying lottery tickets. However, what she didn't know was that Lin Yu was different from the others. He could choose his own reward. Intermediate resource chest. Opening it will grant you 1 cultivation resource. The resource quality probability is as follows. The probability of being rated C is 79%, B is 19%, A is 1%, S is 0.001%, SS is 1 in 100 million, and SSS is 1 in 10 billion. Cultivation resources are also classified in detail, similar to weapons, from low to high is D, C, B, A, S, SS Legendary, and SSS God level. The probability of getting high-quality items from intermediate resource chests is much higher than that from weapon chests, and even the lowest level chest contains C-grade cultivation resources. But don't forget, resources are used up quickly, they are disposable. The weapons, however, are fixed and can be used indefinitely as long as they are not damaged. System, use the selected number of times on this resource chest. Lin Yu found a secluded spot and spoke to the system in his mind. Successfully used. As the system voice sounded, a virtual panel appeared next to the treasure chest, displaying the inventory. I need to go kill abyssal creatures to make money when I have time. Lin Yu's lips twitched as he recalled the unpleasant experience of yesterday. He decided it was best to raise 5 million as soon as possible to unlock the priority features. He snapped out of his thoughts and quickly began to climb over the obstacles. Perhaps because of the 5-fold enhancement in all aspects, he was able to climb much faster. Moreover, this resource chest doesn't seem to have as many varieties as yesterday's chest. On the other side, several hundred meters away from Class 3's classroom, 2 girls were talking. One of them was tall and overweight, of average appearance, wearing a white dress, with a strange look of disdain on his face. The other person was elegant and fair-skinned. She was Tang Rongrong, the vice-class monitor of Class 9. Are you really going to do this? Those are cultivation resources that Donna gave to Linyu. Isn't it going too far for us to keep them all for ourselves? Tang Rongrong looked at the tall, plump girl and said somewhat apologetically. The two women were Donna's best friends. Last night, Donna frantically approached them, claiming she had found her family and wanted to leave with them. Before leaving, she gave the two of them a letter and a large amount of cultivation resources, asking them to pass them on to Linyu. What's so excessive about this? Linyu is a good-for-nothing, and his cultivation aptitude is ridiculously poor. He will never become a martial artist in this lifetime. Putting cultivation resources in his hands is a waste. That would be excessive. The tall, chubby girl curled her lip, crossed her arms, and said disdainfully. She usually loathed Linyu, and if it weren't for Donna, that good-for-nothing wouldn't even be worthy of her looking at him. Now that Donna is gone, she doesn't need to pretend anymore and can say whatever she wants. But I'm a little uneasy about taking it. Tang Rongrong looked conflicted. Her personality wouldn't allow her to do such a thing, but those resources were just too many, worth tens of millions. She had never seen so many cultivation resources before. TCH, what's there to be uneasy about? If you don't want it, just give me your share. The tall, chubby girl glared at her, then held out her hand, indicating that Tang Rongrong could give her the resources. I still want it. Tang Rongrong shrank her neck. Rather than letting the other party benefit, she decided to keep it for herself. The tall, chubby girl rolled her eyes and scoffed. I thought you were so noble, but you're just like me. Okay, stop talking nonsense, Linyu is here. Not far away, Linyu had already made her selection and was walking towards Class 3. The divine pill is indeed powerful. Even with my poor aptitude, I broke through to level 4 in one go. Linyu spent more than 20 minutes browsing through the materials and found the two cultivation resources at the bottom, 2 pills, both of divine quality. Divine Realm Pill, martial artists below level 80 can directly break through 2 levels after consuming it. Each person can only consume it once in their lifetime. 9-turn golden elixir, after consumption, it immediately transforms into energy to strengthen the body and enhance cultivation. No cultivation is required, and there are no side effects. The specific degree of enhancement depends on the user's aptitude. It can be consumed indefinitely, provided your luck remains this good. After thinking for a moment, Linyu chose the 9-turn golden pill. When the level is low, the 9-turn golden pill is more cost-effective. For example, this time, it allowed him to break through to level 4 in one go, and he was almost able to break through to level 5. If you choose the Divine Realm Pill, you can only increase your level by 2, and the Divine Realm Pill is suitable for use when your cultivation level is high. As Linyu approached, the tall, plump girl straightened her expression and went to greet him. Soon, the two met. Under Linyu's questioning gaze, she took out a letter and a bottle of pills and forcefully shoved them at Linyu. Donna is gone. This is her farewell letter to you, along with a bottle of cultivation pills. The tall, plump girl had a cold and arrogant expression, her gaze sweeping over him with a flippant air. The person in front of her was not worthy of her direct attention. Donna has left? Linyu took the envelope and medicine. Upon hearing his question, the tall, plump girl didn't answer at all. She crossed her arms and turned to leave. It was already an immense blessing for her to say just one word to the man in front of her. Without Donna's influence, she would never have said a second word. Linyu didn't think much of it, returned to her seat, and opened the envelope to read its contents. Inside were words of farewell, roughly saying that she had found her family and left with them. If you're going to leave, then leave. After reading the letter, Linyu's emotions remained completely unmoved. He only had the memories. He didn't have much affection for his childhood sweetheart. Chapter 5 prepares for a duel with Wu Qiankuan and the other two in the arena. This medicine is quite good. It's considered high grade among D-grade cultivation resources. Linyu picked up the medicine bottle again, glanced at the name, and learned that this medicine was a very popular pill on the market, costing 150,000 yuan per bottle. It seems that Donna's family is doing quite well financially. Brother Zhang, Brother Wu, look at what Linyu is holding. It's a bottle of high-quality D-grade cultivation pills. I'm not lying to you, am I? He's made a fortune. Otherwise, how could he afford something like this? After Zhang Xiaopeng and his two companions met up at the school, they headed towards Class 3, where Linyu was. Upon arriving at class 3, the three of them entered the classroom without hesitation, just in time to see Lin Yu holding a medicine bottle in her hand. Good heavens, he really struck it rich. One bottle of these pills costs 150,000. I wouldn't even be willing to buy them. It's a waste for him to use such top-grade pills. Looking at the medicine bottle in Lin Yu's hand, Wu Qiankuan frowned slightly, his face filled with displeasure and jealousy. His family wasn't well off either. The cultivation pills he usually bought cost only 10,000 yuan a bottle, and one bottle would last for more than 10 days. He never expected that Lin Yu would buy pills costing more than 100,000 yuan a bottle. Zhang Xiaopeng and his companion followed behind him, like two younger brothers. Wu Qiankuan is level 5, while the other two are only level 3. They should follow behind him. Arriving next to Lin Yu, Wu Qiankuan found a seat and said with a friendly expression, "Hey, Lin Yu, I heard you've made a fortune lately? What does it matter to you whether I get rich or not?" Lin Yu raised her head and glanced at him indifferently. He vaguely remembered this person Wu Qiankuan from class 4. He was a bully who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. Students from nearby classes who were weaker than him had suffered a lot from his bullying. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiankuan's face twitched, and a hint of displeasure flashed through his mind. However, remembering the purpose of his visit, he temporarily suppressed his displeasure and said with a smile, "Brother Lin, that's not quite right. We were classmates at the same school, and our classes were even next to each other. I'm genuinely happy for you that you've made a fortune. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, get lost." Lin Yu ignored his smiling face and put the medicine bottle in her pocket. "You!" Wu Qiankuan's face stiffened, his fists clenched slightly, and his heart was filled with anger and doubt. What's wrong with Lin Yu today? He had dealt with Lin Yu before, and even snatched his things, but Lin Yu never dared to give him a hard time and always acted timidly. But today they actually dared to tell him to get lost? Could it be the mid-level weapon chest and the 2 million that made him so emboldened? Wu Qiankuan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, "Since Brother Lin is so straightforward, I won't hide it from you anymore. Brother, I'm a little short on cash lately and I'd like to borrow some money from you. I don't need much, just 2 million will do." "Don't tell me you don't have that much money. I heard that yesterday young Master Wang gave you a mid-level weapon treasure chest worth 3 million, as well as a check for 2 million. No. Lin Yu refused outright. Seeing Zhang Xiaopeng following beside him, he already guessed what the three of them had come for. "Don't be so quick to refuse. If you lend me 2 million today, I guarantee with my integrity that I'll pay you back 3 million in 3 years. How about it?" Wu Qiankuan forced a smile, held up 3 fingers, and said, "How much is your character worth? Don't even mention 2 million, I wouldn't lend you a single dollar." Lin Yu's face showed a hint of disdain. Upon hearing these insulting words, Wu Qiankuan was instantly enraged and could no longer hold back, slamming his right hand on the table. With a loud bang, the whole table was shaking and almost broke. The other students in class 3 were all startled and looked over in this direction with surprise on their faces. "Lin Yu, don't push your luck. I'm trying to talk to you nicely. But you keep ignoring me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? I'm giving you one last chance. Lend me 2 million. I promise to pay you back 3 million in 3 years. Will you lend it to me or not?" Wu Qiankuan glared at Lin Yu with fierce eyes and questioned her harshly. A faint white mist emanated from his body, containing a subtle sense of oppressive power. Zhang Xiaopeng, who was standing to the side, couldn't hold back any longer and warned in a threatening tone. "Lin Yu, Brother Wu has a bad temper. You'd better think carefully before you answer. This is a school. You might think that Brother Wu wouldn't dare to do anything to you here, but what about outside of school? You can't stay in school forever, can you? Take out 2 million to avoid trouble. You won't lose out, especially since we'll pay you back 3 million later." The madman Su, who was standing next to him, was also busy. He twisted his neck a few times, making a crackling sound, and his eyes gleamed with a cold light. "I said I won't lend it to you. Are you 3 out of your minds? Get lost." Lin Yu's tone was calm, but it was extremely insulting to the group. The 3 men's faces immediately filled with anger and ferocity. "You son of a bitch, how dare you call us crazy? You want to die?" Su Fengzi exerted all his strength, his body flashed, and he rushed towards Lin Yu, who had a calm expression. He exuded the aura of a level 3 martial artist. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for martial artists to tell each other's levels, even if one martial artist is of a higher level than another. However, once a battle begins, martial energy will unconsciously erupt, and that's when you can tell their level. You lunatic, stop. How dare you lay a hand on someone in school? Do you have a death wish? Wu Qianquan's expression changed slightly. He quickly reached out with his right hand and grabbed Su Fengzi's arm, preventing him from attacking Lin Yu. Of course, he wasn't thinking of Lin Yu's best interests. This is a school, and students are not allowed to fight in private. Violations will be severely punished. Don't stop me, I'm going to kill him. Su Fengzi's eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his neck were bulging as he struggled violently. However, due to the significant difference in strength between him and Wu Qianquan, he was unable to break free. Crazy, calm down. Even if you're going to take action, do it outside of school. Wu Qianquan gripped his arm tightly and reminded him. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Yu, clearly indicating that he wasn't just speaking to Su Fengzi, but also to Lin Yu, the threat of which was self-evident. Alright, you three, are you ever going to stop? If you really want to attack me, I'll give you a chance. Come and fight me in the ring, and it will be a life or death duel with a signed agreement. Lin Yu said with a disdainful look in his eyes. What did you say? Do you want to fight us in the ring, or sign a contract for a duel to the death? Upon hearing this, the three were immediately stunned and looked at Lin Yu with surprise and horror in their eyes. According to the rules of Zitian University, students are not allowed to fight in private, but they can fight in the ring. Duels are divided into normal duels and duels to the death. A normal duel is similar to a regular sparring match, but if the conflict between the two parties is too great and they voluntarily sign a life or death agreement, then a normal duel will turn into a life or death duel. In a life or death duel, even if one of them is killed, the school will not ask any questions. And now, Lin Yu actually wants to have a life or death duel with them to sign an agreement? Has he gone mad? Su Fengzi also stopped struggling and looked at Lin Yu with suspicion, not understanding what he was up to. I want to have a life or death duel with you, do you agree or not? Lin Yu slowly stood up, a slight smile on her face. Agreed, of course I agree. Wu Qianquan nodded hurriedly, his face full of excitement and cruelty. Originally, they needed to keep a close eye on Lin Yu's movements and wait until he left the school and appeared in a sparsely populated area before they could make their move. Now, Lin Yu is going to have a life or death duel with them, which saves them a lot of trouble. Chapter 6 Tang Rongrong's Interference. In that case, let's go to the training ground. Lin Yu walked towards the classroom door, preparing to head to the training ground. The training ground is where the school practices martial arts. There are many competition rings there. Except for special days, the rings are empty and students can use them freely. Good. Wu Qianquan nodded and, along with the other two, headed to the training ground. Isn't Lin Yu an ordinary person? Has he gone mad? He actually wants to duel with Wu Qianquan and the other two? I don't know, but there's going to be a good show soon. The other students listened to the conversation between the three, their faces filled with curiosity and shock, and followed them to the training ground. Lin Yu is well known in several nearby classes. His cultivation aptitude is ridiculously poor. It has been 4 years since he awakened his aptitude at the age of 14, and he is still not a martial artist. Among all the new students in the entire school, there were not 3 non-martial arts students, and Lin Yu was one of them. Wu Qianquan and his 2 companions were also quite famous in several nearby classes. It wasn't because they were strong, their strength was at most average, but mainly because they were cruel and vicious, and they often bullied students who were weaker than them. Lin Yu dared to challenge these 3 bullies. His fate was predictable. What happened over there? I heard someone wanted to duel, and even signed a life or death pact. What? A life or death duel to sign an agreement? Let's go see. Seeing the commotion at the training ground, the other students curiously inquired about it. Upon learning that someone was going to have a duel with a death pact, many students curiously gathered around, ready to watch the spectacle. Duels are actually quite common, but duels with a death pact are rare. Once a death pact is signed, it means that the life and death of the duelists are left to fate, and no one can interfere. Brother Wu, Lin Yu is being a bit too calm. Does he have some kind of trump card? Doesn't he have a powerful childhood sweetheart? Could she have given him a powerful treasure? Zhang Xiaopeng looked at Lin Yu as he stepped onto the ring, his face full of doubt. Lin Yu's behavior and reaction are not like those of a normal, ordinary person. How could a normal person with a sound mind dare to provoke the 3 of them? What's the difference between that and suicide? Probably not. His childhood sweetheart is an orphan. What powerful treasures could she possibly possess? Even if she did, they wouldn't be of much use to an ordinary person. So, I think he might have become a martial artist. Wu Qiankuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. What? He became a martial artist? This guy's aptitude is so terrible, how could he become a martial artist? Zhang Xiaopeng looked surprised. He knew Lin Yu's aptitude it was among the worst, and it was almost impossible for him to become a martial artist. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was the only reason that could make Lin Yu so calm. Nothing is impossible in this world, but even if he becomes a martial artist, it's useless. He's at most level 1 now. How could he possibly be our opponent? Wu Qiankuan looked disdainful. Even if Lin Yu had broken through to become a martial artist, he would at most be a level 1 martial artist. Are you three coming up or not? If you're scared, then get out of here and don't ever show your face in front of me again. Lin Yu looked at the three people whispering below and urged them on impatiently. Damn it! This guy still dares to be so arrogant. Let's go up there. Wu Qiankuan's face was fierce and his expression was ferocious as he leaped onto the dueling platform. The other two followed closely behind, standing on either side, looking at Lin Yu with murderous intent. Donna's childhood sweetheart is so brainless. Tang Rongrong, who had rushed over, looked at Lin Yu on the dueling platform with a grim expression and her chest heaving with anger. She had heard before that Lin Yu had extremely poor talent and would probably never become a martial artist in his lifetime, but she never expected him to be so arrogant and brainless. Both sides prepare, the duel is about to begin. An old referee stood below, in charge of the duel. Stop. This duel is completely unfair. Lin Yu, get down here right now, don't go and get yourself killed. After thinking it over, Tang Rongrong decided to take action. After all, Lin Yu was Tang Na's childhood friend, and she had also embezzled a lot of resources that belonged to Lin Yu. She would feel guilty if she didn't intervene. Ha? Excuse me, who are you? Wu Qiankuan stared at Tang Rongrong below the stage, his expression unfriendly. I am Tang Rongrong, the vice-class monitor of Class 9. Tang Rongrong glared at him, then took out an ID card with her information on it, which also proved her identity. Vice-class monitor? Wu Qiankuan's eyes were filled with apprehension. In the martial arts university, none of the class officers were easy to deal with. First and foremost, their strength had to be up to par. Although he didn't know the person's exact strength, to become the vice-class monitor, their strength must be at least level 10. Tang Rongrong, Lin Yu's duel with us seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Wu Qiankuan said warily. Whether it has anything to do with me or not is not important. Today, I'm protecting Lin Yu. Tang Rongrong's expression hardened slightly, and the aura of a martial artist emanated from her body, pressing down on Wu Qiankuan and the other two with a sense of pressure. A level 13 martial artist. Sensing this aura, Wu Qiankuan and the other two's expressions changed drastically, their eyes filled with fear and horror. This is a level 13 martial artist, completely different from them. Even if the three of them attacked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat a level 13 martial artist with one hand. Lin Yu, come down quickly. Tell me if you have any grievances, and I will help you solve them. Of course, this is only for this one time. Tang Rongrong frowned slightly. In her opinion, Lin Yu must have encountered something extremely wrong, otherwise she wouldn't have done something so crazy. Considering her cultivation aptitude in Donna's sake, she would make an exception and help her this once. This is a conflict between me and them. What does it have to do with you? Don't meddle, Lin Yu said, rolling her eyes. What did you say? Tang Rongrong's body trembled instantly, her eyes widened, and she looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. I told you this has nothing to do with you, mind your own business, go somewhere else and stay away from me, Lin Yu repeated. You. Humph. I don't care about you anymore, just go and die. Tang Rongrong's small face was filled with anger, she was breathing heavily, and her chest was heaving. Her mistake was that she was deluding herself. She had kindly saved him, but all she got in return was unwarranted blame. If he wanted to die, then so be it. She doesn't care anymore. Chapter 7 Zhang Xiaopeng, Su Fengzi died. Lin Yu, I used to think you were a good-for-nothing who relied on women, but now my opinion of you has changed. You have manly qualities. Wu Qiankuan spoke words of admiration, but in his heart he was filled with sneers and mockery. Tang Rongrong is a level 13 martial artist. If she really gets involved, this matter can only end here. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu refused Tang Rongrong's help. I don't know whether to call him stupid or overestimating his abilities. Oh, Lin Yu replied indifferently, her emotions remaining unchanged despite his praise. Alright, now that both of you are ready, the duel shall now officially begin. The old referee sat in a chair and blew his whistle, causing the students below to tense up. The duel to the death has officially begun. Wu Qianquan's expression was ruthless. He waved his right hand and ordered, "Go. Break his legs first. Don't let him have a chance to escape from the arena." On the dueling arena where a life or death pact has been signed, verbal surrender is useless. The only way for the loser to survive is to escape the dueling arena. Good. Zhang Xiaopeng and Su Fengzi, with smirks on their faces, moved quickly and rushed towards Lin Yu, exuding the aura and pressure of level 3 martial artists. This is the price we pay for daring to provoke us. Zhang Xiaopeng charged ahead, his gaze solemn, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist, drawing out a sharp sword that gleamed with a cold light. It's still uncertain who will pay the price. Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile, and he stretched out his right hand, a silver sword appearing out of thin air in his hand. This is a built-in function of the sky-splitting sword. As long as you sign a contract with it, it can be stored in your mind and can be taken out at will when needed. The moment he grasped the silver sword, his strength remained unchanged, but his aura became sharper, giving people a natural sense of oppression. Why do I have a feeling that Lin Yu has become very dangerous? The change seems to have happened the moment he gripped the sword. Zhang Xiaopeng frowned slightly, noticing Lin Yu's change, his eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. However, this was a battle, and he had already rushed close to Lin Yu, so he couldn't afford to be distracted. He gripped his sword in his right hand and slashed at Lin Yu's legs. Too slow. Lin Yu remained calm as he slashed out with his silver sword, leaving a trail of cold silver light. Lin Yu's silver sword was several times faster than Zhang Xiaopeng's slash. Before the opponent's sword had even reached halfway, it had already sliced across Zhang Xiaopeng's neck. Put. The silver blade was incredibly sharp, easily severing his neck without any obstruction, as if slicing through the air. What happened? What was that cold light just now? Zhang Xiaopeng's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with terror and pain, and blood gushed out from his neck. Although the silver sword light was so fast that he couldn't react in time, he could still sense the flash of cold light. Coupled with the intense pain in his neck, he knew that his neck had been cut open. His eyes were filled with shock, because the person who had just swung that sword was actually Lin Yu. What exactly happened? Why is Lin Yu so fast? Filled with doubt and shock, Zhang Xiaopeng's consciousness gradually faded into darkness, and his body fell towards the arena. Fuck you! Su Fengzi's eyes widened, his face filled with horror and disbelief. One sword. With just one sword strike, Zhang Xiaopeng was dead. He finally understood why Lin Yu was so calm. This guy was no ordinary person, he was a martial artist several times more powerful than them. Lin Yu is definitely hiding his true strength. One was killed, and two remain. Lin Yu smiled coldly, rushed forward a few steps, and came close to Su Fengzi. He swung his silver sword, the sword shadow flashing, and slashed at him. Didn't that bastard Zhang Xiaopeng say Lin Yu was just an ordinary person? Su Fengzi looked horrified and was greatly shocked. He hurriedly dodged to the side. But the silver sword was too fast. Even though he tried his best to dodge, he still couldn't escape the killing range when the silver sword fell. Put. The silver sword fell, slicing through Su Fengzi's chest and cutting him in two. Ah! Su the madman let out a shrill scream, his face filled with terror and pain. His two halves of his body fell to the ground, his muscles spasming for a moment before he breathed his last. What's wrong with you? Upon seeing this, Wu Qianquan, who had not yet made a move, gaped wide-eyed. The finger pointing at Lin Yu trembled uncontrollably. He originally thought that Zhang Xiaopeng and the other person would be enough to subdue Lin Yu. Of course, they wouldn't kill Lin Yu, because if they did, they'd lose all the money. Moreover, the other party has a childhood sweetheart, it would be bad if they sought revenge on them. But what he never expected was that Zhang Xiaopeng and Su Fengzi were both killed with a single sword strike. Your aura level is 4. You're definitely not a new martial artist. Have you been hiding your strength all these years? Once a battle begins, a martial artist's aura will be released, allowing other martial artists to discern their level. He could sense that Lin Yu's level was not level 1, but level 4. What shocked him most was that even at level 4, the speed shouldn't be this fast. You should know that his level is 5, which is one level higher than Lin Yu's, but Lin Yu's attack speed just now was so fast that even he couldn't see it. This is not the speed of a level 4 martial artist at all. Even a level 10 martial artist is not this fast. Not only was Wu Qiankuan shocked, but all the students watching the duel also gaped and began to discuss it in astonishment. Dead. He killed 2 opponents in an instant. This kid's strength is pretty good. What grade is he in? His level is only 4, yet he instantly killed 2 level 3 martial artists. Something's definitely wrong. Level 4. I'm a level 9 martial artist, and I can barely see that person's sword swing. But if I were to defend myself, I definitely couldn't stop him. I'm in the same class as him. His name is Lin Yu. He was just an ordinary person. How did he suddenly become so amazing? The audience below included not only first-year students but also older students, all of whom were visibly astonished. The fact that 2 level 3 martial artists were instantly killed in succession is not a particularly shocking event, but the key point is that the killer was a level 4 martial artist. Level 4 martial artists are indeed stronger than level 3, but the difference is very limited. Apart from ordinary people and level 1 martial artists, the difference in strength is smaller as the level decreases. It's absolutely abnormal for a level 4 martial artist to instantly kill 2 level 3 martial artists. The higher level students showed even more shock on their faces. They could sense Lin Yu's true speed, which was comparable to that of a level 12 martial artist. Some students who knew Lin Yu were so surprised their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They knew that Lin Yu used to be just an ordinary person, so how did he suddenly become so powerful? Chapter 8, Wu Qiankuan dies, the duel ends. They are both dead. You should go down with them. Lin Yu's gaze was icy as he wielded the sky-splitting sword and swiftly charged towards Wu Qiankuan, covering more than 10 meters in an instant. Brother Lin, Uncle Lin, please don't fight. This is my fault, I apologize, let's call it a day, okay? Wu Qiankuan looked flustered. With a thought, a long spear appeared in his hand. As he pointed the spear at Lin Yu, he kept begging for mercy. That's too fast. Lin Yu's speed was simply too fast even with his full concentration, he could only barely see a blurry figure. ZZZ. However, Lin Yu completely ignored his pleas for mercy and swung his silver longsword fiercely, slashing down at him from top to bottom. Wu Qiankuan couldn't see Lin Yu's attack movements clearly, so he could only frantically grip the gun with both hands and place it diagonally above him to block it, which just happened to be enough. With a rip sound, a terrifying scene unfolded. The silver sword struck the shaft of the spear, and the blade, being so sharp, severed the spear in two. It was as easy as cutting through soft clay, and then it continued to slash at Wu Qiankuan's body. Put. Blood splattered. Wu Qiankuan's flesh and blood were softer than tofu in front of the silver sword. The silver sword fell and cut him in two from top to bottom at the chest. Ah! Wu Qiankuan let out a shrill roar, his face contorted in agony, his body fell to the ground in 2 halves, his eyes blinked a few times, and he gradually lost his life. Dead, this level 5 martial artist is dead too. His name was Wu Qiankuan, a troublemaker from class 4. Good riddance. What level is that sword? It looks terrifying. The students watching from below the stage were not much surprised by Wu Qiankuan's death. Judging from the strength Lin Yu had just displayed, killing Wu Qiankuan would have been a piece of cake. However, most people noticed something was amiss during the battle just now. The silver sword in Lin Yu's hand was definitely of extraordinary quality. That level 5 martial artist's spear wasn't great, but it was still at least a D-grade quality. Yet it was easily cut in half by the silver sword. What quality was that silver sword? Could it be an A-grade sword? Some well-informed students felt their scalps tingle. D-grade weapons aren't too expensive, you can buy one for around 200,000. They'd had a lot of experience with weapons of this quality, so they can easily tell that the spear is D-grade. C-grade weapons are beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. One costs at least several million, not to mention the higher quality B-grade and A-grade weapons. It is said that in their entire school, including the principal and vice principal, there are very few people who can use A-level weapons. And the level 4 martial artist standing on the arena is most likely using a level A weapon. If it weren't an A-grade weapon, it would be impossible to cut through a D-grade weapon so easily. At this moment, the old referee, who was leisurely sipping tea in his chair, narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the silver sword in Lin Yu's hand, muttering to himself. Rank A? Where did this kid get an rank A weapon? Did he open a treasure chest? His luck is too good. No, that's not right, I've seen rank A weapons before. That silver sword doesn't feel like rank A. Could it be rank S? Boom! The old referee seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly stood up, his mind reeling. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind, making his head buzz and explode. He had been a referee for hundreds of years and had seen all kinds of weapons, including A-grade weapons, which he had seen more than 100 times and had even touched. The silver sword in the hands of that kid on the stage was definitely not an A-grade weapon. It felt even more terrifying than an A-grade weapon. No wonder this kid can advance beyond his level. This weapon must have played a significant role. A level 4 martial artist wielding an S-grade weapon can indeed kill a level 5 martial artist, but that kid's performance just now was comparable to that of a level 12 martial artist, so there must be other reasons. The old referee's eyes even lit up with greed as he looked at the weapon of this quality. An S-class weapon costs at least $1 billion, and there's no market for it. Even he couldn't help but be tempted. However, his greed quickly vanished, replaced by endless envy. He's too old for a man to fight with a younger man for weapons. Most importantly, that kid must have contracted a deal with this silver sword, so no one else can take it from him. When the contract holder dies, the weapon will be automatically destroyed. Even if you control the contract holder, it won't help. Once a weapon is contracted, it only recognizes one master. So strong. How can Lin Yu be so powerful? Tang Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened, her pupils filled with shock. She knew Lin Yu very well. Just a few days ago, he was an ordinary person, but now, how did he suddenly become a level 4 martial artist? Moreover, Lin Yu, an unorthodox level 4 martial artist, was already showing a speed that was not much weaker than hers. Something extraordinary must have happened to you in the last few days, but that has nothing to do with me. Now that you have become a martial artist, I have no right to take over the resources that rightfully belong to you. Tang Rongrong took a deep breath and decided to return the resources that belonged to Lin Yu. After making this decision, she felt a strange sense of relief, and the guilt that had been weighing on her heart disappeared. So poor. After killing Wu Qiankuan and the other two, Lin Yu did not leave. Instead, he searched their corpses and collected all the valuables. Zhang Xiaopeng and Su Fingzi were very poor, with less than 10,000 yuan in total. Wu Qiankuan was much better off, at least he had a time-space ring. The time-space ring is a spatial treasure in this world. It is ring-shaped on the outside, but it opens up an alternate dimension inside. Furthermore, time flows very slowly within the time-space ring, almost to the point of stillness, so items placed inside are unlikely to break. Wu Qiankuan's time-space ring doesn't have much storage space, only a few cubic meters, making it a relatively low-grade time-space ring. After searching the three bodies, Lin Yu jumped off the stage and headed towards Class 3. After the duel ended, the other students left one after another. Before long, several law enforcement students and sanitation workers arrived at the arena and began to dispose of the body. Zitian University is very considerate of its students. The cost of handling the body is paid by the school, not the deceased. If the family claims the body, it can be handed over to them. Chapter 9: The world's first super artifact? If I open another resource chest, my level should be able to reach level 7 or 8. With the artifact, my actual combat power will definitely be stronger, and I can go to the abyss to kill abyssal creatures and make money. Lin Yu secretly plotted his next move. Of course, he could also sell the divine artifacts and god-level resources he obtained. But he himself doesn't have much of it right now, so if he gets such a good thing, he'll definitely use it on himself first. Wait a moment. On their way to Class 3 after leaving the training ground, Tang Rongrong quickly caught up with Lin Yu and called out to him. Lin Yu glanced back and recognized the person as the vice-class monitor of Class 9. They had interacted many times because of Donna. "Oh, it's you. What can I do for you?" Lin Yu asked casually. "I'm here to return the resources to you." Tang Rongrong handed over a time-space ring and said, "The cultivation resources in the time-space ring were entrusted to you by Donna when she left. I didn't plan to give them to you at first, but after seeing your performance, I changed my mind." "Oh? The cultivation resources left behind by Donna?" Lin Yu took the space-time ring with a puzzled look, released his senses, and went inside to take a look. Perception is an invisible spiritual force that can be projected outward to explore things. The interior of this space-time ring is very large, about half the size of a house, and it contains all sorts of cultivation resources. Most importantly, he discovered a black and gold box. This is a high-level treasure chest. Lin Yu was surprised. There were countless cultivation resources inside, and most importantly, there was a high-level treasure chest. Unlike beginner and intermediate treasure chests, advanced treasure chests are extremely difficult to obtain. The probability of getting a treasure chest from killing abyssal creatures is low enough, and the most likely outcome is that it will only be a basic or intermediate level treasure. Among those looted boxes, the probability of getting a high-level item is less than 1 in 10,000. This results in high-level treasure chests being extremely expensive, with each one worth at least 30 million, and they are often unavailable even when available. With so many resources, even if we sell them secondhand, we could get at least 40 million. Looking at the resources inside, Lin Yu's affection for that cheap childhood sweetheart increased somewhat. When you spoke just now, you used we, which means that Donna asked someone else besides you? Did that person hoard any resources that belonged to me? For some reason, the image of a tall, fat girl appeared in Lin Yu's mind. The farewell letter seems to have been sent by that person, which means that the girl may have also secretly kept his resources. Besides me, there was also Gao Xiaolan. She also embezzled a lot of resources. I don't know the exact amount, but it should be more than mine. After Donna left, before I even had a chance to look at the time-space ring, she snatched it away. Thinking of a certain tall, fat figure, a look of disgust and disdain appeared in Tang Rongrong's eyes. She had a very bad impression of Gao Xiaolan. Unfortunately, Gao Xiaolan was the class monitor of Class 9, so she didn't dare to turn against her. So she really did embezzle the resources that belonged to me. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, in his memory. Gao Xiaolan is very good at disguising herself and often takes advantage of Tang Na's absence to verbally insult the original body in person. If Donna is present, Gao Xiaolan will be very enthusiastic. Coupled with the original owner's cowardice and incompetence, Gao Xiaolan's wonderful image will be maintained. Every month, the school distributes some specially made cultivation pills to the students. Half of the pills originally belonged to the original owner, but Gao Xiaolan took them away under various pretexts. Of course, these actions might not seem like a death sentence to others, but Lin Yu is different. Gao Xiaolan is already on his kill list. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, don't even think about causing trouble for Gao Xiaolan. Donna is gone. If you dare to mess with her, she definitely won't show you any mercy. Seeing Lin Yu's expression, Tang Rongrong frowned slightly and reminded him. When Donna was around, even if Gao Xiaolan was unhappy, she didn't dare to lay a hand on Lin Yu at most, she would just insult and scare him. But now that Donna is gone, Gao Xiaolan has no more worries. Don't worry, I won't act impulsively. How strong is she? Lin Yu suppressed the fierce glint in his eyes and asked. It's good that you're not impulsive. Let me tell you, Gao Xiaolan is level 14, and her swordsmanship has reached the level of oneness with the sword, making her a top-tier existence among level 14. Tang Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly afraid that Lin Yu would act impulsively. She then added, you won't last 2 rounds against her. Okay, I understand. Class starts in about 20 minutes, so I'll be going now. Lin Yu nodded, not taking Tang Rongrong's words to heart at all. Level 14 martial artist? He can surpass it if he opens just one more treasure chest. After saying goodbye to Tang Rongrong, he pretended to walk towards Class 3, but actually turned a corner and went into the storage room, where he took the black and gold box out of his time-space ring. The moment your hand touches the treasure chest, a virtual panel appears, listing information about various items. Advanced weapon chest. Opening this chest will randomly grant you one weapon, with the following quality probabilities. The probabilities of C 55%, B 43%, A 1%, S 0.001%, SS 1 in 100 million, SSS Divine Artifact 1 in a billion, and SSS Super Divine Artifact 1 in a quadrillion are all possible outcomes. The rewards from the advanced weapon chest are truly terrifying. The minimum guarantee is a C-grade weapon, and there's even an SSS grade super artifact. This is the first time I've ever heard of such a term. Looking at the contents of the panel, Lin Yu was surprised. He could accept a C-grade weapon as the minimum guarantee, since it was a high-level box worth over 30 million. But what is SSSS's ultimate artifact? This was the first time he had ever heard of a weapon of this quality. Does that mean no one has ever obtained a super artifact before? So they don't have this concept? Lin Yu glanced at the probability of obtaining a super artifact and immediately understood, damn, is it even possible for a human to draw one with such a low probability? No wonder he'd never heard of such a thing as a super artifact. It turns out no one has ever actually obtained one. Luckily, I can choose my reward, otherwise I probably would never have seen a super artifact in my life. Lin Yu patted his chest and muttered with some relief. He opened the box after midnight tonight, and with the blessing of the super artifact, he went to find Gao Xiaolan to take revenge in the early morning. His motto is revenge never ends. Nothing major happened after that, and time flew by, reaching the early hours of the morning. Time is up. Lin Yu glanced at his phone and realized it was past midnight, so he took out the black and gold treasure chest and used his selectable number of attempts. As his strength improved, Lin Yu was able to rummage through the boxes much faster. The items in the high-level treasure chests were even more abundant than those in the mid-level treasure chests, but he only took a little over 10 minutes to reach the last one. There is only one super artifact item, which is a ring, entirely reddish-purple, with a small, pale red rhombus-shaped gemstone set in the center. System, select this ring. Lin Yu didn't hesitate and made his choice immediately. Although it was a ring, it was an SSSS quality item, so it shouldn't disappoint him. Chapter 10 The Ultimate Artifact The Phoenix Time Space Ring, let's make our move. Selection successful. As the system voice sounded, the black and gold treasure chest slowly opened. A dazzling white light flashed, revealing the reddish-purple ring. Phoenix Time Space Ring SSSS, crafted from the bones, flesh, and feathers of a divine phoenix, it embodies an aura of nobility and holiness. Passive, after forming a contract, the contractor's all-around attributes are enhanced sevenfold. Note, if other items that enhance attributes exist, the enhancement multiplier is cumulative. All attributes are enhanced sevenfold. It truly lives up to its reputation as a super artifact. After contracting it, and with the amplification from the sky-splitting sword, all my attributes are enhanced 12-fold. Lin Yu's face lit up with joy. The sky-splitting sword only enhanced his attributes 5-fold, while the Phoenix Time Space Ring enhanced them twice as much. He put the Phoenix Time Space Ring on his middle finger and dripped a drop of his blood onto it, thus performing the contract ritual. After the contract was completed, his strength increased dramatically. His level remained unchanged, but his aura was sharp and oppressive, radiating a subtle sense of pressure. With my current mental strength, I should be able to contract another weapon. A martial artist's contracted weapons are not unlimited, rather, they are related to their mental strength. Each time a weapon is contracted, the martial artist's mental burden increases. He is currently at level 4, and his mental strength allows him to contract approximately 3 weapons. As your level increases, the number of weapons you can acquire through contracts will also increase. According to official test data, a martial artist who reaches level 10 can contract about 10 weapons. If I contract 10 divine weapons, or 10 super divine weapons, TSK, I wonder how powerful I would become. Lin Yu smiled, took out his phone, found Tang Rongrong's number, and dialed it. A very funny ringtone rang for several minutes before the person on the other end finally answered. Baby's tummy is rumbling, tummy baby. Hey, who is it? Tang Rongrong rubbed her sleepy eyes and said somewhat unhappily, she was sleeping soundly and was suddenly woken up. No one would be happy about that. It's me, I'm Lin Yu. Oh, it's you. Calling so late, is there something important? Tang Rongrong yawned and asked in a slightly weaker tone. I'd like to ask where Gao Xiaolan lives? He's going to take his revenge tonight with his current strength, he should be a match for Gao Xiaolan. Why are you asking about Gao Xiaolan's home? Do you want to confront her? Don't go. She definitely won't hold back if she sees you. Tang Rongrong rubbed her eyes in confusion, then realized what she meant and hurriedly offered some advice. I definitely won't go to her to discuss this. Okay, enough nonsense, just tell me her home address. I'm sleepy and want to go to bed early. A cold smile appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. He wouldn't argue with Gao Xiaolan, instead, he would take action directly. Alright, I believe you're not a stupid person. Her address is in Dongjing residential area. Tang Rongrong felt dizzy and wanted to go to sleep early. Yawning, she told Lin Yu Gao Xiaolan's address. After saying that, she hung up the phone and fell asleep instantly on the bed. Hopefully Gao Xiaolan didn't use up too many resources. Lin Yu put her phone in her pocket and headed towards Gao Xiaolan's address. The reason he was so eager for revenge was that he was afraid Gao Xiaolan would use her resources, even just a little bit, and Lin Yu would feel he was losing out. Dongjing residential area is full of villas. However, due to their location in the suburbs, inconvenient transportation, and long building age, the villas here are not expensive. You can buy one for just over 1,000,000 yuan. Inside the villa, a light was still on in a room on the first floor, where a man and a woman were sitting on the sofa, flirting and teasing each other. The woman was tall and plump, wearing a long black dress. The other person was a handsome young man with fair and clean skin, wearing a yellow shirt. The boy in the yellow shirt looked at the long sword on the table, swallowed hard, and asked, Lan Lan, where did you get this sword? The sword on the table was entirely brown, emitting brown smoke, and exuded a chilling aura. Gao Xiaolan's lips curled into a smile. She walked to the table, picked up the sword, and said with a smug grin, You should know Lin Yu, right? He's that good for nothing who's very close to Donna. I vaguely remember, the boy in the yellow shirt said thoughtfully after a moment of contemplation. After Donna left yesterday, she left Lin Yu with a lot of good stuff. I figured that Lin Yu, that good for nothing, didn't deserve to use these things, so I intercepted them. This sword is one of them. I also have a B-grade weapon in my time-space ring. Gao Xiaolan raised her chin slightly and said proudly. Wow! There's another B-grade weapon. My god! Is Donna that rich? The boy in the yellow shirt's eyes widened instantly, filled with greed. A single B-grade weapon can be worth tens of millions. Seeing her boyfriend's attitude, Gao Xiaolan chuckled and said, Don't worry, Appa, although I can't give you that B-grade weapon, there are a lot of other resources inside. I'll get some for you tomorrow. Thank you so much, Lan Lan. Lan Lan is so kind to me. The boy in the yellow shirt pouted and said in a pretentious manner. Then, thinking of today's life or death duel, he said with some worry. Lan Lan, did you watch the video of that life or death duel today? Lin Yu seems to have become a martial artist, level 4, but his strength seems to be exceptionally powerful. His level was 6, but judging from the video, Lin Yu's strength had already surpassed his, which shocked and puzzled him. Gao Xiaolan also frowned. She watched the video of the duel during the day, and from other people's discussions, she learned that Lin Yu had broken through to level 4, but his combat strength was comparable to that of a level 12 martial artist. Never mind him. Even if he becomes a martial artist, I will not return the resources to him. Once those good things are in my pocket, they are mine. Gao Xiaolan crossed her arms. If Lin Yu dared to ask her for resources just because he had become a martial artist, she would break his legs. However, just as the two were chatting, Lin Yu had already arrived outside the villa. He eavesdropped outside for a while, and upon hearing the sharp and sarcastic voice, he confirmed the identities of the people inside the room. It really is Gao Xiaolan's home. With a cold glint in his eyes, Lin Yu seized the moment when the two inside were off guard, exerted his strength, and charged in with his silver sword. Splash! The sturdy security window shattered instantly, turning into countless shards of glass that flew everywhere. A figure burst out from the shattered glass, rushing towards Gao Xiaolan with ferocious momentum. What happened? Who are you? Just as Gao Xiaolan was about to go to sleep, she suddenly became alert, looked in the direction of the broken glass, grabbed the B-grade longsword from the bedside, and rolled off the bed. Chapter 11 acknowledges that it is a divine artifact, causing Gao Xiaolan to panic. It's you! You're Lin Yu! Gao Xiaolan recognized the person who came, and her eyes widened instantly. It was none other than Lin Yu, the one whose resources she had embezzled. However, although she was extremely shocked, she dared not be distracted in the slightest. Almost instantly, the figure rushed to her side, holding a silver sword in his hand, and slashed at her with all his might. Gao Xiaolan's expression changed drastically. She could no longer see Lin Yu's movements clearly, but could roughly predict where the silver sword would fall. She gripped the longsword with both hands and swung it to block the silver sword. Bang! Gao Xiaolan was lucky her hastily swung sword collided with the incoming silver sword, producing a crisp metallic clang. Click! However, the silver sword was far too sharp. At the moment of impact, a fragment flew out of the B-grade brown sword, creating a nick. Gao Xiaolan also felt an unstoppable force that made her arms ache and her blood boil. Her face contorted in pain, and she spat out a mouthful of blood before being sent flying backward at breakneck speed. With a loud thud, she crashed through the front door and then slammed into the wall of the neighboring house, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the wall. Impossible! This can't be! Are you really Lin Yu? Why have you become so terrifying? Before Gao Xiaolan could wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, she looked up at Lin Yu with shock and horror in her eyes. She watched the duel video from this morning. She knew that Lin Yu had become a powerful martial artist, but she didn't take it to heart. Although Lin Yu in the video showed great strength, there was still a considerable gap between her and him. But how much time has passed? Only half a day, right? Why has Lin Yu suddenly become so terrifying? The speed it displayed was so fast that she couldn't even see it clearly, and its strength was extraordinary, directly causing her some internal injuries. If she weren't so familiar with Lin Yu, she would have doubted that the person in front of her was a fake. Don't make a fuss, you're just too weak. Lin Yu looked at him with disdain, holding his silver sword, and slowly approached him. Gurgle. Cao Xiaolan subconsciously swallowed hard, her heart feeling as if it were being gripped by a giant hand. With each step Lin Yu took closer, that hand tightened its grip. She felt that Lin Yu had changed. At this moment, Lin Yu was like a ruthless killer, completely different from his previous cowardice. Who are you? What are you doing trespassing into someone else's home? The boy in the yellow shirt standing to the side was terrified. He pointed at Lin Yu tremblingly and questioned her. What else can we do? Of course, we'll kill you all. Lin Yu glanced at the boy in the yellow shirt, a wicked smile playing on his lips, and instantly vanished from his spot, rushing towards him. Whoosh! Reaching the boy in the yellow shirt, Lin Yu showed no mercy, wielding his silver sword with lightning speed. The boy in the yellow shirt was only a level 6 martial artist, and he had no chance to dodge the meteor-fast slash. No! Don't kill him! This has nothing to do with him. When Gao Xiaolan saw her boyfriend being attacked, her face immediately turned anxious, and she screamed. However, her shouts were useless. Lin Yu showed no mercy. The friend of the enemy is the enemy. Put. Before the horrified eyes of the boy in the yellow shirt, a silver sword flashed, severing his neck and sending his head crashing downwards. The headless corpse lay on the bed, gushing blood that soaked the blankets and sheets. Ah! You damn thing, why did you kill him? He was innocent. Upon seeing her boyfriend's death, Gao Xiaolan broke down in tears, which streamed down her face. She glared at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with hatred and malice. Innocent? When you embezzled resources that belonged to me, did you ever think about my innocence? With a sinister grin on his face, Lin Yu lunged forward, reaching Gao Xiaolan's side in the blink of an eye. He swung his long sword, which was like a silver dragon being drawn from its sheath, and a sound that shook the soul resounded as it cut through the air. I'll fight you to the death. Wah-ah! Gao Xiaolan cried as she raised her longsword to defend herself. Clang! The silver sword struck the brown longsword in her hand, and the immense force sent the longsword flying from her grasp. Furthermore, the part of the brown longsword that was struck cracked open with a large gash, almost breaking off from there. Ah! Gao Xiaolan screamed as a sharp pain shot through her wrist, followed by a faint cracking sound. She staggered back 7 or 8 steps before falling to the ground. What? You actually broke my B-grade sword. Despite the pain in her wrist, Gao Xiaolan hurriedly picked up the brown longsword that had fallen to the side. The state of the longsword at that moment caused her expression to change drastically. There was a nick a few inches long on the brown longsword, about a third of the way from the tip, with spiderweb-like cracks around it, and it looked like it was about to break off from the nick. Below the large gash, there is a smaller gash, which was probably caused by the first collision. I understand, it's that sword. Your strength must be related to the sword in your hand. What kind of sword is it? Could it be a divine weapon? Gao Xiaolan's eyes widened as she stared intently at the silver sword in Lin Yu's hand. At that moment, she realized that there was something wrong with the silver sword in Lin Yu's hand. Actually, from the very beginning, she felt that the silver sword was unusual. It was like a meticulously crafted work of art, but its aura was more imposing and powerful than any work of art. She didn't pay much attention at first, thinking it was at most a C-grade weapon, but now it seems that it's probably more than an S-grade weapon. Her brown longsword is a B-grade weapon, which is many times harder than steel. It can break a B-grade weapon with a single collision, something even an S-grade weapon cannot do. That sword is at least SS-level legendary, and might even be an SSS-level divine weapon. Lin Yu's luck is so good that he found such a treasure. This sword is very likely one of the reasons why he has become so powerful. Gao Xiaolan was filled with envy and jealousy. You're quite clever, this sword is a divine weapon. Lin Yu smiled and praised her, then charged out again, heading straight for her. Is it really a divine artifact? Lin Yu actually managed to unearth a divine artifact? You know, the principal's weapon is only B-grade. Is he lying to me? No, it should be a divine artifact, otherwise Lin Yu would never be so powerful. It is rumored that divine artifacts can enhance a martial artist's all-round attributes, which is very similar to Lin Yu's abnormality. Gao Xiaolan was so shocked that her scalp tingled. In her previous conjecture, she was more inclined to believe that the silver sword was an SS legendary weapon, since the probability of obtaining a divine weapon was extremely low, reportedly less than 1 in a billion. But unexpectedly, that sword turned out to be a divine weapon. Although divine artifacts and super divine artifacts are powerful, their level cannot be neglected. My current strength is not enough to kill Gao Xiaolan with a single sword strike. Lin Yu instantly appeared beside Gao Xiaolan, wielding his longsword and slashing at her. Chapter 12. Gao Xiaolan's death shocked the students. After receiving the Phoenix Time Space Ring's blessing, he appeared to be enhanced sevenfold. However, the actual increase was not as significant as one might imagine. If his level 4 strength is 100 points, with the support of the sky-splitting sword, his strength will increase to 500 points. He reached a point where he could contend with a level 12 martial artist. After contracting the Phoenix Time Space Ring, his power will be enhanced sevenfold, reaching 1,200 points. Compared to 500 points, which is comparable to a level 12 martial artist, this is only a little over double, roughly equivalent to a level 15 or 16 martial artist. The reason for this is that the enhancements provided by divine artifacts and super divine artifacts are cumulative. Each time a martial artist levels up, it is multiplied by the previous level, similar to an exponential increase. Therefore, while divine artifacts and super divine artifacts are wonderful, their level should not be ignored. Lin Yu, stop right now. Killing my boyfriend wasn't enough, do you want to kill me too? Gao Xiaolan sobbed as she raised her nicked brown longsword to defend herself. Her attitude softened, and she began to plead for mercy. Snap! The silver sword clashed with the brown longsword. The B-grade brown longsword could no longer withstand the impact, and with a crisp sound, the blade shattered at 1/3 of its length. The silver sword charged forward with undiminished momentum, slashing towards Gao Xiaolan's body. Ah! Gao Xiaolan's chest was slashed open, blood spurting out, and several bones were broken. She screamed in agony, fell to the ground and struggled in pain, almost losing her ability to fight. Ah! Lin Yu, don't kill me. Why? I only embezzled some of your cultivation resources, I can just give them back. Wah! Seeing Lin Yu charging at her again, Gao Xiaolan's face was filled with terror. She burst into tears and begged for mercy. In her current state, she has no chance of survival against Lin Yu, who wields a divine weapon. You don't need to pay it back, I'll collect it myself. Lin Yu remained unmoved, his silver sword flashing out, transforming into a streak of silver light as he slashed towards Gao Xiaolan. Severely injured, Gao Xiaolan had almost no power to resist, and the silver sword easily cut her body in two. You. Gao Xiaolan, who only had her upper body left, did not die immediately. Her face was contorted in pain, and her mouth opened and closed slightly. It took about 10 seconds before he died from excessive blood loss. Bang! The moment Gao Xiaolan died, the B-grade brown longsword shattered, turning into countless tiny fragments and becoming unusable. This is what happens to the weapon when the contract holder dies after the contract is successfully signed. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Inside the villa, at the entrance to the staircase leading to the second floor, a middle-aged woman in pajamas yawned and slowly walked down the stairs. She was Gao Xiaolan's mother. When she saw the gruesome corpse on the first floor, she screamed, "Ah! Murder! Xiaolan! Xiaolan is dead!" Upon seeing Gao Xiaolan's corpse, the woman's pupils contracted sharply, and she almost fainted from grief. You seem so sad. You must be Gao Xiaolan's mother, right? Lin Yu looked at the middle-aged woman and asked. It was you. You killed my daughter? I'll fight you to the death. The middle-aged woman, as if possessed, cried and screamed as she charged at Lin Yu, ready to fight him to the death. Lin Yu casually swung his silver sword, killing the middle-aged woman. Since she was Gao Xiaolan's relative, there was no need to let her go. Search again to see if there are any survivors in the villa. Being able to live in the same villa as Gao Xiaolan means their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Lin Yu acted swiftly, searching room after room. When they searched the second floor, they actually found a middle-aged man. Under interrogation, they learned that this middle-aged man was Gao Xiaolan's father. Lin Yu showed no mercy and killed him with a single sword strike. There are still quite a few cultivation resources in the time-space ring. It's a pity that she contracted a B-grade weapon, otherwise it could have sold for at least 20 million. Lin Yu took off Gao Xiaolan's space-time ring, released his senses, and looked inside, discovering that there were quite a few cultivation resources inside. Besides the brown longsword that was just destroyed, there is also a B-grade item. Besides weapons, there were also a large number of cultivation pills and potions. Lin Yu roughly estimated that if he sold them all, he could get more than 40 million. Lin Yu ransacked the scene, packed up all the valuables, and then left, avoiding all the cameras along the way. The next day, at noon, news of Gao Xiaolan's death spread throughout the school. Hiss. You guys don't know yet, do you? Gao Xiaolan, the class monitor of Class 9, is dead. Her death was gruesome. Her body was cut in half. Her whole family is dead too. Gao Xiaolan from Class 9? That's a genius ranked in the top 20 of the freshmen. Who could possibly kill him? I don't know, but my uncle is an official, and I heard the fight at the scene was very intense. Inside the school, freshmen were discussing it in surprise. Gao Xiaolan's name is quite well known. In the first year of school, there is a ranking of freshmen's combat power, with a total of 20 people. Gao Xiaolan is ranked 13th. It's unbelievable that such a top genius was brutally murdered in his home. The students in Class 9 were even more shocked when they heard the news. I never imagined that life could be so unpredictable. The squad leader was still alive and well, but he died overnight. Gao Xiaolan is dead? Who did it? Could it be that a powerful martial artist found out about Gao Xiaolan embezzling resources, which led to her being killed? Tang Rongrong's mouth was slightly open, her face filled with shock, and she rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Her first thought was that a powerful martial artist had killed someone to steal the treasure, but she quickly dismissed the idea. Only the two of them knew about the embezzlement of resources. She didn't tell anyone, and Gao Xiaolan probably wouldn't be foolish enough to announce it publicly. No, Lin Yu also knows, and Gao Xiaolan embezzled resources that belonged to him. Last night, Lin Yu seemed to have asked me for Gao Xiaolan's address. Could it be that he killed Gao Xiaolan? Tang Rongrong thought of Lin Yu, her delicate body trembled, and her eyes widened suddenly. She hadn't taken the inquiry last night seriously. But now it seems that Gao Xiaolan's death is definitely related to Lin Yu. Even if he didn't kill her himself, he is still involved. Vice Squad Leader, what's wrong? A student noticed that Tang Rongrong was acting strangely and asked her about it. No, it's nothing. Tang Rongrong wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and hurriedly shook her head. After school, I'll go find Lin Yu and ask him what happened. A powerful person who can kill Gao Xiaolan is not easy to deal with. Tang Rongrong's expression was serious. Chapter 13 God-level resources, Wang Moyuan's fury. She felt that Lin Yu must have told a powerful person about Gao Xiaolan's embezzlement of resources. Then, in exchange for a portion of their resources, they hired that powerful individual to kill Gao Xiaolan. But would such a strong person be easy to get along with? During the day, Lin Yu attended classes as usual and went to the school resource store. They sold all the weapons and resources, earning over 50 million, and deposited the money into their bank account. Lin Yu Ben had planned to take a day off today to hunt abyssal creatures in the abyss, but it seems that it won't be necessary in the short term. Another day passed, and the system refreshed the selection count. Lin Yu arrived at school as usual and went to the resource shop. To his surprise, he found a high-level treasure chest in the center of the shop. Boss, how much is this high-level resource chest? Lin Yu looked at the high-grade treasure chest displayed in the center of the counter, his eyes filled with a hint of fervor. Its information is displayed on the system panel. Advanced resource. Opening this will randomly grant you one cultivation resource, with the following probabilities. The probability of B is over 98%, the probability of A is 1%, the probability of S is 0.01%, the probability of SS is 1 in a million, the probability of SSS God level is 1 in 10 million, and the probability of SSSS Super God level is 1 in a billion. Even the lowest quality cultivation resource you get from a high-level resource chest is grade B. There's also a chance of getting a God tier item, which is exactly what Lin Yu wants. 22 million? What? Young man, do you want to buy it? I advise you not to. Like the intermediate resource treasure chest, it's likely to lose you money, and by several times. The proprietress said with a smile, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed, as if trying to see through Lin Yu completely. This person has bought 2 resource chests from her. Logically, they should have learned their lesson, so why are they still buying things now, and even eyeing high-level treasure chests? I bought it. Lin Yu ignored Lu Rushua's warning and handed over a bank card directly. Foolish and rich. The proprietress pursed her lips, took the bank card, and didn't ask any more questions. Yesterday, this young man spent over 50 million worth of resources on her. He must either have had an extraordinary opportunity or have the support of a powerful family behind him. Whatever the reason, she doesn't need to worry too much about this kid, she just needs to focus on making her own money. Boss lady, if I can unlock a god-level resource, how much are you willing to pay? Lin Yu asked if he could sell the good items he got from opening the chests and then buy more treasure chests at a lower price. Of course, he didn't ask about the price of god-level resources, that would be too shocking. After all, even the official sources haven't set any rules regarding super artifacts yet. However, the moment he asked the question, large red words appeared on the virtual panel in his mind. Warning! Warning! Items obtained by the host using their chosen attempts cannot be sold to others, but can only be gifted. This cannot constitute a transaction, and the number gifted cannot exceed 1/10 of the items used by the host themselves. You can't be lazy and unwilling to work. Okay, I can't exploit the bug. If I could, I'd just stay home and sleep all day from now on. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly. Hee, you really dare to joke. God-level resources are generally priced above 800 million. If you can offer that price, I'll take the liberty of buying them for you at 10% above the market price. The proprietress joked with a smile. I was just asking casually. Lin Yu waved his hand, left the resource shop, found a storage room, and used his selection attempts on the high-level treasure chest. System, spend 5 million to unlock the filtering function and filter out the god-tier items in this treasure chest. Lin Yu now has enough money, so he directly enabled the filtering function, saving him the trouble of flipping through them one by one in the future. Open successfully. Filtering this treasure chest. Filtering successful. Lin Yu lost 5 million in cash from his time-space ring, but the filtering function was successfully activated. The items on the panel of the high-level treasure chest disappeared, leaving only a super god-level item. Sacred Heavenly Fruit. Upon consumption, it can significantly increase cultivation level. Warriors below level 90 will gain at least 2 levels, and it also enhances the body's recovery ability after injury. Levels below 90 can be upgraded by at least 2 levels? God-tier items are indeed powerful. Upon seeing the introduction to the Sacred Heavenly Fruit, Lin Yu's face lit up with joy. He originally thought that with his talent, the speed of improvement would slow down as his level increased, but now it seems that he doesn't need to worry about that before level 90. System, select the Sacred Heavenly Fruit. The next moment, the treasure chest slowly opened. With a flash of light, a fruit the size of a thumb appeared in his hand. Lin Yu took a bite, swallowed it without chewing, just like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, completely unaware of the taste. The moment the sacred fruit entered his stomach, it transformed into crisp energy that strengthened his body until he reached level 9, at which point it stopped. Not bad, I can now protect myself. Lin Yu felt the power he was experiencing, nodded in satisfaction, opened the door to the storage room, and walked towards the classroom. Outside the classroom of Class 3, there were more than a dozen people, both men and women, all with fierce expressions. That Lin Yu is really bold, daring to mess with even my brother. When he shows up, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. A young girl stood in front, her brows slightly furrowed, her tone icy, wearing an ice-white dress. She is Wang Moyuan's younger sister, Wang Xinyu. She is very beautiful and highly qualified, ranking 7th in the newcomer combat power rankings. That Lin Yu is really ungrateful. He must have known all along that Donna would leave, which is why he agreed to the breakup request so he could legitimately take things worth millions. Wang Moyuan's face was gloomy, his eyes were icy, and he exuded an aura of rage and ferocity. After completing the transaction with Lin Yu, he couldn't wait to go find Donna the next afternoon, only to find that he couldn't find her at all. He went to Class 9 again just now, but was told that Donna had left. Left? A bolt from the blue struck Wang Moyuan, filling his heart with endless sorrow. Then, he thought of Lin Yu, and his sadness was replaced by anger. Young Master Wang, calm down. Lin Yu had no idea that Donna left. After all, Donna didn't meet with Lin Yu when she left. Standing opposite more than 10 people, Tang Rongrong explained to Wang Moyuan. From these people, she learned the whole story. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu was so bold as to use the excuse of breaking up with Donna to take Wang Moyuan's things. Chapter 14, A Sword Severs Both Legs. However, it seems that Lin Yu and Donna were never boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Donna takes good care of her childhood friend, but becoming her boyfriend is out of the question. After all, the difference between the two of them is too great. They are not from the same world at all. I don't care if he knows or not. Now that Donna is gone, Lin Yu must pay the price. Wang Moyuan's face was fierce as he coldly snorted. Tang Rongrong, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, lest you get yourself into trouble. You don't have any backing now. Wang Xinyu held an iron whip in her hand, licked it with her tongue, and wore a disdainful smile. Tang Rongrong lowered her head, feeling conflicted. Neither of the Wang siblings was someone she could afford to offend. Even the relatively weak Wang Xinyu is level 16. Wang Moyuan, needless to say, is the second strongest among the newcomers on the combat power ranking, with a terrifying level of 18. Just as she was in a state of great distress, Lin Yu, who was walking towards Class 3, gradually came into everyone's view. Look, Lin Yu is here. It really is him. This kid is doomed. Among the dozens of students watching the commotion, some spotted Lin Yu walking towards them. Hearing the commotion, the others all looked over there, pointing and whispering curiously. Wang Moyuan and his siblings, along with more than a dozen henchmen, also noticed Lin Yu, and their expressions turned gloomy and fierce. You're here? You've got some nerve. You tricked me and still dare to show up like nothing happened. The school doesn't allow fighting in private, but I don't care about that. I'll just pay some money. Wang Moyuan glanced at the scarred boy on his right and gave him a look. The scarred boy understood immediately, took a few steps forward, and glared at Lin Yu, shouting fiercely, Lin Yu, you've finally shown up. Hurry up, don't dawdle and waste our time. His voice was deep and loud, with a vibrating force that made the eardrums of several people nearby ache. Ha! Who are you? What do you want with me? Lin Yu looked at the dozen or so people blocking his way and asked in confusion. He didn't recognize any of these dozen or so people. There seemed to be one person he was more familiar with. I think his name was something like Young Master Wang. Why are you looking for me? You should know the answer yourself, right? You didn't know Donna was gone, did you? A cold glint flashed in Wang Moyuan's eyes as he suppressed his anger and spoke. I know, I think she left the day before yesterday, but I didn't know she was leaving when I took your treasure chest in check. Lin Yu answered as a matter of course. Stop with your glib talk. Donna is gone, so even if you've breached the contract, since you're a freshman at Zitian University, you should know my character. Give me 10 times the compensation and kowtow to me 10 times, and this matter will be over. Wang Moyuan spoke with a serious expression, leaving no room for doubt. You want me to pay compensation and kowtow? Who do you think you are, to presume to do so? Lin Yu's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. What did you say? I'm not worthy. Wang Moyuan's pupils contracted, his face contorted with rage, and he also seemed somewhat surprised. What's wrong with Lin Yu today? Why did he dare to refute him in public? Don't you know his abilities and character? By the way, it seems Zhang Xiaopeng was killed by Lin Yu. Did he think he was something special after killing that good-for-nothing Zhang Xiaopeng? Damn it! You dare to talk back to young Master Wang? I think you're tired of living. The scarred boy's face was fierce. He glared at Lin Yu menacingly, then looked at Wang Moyuan and said respectfully. Young Master Wang, this kid doesn't seem to understand the current situation. Should I teach him a lesson and deflate his arrogance? Just don't kill him. Wang Moyuan said coldly, as long as you don't kill anyone, you can solve the problem with money. But if you kill someone, you'll be in big trouble. Yes. The scarred boy took out a long red staff from his time-space ring, held it with both hands, and approached Lin Yu. The top of the tallest building at Zitian University. Two figures stood with their hands behind their backs, overlooking the entire university campus. There's a conflict over there. It seems like that kid from the Wang family is bullying other students again. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Standing at the back was a charming woman, none other than Lu Rushua, the owner of the resource store. Of course we should intervene, but not now. That kid from the Wang family is ruthless. If I stop the conflict now, he won't have an outlet for his anger, and the person who gets harassed will only suffer more outside of school. Standing in front was a middle-aged man, calmly looking down at the scene below. The students at the martial arts university are all martial arts students, and fights often break out. To prevent serious injuries or deaths, the school arranges for school leaders to patrol the campus. That's true. The last time the 9th-ranked freshman went missing on campus, it must be related to the younger generation of the Wang family. Lu Rushua looked at Lin Yu, seemingly sensing something, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Boy, you dare disobey young Master Wang's orders? I'll break your legs right now. The scarred boy suddenly sprang up and rushed towards Lin Yu at lightning speed, wielding a red stick and sweeping it forcefully towards Lin Yu's legs. The red stick carried a fierce aura, causing the air to tremble and buzz. A mere level 12, nobody dares to attack me? The speed at which the red stick was swung was extremely slow in Lin Yu's eyes, only slightly faster than a snail crawling. Lin Yu summoned the sky-splitting sword, gripped the hilt, took a step forward, and swung the sword to slash at the opponent's legs. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the sky-splitting sword had already slashed across the scarred boy's legs, while the red staff he swung out hadn't even covered a quarter of the distance. Ah! The scarred boy immediately felt an excruciating pain in his knee, his mouth gaped open, and he let out a shrill scream. His legs were severed at the knees, blood gushing out, and he collapsed to the ground, his upper body unsteady. Ah! My legs are gone! The scarred boy looked at the two severed legs beside him, his face filled with terror and pain, and he kept screaming in agony. Blood soaked almost his entire lower body. He didn't dare hesitate, hastily opened the space-time ring, took out a handful of healing pills, and put them into his mouth without even looking at them. What? It's broken! Lin Yu cut off his leg. Upon seeing this, the students around them had their pupils contract and their faces showed expressions of horror. Most of the students watching the commotion knew Lin Yu. Sensing the level of authority emanating from the scarred boy, they guessed that Lin Yu was definitely in trouble. Although Lin Yu became a martial artist, he also killed Wu Qiankuan and two others. But the scarred boy is a level 12 martial artist, so Wu Qiankuan and his two companions are no match for him. Chapter 15 Lin Yu reveals his strength. But to everyone's surprise, the scarred boy's legs were severed in the next instant, and he lay on the ground howling in pain. Lin Yu, what happened to your speed just now? Wang Moyuan rubbed his eyes hard, looking at Lin Yu incredulously. Lin Yu's sword strike just now was very fast, its speed was no less than his, and it might even be faster. Lin Yu was a useless piece of trash just a few days ago, but he showed some strength by killing Zhang Xiaopeng the day before yesterday, and now he's become even more powerful. Lin Yu is a really cunning guy. He's probably been hiding his true strength all these years. Wang Moyuan's face was extremely ugly, as if he had understood the reason. The rumors circulating that Lin Yu is a piece of trash are definitely false. He has been keeping a low profile and hiding his strength all along. I just don't understand what the purpose of hiding their strength was, and why they're not hiding it anymore now. You dare to hit our subordinate? Humph, I'll take matters into my own hands and see if you dare to fight back. Wang Xinyu's beautiful eyes widened, filled with surprise, but this surprise was quickly replaced by anger. She burst forward, her steps quick and light, rushing towards Lin Yu. Xinyu, don't do it. Come back quickly. Wang Moyuan's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly reminded him. Lin Yu's strength might not be weaker than hers, and his sister might be in danger if she makes a rash move. It's all right, brother, let me teach this guy a lesson. Wang Xinyu didn't take it seriously. She rushed up to Lin Yu, swung her iron whip, and coiled it around his neck. From that sword strike, she could sense that Lin Yu might be stronger than her, but she didn't care. She was the second young lady of the Wang family, with a noble status. Even if she can't beat Lin Yu, surely Lin Yu wouldn't dare retaliate against her, right? If you hurt her, the consequences could be very serious. Another one who's not afraid of death. Luckily, this is a school. If this were outside, you two would be dead. Seeing the iron whip lashing towards him at lightning speed, Lin Yu remained calm. With a flick of his silver sword, a streak of silver light swept across Wang Xinyu's right arm. Put! Wang Xinyu's fair right arm was severed, drawing out a large amount of blood. Ah! Wang Xinyu screamed in pain, her face contorted in agony, her voice clear and sharp. Her severed arm and iron whip fell to the ground together. Whoosh! Lin Yu raised his silver sword and swung it again, aiming for Wang Xinyu's other arm. Stop! Wang Moyuan's expression changed drastically, and he rushed out to try to stop Lin Yu, but it was obviously too late, as the distance between them was too great. Ah! Another crisp yet shrill scream rang out. The silver sword sliced through her slender, fair arm, spurting blood. Wang Xinyu's other arm was also severed. He wouldn't dare kill anyone at school, the consequences would be too severe, but crippling someone was still an option. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts so much. Wang Xinyu was in so much pain that her face turned deathly pale and contorted in agony. She was on the verge of fainting, and blood kept gushing from the two severed arms. She stumbled and fell to the ground, tears and snot streaming down her face. Damn it! Didn't I tell you to stop? Wang Moyuan screamed in despair, took out a large black sword, gripped it tightly with both hands, leaped high into the air, and slashed fiercely at Lin Yu. Buzz buzz buzz. The great sword carried the power to split the heavens and the earth, and its terrifying aura and pressure spread out. Before the sword even fell, the ground within a radius of more than 10 meters began to crack. The ground behind Lin Yu was particularly badly damaged, with a ravine carved out by the force and pressure. Whoosh! Faced with this terrifying blade strike, Lin Yu swung his sword. His momentum was not as strong as his opponent's, but his speed and power were in no way inferior. Clang! The silver sword and the broadsword clashed, producing a crisp, resonant sound. Immediately afterwards, a nick appeared in the broadsword, and several fragments broke off from the blade and flew in all directions. The two who collided also retreated at the same time, with Lin Yu taking 4 or 5 steps back. Wang Moyuan, however, lost his footing and his arms ached, causing him to retreat more than 10 meters. What terrifying power! It's one thing that Lin Yu's level inexplicably became level 9, but even level 9 shouldn't have such terrifying power. Wait! My knife! Wang Moyuan's mouth gaped open, astonished by Lin Yu's terrifying power. But upon closer inspection, he discovered something even more terrifying. There was a nick the size of a thumb on the blade of the B-grade broadsword he had bought at a high price. This is a top-tier B-grade weapon that I bought for 50 million. What quality is the sword you have in your hand? Wang Moyuan's pupils contracted and dilated as he stared in shock at the silver longsword in Lin Yu's hand, his eyes almost popping out. The nick on the broadsword was undoubtedly caused by the silver sword in the opponent's hand. This effect can only be achieved when the quality of the weapons differs significantly. He once fought a poor martial artist who used a D-grade weapon. The difference in their strength was not much, but after 100 or so collisions, the weapon in the other's hand shattered. And now, he only touched Lin Yu's silver sword once, and his B-grade weapon is like this. What's going on? I was right there when my brother bought this knife. It's definitely a top-quality B-grade knife, not much different from some inferior A-grade knives. Wang Xinyu's eyes widened slightly. Although her severed arm was still in a lot of pain after taking the healing and pain-relieving pills, she was still in pain. But at this moment she almost ignored the pain, biting her lip and staring at the silver longsword in Lin Yu's hand. What quality is that sword? Could it be SS grade? Even an SS grade weapon shouldn't be this terrifying, right? It damaged a top-tier B-grade weapon like this in an instant. What happened? Young Master Wang was actually repelled? Look at young Master Wang's knife. It's got a nick. The onlookers around were shocked and began to discuss the spectacle with horrified expressions. Lin Yu's performance has exceeded their expectations. So powerful. I understand him less and less. What happened to cause such a big change in Lin Yu? What quality is that sword? Is it an SS legendary weapon or an SSS artifact? Tang Rongrong had a few drops of sweat on her forehead and a serious expression. It's just a sword. Lin Yu smirked and charged forward, rushing towards Wang Moyuan. Seeing Lin Yu charging towards him, Wang Moyuan had no intention of fighting. With a thump, he knelt down on the ground and began kowtowing and begging for mercy. Lin, stop. This was my fault. I shouldn't have bothered you, and I shouldn't have fallen for Donna. I was wrong. I'm not good enough for Donna. Only you are. Please forgive me this once. Smack. Smack. Wang Moyuan cried and begged for mercy while kowtowing. At the same time, he slapped his own face with both hands, so hard that blood came out of the corners of his mouth. Well. Seeing Wang Moyuan's reaction, Lin Yu stood still, wondering what was going on. He hadn't even made a move yet, and he was already kneeling on the ground? Chapter 16, The Testing Instrument Produces Results. It's amazing. Lin Yu thought for a moment, then instead of using the sky-splitting sword, he kicked out and struck Wang Moyuan hard in the chest. Crack! Wang Moyuan made no attempt to defend himself against Lin Yu's attack. The kick, carrying a fierce momentum, struck his chest, sending him flying more than 10 meters. This guy knows how to adapt to the times. A hint of surprise appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. It must be said that although Wang Moyuan likes to cause trouble for others, he knows how to assess the situation. If the opponent hadn't knelt down early and hadn't resisted, their fate today would have been far more severe than just a shattered chest. They wouldn't have died, but they would have at least lost both legs. Give me 10 million as compensation, then get out. Yes, thank you, Lin. Wang Moyuan forced himself to stand up despite the pain, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and took out a large number of treasures from his spacetime ring, placing them on the open ground in front of him. Student Lin, I have over 10 million in my bank account, but I need to transfer it, which is a hassle. Take a look at these resources, they should be worth 10 million. Cough cough. As he spoke, Wang Moyuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his chest ached terribly. He hurriedly took out several expensive pills and swallowed them, which made him feel much better. The silver longsword in Lin Yu's hand is either SS grade or SSS grade. He personally preferred the artifact because Lin Yu's aura indicated that he was only level 9, yet his power was greater than his. Clearly, there's something strange about the weapon in Lin Yu's hand. According to rumors, divine artifacts can greatly enhance a martial artist's strength. Moreover, even a divine artifact alone cannot achieve this level. Lin Yu must have other trump cards up his sleeve. Hiss. After understanding all this, Wang Moyuan gasped in shock, having lost all will to resist. With such a great secret, Lin Yu's future achievements will surely be extraordinary, so he absolutely cannot be offended. Moreover, this is a school, so eliminating the other party to prevent future troubles is impossible. Therefore, the best way is to beg for forgiveness and then keep to yourself. That's enough, you can get out now. Lin Yu made a rough estimate, nodded slightly, and put all the resources into the Phoenix Time Space Ring. The Phoenix Time Space Ring has a very large space, hundreds of cubic kilometers, so there's no need to worry about it not being able to hold everything. Yes, sister, let's go quickly. Wang Moyuan breathed a sigh of relief, gave Wang Xinyu a reminder, and then used both hands and feet to roll away into the distance. So embarrassing. Wang Xinyu's lips twitched. She reminded her underling to pick up the severed arm from the ground and quickly left. The medical technology in this world is very advanced. Even if an arm is cut off, it can be reattached with precious medicine, but the cost is quite high. As Wang Moyuan and his group left, the shock on the faces of everyone present did not lessen at all. On the contrary, it increased. I can't believe my eyes, right? Young Master Wang is so scared? Could it be that the weapon in Lin Yu's hand is some kind of divine artifact? It's highly likely. Lin Yu is only level 9, yet he possesses such terrifying speed and strength. Hiss. It really is. As expected, no rich person is a fool. They begged for mercy very promptly. The crowd gasped in disgust, their eyes filled with envy, respect, and fear as they looked at Lin Yu. To possess such terrifying strength at level 9, calling him a monster is no exaggeration. It seems that Gao Xiaolan was killed by Lin Yu. I don't need to ask him anymore. Tang Rongrong shook her head with a wry smile. She had been worried that something might happen to Lin Yu, but now it seemed that she was the one who was being foolish. Excuse me, wait a minute. The two people who were watching the battle from the tallest building flew over here, their faces filled with shock, and called out to Lin Yu, who was about to leave. Who are you? Lin Yu stopped and saw two shocked-looking people walking towards him from behind. One of them had a resolute and dignified expression, and his body exuded a faint but terrifying aura. The other person appears to be the shop owner. Excuse me, I am Zhao Su, the vice president of Zitian University. Which class are you in? Zhao Su took out an ID card to prove his identity, and then asked a question. Lin Yu from class 3. Zhao Su nodded slightly, looked at the silver sword in Lin Yu's hand, and asked with a hint of excitement, Lin Yu, what quality is that sword in your hand? Of course, if it's inconvenient to say, then never mind. There's nothing inconvenient about it. This sword is an SSS level divine weapon. Lin Yu said it without a care. This sword is his main weapon at present and will often appear in the public eye, so there is no need to hide its specific quality. Moreover, there's no need for that, since his trump card isn't this sword, but rather a variety of divine artifacts. Lin, may I take a test? Zhao Su stared wide-eyed, his arm trembling as he took out a measuring instrument. It wasn't that he didn't believe Lin Yu's words, but rather that he dared not believe it. The probability of encountering a divine artifact was simply too small. With his skill level, the weapon he used was only a grade. Let's test it. Lin Yu tossed the sky-splitting sword to him. Bound by the contract rules, there was no need to fear anyone taking it away. Moreover, revealing certain things would be beneficial to him. Acting subservient where the like doesn't suit his personality. A fine sword. The moment Zhao Su held the silver sword in his hand, he sensed its extraordinary nature. It felt exceptionally good in his hand and the blade was unusually sharp. When he held the sword in his hand, his strength seemed to increase significantly. Zhao Su dared not delay and eagerly placed the silver sword on the testing instrument. The instrument's color gradually changed, quickly settling on red, where it clearly displayed the SSS grade. A divine artifact. It really is a divine artifact. Zhao Su's eyes widened as he looked at the quality displayed above. His finger, which was pointing at the instrument, trembled uncontrollably, and he almost stopped breathing. As the vice president of Zitian University, he is a formidable figure who can usually remain calm. But at this moment, he couldn't stay calm no matter what. A divine artifact. He actually saw a divine artifact with his own eyes. Moreover, the owner of this divine artifact is a student at Zitian University. My God! It really is a magical artifact. A student with a magical artifact has appeared in our school. Upon learning the result, everyone gasped in surprise. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with shock. Just now, although they realized that the sword might be a divine artifact, they were not sure at all, since SS-level weapons could also produce such an effect. Of course, they could only guess whether it was possible or not, since they had never seen it before. On the other hand, the probability of obtaining a divine artifact is so low that it's impossible. Seeing the test results with their own eyes, their hearts were pounding. This kid is so lucky, no wonder he often comes to my shop to buy treasure chests. Lu Rushue muttered in a daze. Alright, it's just a magical artifact, what's the big deal? Seeing the crowd standing there dumbfounded, Lin Yu curled his lip, walked to the testing equipment, picked up the sky-splitting sword, and left. All that was left was a bewildered mess in the wind. The news of the divine artifact in Chapter 17 spread, causing a great stir. After school at noon, Lin Yu quickly began to experience the benefits of the magical artifact. The school learned of his talent and sent him a membership medal right after school. With this membership badge, the resources you receive each month will triple. Furthermore, everything purchased at the school's resource store is 10% off. Lin Yu accepted it without hesitation. The news of the artifact was so astonishing that it spread throughout the entire Xia Federation that very day, especially in schools. The Xia Federation has a population of over 1 billion and hundreds of martial arts universities, with Zitian University ranking 4th among all universities. When the top 3 universities learned that Zitian University had produced a student with a magical artifact, they were all in an uproar and engaged in heated discussions. The third-ranked university is Fengyun University. Principal's office. Principal Zhang Luqi had a solemn expression, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and the intelligence he had obtained was in his hand, which he was carefully examining. Purple Sky University is so lucky to have accepted a student who has a contracted artifact. Have you found out the student's detailed information? Zhang Luqi placed the intelligence on the table and asked casually. Found it. A young teacher stood opposite Zhang Luqi, handed him a form, and muttered something strangely. That student is only level 9, but he is very strong. It is said that his true strength is no weaker than a level 19 martial artist. Can a divine artifact bring such a great boost? If it's just a divine artifact, it can't be, it must have other secrets. Zhang Luqi shook his head solemnly. There is a 10-level difference between level 9 and level 19. Since the effect of each level is multiplicative, the overall attributes can differ by at least 7 or 8 times. At this critical juncture, the sudden appearance of a student with a divine artifact, won't that disrupt our plans? The young teacher asked. He's just a level 9 student. So what if he has a divine artifact? Can he defeat a level 30 martial artist? Besides, I've already made contact with the second university. Within 20 days, Zitian University will definitely be in trouble. A sinister glint flashed in Zhang Luqi's eyes. Near a massive volcano, bright red lava churns and roars, spewing forth scorching waves of heat. A woman dressed in purple sat cross-legged in the lava, absorbing the surrounding flames. Tap, tap, tap. A man walked on lava, a curious look on his face, and reported to the woman in purple. My lord, I have just received some very interesting news. Lin Yu has obtained a divine artifact. The woman in purple opened her eyes, her gaze burning with crimson flames, and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh? He actually obtained a divine artifact? Interesting. I originally thought he was just one of the masses, but I didn't expect him to make such a splash." The woman in purple was Donna, who had left earlier. Her expression changed slightly when the artifact was mentioned. A divine artifact, that's something even she struggles to obtain. Donna, achieving the great Tao is the true path. Don't waste your energy on an insignificant person. Without exceptional talent and resources, even if you accidentally obtain a divine artifact, you will eventually become just another ordinary person. A person behind him reminded him. I know. The woman in purple nodded and said, I'm just slightly interested in him. After all, that experience was quite good, but that's about it. For the next 10 days or so, nothing major happened, and Lin Yu spent each day opening treasure chests. Name, Lin Yu. Level, 30. Items, Sky-Splitting Sword SSS, Phoenix Time Space Ring SSS, Dragon Slaying Saber SSS. Overall Attribute Enhancement Multiplier, 17x. Over the past 12 days, Lin Yu has opened a total of 11 resource chests and 1 weapon chest. He discovered that not all intermediate treasure chests could yield god-tier items, only about 1/3 of the intermediate treasure chests could. In the early stages, his level increased very quickly, but when he reached level 25, the level increase slowed down. High-level treasure chests are so rare. For more than 10 days, neither the school nor the shops outside have sold any high-level treasure chests. It's time to go to the Abyss world for some training. Such rapid improvement makes me feel that my realm is somewhat unstable, and I don't have much money left. Lin Yu stretched and made some preparations before heading to the Tower of the Abyss. The Abyss is a world hostile to humanity, inhabited by a large number of abyssal creatures. The Tower of the Abyss is a bridge leading to the Abyss. Normally, only humans can pass through the Tower of the Abyss. After traveling for more than half an hour, Lin Yu arrived at the edge of the Xia Federation, a place called the Soul-Severing Forest. The Soul-Shattering Forest covers an area of over 5 million square kilometers and is filled with ancient trees reaching for the sky. At a depth of approximately 300 kilometers, a towering structure reaching to the heavens stands. The tower is tens of thousands of meters high and hundreds of meters in diameter. It is entirely black and emits pitch-black mist. People came and went at the foot of the tower, with countless martial artists coming and going in large numbers. The Tower of the Abyss is not a product of the Xia Federation, but is shared by more than a dozen nearby countries. Lin Yu arrived at the foot of the Abyss Tower and, without hesitation, walked straight toward the teleportation gate. Before he could even step through the gate, a child in red rushed towards him, holding something that looked like a glass bead in his arms. Lin Yu frowned slightly and chose to dodge. The child swept past him and fell to the ground. With a crack, the glass bead in his arms fell to the ground and shattered. Ah! My baby is broken. The child glanced at the glass bead in his arms, discovered it was shattered, and burst into tears, attracting the attention of many. Lin Yu ignored the crying child and turned to leave. But just then, the child stood up, pounced on him, and grabbed his leg tightly. You can't leave. It's all your fault. Why did you trip me just now? Wah! My luminous pearl. You broke my luminous pearl. The child in red hugged his leg and sobbed, his voice shrill and pitiful. This scene immediately attracted the attention of all the pedestrians nearby. Did this man deliberately trip the child? That's possible, otherwise why would the child trip? A dozen or so onlookers began pointing and whispering. Several kind-hearted men and women even stood in front of Lin Yu, preventing him from leaving. Hey kid, don't talk nonsense. When did I trip you? Lin Yu glared at him, her face showing some impatience. Just now, he deliberately stepped aside, not even touching the child in red's clothes. Hearing this, the child in red cried even louder, shouting hoarsely between sobs. Wah, I'm not lying, it was you who did it. You still want to deny it, wah, daddy, I want daddy, wah. Son, what's wrong? Just then, a loud roar came from not far away, as deep and resonant as thunder. A burly, middle-aged man with a fierce face quickly made his way through the crowd and arrived at the scene. Dad, you're finally here. When the child in red saw the middle-aged man, he let go of Lin Yu's trouser leg and ran towards him crying. Little Bao, don't cry. Tell Daddy what happened. Did someone bully you? The middle-aged man held the red-clad child in his arms, wiped away his tears, and comforted him. Seemingly having found someone to back them up, the child in red cried even harder, pointing at Lin Yu and saying, Dad, it was him. This older brother bullied me. Just now, when I passed by him, he deliberately tripped me. Then, he pointed to the luminous pearl on the ground and said, Look, I fell to the ground and the luminous pearl broke. He won't admit it because I'm small, and he's bullying me. Wah! What? Listening to her son's sobs, and then seeing the shattered luminous pearl on the ground. The middle-aged man was instantly enraged, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu, his body filled with boundless fury. Kid, was what my son just said true? Did you trip him on purpose? And now you're denying it? Chapter 18: The Angry Middle-Aged Man. His face contorted with rage, his expression fierce as he questioned through gritted teeth. He dotes on his children the most. He wouldn't even utter a single harsh word against them at home. If this young man dared to bully his son, he would make him pay the price. This has nothing to do with me. Lin Yu was getting a little annoyed. He had a feeling that this kid was doing it on purpose. But if it was intentional, what was the purpose? Wah, look, he's denying it, isn't he? My luminous pearl, wah. The child in red was kicking his limbs wildly, tears and snot streaming down his face, his expression full of grievance and pitifulness. However, what others couldn't see was a glint of cunning and wickedness flashing deep in his eyes. His luminous pearl was bought by his father at a high price, costing several million yuan at the time. The person in front of me was dressed plainly, and it was obvious at a glance that he didn't have much money. He deliberately broke his luminous pearl and blamed it on the person in front of him, intending to make the person unable to pay for it and bankrupt them. As for his purpose in doing so, it was naturally because it was fun. Seeing humanity in despair and helplessness gave him endless satisfaction. Alright, sweetie, don't cry. Daddy will take care of you. Hearing his son's heart-wrenching cries, the middle-aged man felt as if his heart was being torn apart. After patting his son on the back to comfort him, he looked at Lin Yu with murderous intent in his eyes. Kid, my son is only 8 years old. He would never lie. If you dare to act like a scoundrel again, don't blame me for being impolite. I spent 3 million on that luminous pearl. You must compensate me for the original price, and then pay an additional 1 million as compensation for my son's emotional distress. Then this matter will be over. The dozen or so onlookers also started pointing and whispering, demanding compensation from Lin Yu. A hot-blooded young man in his 20s even stood up and threatened to beat Lin Yu to death if he didn't pay compensation. Everyone says you have something wrong with you, hurry up and pay up. The hot-blooded young man held a white palm leaf fan, his aura slightly dissipating, his gaze firm yet fierce. I think he's fine. However, at that moment, a different voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man and a woman standing on the periphery of the crowd. What are these two guys doing here? Lin Yu also looked at the two people and recognized them. They were Wang Moyuan and Wang Xinyu, who had had conflicts with him at school before. Wang Xinyu's 2 severed arms were reattached, and she appears to be unharmed. Ha? What do you two mean? Do you think my son is lying? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly, emanating a level 30 aura of pressure that pressed down on Wang Moyuan and the other man. Gurgle. Sensing this terrifying aura, Wang Moyuan swallowed hard, but did not back down. He straightened his chest and said firmly, Yes, your son did lie. I just saw with my own eyes that your son fell down on his own, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. My sister saw it too. Yes, he fell down by himself. Wang Xinyu nodded repeatedly in agreement, a hint of guilt in her heart. Actually, she and her brother had just come out of the Tower of Abyss and didn't see it. However, after learning the general situation and with his father's advice, the two decided to help Lin Yu. You two are quite interesting, why are you speaking up for me? Lin Yu looked at the two of them curiously, seemingly lost in thought. Lin, what are you saying? We're classmates, of course we'll speak up for you. Wang Moyuan chuckled and bowed obsequiously, acting like a lackey. Wang Xinyu didn't say anything, but glanced at Lin Yu with some fear before quickly looking away. Why, you two stop talking nonsense. You two weren't there when I fell down. Wah, Dad, they bullied me. The child in red cried loudly, tears streaming down his face. Seeing his son so heartbroken, the middle-aged man was filled with murderous intent and roared fiercely. You two know this kid, so of course you'll speak up for him. And regardless of whether my son fell down on his own, this kid can't escape responsibility. He either has to die or pay 4 million in compensation. After saying that, he put his son on the ground, summoned a meteor hammer, gripped the handle with both hands, and his fighting spirit sword. You! Wang Moyuan and the other man froze, not expecting the man in front of them to be so decisive, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. The key issue is that the opponent is level 30, which is far beyond their capabilities. I'll take the 4 million. Wang Moyuan gritted his teeth, took out some expensive resources from the space-time ring, and prepared to hand them over. Now that we've chosen to show goodwill to Lin Yu, we can't give up halfway. Etc. However, Lin Yu interrupted his actions, looking coldly at the father and son in red. You don't have a single penny. Take your stupid son and get out of here, or don't blame me for being impolite. Well. Upon hearing this, Wang Moyuan and the other looked at Lin Yu with surprise. Even at this point, he still dared to make such a threat. The onlookers were furious, especially the hot-blooded young man, who shouted the loudest. Actually, he wasn't really enthusiastic, he was just in a bad mood today and wanted to find an outlet for his frustration. Judging from your appearance, you must still be a student. You haven't seen the cruelty outside. I'll show you today. Boom! The middle-aged man exerted force with both legs and charged towards Lin Yu, stomping so hard that a deep pit appeared in the ground. Buzz buzz buzz. He gripped the sledgehammer with both hands and swung it with such force that the air seemed to freeze, its surface covered in a layer of blue light. Ah! Before the hammer had even fully arrived, the ground was already cracking, and several low-level martial artists nearby were blasted away by its force. Kill him, he deserves to die, he he he. The child in red was overjoyed to see this and almost burst out laughing. What a piece of trash. He's at the same level as me, but his strength is so weak. Lin Yu looked disdainful, not even bothering to use the sky-splitting sword, and raised his right hand to catch the hammer with his bare hands. Boom! The sledgehammer struck the palm, and the energy it carried exploded. The ground was blasted into a crater 5 or 6 meters wide, with rubble and sand flying everywhere. However, despite the strong aftershocks from the sledgehammer, the hand in front remained completely still, firmly blocking the sledgehammer. This is impossible. The middle-aged man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he stared at the hand that caught the sledgehammer, his expression as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth agape. Chapter 19, They All Have to Die. He was astonished to see that the young man in front of him had actually blocked his sledgehammer with one hand. What material is that hand made of? Even the hardest alloy would break if it were smashed. Most importantly, he could sense that the other person's aura was the same as his own. Both were level 30 martial artists. Nothing is impossible, you just haven't seen it yet. You go first, I'll take your son down to see you in a bit. Lin Yu's figure flickered, appearing out of thin air beside the middle-aged man like a ghost. His right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the man's throat. Kill me, but spare my son. The middle-aged man suddenly felt a sense of suffocation, his eyes widened, and he pleaded for mercy with difficulty. But he wasn't doing it for himself, he was doing it for his son. Your son is all alone and pitiful. Let him go down and keep you company. Lin Yu remained expressionless, gently applying force with his right hand. With a snap, the middle-aged man's neck broke, his expression contorted in rage, blood gushing from all 7 orifices. Now you. Lin Yu casually tossed the corpse to the ground, turned his gaze to the child in red, and moved again, rushing away. Ah! Big brother, don't kill me! The child in red was terrified, his face filled with horror, and a warm flow appeared in his lower body. He never expected things to change so quickly. His father, who had always protected him, was suddenly killed. Smack! Lin Yu remained unmoved by the red-clothed child's pleas for mercy and grabbed him by the neck. With a forceful squeeze of his 5 fingers, a sound of bones cracking rang out. Roar! Surprisingly, the screams of the child in red as he died did not sound human, but rather like those of some kind of wild beast, and a red light shone in his eyes. It has been infected by the aura of the abyss. Wang Moyuan noticed something was wrong with the child in red. People with weak willpower or weak strength may be infected by the aura of the abyss if they are exposed to it for a long time, leading to their psychological degeneration. No wonder it was acting strangely, it turns out it was an infectious substance. Lin Yu threw the corpse on the ground and charged out again, heading straight for the most vocal and hot-blooded youth. What are you doing? I was just a helpful bystander, I had no idea you were being misunderstood. The passionate young man looked terrified and offered a bewildered explanation. Seeing the strength Lin Yu had just displayed, he had no intention of fighting him. Whether you know it or not doesn't matter, what matters is that you have to pay the price for your actions. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu arrived beside him. A flash of silver light appeared, and a silver longsword materialized, slashing towards the opponent's throat like a bolt of lightning. I'll fight you to the death. The hot-blooded youth did not sit idly by and wait for his death. His hands turned black and red as he slapped them out, heading straight for the silver sword blade. Put! Put! With the silver sword's sharpness, it could easily destroy even a B-grade weapon, let alone a hand that had simply changed color. The moment the blade touched the dark palm, it separated his hands completely, as if slicing through the air, without encountering any obstruction. Then, with incredible speed, it slashed across his neck. With a thump, the headless corpse of the passionate young man lay on the ground, his severed head rolling to the side, his eyes wide open, filled with terror and a desperate desire to live. Dead? Wang Moyuan and Wang Xingyu both took a step back, startled by Lin Yu's actions. Fortunately, they knelt down in time that day, and they had no intention of killing anyone, they just wanted to beat the other party up. Otherwise, given Lin Yu's style of doing things, they would probably be lying in pools of blood too. Good riddance. Good riddance, sir. This damned guy dared to stir up trouble without knowing the specifics of the situation. He deserved to die. A burly man who was watching the commotion suddenly shouted and spat at the hot-blooded youth, his eyes full of disgust. Good job, well done. That father and son are definitely no good. I suggest we whip their corpses. Cut off their koan. The others also shuddered and hurriedly echoed the burly man, speaking up for Lin Yu. The soul-severing forest is a lawless place. Even if you are killed here, the major countries will not care. Therefore, killings between martial artists are common in the soul-severing forest. This person in front of them is as powerful as a monster. If he were to kill them, they would surely die. Lin Yu ignored everyone's reactions and bent down to take off the time-space rings from the middle-aged man and the hot-blooded youth. This middle-aged man is quite wealthy. The middle-aged man's time-space ring contained a lot of resources, but Lin Yu didn't know its specific value. There were many resources inside that he didn't recognize, and only by going to the school store could he estimate their true value. The time-traveling ring for passionate youth is not good. It has very few resources and treasures, probably not even reaching 500,000. Having done all this, Lin Yu did not linger, but walked towards the Tower of the Abyss and stepped through the dark gate. Brother, Lin Yu is so scary. It's only been 10 days, and he's become so terrifying. Watching Lin Yu's figure disappear, Wang Xingyu could not hide her shock. She remembered that just over 10 days ago, Lin Yu's strength was at most slightly stronger than her brother's, but now he had suddenly become so terrifying? Lin Yu actually blocked a full-force attack from a level 30 martial artist with his bare hands? That's terrifying. Luckily, we didn't become his mortal enemies. He's probably even stronger than our father now. Wang Moyuan shivered, his whole body covered in goosebumps. If he hadn't shamelessly knelt down early on, he would probably be dead by now, and the Wang family might even have been wiped out. Ahem, little sister, have you never been in a relationship before? Wang Moyuan coughed, waking the dazed Wang Xingyu. We haven't talked about it. What's wrong? Wang Xingyu turned around and asked, puzzled. Wang Moyuan coughed awkwardly and said, ahem, being in love is wonderful. What do you think of Lin Yu? Brother. Wang Xingyu's pretty face darkened, and she stomped her foot in anger. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Lin Yu is very talented, but he doesn't have any feelings for me at all. Besides, I'm a girl. Are you suggesting I pursue him? Undeniably, Lin Yu is a top-tier genius. If nothing unexpected happens, her future is limitless. Marrying such a prodigy would certainly be a good idea. But judging from his behavior, he clearly had no feelings for her. Little sister, you can't say that. They say it's easy for a woman to pursue a man. What if she succeeds? Wang Moyuan poked his hands and said with a smirk. Brother. Don't forget about Donna. Even though Donna has left, what if they're still in contact? You'd better not get any romantic ideas about him. Wang Xingyu crossed her arms and reminded him in an annoyed tone. Okay, I almost forgot. Wang Moyuan scratched his head. He almost forgot about Donna, who had left. Although Lin Yu kept saying that the two were not boyfriend and girlfriend, it could be troublesome if they were. Chapter 20, Kill the Spider Woman and obtain a beginner-level treasure chest. Lin Yu, on the other side, was unaware that people were talking about him, and even if he did, he wouldn't care too much. He has no interest in talking about relationships. What he wants to do most right now is to reach level 100. The moment Lin Yu entered the Abyss Tower, he felt dizzy. The surrounding scenery changed, and when things stabilized, he found himself on a desolate mountain. Traveling through the Tower of the Abyss is random. No one knows where they will end up. Let me go. I'll never dare come to the Abyss again. Upon arriving at the desolate mountain, Lin Yu heard several shrill screams. Ahead, dozens of abyssal creatures were torturing humans. Those abyssal creatures were entirely black, with the upper bodies of human females, very sexy, and some were even quite beautiful. Just looking at their upper bodies would make many men aroused. But its lower body is that of a spider, with 8 long, jet black legs, as if it were wearing jet black boots. Spider Woman. Lin Yu had seen the abyss creature encyclopedia and immediately recognized the species of those abyss creatures, the infamous Spider Woman. Spider women are a type of dangerous abyssal creature with a very lecherous personality, similar to goblins. No, it's even worse than goblins. Goblins at least only prey on women, but spider women are indiscriminate in their appetites, and they don't discriminate against young humans. A few dozen meters ahead, 7 or 8 young men and women were firmly restrained. The older humans are killed, and the younger ones are spared. Don't push me. Dozens of spider women, their faces filled with ferocity, punched and kicked the group of warriors. However, they didn't seem to use their full strength in order to make it more fun. Beating up human warriors and listening to their screams is one of their favorite things. This is the abyss, a place where martial artists can make a fortune, yet it is also fraught with danger. That man is acting strangely. Lin Yu glanced at them and noticed that most of the men and women who had been beaten looked desperate. But one man was an exception, with a silly grin on his face. Another human has arrived. A young man. At this moment, a seductive spider woman noticed Lin Yu, who had just arrived, and shouted. Immediately, the dozen or so spider women who couldn't find a place to beat him up were drawn to Lin Yu. He's so handsome, arrest him. I'm not interested in men. 6 or 7 spider women, their faces beaming with excitement, scrambled toward Lin Yu using all 8 of their legs. The remaining spider women stood still, uninterested. Spider women have no dietary restrictions for the entire group. However, individual spider women have different preferences. Some prefer men, while others prefer women. Of course, after capturing humans, they also do what goblins like to do. However, such things usually happen after humans have been captured and brought into the nest. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The spider women at the forefront opened their mouths and shot out white spider webs, lunging at Lin Yu. These spider webs are thick, tough, and sticky. Once you get stained with them, they are difficult to tear apart with ordinary weapons. Moreover, there are so many of them that they cover the sky. The highest level spider woman is only level 31, so she's not dangerous. Lin Yu stretched out his arm, and the silver sky-splitting sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at the oncoming spider web. Whoosh! The silver sword flashed coldly as it sliced through the spider web, easily cutting them apart as if it were cutting through the air. Lin Yu lunged forward, emerging from the gaps in the spider web to meet the spider women, brandishing his silver sword and mercilessly slashing at one of them. What? The spider woman's pupils contracted and dilated in an instant. Before she could react, her body was cleaved in 2 from the chest, and green blood gushed out. Swish! 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 Without hesitation, Lin Yu swiftly swung his silver sword, the sword shadow piercing the air. With screams of agony, all the charging spider women were killed, their bodies splitting open, green blood and internal organs spurting out. What's wrong with this human? The spider women behind him all stopped what they were doing and looked at Lin Yu, their faces full of confusion and surprise. Damn it, this human is a level 30 martial artist. Sisters, don't be careless. A tiger-striped spider woman, noticeably larger than herself, spoke up with a very serious expression. Something's off about this human. She's level 31, one level higher than the other. But she couldn't see the human's movements at all, which was really strange. The other spider women also became wary and abandoned their playful thoughts. Attack him together and kill him. The tiger-striped spider woman charged out with a violent aura. She moved her 8 legs quickly and in perfect coordination, at a speed several times that of a normal level 31 human martial artist. The other spider women followed behind, leaving only a few to guard the prey and prevent the captured humans from escaping. Dozens of giant spiders charged together, so densely packed that the ground trembled, creating an incredibly oppressive atmosphere. There's also a high-quality spider woman. I wonder if she'll drop any good loot. Lin Yu's figure flashed as he rushed towards the dozens of spider women, moving so fast that he couldn't see them clearly. So fast. The tiger-striped spider woman cried out in surprise. That human was too fast. He was so fast that even she couldn't catch him. Let alone level 30, even a level 40 human shouldn't be this terrifying, right? Whoosh! When Lin Yu paused again, he was already beside the tiger-striped spider woman, and he swung his silver sword down from above. In fact, besides leveling up, martial artists can also become stronger by practicing certain techniques. However, Lin Yu disdained cultivating techniques as long as his level was high. He could simply use brute force to overpower his opponent. Even if you cultivate your skills to a high level, can you really fight a level 50 opponent when you're only level 30? Neither this human nor this sword is normal. The tiger spider goddess was terrified and had no time to dodge, so she could only raise her forelimbs to defend herself. Put. The silver sword fell, easily breaking through her defenses, severing her 2 forelimbs, and then slicing across her body. The tiger-striped spider-woman's eyes widened in horror as she glanced at Lin Yu and the longsword in his hand. Her pupils gradually dilated, and she lost all her breath. Put. At the moment of her death, a treasure chest burst out of her body. It was a dark white chest, just a basic one. Die. The second strongest spider-woman rushed to the side, swinging her forelimbs as sharp as a large knife. However, by the time his forelimbs swept past, Lin Yu's figure had already vanished. Where are they? The second strongest spider-woman stared with bewildered eyes, warily looking around, trying to find Lin Yu's figure. Before she could find it, a sharp pain shot through her chest. She only felt a flash of silver light before her chest split open. Chapter 21. Someone wants to buy my time-space ring? Put. The 2 strongest spider women were easily killed, not to mention the others, who were simply slaughtered. Every time he swung his sword, a spider woman would fall into a pool of blood. Wow! This human is so powerful. Human, don't kill me, I'm willing to be your slave. Seeing their companions die one by one, the spider woman army collapsed. To survive, they either fled or knelt on the ground begging for mercy. However, regardless of the method used, they ultimately could not escape the fate of being killed. After killing all the spider women, Lin Yu began to count his spoils, obtaining 2 beginner treasure chests and more than 10 black crystals. These crystals, known as magic crystals, are found inside abyssal creatures and contain a large amount of energy, which can be extracted and used by humans. Of course, not all living things have magic crystals inside their bodies. Only those of higher levels can condense magic crystals, and the quality of the condensed magic crystals varies depending on the level. There's nothing good in the beginner chests, so it would be a waste not to use the free attempts on them. Lin Yu collected all the beginner treasure chests and magic crystals, then turned to leave. Among the group of men and women being beaten by the spider woman, a handsome man managed to stand up. He watched Lin Yu's departing figure, his eyes filled with ferocity and hatred, and muttered a complaint under his breath. Damn it, that bastard, I was having a good time and he killed the spider woman? Are you insulting me? Lin Yu paused in her steps, slowly turned around, and a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. His level is 30, and his hearing is already strong, further enhanced by a 17x boost. He can hear every sound within 100 meters if he wants to. Gurgle. The handsome man instinctively shivered. That look was terrifying. It was filled with coldness and disdain. Although he was somewhat afraid, he didn't show it and forced himself to say, "So what if I cursed at you? I'm a masochist, and I'm having a good time. Who told you to kill the spider woman? You're just a good-for-nothing bastard. You're very brave." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yu moved, rushing towards the handsome man at lightning speed. What do you want? I'm human, not a creature of the abyss. Do you intend to kill me? No, don't come any closer. I was wrong, I'll never scold you again. At first, the handsome man was able to remain calm and maintain a tough stance. Realizing Lin Yu wasn't joking, he became frightened and begged for mercy earnestly while running away. Whoosh! A flash of silver light appeared, and a head was tossed high into the air, rolling several times on the ground. The handsome man's head, tossed back in his hand, was filled with surprise. He was killed just for uttering one curse word? The few men and women who were still alive immediately covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound. They had initially thought the man was a good person who had saved them, but now it seemed he was a killer. There are such freaks in the world who actually feel pleasure from being violated by the spider woman. Lin Yu shook his head. He felt much better after killing the other person. He took off the handsome man's time travel ring, and without lingering, left. The remaining men and women took the healing medicine, and after their injuries improved, they also left the place. For the next period of time, Lin Yu searched everywhere for traces of abyssal creatures, killing them continuously until dusk before stopping. It's getting dark soon. They say the abyss becomes especially dangerous at night. We'll continue the hunt tomorrow. Lin Yu glanced at the sky and walked towards the nearest teleportation portal. To enter the abyss, one must pass through the Tower of the Abyss to leave the abyss, one must use the portals scattered throughout the area. After running for more than 10 minutes, Lin Yu arrived at the nearest portal, stepped inside, and was teleported back to the human world. He didn't go too far from the soul-shattering forest, but headed towards a nearby town. I plan to stay there for one night and continue hunting abyssal creatures tomorrow. Inside a restaurant, Lin Yu was eating a large meal. Across from me sat a group of students, one of whom wore a student ID card on his waist that read Fengyun University. One of the brightly dressed female students saw the time travel ring on Lin Yu's hand, her eyes lit up, and her face was full of desire. She grabbed the boy's hand next to her and shook it, saying, "Brother Zhang, look! That ring is so pretty, I want it." Zhang Huayan was tall and strong, wearing a school uniform, but he already had a beer belly. He was drinking when he noticed his girlfriend's coquettish manner and asked affectionately, "Which time-space ring?" "That's it, the red time travel ring that person is wearing." "I want it, please buy it for me quickly." The pretty girl pouted, pointed at Lin Yu's right hand, and shook Zhang Huayan's arm violently. "It's just a time-space ring, I'll buy it for you right now." Zhang Huayan looked in the direction she pointed and found that the person's time-space ring was indeed very beautiful, even he was tempted by it. He patted a student on the shoulder to his right and ordered, "Ghost Monkey, go and call that guy over. I want to buy his time-space ring." He wouldn't personally make such a public statement that would be too beneath his dignity. "Okay, Boss Zhang." The student who was patted on the shoulder had a pointed face, dark skin, and thin eyebrows. At first glance, he looked like a dead monkey, so he had a nickname at school, Ghost Monkey. "Hey, you over there eating, come here for a second. Our boss's girlfriend has her eye on your time-space ring. You've hit the jackpot." The Ghost Monkey put down his chopsticks and shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice noisy and unpleasant. The diners in the restaurant covered their ears, their faces pale, upon hearing the sound, which resembled a ghostly wail. Lin Yu, who was eating not far away, seemed not to have heard anything and continued eating her food normally. "Hey! Are you deaf, kid? I'm talking to you." Seeing that Lin Yu did not react, Ghost Monkey became furious, stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and walked over aggressively. "You can't afford this time-space ring of mine, so don't bother me." Lin Yu looked up at the Ghost Monkey and said calmly, "His time-space ring is of god-level quality. Even if the system didn't allow trading, its price would be at least hundreds of billions. This is just a conservative estimate. If it were to be auctioned off, it could cost trillions, which is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. Unless the government intervenes." "Damn it, you're so arrogant. You actually said we can't afford it? Do you even know who our boss is?" Chapter 22. If you dare to make a move, then die. Ghost Monkey walked up to Lin Yu and stared down at him, exuding a strong sense of oppression. "I don't know, and I don't need to know. If you have nothing to do, get lost and don't make me angry." Lin Yu shook her head slightly and took a tissue to wipe her mouth. "Kid, judging from your clothes, you don't seem to have any connections. Why are you so arrogant?" Ghost Monkey looked Lin Yu up and down a few times and found that he was wearing ordinary clothes, which made him even angrier. "To tell you the truth, the person who wants to buy your time-space ring is Zhang Huayan, the son of Zhang Luqi, the president of Fengyun University." When he spoke of Zhang Luqi, he raised his chin slightly, his expression arrogant, as if Zhang Luqi were his father. In his view, the kid in front of him would be scared out of his wits if he heard who his boss was. At the very least, their attitude would be extremely respectful, holding the time-space ring with both hands while trading with them. After all, he was the president of the third strongest university in the Xia Federation, and his prestige was self-evident. He possessed both power and money. However, to his surprise, Lin Yu showed no reaction whatsoever, remaining completely indifferent. "Oh, I see. You can get lost now. You son of a bitch." The demon monkey's face contorted with rage, and he clenched his fists, as if he were about to strike. "Stop, you devil monkey." Zhang Huayan stopped him, stood up, and slowly walked towards the two of them. "Brother, I'm really sorry, but my girlfriend has her eye on your time-space ring. It's worth $1 million. Why don't you just sell it to me?" As he spoke, he took out a silver card from his time-space ring, with a face value of exactly $1 million. "My time-space ring is more valuable than a god-level item. You think you can buy my time-space ring for $1 million? You'd better get lost." Lin Yu didn't mention super artifacts, because the concept of super artifacts doesn't exist in this world yet, and they wouldn't understand it if he did. And they wouldn't believe it. More valuable than a divine artifact? Aha, brother, you're really joking. But you'd better sell this time-space ring willingly today, or don't blame me for taking it by force. Zhang Huayan chuckled, then his expression suddenly turned grim after a moment of laughter. What a stingy guy, Huayan, stop wasting your breath on him, just take it. The glamorous girl stood up, her face as cold as winter, and spoke fiercely. We won't sell. If you dare to lay a hand on us, be prepared to die. Lin Yu maintained a calm expression throughout, completely disregarding the three of them. Fine, I'll make a deal with you. But if you're not willing, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Huayan's aura surged, unleashing his full power at level 22. His muscles bulged and hardened like iron. Buzz buzz buzz. A series of booming sounds came from the air. He charged towards Lin Yu like an arrow released from a bow, his fist carrying immense force, aiming straight for Lin Yu's face. What a terrifying aura. The last time I saw the boss make a move was before. I didn't expect that he would become so much stronger in such a short time. The monkey's expression changed slightly, his heart filled with respect, fear, and a hint of jealousy. Having a powerful father is definitely a good thing. Although their aptitudes were not significantly different, Zhang Huayan could consume various treasures every day, which made his opponent much stronger than him. The beautiful girl also had a sneer in her eyes. She thought to herself, this brat dares to refuse to sell me the time-space ring. He deserves to be beaten to death. Faced with this terrifying punch, both Ghost Monkey and the beautiful girl thought Lin Yu was doomed. The other diners in the restaurant looked over and shared the same thought as the two of them. This punch was truly terrifying. The force of the punch was immense, and the nearby tables and chairs were overturned by the force of the punch. Since you've attacked me, then die. However, Lin Yu remained calm and composed. With a slight movement of his right hand, a silver sword appeared out of thin air, which he casually swung. Whoosh! A flash of silver light, like lightning, passed by in an instant. Zhang Huayan's fist suddenly stopped, his whole body seemed to be paused, he remained motionless, and his eyes slowly widened. Thump! The next moment, it seemed as if a gentle breeze blew by. Zhang Huayan's head rolled off his neck, and the headless corpse fell to the ground, the blood gushing from his severed neck staining the ground crimson. Ah! Murder! Murder! Upon witnessing this scene, the hotel guests all stood up from their tables and chairs, letting out terrified screams. A boy eating at the next table was splattered with blood into his rice bowl, which terrified him so much that he turned pale and took several steps back. You killed Zhang Huayan. The ghost monkey's eyes widened, his mind went blank, and his trembling finger pointed at Lin Yu, uttering incoherent words. His head's been cut off, isn't that obvious? Lin Yu's tone remained calm as he swung his silver sword once more. The ghost monkey felt a flash of silver light before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his neck. He instinctively reached out to touch it, his fingertips touching warm blood plasma. The next moment, his consciousness sank into boundless darkness. Ah! Demon! Teacher, help! Huayan has been killed. The beautiful girl turned pale and fled. The sound of high heels striking the ground was chaotic and rapid, conveying a sense of impending doom and panic. In the past, she would always maintain her ladylike image and never make any big movements, but now she didn't care about anything and ran wildly. It's a bit too late to regret it now. Lin Yu aimed for her heart, and his silver sword shot out like a meteor, turning into a cold glint that accurately pierced her back. Put! The silver sword pierced through her heart, and the beautiful girl's running motion came to an abrupt halt. Her eyes widened in terror, and her body went limp to the ground. Am I going to die? Her eyes were filled with resentment and longing. She never imagined that a simple purchase of a time travel ring would end up like this. Two streams of regret flowed from the corners of her eyes as she slowly closed them. Class, what happened? Just then, a burly figure rushed towards them, wielding a large axe, with a whirlwind swirling around him. He was the teacher who led Zhang Huayan and the others through their training, and was in charge of safety. Unexpectedly, he had only been gone for a short while when he heard several familiar screams. Huayan! No, the principal's son! Who killed the principal's son? The burly man arrived at the restaurant, but the customers inside had already fled, and the restaurant owner was hiding in the kitchen, too afraid to come out. Only one young man remained in the huge restaurant, sitting leisurely. Stop shouting, I was the one who killed him. Lin Yu waved his hand casually, and the silver sword, which was dozens of meters away, flew back as if it had a mind of its own and landed steadily in his hand. The sword was as smooth as a mirror, and the bloodstains had long since slid away, leaving not a trace of crimson. It was you! Why did you kill my Fengyun University students? Did you know that one of them was Principal Zhang's son? The burly man glared fiercely. His mission was to ensure the safety of the students, and now that a student has died, he bears a heavy responsibility. What he found even more unacceptable was that one of them was the principal's son. Chapter 23. The president of Fengyun University is causing trouble, wanting to take revenge through a tournament. They attacked me with murderous intent, so naturally I had to kill them. Lin Yu shrugged. What a bloodthirsty little thing. I'm just as eager to kill you. Let's see if you're going to kill me too. The burly man's face was ashen. He gripped the handle of the giant axe tightly with his right hand, and with a burst of strength, he charged towards Lin Yu. A violent aura and oppressive force burst forth from him, blowing away tables and benches, and causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the walls. The entire restaurant was teetering on the brink of collapse, as if it were about to be shaken down by the sheer force and pressure. That's a bit unreasonable of you. Our conflict has nothing to do with the owner of this restaurant. Tone down your level 25 martial arts aura a bit. He ignored the advice, shouted loudly, and swung his axe, the air trembling wherever it went. Whoosh! Lin Yu moved her body slightly, seemingly very slowly, yet incredibly fast. When the axe cleaved through his body, it didn't feel like it had struck flesh. It was no different from slicing through the air. This is an afterimage? The burly man's pupils contracted and dilated, and his mouth gaped open in surprise. The phenomenon of afterimages only exists when there is a significant difference in strength. When a martial artist's visual nerve response cannot keep up with the speed of a stronger martial artist, it will create the effect of afterimages. He could see the afterimage right now, which meant that the person in front of him was much stronger than him. Put. Just as he was filled with doubt and surprise, Lin Yu appeared beside him like a ghost, casually waving his silver sword, the sword light so fast that he had no time to react. Coo. The burly man was split in two from the chest and fell to the ground, blood gushing from his chest. His lips moved slightly, and with all his might, he asked in horror. I can tell from your bone age that you're not very old, definitely not under 20. Could you tell me your exact age? 18. Lin Yu sheathed his silver sword and began cleaning up the battlefield, removing treasures such as time-space rings from the corpses. 18. The burly man's pupils contracted, his face filled with shock. Terrifying, truly terrifying. To have such strength at 18, there are probably very few geniuses like this in the entire Xia kingdom. After a moment of reflection, his expression slowly froze, and his vitality faded. Lin Yu bent down, took off his time-space ring, and then took out some resources, placing them on the table as compensation to the restaurant owner. Next, he stayed at a hotel for one night, and the next day he went to the abyss to begin hunting monsters. The process was uneventful. I hardly encountered any powerful abyssal creatures, the most powerful of which was only around level 20. That afternoon, Lin Yu checked his haul and found that the total value had exceeded 30 million. He then left the abyss and returned to school. After selling so many resources, it will be enough for him to use for a while. He should go back to school for a period of time to improve his skills. Zitian University, at the school gate. A noisy crowd gathered together, mostly students, but also teachers, unemployed people from the community, and so on. It is a large-scale operation with tens of thousands of participants. Through the crowd, in the middle was a huge arena where two students were fighting. One of them was tall and wore the uniform of Fengyun University. His moves were ruthless, and he held a dominant position. The other person was wearing the uniform of Zitian University, looking pained and struggling to hold on, with more and more injuries on their body. Die! Li Yaowen's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he slashed out with his twin swords, aiming straight for his opponent's vitals. Put! Two sounds of blood spurting rang out. Despite the Zitian student's desperate attempts to dodge, his arms were still severed by the swordlight, and blood spurted out. When school leaders such as Jiao Su and Lu Ruxue saw the scene, they were indignant but helpless. Vice Principal, are we really going to let Fengyun University cause trouble like this? This student named Li Yaowen is far too ruthless, isn't he? Lu Ruxue looked at Jiao Su and asked, suppressing her anger. She was able to open a martial arts resource store at the school, so her status was naturally not low. She was the third leader of Zitian University, second only to the vice principal. Sai, there's nothing we can do. The principal is seriously injured and unconscious. Zhang Luqi is using his son's murder as an excuse to make trouble. We at Zitian University can only swallow our anger. Zhao Su said indignantly. He was also indignant, but Zitian University had recently experienced a series of changes and was powerless to deal with them. That Lin Yu guy is really bold, he actually killed Zhang Luqi's son. Lu Ruxue crossed her arms, her eyes showing no dissatisfaction, but rather a sense of relief. Fengyun University and Zitian University have always been at odds, and Fengyun University has targeted Zitian University on multiple occasions. However, Zitian University is not strong enough and is always at a disadvantage. Now that Zhang Luqi's son has been killed, they have finally won a round. However, the price of this round is that all the teachers and students of Zitian will have to suffer for a while. Who else? I'm asking, who else? Li Yaowen stood with his sword in hand, shouting loudly at the crowd below, his expression extremely arrogant. Li Yaowen is terrifying. At only 23 years old, he has already reached level 33. He is truly a peerless genius. Li Yaowen is the second strongest on Fengyun University's combat power list. Zitian University has really lost face this time. What kind of trash university dares to compare itself to our Fengyun University? The crowd watching the spectacle below continued to discuss it. The students from Fengyun University spoke with arrogance and swagger, their faces beaming with smiles. A somber atmosphere prevailed among the students from Zitian University, who kept their heads slightly bowed, avoiding eye contact with the students from Fengyun University. What's wrong? Before long, Lin Yu returned from the Tower of the Abyss. Looking at the bustling school gate, his eyes were full of doubt. There were so many students that they completely blocked the school gate, making it impossible to get in. The wall can be climbed over, but the school strictly prohibits this behavior. The wall is covered with cameras, and anyone caught climbing over it will be severely punished. Hey, what happened at school? Lin Yu glanced at the crowd and spotted a familiar figure. He walked over to her, poked the back of her head with his finger, and asked, "Who is it?" Poking someone in the back of the head, have you no manners? Ah. Lin Yu. Wang Xinyu was enjoying the play when someone suddenly poked the back of her head. She immediately became furious and was about to yell at the person behind her. However, upon recognizing who was behind her, she immediately swallowed her rebuke. She hurriedly apologized, "Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, it was you. I'm so sorry, I didn't know it was you. If I had known, I would never have said such a thing. It's all right." Lin Yu waved his hand, pointed to the arena, and said, "Tell me what happened here?" Chapter 24 Li Yaowen challenges Lin Yu. What else could it be? Of course, it's Fengyun University coming to cause us trouble. They're demanding that our students spar. Originally, Zitian University didn't want to agree, but Wang Xinyu pursed her lips, glanced cautiously at Lin Yu, and found it difficult to speak. But what? Lin Yu frowned slightly, his tone revealing a hint of impatience. He hated it when people only said half of what they wanted to say. Actually, Boss Lin, this duel has a lot to do with you. You killed 3 students and a teacher yesterday, right? One of them was the son of the president of Fengyun University. They used that as an excuse to start the duel. If you don't agree, the president of Fengyun University will personally take action and kill you. Wang Xinyu revealed a fierce look, made a hand-chop gesture, and pretended to cut off a neck. If the president of Fengyun University wanted to kill an ordinary student, the university would definitely not pay much attention to it. But Lin Yu is a student with a magical artifact and has a bright future, so the school had no choice but to intervene. Lin Yu is back. At this moment, a student nearby recognized Lin Yu and pointed at him, shouting, "Lin Yu is back." One word stirred up a huge wave of discussion, and everyone looked in the direction from which the voice came, and soon spotted Lin Yu's figure. That's right, it was him. He's the one who killed several students from our school. One of them was the principal's son. Lin Yu is too audacious. In this situation, instead of secretly finding a place to hide, he dares to appear openly. Does he want to die? The eyes of tens of thousands of people present were almost all turned toward Lin Yu, including Li Yaowen on the arena. This match was indeed a clash between 2 universities, but the trigger was Lin Yu killing Zhang Luqi's son, which is why he is now very famous. You damned bastard. How dare you show your face like this? Why did you kill my son? Zhang Luqi took out a photo and compared it repeatedly with Lin Yu. Upon confirming his identity, he flew into a rage and charged towards Lin Yu. He exuded a terrifying aura, causing the wind to rise and the clouds in the sky to darken. Wherever it passed, the nearby students were horrified and used all their strength to resist this terrifying aura. Even though they had used all their strength, some of the weaker students still coughed up blood and knelt weakly on the ground. This was just the aura that Zhang Luqi unintentionally exuded. It wasn't directed at any particular student, yet it caused such destruction. Principal Zhang, calm down. Don't forget our agreement. Zhao Su shouted and quickly came to Lin Yu's side, blocking most of the force in his place. For the past 10 days or so, Lin Yu has not shown his abilities at school. Therefore, in most people's eyes, Lin Yu is still at level 9. Of course I know about our agreement, but this kid is still the murderer who killed my son. I will never let the murderer go unpunished, even if the murder took place in a lawless place. Zhang Luqi snorted coldly, slightly restraining his killing intent, and stared intently at Lin Yu. Does Principal Zhang intend to back out? A flash of anger crossed Zhao Su's eyes. Zhang Luqi sneered, Vice Principal Zhao, you're wrong about that. I only promised myself not to attack Lin Yu, not that I promised anyone else not to attack him. Let Lin Yu go up on stage and fight Li Yaowen. Win or lose, I won't pursue this matter any further. Actually, he wasn't too saddened by Zhang Huayan's death. He had more than 20 children, and the death of one son was nothing to him. However, Zhang Huayan's death gave him an opportunity to target Zitian University. If this opportunity can be used to eliminate the student from Zitian University who possesses this magical artifact, then his son's death would have been well worth it. You must be the guy who possesses a divine artifact. I'd like to have a fight with him. Li Yaowen stood on the ring, his eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes filled with a provocative look. Principal Zhang, isn't this going a bit too far? Li Yaowen is the second-ranked student on your Fengyun University's combat power list, at level 33. Even our school's top student was defeated by him. Isn't Lin Yu just courting death by fighting him? Zhao Su shook his head, rejecting the idea. The student who was crippled in the last match was the student ranked first in the combat power list of Zitian University. Wang Xinyu, standing to the side, pouted, turned her head away, and said unhappily. This is absolutely shameless. I think Zhang Luqi is just jealous of Lin Yu's possession of the divine artifact and is plotting something against him. What did you say? Wang Xinyu's words were very damaging. Zhang Luqi was furious and stared at her as if he wanted to devour her alive. I didn't say anything, I was just joking. Wang Xinyu froze, her face turned pale, and she explained tremblingly. She wanted to slap herself. That's really annoying. Zhang Luqi is a level 40 or higher powerhouse. To talk back to him is just asking for death. Seeing Wang Xinyu's terrified expression, Zhang Luqi's expression softened somewhat, and he continued. Vice Principal Zhao, you're wrong. Lin Yu is a student who has a contracted artifact. How can you compare him to an ordinary student? Besides, Li Yaowen and his companion were just having a casual spar. If they didn't even dare to do that, people would probably laugh their heads off if word got out. Li Yaowen shouted at the top of his lungs, Lin Yu and I were just having a friendly spar. If a student who has a contracted artifact doesn't even dare to spar, I think he shouldn't be a martial artist. He should go home and shovel manure. Wahahaha. The other students at Fengyun University also burst into laughter. Some people even took out their phones to record videos, preparing to capture this glorious moment. You really want to spar with me? Lin Yu's expression was somewhat displeased. He had been planning to go back to school and rest for a while, but suddenly a few clowns appeared and bounced around in front of him. Of course I want to spar with you. What? You're willing? Li Yaowen said with a smile. Don't be impulsive, Li Yaowen's level is as high as 33. Zhao Su and the others reminded Lin Yu. Although Li Yaowen said it was a friendly sparring match, anyone with eyes could tell that it was definitely not a simple sparring match. Others also spoke up to remind Lin Yu, lest he act impulsively. I have no problem with that, but your strength is too weak. Let me make this clear beforehand, if you really spar with me and I kill you with one sword, you can't blame anyone else. Lin Yu ignored Zhao Su and the others' reminders. Early this morning, he consumed another SS level pill, causing his already saturated level to break through to level 32. A mere level 33 martial artist is nothing but an ant. He could be killed with a single sword strike at most. Chapter 25, Level 33? One sword strike to kill. These words were like a thunderclap, causing everyone present to turn pale with shock. Damn it! You're asking for death, aren't you? You think you're invincible just because you've contracted a divine artifact? Li Yaowen is the second-ranked student in combat strength at our Fengyun University. Your school's top-ranked student was beaten to a pulp. Who do you think you are? The students from Fengyun University glared at each other, baring their teeth in anger. Lin Yu's words were not only an insult to Li Yaowen, but also an insult to the entire Fengyun University. If the second-ranked expert is someone who can be killed with a single sword strike in the eyes of the opponent, then aren't these weaker students even less than ants? What nonsense is Lin Yu talking about? Absolutely not. The students from Zitian University all looked at Lin Yu, their eyes filled with doubt and surprise. Although they also disliked the people from Fengyun University, the strength of Fengyun University was undeniable and far beyond their reach. Lin Yu actually dared to openly insult the second-ranked player on their combat power list. Wasn't that a bit too arrogant? You, very good. I'd like to see how you kill me with a single sword strike. So many people are watching, don't be a coward. Li Yaowen's face was full of anger. He glared at Lin Yu and turned to walk towards the arena, jumping back onto it. Since you're courting death, then I'll grant your wish. Lin Yu seemed indifferent and walked towards the arena as well. During this time, Zhao Su, Wang Xinyu and others repeatedly advised him not to go on stage, but he refused. During the battle, I can only keep a close eye on things. I absolutely cannot let Lin Yu die. He is a student who possesses a divine artifact. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Zhao Su sighed and stared intently at the arena. If any unexpected situation arises, he will step in immediately to save Lin Yu's life. Zhang Luqi secretly gave Li Yaowen a fierce look, signaling him to be ruthless and preferably kill the man. Both sides, take your positions, the fight begins. The referee looked at the two men on the ring and, after confirming they were ready, announced the start of the match. Lin Yu, right? I heard you even killed one of our level 25 teachers. I have to say, the artifact is indeed terrifying. But your time is up. Li Yaowen's eyes were vicious. Holding two swords, his back slightly bent, he rushed towards Lin Yu at lightning speed. Demon Slayer! He muttered to himself, his pupils suddenly turning blood red. His speed increased dramatically in an instant, leaving several afterimages in his wake. To kill someone, one must do it cleanly and efficiently, so he immediately used his most lethal move. Such speed! The tens of thousands of spectators surrounding the stage watched the battle intently, not daring to blink. Zhao Su and Lu Ruxue were also ready to make their move. There is absolutely no way Lin Yu could block this attack. If you want to save people, did you even ask me? Zhang Luqi's face was full of sneers, his eyes constantly fixed on Zhao Su and the other two. He would step in to stop them as soon as they made a move. Die! On the stage, Li Yaowen was enveloped in black light, transforming into a dark ghostly figure, and fiercely slashed out with his two swords. With this little strength, you think you can kill me? Lin Yu's face was full of disdain as he calmly took out his silver sword and slashed forward. To him, these movements were casual and ordinary, but to others, they were incredibly fast. They only felt that Lin Yu attacked with incredible speed. A flash of silver light slashed across Li Yaowen's chest. And then, that was it. Li Yaowen's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. His pupils involuntarily contracted and dilated, blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his face gradually turned into one of pain. Click! Click! The two swords he was holding had broken cleanly from their blades, with the upper parts falling downwards. A red bloodstain appeared on Li Yaowen's chest, and more red blood seeped out. Immediately afterwards, his upper body began to slide, separating from his lower body, and he fell onto the ring with both his upper and lower body. Dead, dead. A deathly silence swept through the entire room. Everyone's mouths were agape, their throats bobbing. Zhao Su and Lu Ruxue rushed to the edge of the ring, then stood there awkwardly, stunned. Zhang Luqi stretched out his arms to block the two, but when he caught a glimpse of the scene on the stage, he too froze in place. No. No way? It's over? Li Yaowen, level 33, is dead just like that? Did you see Lin Yu's movements clearly just now? No, I only felt a flash of sword light. Level 32. When did Lin Yu reach level 32? After a while, the crowd gradually calmed down, and exclamations of surprise arose from all sides. Before the battle began, they all believed that Lin Yu was doomed to defeat. After all, Lin Yu had just revealed his level not long ago, and he was only a level 9 martial artist. Even if he had a contract with a divine artifact, he still couldn't compare to a level 33 martial artist. The students at Fengyun University were equally aware of this, since they would definitely do their homework before causing trouble. However, the reality was beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Yu's level was actually as high as level 32. Furthermore, he killed Li Yaowen, who was level 33, with a single sword strike. Instructor Lu, what exactly is going on? I don't know. Zhao Su and Lu Rushue stared at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. When did Lin Yu break through level 32? Dead? Li Yaowen is dead? Zhang Luqi trembled all over, shocked and filled with grief and sorrow. Li Yaowen was the second best student in their university, with exceptional talent. Now that they've died in the arena, it's definitely a huge loss for Fengyun University. Isn't it better to live a good life? Why go and die? Lin Yu yawned, jumped off the stage, and headed towards the school. I'm heading to the resource shop to exchange the loot I obtained in the abyss for money. Stop. You can't leave. Zhang Luqi roared, his eyes fixed on Lin Yu, filled with hatred and malice. This kid not only killed his son, but also one of their school's geniuses. We can't let him get away so easily. Is there anything else? Lin Yu turned around and asked in confusion. You killed one of our school's geniuses, and you think you can just walk away like that? Zhang Luqi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, his eyes bloodshot. Why stay if you're not leaving? Do you expect me to treat you to dinner? Lin Yu rolled her eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luqi's anger surged. However, seeing Zhao Su and Lu Rushue standing guard to the side, he did not make any rash moves. Chapter 26, ranked first on the combat power list, features a massive sword weighing over 3 million jin. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he said. Anyone with eyes can see that you could easily subdue Li Yaowen without killing him, but you deliberately killed him. According to the regulations of the Xia Federation, this is intentional homicide. However, if you fight another round, we can let you off the hook for intentional homicide. No. Lin Yu shook his head in refusal, his eyes filled with disdain, and turned to leave. During the fight, deaths often occurred, but as long as the one who committed the murder insisted on not admitting intent, they could not be sentenced. Wait, if you agree to the duel, I can offer this treasure chest as a reward. If you win, the treasure chest is yours. In a fit of anger, Zhang Luqi took out a treasure chest from his time-space ring and held it high above his head. This treasure chest is huge, more than twice the size of a high-level treasure chest. It is made of red material and exudes a red aura. This is a top-tier treasure chest. Upon seeing the treasure chest, everyone present gasped, their eyes widening involuntarily. Principal Zhang is actually offering a top-tier treasure chest as a reward. Top-tier treasure chests are extremely rare, appearing only a few times a year, and their market value is over several hundred million. He's gone mad. The president of Fengyun University has gone mad. Top-tier treasure chests are even more valuable than high-tier treasure chests, as they contain more items and have a higher chance of containing powerful artifacts. The Xia Federation currently possesses 4 divine artifacts, 3 of which were obtained from top-tier treasure chests. So when Zhang Luqi took out the top-tier treasure chest as a reward, everyone was stunned. A top-tier treasure chest? Lin Yu turned around, summoned the virtual panel in his mind, and checked the information of the red treasure chest. Top-tier weapon chest opening. It will randomly grant you 1 weapon. The probability of grade B is over 69%, grade A is 29%, grade S is 1%, grade SS is 0.001%, grade SSS is 1 in 10,000, and grade SSSS is 1 in 100 million. As expected of a top-tier treasure chest, the lowest quality is B grade, and it can even contain a super artifact. The probability of obtaining a divine artifact has also increased significantly, making it a completely different level compared to treasure chests of other qualities. However, no higher quality items appeared. Does that mean SSSS is the highest quality? Looking at the information on the red treasure chest, a strange glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. The allure of the super artifact was still very strong for him. So, do you agree or not? Zhang Luqi wore a cold smile. The allure of a top-tier treasure chest was something no student could resist. The lowest grade weapon you get is B, with a bit of luck you might get an A grade, and even better, you might get an S grade. Okay, who is my opponent? Lin Yu nodded. You killed our school's second strongest student, so your opponent is naturally Su Wenluo, who is ranked first in combat power. Zhang Luqi waved his hand with a wicked smile on his face. A male student suddenly stepped out from the group of students at Fengyun University. He was about 2.2 meters tall, with a strong build, wearing a black leather jacket and exuding a faint but menacing aura. This malevolent aura was like the vengeful spirits of the dead, howling and wailing, giving people a very frightening feeling. I am Su Wenluo. Su Wenluo's face was blank, and he looked a bit dim-witted. And that is indeed the case. He was born with a slight brain defect, and his brain works rather slowly. Gianluca, have you lost your mind? You actually want Lin Yu to duel with this martial arts fanatic? Do you think that's even possible? Lu Rushue looked at Su Wenluo with a look of fear in her eyes. Su Wenluo is very famous. Although he has not yet graduated, he has already completely exceeded the scope of a student. His level has reached a terrifying level of 40. Even she, the third strongest student at Zitian University, couldn't guarantee a sure victory over Su Wenluo. The president of Fengyun University is a joke. Who doesn't know Su Wenluo's name? Lin, you can't possibly fall for it. It is said that Su Wenluo has few rivals among his peers, and has even defeated enemies 2 levels higher than him. Since Li Yaowen has been killed, only Su Wenluo can take over, right? Upon seeing the contestant fighting Lin Yu, the teachers and students of Zitian University murmured tisk in unison. It's such an obvious trap, it's impossible to trick Lin Yu into a duel. Many of them advised Lin Yu to leave quickly and not to be blinded by the allure of the top-tier treasure chest. When Fengyun University saw Su Wenluo come out, he changed from his previous dejected state to one filled with excitement, shouting wildly and provoking Lin Yu to agree to a duel. Now that we've identified our opponents, let's go on stage. Lin Yu walked onto the arena as if no one else was there, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding chatter and jeers. However, the fact that he pretends it doesn't mean he doesn't hold grudges. You guys were the most sarcastic. Very well, you're now on my kill list. Lin Yu glanced at the students on his right and silently memorized the ones who shouted the loudest. Once the fight was over, he planned to ambush and kill those people. We must kill him. Zhang Luqi gave Su Wenluo a murderous look. This student named Lin Yu is absolutely freakish. He's only a freshman and already possesses such terrifying strength. His future achievements are absolutely immeasurable. If the two sides had no interaction, he could naturally pretend not to see it, but since they had already had a conflict, this threat had to be nipped in the bud. Su Wenluo nodded and waved his hand, saying, "Bring up my broadsword." As he finished speaking, Fengyun University cleared a path for him. 16 shirtless, burly men, carrying a large, black sword on 8 special iron pillars, slowly walked out of the road. Heave ho, heave ho. Those 16 burly men were all martial artists, the lowest level being level 7 and the highest even reaching level 12. They struggled to lift their knives, veins bulging in their necks, sweat beading on their foreheads, and their legs sinking into the ground. It's out. It's the legendary sword Black Lu. Is this a grade A broadsword? Just looking at it from afar makes my soul tremble. Su Wenluo comes from a prestigious family. It is said that he spent a total of 500 million yuan on this Black Lu sword, which weighs a whopping 3.58 million jin. The students stared in astonishment at the large, black sword the burly man was carrying. The large sword exuded a fierce aura, reflecting a dark, cold light. Just looking at it gave one a terrifying feeling. This knife is very famous, many students know its name. It is Su Wenluo's weapon, the famous Black Lu knife. 3,580,000 caddies, even I can't control this kind of weapon. Lu Rushue looked unusually solemn, her fists clenching unconsciously. The other teachers and leaders were equally shocked. Most of them struggled to even lift the weapon Su Wenluo was using. Chapter 27 Su Wenluo's death infuriates Zhang Luqi. Boom! To everyone's astonishment, Su Wenluo leaped up, the force of which created a crater in the ground beneath his feet. He approached the 18 burly martial artists, grabbed He Lu, and then easily jumped onto the arena. In his hands, the 3.58 million caddies of black oxen were no different from wooden knives. Judging from the expression on his face, he even seemed to think it was too light. It's too light. I'll ask my dad to add some weight when I get back. Su Wenlu muttered to himself, his tone full of dissatisfaction. For weapons of grade D and above, if the martial artist finds the weight unsuitable, the weight can be increased without altering the quality. As the referee blew the whistle, Su Wenluo's eyes glared furiously, his aura overwhelming, and he strode forward with enormous strides, like a raging beast, charging towards Lin Yu. You little brat, you dare kill someone from our school? I'll smash you flat, chop your body up, wrap it up in buns, and feed it to the dogs. Buzz. He did not swing his sword to strike, but instead used the broad blade as a giant paddle. With a dull thud that seemed to tear through the air, it crashed down on Lin Yu. The way they were going to smash into pieces, bones and all. 3,580,000 caddies of stuff and you think you can flatten me? You underestimate me too much. Although your level is 8 levels higher than mine, the gap between you and me is still as vast as the stars and the moon. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yu's figure suddenly blurred and disappeared from the spot like a silver lightning bolt. In the next instant, he appeared mysteriously beside Su Wenluo, his silver sword flashing with a sharp, cold light. Put! Su Wenluo didn't even have time to react before his right arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing out like a fountain, and the severed arm fell to the ground with a thud. Along with the massive black blade weighing 3.58 million Gene, it crashed into the arena floor with a loud boom. Because the blade was extremely heavy and had a small contact area, the soil directly beneath it was constantly being pressed down until it became extremely thick before it stopped. Ouch! My arm! When did you appear next to me? Su Wenluo's pupils contracted sharply, and the intense pain and terror instantly overwhelmed his reason. He let out a piercing scream, his face filled with disbelief. Lin Yu's ghostly speed somewhat shattered his understanding. Is this speed even possible for a human? It's just a broken arm. Lin Yu's eyes were full of disdain, and he swung his silver sword again. Whoosh! A flash of cold light, like a cold moon, swept across Su Wenluo's neck. Su Wenluo opened his mouth to speak, but found a sharp pain and numbness in his throat, and his voice stopped abruptly. He instinctively reached out and touched his neck, finding it wet, sticky, and scarlet. No! Don't kill me, I confess. His eyes were filled with fear, and he wanted to admit defeat and beg for mercy, but before he could finish speaking, his vision suddenly flipped. His last shred of consciousness sank into eternal darkness. The scene was noisy just a moment ago. At this moment, all was silent. Gurgle. In the vast scene, no one spoke, only the sounds of rapid breathing and swallowing filled the air. A scene was etched into the minds of all of them. On the arena, a man stood disdainfully, with a tall, headless corpse and a head at his feet. Am I dreaming? Su Wenluo is dead? That was the #1 genius in Fengyun. The key point is that he died so easily. Is that really reasonable? I heard that Lin Yu was a freshman, only 18 years old, yet he easily killed the top student at Fengyun University. My goodness, a level 32 character killing a level 40 martial artist? Is he even human? After everyone calmed down, gasps of surprise continued. Although they were shocked by Li Yaowen's murder, they could still accept it. They could consider Lin Yu to be a top genius, and the kind of top genius who wields a divine artifact. But it's unreasonable for Su Wenluo to have been killed. It should be noted that Su Wenluo was one of the top geniuses of that generation, and he was also older and of a higher level. Lin Yu killed him so easily, what's so special about that? No! This is impossible. Zhang Luqi was deeply shocked and stood frozen in place. Even after Lin Yu stepped off the stage and took the top-tier treasure chest from his hand, he didn't react at all, as if someone had pressed the pause button. No. No way? Su Wenluo, that monster, was killed so easily by him? Wang Xinyu's delicate body trembled as she recalled the conflict with Lin Yu that day, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. Easily killed Su Wenluo, what level of monster is that? Her father was only level 32. If the conflict that day hadn't been resolved, their entire Wang family would probably have been wiped out. Stop! Recovering from his shock, Zhang Luqi watched Lin Yu's departing figure, then unleashed a terrifying aura and charged towards him. The outcome is already decided. Principal Zhang wouldn't be a sore loser, would he? Lu Rushua quickly stepped forward to block his path, her forehead showing vigilance. She was much weaker than Zhang Luqi, and even with the vice principal by her side, they were no match for Zhang Luqi. But as the third person in charge of the school, she had to take action, otherwise the school would have no reason to continue operating. Principal Zhang, you're the president of a university, you wouldn't do something like attacking a student, would you? Zhao Su also acted quickly, standing beside Lu Rushue. All eyes turned to him, and whispers filled the room. As a university president, I would never resort to sneak attacks. With so many people watching, Zhang Luqi's cheeks flushed, he stopped charging forward, snorted coldly, and had no choice but to give up. Oh? What were you trying to do just now? Lu Rushue questioned him coldly. I just need to talk to Lin about something. I want him to participate in another match. Zhang Luqi's eyes were filled with hatred, and his body was trembling with anger. Su Wenluo was the top student in their university and also the student with the highest academic achievement in recent years, yet he was killed by that bastard Lin Yu. Such a significant loss is a huge blow to their University of Sands. Want me to have another match? No problem, but there has to be a prize, otherwise I won't participate. Lin Yu turned around and said in a lazy and casual manner. Damn bastard. Seeing this attitude, Gianluca was so angry he almost vomited blood, cursing incessantly in his mind. But in order to fool the other party, he had no choice but to put on a calm and indifferent appearance. Of course there are prizes. I have 2 treasured high-level treasure chests that I will use as prizes. In addition, I will also give away an extra 300 million yuan as prizes. Do you dare to participate in this duel? And it's a life or death duel, the kind with a signed agreement. Gianluca's eyes flashed with a cold light. Chapter 28, Agreeing to a Duel. Zhang Xiaopeng's parents prepared to seek revenge on Lin Yu? You still haven't said who you're going to fight? Lu Rushue added. Lin Yu is so powerful that he even killed our school's top student. Students are definitely no match for him, so I'm the one he'll fight this time. However, considering that Lin has just gone through several major battles today and is not in good condition, let's set the duel for 5 days from now. Lin, do you dare? Gianluca put his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Yu provocatively. What? Principal Zhang wants to duel with Lin Yu. Pa! How shameless! Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately began to discuss it in surprise. Many people have accused Gianluca of being shameless. Gianluca is at least several hundred years old, and according to online information, he is level 48. Such a powerful figure actually wants to duel with a student? This is the first time I've felt that our principal is so shameless. Even the students at Fengyun University couldn't hold back anymore. Some students looked at Gianluca as if he were a clown. The remaining students all lowered their heads, their cheeks flushed. Principal Zhang is truly a legendary figure. Is this the first time in history that a principal has issued a challenge to students? Lu Rushue smiled charmingly and teased. Let's just say whether you dare or not. Hearing everyone's comments, Gianluca felt embarrassed and his cheeks turned red. But thinking of his purpose, he still forced himself to speak. Hey, how could a duel like this be possible? Lu Rushue smiled slightly, about to refuse, since such an unfair duel was completely unnecessary. Moreover, it was a life or death duel, and Gianluca clearly had ill intentions. But before she could finish speaking, a voice came from behind. I agree. Prepare the money and treasure chest by the time it's time, or the duel will be cancelled. Lin Yu had just opened his phone and searched for information about Gianluca. The other party was over 300 years old and level 48. He might not be a match for Gianluca now. But 5 days later, his level will have increased significantly, making him more than capable of dealing with Gianluca, who is level 48. Everyone was surprised to hear this. Lin Yu's ability to defeat Su Wenluo was already surprising enough, but could Lin Yu be even stronger than Gianluca? Okay, 5 days from now at 12 o'clock, the same place, see you there. A hint of surprise flashed across Gianluca's face. Lin Yu agreed so quickly, could he have some hidden trump card? Or is it that he still hasn't used his full strength, and his actual combat power is even stronger than his? No, that's probably impossible. Lin Yu is so young. Defeating Su Wenluo is probably the limit for him. How could he be stronger than him? Lin, you can't risk your life for money. Gianluca is a level 48 expert. How could you possibly be his match? Once you step into the ring, you're finished. Lu Rushue hurriedly stepped forward and stopped Lin Yu, who was about to leave, and kept advising her. Zhao Su, Wang Xinyu, and others also kept trying to persuade Lin Yu not to step onto the stage. Lin Yu is a genius at their school, and they can't just stand by and watch him die. If there's nothing else, disperse quickly. I know what I'm doing. Lin Yu ignored everyone's advice, waved his hand, and left. Only Lu Rushue and the others remained, looking completely stunned. Lin Yu went to the resource shop and sold all the spoils he had acquired. The total is 32 million, which has already been transferred to your bank card. Lu Rushue wasn't there instead. A young woman in white stockings and white knee-high boots stood in the stands, her figure incredibly alluring. It's winter now, and the weather is freezing, but for martial artists, the temperature has no effect. She winked at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with admiration. She had seen what happened in front of the school on her phone. The terrifying prodigy completely overwhelmed her. My heart is itching to have an encounter with the person in front of me. Ignoring the woman's gaze, Lin Yu handed over the bank card again, purchased 4 research chests, and then left. The next day, just after midnight, Lin Yu took out the top-tier weapon treasure chest and chose to open it. This sword is quite nice. Lin Yu selected the weapons and only 2 SSSS grade weapons remained, a sword and a spear. Celestial Sword SSSS, indestructible and unbeatable, forged from the bones of several gods. Active skill weakening, using this skill reduces the enemy's strength by 50% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 3 days. Only one enemy can be weakened at a time. Passive, a 7-fold increase in all aspects. Dragon God Spear SSSS, forged from the scales of several powerful dragons, it possesses extremely high hardness. Passive, all-around enhancement is increased 7-fold. This sword even has an active skill that can weaken the enemy's strength. Lin Yu looked at the description above and was secretly surprised, but decisively chose the sword. The moment the top-tier box was opened, a dazzling light shone forth. When the light faded, the box disappeared, leaving only a red long sword. It is about the same size as the sky-splitting sword, but its color is more vibrant, and its blade is sharp and captivating. From now on, I'll use this sword as my main weapon. Without hesitation, Lin Yu picked up the sword, bit his finger, and drew a drop of blood on the ground, thus completing the contract. Name, Lin Yu. Level, 32. Total multiplier for all-around attribute enhancement, 24x. If I were to fight Zhang Luqi now and activate the active skill of the Heavenly God Sword, I should be able to defeat him. Lin Yu clenched his fist, feeling that his strength had increased significantly. After another 4 days of development, Zhang Luqi will be a piece of cake. During the day, on a sparsely populated street, a dozen or so men and women were walking toward Lin Yu's rented room. A middle-aged couple walking on the right were weeping bitterly, wiping away their tears, their faces filled with sorrow. "Why, old village chief, you have to do justice for me. That beast Lin Yu is no human being. He didn't even spare his own cousin. Why, my poor Xiaopeng, you died such a tragic death." The middle-aged woman cried and complained, tears and snot streaming down her face. Her legs were so weak that she needed 2 men beside her to support her as she walked. She is Zhang Xiaopeng's mother, Wang Suilan. Upon learning of her son's death, the couple immediately went to the police department to file a complaint, hoping that the police would execute Lin Yu. Unexpectedly, the police department ignored the matter, claiming that Zhang Xiaopeng was killed through normal means, which was reasonable and legal. Wang Suilan and her husband felt like the sky was falling, and had no choice but to think of various ways to take revenge. He's inhuman. He even killed his own cousin. How can there be such a ruthless demon in the world? Wah! If you all help Xiaopeng avenge himself, I'm willing to give up everything I own. The middle-aged man, dressed in a suit, was weeping bitterly, his cries filled with anguish. He is Zhang Xiaopeng's father, named Zhang Donglai. This was the only method he could think of, to take out all his family's assets and ask the people of Linjia village to help. Their Linjia village is located in a remote area, and all the villagers are members of the Lin clan, giving them a high degree of autonomy. In most cases, if someone breaks the law, the offender is not usually sent to the police department, but is instead subjected to clan rules. Chapter 29. The people of Linjia village wanted to use the family tree to force Lin Yu to submit. However, in recent years, as the younger generation has gradually ventured out to make their way in the world, the village's self-governance, which has been practiced for hundreds of years, is no longer as strict and solid as it used to be. Donglai, Suilan, don't worry. Lin Yu's actions were indeed despicable. He even killed his own cousin. I will definitely bring him to justice. The old village chief had white hair and beard, a solemn face, and a jujubwood cane in his hand. He had been in charge of Linjia village for decades and had accumulated considerable prestige. Although he was over 80 years old, he was still vigorous and had sharp eyes like an eagle. Debts must be repaid, and murderers must pay with their lives. This is a rule passed down from our ancestors. Lin Yu has been wandering around all these years, but no matter what, he has the blood of the Lin family flowing in his veins. If he commits a crime, it is up to us to handle it. The crowd behind him echoed his sentiments, each filled with righteous indignation, as if they had an irreconcilable hatred for Lin Yu. Linjia village is a clan village, and most of them are related to Lin Yu in some way, some even being his aunts or something similar. At this moment, however, they all wished they could bring Lin Yu to justice immediately. The reason is quite simple, it's about money. Zhang Donglai is considered one of the wealthiest families in their village, with assets totaling over 2 million yuan. If this money is divided up, each family will receive at least 100,000 yuan. Donglai thanks you all. Zhang Donglai clasped his hands in a respectful bow, his voice choked with emotion, and said, "As long as this rebellious son is brought to justice, I will immediately sell all my possessions, taking not a single penny, and give it all to you." Wah! He was well aware of what these people were thinking. With his son's tragic death, all his hopes for the future were dashed. What use were these possessions to him? But I heard that Lin Yu is quite extraordinary now. My phone says Lin Yu has become a very powerful martial artist. He even defeated the top student from Fengyun University yesterday. What if he attacks us? From the back of the crowd, an obese woman spoke anxiously. As a rural person, she didn't know much about martial arts. But judging from the description on the phone, Lin Yu is very powerful now. The person he defeated seems to be able to lift a sword weighing millions of pounds. Good heavens, even a big truck isn't this heavy. No matter how powerful he is, he's still a resident of Linjia village. As long as he's from Linjia village, he's under my jurisdiction as the old village chief. I enforce clan rules on him, how dare he resist? The old village chief glared, puffed out his beard, and spoke with a fierce expression. The old village chief is right. No matter how powerful he is, he's still a member of our Lin family village. If he dares to resist, we'll kick him out of the clan register. His family's ancestral graves are also in our village. The others also started shouting and yelling. In their deeply ingrained belief, family genealogy is a very important thing. Once someone is removed from the family genealogy, it's like a tree without roots in their next life, they can only be reborn as an animal. Then I'm relieved. The plump woman breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and the worry on her face gradually faded. Following the directions they had found, the group walked and soon arrived at Lin Yu's rented apartment, where they met Lin Yu, who had just checked out. Lin Yu now has a lot of money, so naturally she won't live in such a dilapidated rental house anymore. Look, it's Lin Yu. Stop him. Upon seeing their target appear, the dozen or so people immediately became excited and swarmed forward, surrounding Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I've finally found you. Let me tell you, you devil are finished. Zhang Donglai and Li Tsuilan stared at each other, their faces filled with hatred and malice, wishing they could pounce on each other immediately to take revenge. However, the two also knew that Lin Yu was a martial artist, and they were no match for him. If they wanted to take revenge, they would have to rely on the old village chief and others. Who are you? Looking at the 10 people blocking his way, Lin Yu's expression was somewhat puzzled. These dozen or so people did not have any martial arts aura, they were clearly ordinary people. Lin Yu. What are you pretending for? I am your uncle Zhang Donglai, Xiaopeng's father. I'm here today to take revenge on you. Don't think you can fool me by pretending you don't know me. Let me tell you, it's impossible. Zhang Donglai and his wife had flushed faces, their expressions were ferocious, and their eyes were bulging wildly. Lin Yu's bewildered expression really infuriated them. So it's you two, seeking revenge? How can two ordinary people like you take revenge? Lin Yu searched his memory and recognized the two people. It was his uncle and aunt who had seized his family property. He had originally planned to get rid of them, but he had forgotten because he was too busy. Now these two have delivered themselves to our doorstep? Stop being so smug. So what if you're powerful? You're still a member of the Lin family. Old village chief, it's all yours now. Zhang Donglai's eyes were fierce, his chin slightly raised, and he silently took a step back. Li Tsuilan, her face filled with hatred, wore a cold smile as she also took a step back. Lin Yu, do you still remember me? The old village chief stepped forward, coughed, and his face was full of sternness and authority. You are the village chief of Linjia village? Lin Yu looked him up and down a few times, and found the person's identity in his memory. That's right, I am the village chief of Linjia village. It's good that you still remember me. I'm asking you, did you kill Zhang Xiaopeng? The old village chief, leaning on a cane, slammed it into the ground and demanded an explanation in a stern voice. Yes, I killed him. Lin Yu nodded, readily admitting it. It's good that you admit it. Debts must be repaid, and murderers must pay with their lives, right? The old village chief stood ramrod straight, his hands gripping the handles of his cane, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. It seems correct, what's wrong? Lin Yu nodded. It's good that you know you're right. You killed Zhang Xiaopeng, so you should pay for it with your life. In the name of the village chief of Linjia village, I hereby announce your execution. Now come back with us. The old village chief, with a stern face and a slight twitch of his beard, announced. What? You want to behead me? Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. This group of people didn't exude any martial arts aura, they were just ordinary people. Yet they dared to judge him, a level 32 martial artist. Moreover, he is not an ordinary martial artist, he possesses 2 divine artifacts and 2 super divine artifacts. Attributes are boosted in all aspects, up to 24 times. Yes, we intend to behead you, and this is in accordance with the clan rules. What? Do you intend to defy the clan rules? The old village chief's eyes narrowed slightly, his chest held high, as if he had an unbreakable support behind him. Lin Yu, I advise you not to resist. If you dare to resist, we will remove you from the clan register. Yes, once you are kicked out of the family genealogy, you will no longer be a member of Linjia village and will only be able to drift aimlessly. We are all doing this for the good of Linjia village, to ensure that those who deserve punishment are punished, and to uphold fairness and justice. We hope you will not resist. The others chimed in, their faces filled with righteous indignation. They used reasoning and family tree to pressure Lin Yu, trying to force him to submit. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. You guys should read more books. Chapter 30. Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way. Looking at the group of people who looked like clowns, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. These people actually wanted to use rules and family tree to pressure him. Little did they know that in the face of absolute power, rules are utterly meaningless, and whoever is stronger is right. As for things like family trees, he cared even less. Lin Yu, be serious. We are putting you on trial. If you dare to resist, we will really expel you from the family tree, and we will dig up your ancestral graves and throw your remains into the river. The old village chief gripped his cane and pounded the ground with it, making a thump-thump sound. What did you say? Digging up ancestral graves? A dangerous glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Although he doesn't care about things like ancestral graves, it would still be quite embarrassing if they were actually dug up. Yes, it's digging up ancestral graves, including your parents' graves. So don't even think about resisting, just obediently accept your judgment. Zhang Donglai pointed at Lin Yu, his teeth clenched in hatred. Are you really going to make me go back with you to face trial? Lin Yu's lips curled into a wicked smile. It is only right and reasonable for someone who has done something wrong to be tried. If you two arrest him, how dare he resist? When we get back, we will dig up his family's ancestral graves. The old village chief winked behind him. Yes, village chief. 2 tall, dark-skinned men came out and walked towards Lin Yu with fierce expressions, restraining him from both sides. Since you want me to go back with you, then I'll go. Lin Yu chuckled. Since these people don't want to live, he'll send them on their way. However, there are many people around here, and taking action rashly would inevitably cause trouble. Linjia village is located in a remote area, and he will turn on you when you get to a deserted place. You're smart enough to know your place. Let me tell you, if you're kicked out of the family tree, you won't be able to be reborn as a human in your next life. You'll be beheaded, and then you'll be able to be reborn into a good family. The obese woman winked and gave him advice. Although she was related to Lin Yu by blood, the things she said were extremely malicious. Is that so? Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. A group of more than 10 people started their journey and walked over 100 meters before arriving at the parking spot. The villagers from Linjia village arrived by car, a tractor, and a large 3-wheeled farm vehicle. 5 members of the Lin family walked toward the car, and 2 climbed onto the tractor. The rest of the people got on the farm tricycle, with Lin Yu sitting in the middle, closely watched by 8 or 9 villagers along the way. After everyone was seated, they set off towards Linjia village. The tractor wasn't going very fast, and it took them more than 2 hours to turn into a remote mountainous area. The main problem was that the farm tricycle broke down once during the trip, and the repairs wasted more than half an hour. The environment here is quite nice, and there are few people around. On a remote mountain road, Lin Yu sat on a large farm tricycle, observing the surrounding scenery and nodding in satisfaction. We've entered a remote mountainous area, and there's no one in sight. Lin Yu, don't even think about playing tricks. If you dare to run away, you'll be treated the same as if you resist. When you get back, we'll dig up your family's ancestral graves. Zhang Donglai wiped away his tears and noticed Lin Yu's actions. Thinking that the other party wanted to run away, he warned her fiercely. You're nothing more than a bunch of big ants in my eyes, why would I run away? Lin Yu's lips curled up, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. How dare you insult us ants? You bastard, you're about to die and you still dare to talk back. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Wang Suilan, who was sitting on the right, was already filled with hatred. When she heard Lin Yu's words, she couldn't hold back anymore and raised her hand to strike Lin Yu. I think the scenery here is quite nice, it's time to send you on your way. Lin Yu reached out his right hand, grabbed Wang Suilan's wrist, and then gently squeezed it. With a crack sound, her wrist shattered as easily as tofu. Ah! Wang Suilan felt an extreme pain and couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. However, the scream didn't last long. A flash of red light appeared, and a bloody gash appeared on Wang Suilan's neck. The gash quickly expanded, and blood gushed out. Her eyes widened, and her head detached from her neck and fell downwards. Ah! Murder, murder! The people on the farm tricycle screamed in terror upon seeing this, and chaos ensued instantly. Don't make a fuss, you'll be going to be with her soon. Lin Yu attacked again, brandishing the heavenly god sword he had just taken out, and slashed at Zhang Donglai. Suilan is dead? Zhang Donglai's eyes widened, his mind still stuck on the moment Wang Suilan was killed, when a red, cold light flashed in front of him and sliced across his body. Put! That sword strike was too fast. Before Zhang Donglai could even scream, a crimson light sliced him in two, gushing out large amounts of blood and internal organs, staining the bottom of the farm tricycle red. Brush! Brush! Lin Yu's speed and reaction were far superior to those of the villagers. With a series of slashes of his blood-red longsword, 5 or 6 more people died in an instant. Blood rained down from the sky, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. He's gone mad. He's gone mad. Lin Yu has gone mad. The 2 survivors tried to jump off the vehicle in terror, but as soon as they climbed over the metal barrier, a long red sword fell on them. Put! The sound of blood splattering rang out. The 2 villagers who tried to jump off the vehicle were cut in half, and their 4 halves fell off the tricycle. What happened? The driver of the 3-wheeled vehicle tensed up instantly upon hearing the terrified screams behind him and turned to look back. He was stunned at first glance, his pupils contracting sharply. What greeted the eye was blood and dismembered corpses. From the moment he heard the sound until he turned his head, less than a second had passed, and all the villagers sitting behind him were dead. Moreover, the state of each person's death was extremely horrific. Some had their heads severed, and others had their bodies split in two. And their killer, Lin Yu, was staring straight at him. Lin Yu, no. Ah! The driver's face was filled with terror, and he wanted to beg for mercy. Before he could even utter a word, a red sword slashed across his head. The driver's head was severed in 2 from the nose, and red and yellow liquid splattered everywhere. Without a driver, the tricycle began to wobble and was in danger of tipping over at any moment. Look, something's happened. Lin Yu, what are you doing? The tractor and the car were in front. Those above heard the screams and all looked back. When they saw what was happening above, their faces instantly filled with terror. Dead? It hasn't been that long, and they're all dead? The old village chief's face turned pale. Chapter 31. Lin Yu makes a move, and the old village chief and his gang are all wiped out. He had seen martial artists on TV before and knew they were stronger than ordinary people. But what good was being stronger? Could one of them take on 10? But what he saw completely overturned his understanding. In the blink of an eye, the entire busload of people was slaughtered. Faster, faster. Lin Yu has gone mad. He doesn't even care about the family genealogy and ancestral graves. The obese woman trembled violently, urging him on incoherently. In fact, she didn't need to remind them the drivers of the cars and tractors ahead had already floored the accelerator. Run? With that kind of speed, you think you can escape from me? With a playful expression, Lin Yu leaped lightly, as if flying, across more than 10 meters to reach the tractor. Whoosh! He swung his red longsword at the tractor driver, cleaving him in 2 with a single blow. Lin Yu, I am your third uncle. The old man sitting in the passenger seat was terrified and begged for mercy, his body trembling. Blood spurting from the driver's chest landed on his face. It doesn't matter who you are. Lin Yu swung his sword again, slicing through the old man's neck and killing him. He vaguely remembered the old man. He seemed to be his third uncle. But no matter who it was, once you made an enemy of him, you were doomed. Boom! Lin Yu leaped into the air, tracing an arc of several tens of meters, and landed in front of the car, extending his right hand to block it. Thump! A speeding car crashed into my hand, instantly deforming and damaging the engine in front. The car stopped abruptly, and Lin Yu stood motionless. Monster! Blocking a car with his bare hands? Lin Yu is that amazing. The 5 people in the car looked terrified, their pupils extremely constricted. Lin Yu, what are you going to do? Do you intend to kill us all? Seeing that he couldn't escape, the old village chief opened the car door and got out, holding a cane in his hand and leaning on the ground, trying to appear calm. I was thinking about it in the car just now, and I realized that what happened to Zhang Xiaoping really wasn't your fault. How about this, you leave now, and we'll pretend we never saw you, and I won't pursue the matter of Zhang Xiaoping being killed anymore. The old village chief appeared calm and composed, but his legs were trembling, and his heart was filled with apprehension and panic. Lin Yu, turn back before it's too late. The conflict is between you and Zhang Donglai's family, and has nothing to do with us. The other 4 people also got out of the car, their bodies trembling, their faces full of worry and fear. Isn't it too late to say it has nothing to do with you now? Lin Yu smirked and rushed out, quickly arriving beside the old village chief, his red sword slashing at him. Put! Before the old village chief could react, the red sword sliced across his neck, blood spurted out, and a head detached from his neck, falling downwards. Ah! The old village chief is dead. The obese woman screamed in terror, unable to contain her fear any longer, and turned to run away. Whoosh! Lin Yu tossed the red longsword in his hand lightly, and the sword shot out swiftly, piercing through the obese woman's chest. Ah! The obese woman let out a piercing scream, her eyes widened, and her body fell to the ground. Swish! 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 Lin Yu swung his longsword several times, creating several streaks of cold, red light. Put! Ah! With several screams, the remaining 4 people were all cut in half. 3 of them suffered muscle spasms for a moment before losing their breath. Lin Yu, save me. We discussed it with the enforcement team before we came. If we don't get to Linjia village before dark, your family's ancestral graves will still be dug up. The man who hadn't died had eyes full of longing for life, begging Lin Yu to save his life. Because of its high degree of autonomy, Linjia village has always had an enforcement team, which is composed of strong men from the village and usually consists of 8 people. It's alright, I'll go back to Linjia village in a bit and get rid of all the law enforcement team members. Lin Yu comforted him. Regardless of whether what the other party says is true or false, if you have any doubts, just eliminate them. After all, the enforcement team wasn't exactly a saint either. They had helped Zhang Donglai's family a lot when they seized assets. I. The man reached out his hand, trying to touch Lin Yu's trouser leg, but ultimately failed and his hand fell limply to the ground. After dealing with the few people, Lin Yu headed towards Lin family village, following the direction he remembered. Linjia village, the village committee compound. A group of strong men were busy at work. They were wearing thick black cotton padded coats and blue ties with the words law enforcement team member written on them. The yard has been cleaned up, hurry up and bring out the dog head gate. The deputy village chief was a short, middle-aged man with a muscular build, who directed everyone to work. Oldly, give it your all. 4 law enforcement officers carried the dog's head from inside the house and laboriously walked outside. The dog head gate bracket is very large, and the inside is solid iron, weighing several hundred kilograms. The guillotine was over 2 meters long and nearly half a meter wide, with dried blood still clinging to its blade. Sharpen the guillotine blade. Lin Yu is a martial artist, and he's tough. It would be troublesome if the guillotine blade wasn't sharp enough to cut through him. As long as we can do this well, the village chief promised to give each of us 30,000 yuan. The deputy village chief gave instructions again. Law enforcement officers are highly sought after in the village. They receive considerable benefits whenever a major incident occurs. All 8 law enforcement officers from Linjia village were here. Upon hearing that there was money involved, they worked even harder, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Deputy village chief, when are we going to dig up the Lin Yu family's ancestral graves? A burly man ran towards the deputy village chief, asking with a smile. He was very big, with a silly expression, but his eyes revealed a wise look. Everyone in the village called him Big Fool. The village chief told us to wait for news. If Lin Yu resists, he will make a video call to us and direct our actions. The deputy village chief lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. The digging up of ancestral graves is mainly a threat, not the goal. The deterrent effect is strong when the ancestral graves are not dug up, but it loses its deterrent effect once they are dug up. Oh, I see. Deschamps scratched his head in disappointment, turned around and went back to work, picking up a whetstone and sharpening the guillotine with the others. Sizzle, sizzle. The rough sound of sharpening knives echoed throughout the courtyard as the law enforcement officers chatted and laughed, diligently sharpening their knives. But they had only sharpened half of their knives when the door was suddenly kicked open. Bang! The village committee's already dilapidated iron gate couldn't withstand a kick from the person outside and collapsed with a crash. There is a recessed footprint in the center of the iron gate. Chapter 32, the entire law enforcement team was wiped out. Who's got the guts to kick down the village committee's gate? The loud noise startled everyone in the courtyard, and they all turned to look at the gate. A tall, upright young man stood in front of the gate, scanning the crowd in the courtyard. Isn't that Lin Yu? Could it be that the village chief and the others have returned? Since Lin Yu was the one to be executed, they had naturally seen the photo and recognized the person standing at the gate at a glance. Lin Yu, where are the village chief and the others? Shouldn't they have come back with you? The deputy village chief walked curiously toward the gate, wanting to find the village chief and the others. However, when he reached the gate and looked around, he couldn't find the village chief or the others. He only saw some large trees swaying gently in the wind. Strange, why would the village chief leave him here alone? Isn't he afraid he'll run away? The deputy village chief scratched his head in confusion, still unaware that something was wrong. Deputy village chief, I have a question for you. Do you think that clan rules and genealogies are more intimidating, or that real strength carries more weight? Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at this group of eccentric villagers, his curiosity running high. Of course it's the clan rules and genealogy. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. No matter how strong a person is, they must eventually return to their roots. How can they go against the rules set by their ancestors? The deputy village chief answered without hesitation, his tone carrying a hint of admonition. He pulled out his phone and impatiently swiped the screen. Stop changing the subject, I'm calling the village chief right now. You don't need to look anymore. On the way here, I killed the village chief and all of them, not a single one was left. Lin Yu grinned, revealing his bright white teeth, a wicked smile on his face. What did you say? You killed the village chief? Upon hearing this, the deputy village chief looked at Lin Yu in shock, almost dropping his phone. The 8 law enforcement officers also stopped what they were doing and looked over. Lin Yu, what are you talking about? How could you possibly dare to kill the old village chief and the others? You should know that killing the old village chief is equivalent to betraying Lin family village. Not only will you be removed from the family register, but you will also be despised by everyone in the Lin family. The deputy village chief's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. His way of thinking seemed to be fixed even now. He still thought that Lin Yu had been escorted here by the village chief and others. Don't worry, I won't be despised by anyone, because I'll kill anyone who dares to despise me. With a slight thought, Lin Yu's right hand emitted a beam of red light, which quickly condensed into a long sword about 1 meter long and entirely red. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Seeing the longsword appear out of thin air, a look of surprise flashed in the deputy village chief's eyes, but this surprise was quickly replaced by horror. It's obvious I'm going to kill you all. Lin Yu swung his longsword with lightning speed, instantly slicing through the deputy village chief's neck. You. The deputy village chief felt a sharp pain in his neck and his mouth was slightly open, but he couldn't speak. Blood kept flowing from his neck and mouth, and his body collapsed limply to the ground. Even at the moment of his death, his face was filled with disbelief, unable to believe that Lin Yu would kill him. Lin Yu killed the deputy village chief. Grab your weapons. Seeing this, the 8 law enforcement officers looked at Lin Yu warily and picked up the weapons next to them. There were shovels, pitchforks, and steel rods. They're just a bunch of ants, they don't think they can fight back, do they? With a sneer on his face, Lin Yu suddenly shot forward, so fast that no one could see him clearly. In an instant, he rushed into the group of 8, slashing with his long sword, its cold light flashing. Put! Ah! Blood splattered, blood flowed like a river. The 8 men were powerless to resist, their bodies were all cleaved open, and they fell into pools of blood, screaming in agony. Monster! I'm going to kill you. Big Fool was incredibly resilient. Even though he had been cut in 2 at the chest, he remained highly active and crawled toward Lin Yu using both hands. It still has such vigorous vitality, could it be a special physique? Lin Yu looked surprised and slashed out with his sword again, slicing across Desha's head. If an ordinary person suffered such severe injuries, even if they survived, they would certainly be unable to move. No matter how strong their will was, it would be useless if their physical condition did not allow it. But Desha was able to crawl towards him as if nothing had happened, which was definitely not normal. Put. Big Fool's head was cleaved in two, and he lay motionless on the ground. The disparity in strength between the two sides is too great, so even if there are any unusual developments, they will be of no use. What happened in the village committee compound? Why do I hear so many screams? Ah! Murder! Two rural women passing by, hearing the commotion inside the courtyard, curiously walked towards the gate and peered inside. The scene inside immediately horrified them. The courtyard was littered with corpses and blood, and a man, like a demon, stood in the middle of the courtyard holding a long sword. Now that you've seen it, then go die. Lin Yu sneered, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared beside the two men, his red longsword slicing across their necks. Put. The two men's heads were severed off, rolled several times on the ground, and their headless corpses slowly fell to the ground. I remember there was another family that participated in plundering the original owner's property. Since we're already here, let's wipe that family out too. Lin Yu closed his eyes and carefully recalled the enemies of Linjia village and the participants in the division of property. They discovered that besides Zhang Donlai's family, there was indeed another family, who, according to kinship, belonged to the original owner's second uncle. That family played a supporting role and probably didn't receive much money, but since they were involved, it's best to resolve the matter. At the west end of the village stands a 3-story villa. In recent years, Lin Yu's second uncle, Zhang Lei, has made a fortune abroad, earning at least several million yuan. They demolished their old house in their hometown and built a new one, and also bought a new car worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. Inside the courtyard, 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, were eating barbecue. Old Lei, the old village chief, asked you to participate in the trial of Lin Yu yesterday. Why didn't you go? I heard that Zhang Donlai took out all his property. If you had participated, our family would have gotten more than 100,000 yuan. A woman who looked to be in her 50s glared at the middle-aged man with black and white hair on her right and complained. She is Zhang Lei's wife, Rin Xinxin. Her name is nice, but she is ugly, obese, and her face is covered with pockmarks. Mom, it was me who didn't want Dad to go. Your thinking is too stubborn. Who is Lin Yu? He's a top genius. Even Su Wenluo, the top student at Fengyun University, was killed. Do you know what that means? The man grilling the food was a young man in black who shook his head with a wry smile. The older generation in Linjia village are so stubborn. They're just ordinary people, yet they dare to try and force Lin Yu to submit. Chapter 33. Even the bride-to-be dies. I heard that the old village chief and others would threaten Lin Yu with family tree and digging up ancestral graves. All I can say about this behavior is that he's asking for it. TCH, what do you know, you little kid? So what if Lin Yu is powerful? In the end, he's still a Lin family villager. Ren Xinxin rolled her eyes and said disdainfully. Alright, stop talking. It's just a few 100,000 yuan. Do I really care about a few 100,000 yuan now? Zhang Lei took a drag on his cigarette, interrupting their argument. Father, you don't know how powerful Lin Yu is now. Martial artists are nothing in front of him. Ordinary people like us are probably not even worth dogs in his eyes. He can kill us without hesitation. We must never offend him in the future. The young man in black gave a serious warning with a solemn expression. He wouldn't dare. What do you think the police are for? If he dares to kill someone, the police will arrest him and shoot him. Ren Xinxin glared and retorted. You two are too old to understand. The police are for ordinary people, not martial artists. Just don't offend Lin Yu. The young man in black sighed. His mother was very stubborn and inflexible, which frustrated him greatly. The child meant well. Alright, Dad knows. Your mother and I will never offend Lin Yu in the future. But Lin Yu is about to die, so there won't be a chance to offend him. Zhang Lei smiled and flicked his cigarette ash. Although he felt that Ren Xinxin was right, he always favored his son when it came to doing things. He won't die. The old village chief and the others are just ordinary people. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, the young man was delighted, thinking that his father had taken it to heart. However, he did not expect that the second half would reveal his true colors. He opened his mouth to retort, but just then, a figure appeared in front of the gate. You have already offended them. Zhang Lei's gate was not closed. Lin Yu slowly walked into the courtyard, staring at the four people with a half-smile. The four of them turned around at the sound, and their expressions changed slightly when they saw who it was. Lin Yu, what are you doing here? Didn't the old village chief lead people to arrest you? You weren't arrested. The four people had different expressions. The young man and woman looked surprised, with a hint of fear in their eyes. Zhang Lei and his wife looked puzzled, not understanding why the other party was there. The old village chief and his ilk are nothing but ants. I've already sent them to meet the king of hell. Next, it's your family's turn. With a slight thought, Lin Yu produced a stream of red light in his hand, which quickly condensed into a sword. You killed the old village chief and the others? How is that possible? Killing the old village chief is tantamount to making an enemy of the entire Lin family village. Zhang Lei's heart skipped a beat, and his face showed deep disbelief, thinking that the other party was joking. Lin Yu, when did our family offend you? Does our family mean you're going to wipe us out today? The young man in black stood up, his face extremely solemn, his heart filled with fear. His thinking wasn't rigid. He knew what the other person was saying was probably true. The village chief had already been killed by Lin Yu. Son, we don't have much contact with Lin Yu. The only thing we can say we've offended is what happened more than 10 years ago. At the time, Lin Yu's parents died unexpectedly, leaving behind a large inheritance, which attracted the envy of some relatives. The Zhang Donglai family got the most money, and your dad also got a share, receiving 100,000 yuan. Zhang Lei chuckled, as if this was something to be proud of. However, upon hearing this, the young man was nearly scared out of his wits. He quickly looked at Lin Yu and pleaded. Lord Lin Yu, I knew nothing about this matter. Didn't my family take 100,000 yuan from you before? How about this? I'll give you 200,000 yuan now, and our feud will be over. The young woman beside her also stood up, trembling as she looked at Lin Yu. Tiger, what nonsense are you talking about? Why should we give him 200,000 yuan? I am Lin Yu's second uncle. Consider that 100,000 yuan as a gift to his father. Zhang Lei was very stubborn, raising his chin slightly and saying disdainfully. I don't believe Lin Yu would really dare to do anything to us. Didn't he say he was going to kill us? Come on, I'll stretch out my neck for you to chop, do you dare? Zhang Lei deliberately stretched out his neck, exposing his carotid artery, and walked towards Lin Yu with a fearless expression. When he came to Lin Yu's side, he stretched his neck a little longer and narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he still doesn't believe Lin Yu would dare kill the old village chief and the others, and thinks the other party is just talking nonsense. Ren Xinxin stood by and made sarcastic remarks, her face full of disbelief. The world is so big, there are all kinds of strange things. I never thought that someone would have such a request. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He swung his red longsword and sliced it across Zhang Lei's neck. With a plop sound, Zhang Lei's eyes, which had been squinting, suddenly widened, staring at Lin Yu in disbelief. Lin, you actually made a move. My neck hurts so much. Zhang Lei was both shocked and in pain. His hands instinctively reached for his neck, but before he could touch it, his vision spun around him. His head was spinning and falling. Ah! Lao Lei. Lin Yu, you killed Lao Lei. Ren Xinxin was shocked and her finger trembled as she pointed at Lin Yu, her face filled with shock, sadness, and surprise. Didn't I just say I was going to kill you all? Lin Yu slightly raised his eyelids, and the eccentricity of these two people in his mind increased even more. He moved swiftly, leaving a blurry afterimage behind him, and arrived beside Ren Xinxin, his red longsword slashing towards her neck. Put! Ren Xinxin's neck was slashed by the long sword, and her head was severed without her even having a chance to scream. But that doesn't mean she didn't feel pain at the moment of death. She felt extreme agony. Perhaps because the sword strike was too fast, even after her head hit the ground, it remained active for a period of time. Whoosh! The red longsword was swung once more, drawing a cold glint. The young man's body was split in two at the chest, and he fell to the ground in terror, his life force rapidly fading away. Who are you? Lin Yu looked at the woman beside him. In his general impression, Zhang Lei's family seemed to have only one son. Of course, no matter who this woman is, she will eventually die. He was just slightly curious about her identity. No. Don't kill me. I'm their daughter-in-law, I have nothing to do with them, The young woman knelt on the ground, trembling and begging for mercy, tears streaming down her face, she looked utterly pitiful. A flash of cold light, and her pleas for mercy came to an abrupt halt. After dealing with the matters in Linjia village, Lin Yu quickly left and headed towards the city, returning to the villa he had purchased. Nearly 20 people died in Linjia village. The case was particularly serious and alarmed the police. The police launched an overnight investigation, which lasted for several hours, and finally focused on Lin Yu. Chapter 34, Crazy Upgrade, Level 39. The next day, Lin Yu was invited to the police station for questioning. He sat in the interrogation chair, looking at the officers with an innocent and naive expression. "Lin Yu, do you know why we summoned you?" A young policewoman with a pure and innocent appearance, holding a pen in her hand, questioned Lin Yu. The crime scene was sparsely populated, and they didn't know who did it, but there were surveillance cameras in the city that captured Lin Yu and the group from Linjia village getting into several cars. Many people also died in Linjia village. Judging from the traces found at the scene, it was clearly the work of the same person. If there are no surprises, the murderer should be this seemingly innocent-looking Lin Yu. Two special personnel dressed in suits sat next to him. After all, Lin Yu was a martial artist, and the police alone were not qualified to summon him. Members of the Jinwu department had to be present. In fact, judging from their ranks, these two are dispensable. The two Jinwu members seemed to know this as well, and they were a little flustered. "Of course I know, it must be because of the murder case involving more than 20 people in Linjia village, right?" Lin Yu nodded, her tone calm. "Oh? You admit that you killed those people?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the young policewoman immediately tensed up, instinctively gripping her pen tightly and swallowing hard. Having killed so many people, once convicted, even martial artists would be executed. Could Lin Yu possibly launch a last-ditch counterattack? The two members of the Jinwu department who were accompanying them also became nervous, and their legs trembled slightly. As fellow martial artists, they understood Lin Yu's terrifying nature better than ordinary people. When he unleashed his fury, no one present could withstand him. "They're just going through the motions here. When did I admit to being a murderer? I didn't kill those people." Lin Yu shook her head, looking completely innocent. "It was the heavenly sword that killed those people, not him. He could only be considered the source of power. The heavenly sword was the real culprit." Phew. Upon hearing this, the three of them inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. The policewoman asked again, "According to the surveillance footage, you and those people from Linjia village got into several cars and left the city together. Now all those people are dead, and only you survived. How do you explain that? Besides, Zhang Donglai's family was among the dead." The police's intelligence capabilities are quite strong. They investigated the conflict between Lin Yu and Zhang Donglai's family very thoroughly. "Here's what happened. I was traveling with them to Linjia village when a martial artist suddenly appeared and killed everyone else in the village. I was stronger than that martial artist, so I survived." Lin Yu shrugged and made up a reason on the spot. In the early hours of the morning, he opened a resource chest, swallowed an SS-level pill, and leveled up to 34. Although it has become much stronger, it is not strong enough to rival the state. We cannot turn against it. We must still give it the respect it deserves. A martial artist suddenly appeared and killed everyone else? Such a crude lie left the three people present speechless. You just said that you are stronger than that martial artist, so when that martial artist killed the other people in Lin family village, didn't you intervene? The young policewoman asked again. No. Lin Yu shook her head. The young policewoman frowned slightly. Why didn't you make a move? Why should I intervene? Lin Yu slightly raised his eyelids and asked a question in return. That martial artist is not as strong as you. If you had made a move, the rest of Lin family village wouldn't have died. The young policewoman explained. What do I care whether they live or die? Besides, you should have investigated thoroughly. Those who died did not have a good relationship with me, especially Zhang Donglai. I'd rather they were all dead. Why would I possibly save them? Lin Yu spread his hands, his eyes filled with indifference. Upon hearing this, the three people present were immediately terrified, silently forming an image of Lin Yu as ruthless and vindictive. You must never offend this kind of person. Next, the young policewoman asked a few more questions, which Lin Yu answered fluently, though her lies were poorly crafted. But the police were helpless without concrete evidence. It was very difficult to convict a martial artist. Moreover, Lin Yu is currently considered a fairly powerful martial artist. With only a fixed monthly salary, who would want to offend him? After being asked a few questions, Lin Yu left the police station unharmed and returned to his residence. Near the crater, intense heat rises, scorching the air and creating a hazy atmosphere. A young man approached the volcano, bowed respectfully to the purple-clad woman who was meditating with her eyes closed, and reported, "My lord, I've discovered something interesting, and it's about your friend Lin Yu." "Oh? What is it?" Donna didn't even open her eyes, and asked in a calm tone. "His level has broken through to level 34. The young man reported with a look of shock on his face. Just now, after completing his cultivation task, he was bored and curiously observed Donna's friend. To his surprise, Lin Yu actually broke through to level 34. Even he was speechless at the speed of his breakthrough. Most importantly, despite Lin Yu's rapid breakthrough, his foundation remained solid, even more so than that of other martial artists. "What did you say? His level has increased to 34? Donna opened her eyes and said in surprise. She knew Lin Yu's talent, it was only slightly better than the average person, and his chances of becoming a martial artist weren't very high. But she's only been gone for a little over 10 days, and Lin Yu has already become a level 34 martial artist. Could it be that I've misjudged Lin Yu? Not only is his aptitude not weak, but he also possesses the legendary divine body of cultivation? Donna had an absurd thought, then shook her head. If it were truly the cultivation of a divine body, it's impossible that signs wouldn't have appeared until now. And which divine body is so powerful that it can go from an ordinary person to a level 34 martial artist in just over 10 days? It seems my friend is no ordinary person. I'll go see him after I've absorbed the Heart of Flame. He might be of use to me in the future. A look of amusement flashed across Donna's face. She slowly closed her eyes and continued to absorb the surrounding flames. For the next 3 days, things were quite peaceful for Lin Yu. He continued to open treasure chests and attend school as usual. Name, Lin Yu. Level, 39. Overall performance boost, 24x. This body's aptitude is a bit poor. If it had better talent, its level should be able to be raised to around level 60. I wonder if there are any treasures that can improve cultivation aptitude. Lin Yu walked on her way to school, lost in thought. For so many days, the treasure chests have yielded either weapons or pills to enhance cultivation. No treasures to improve aptitude have appeared yet. Chapter 35 Lin Yu, Zhang Luqi is nothing but a piece of trash. If there's an opportunity in the future, I should pay close attention to it. At just 8:30 a.m., the gate of Zetian University was already bustling with people. A giant arena stood prominently in the central open space, its black steel body gleaming coldly in the morning light. The reason this place is so lively is because today is the day of Lin Yu and Zhang Luqi's duel. Many people arrived early in the morning, specifically to watch the show. Today is the day of Lin Yu's duel with Zhang Luqi. Do you think Lin Yu dares to come? I think it's unlikely. Lin Yu might find a place to hide. After all, given the relationship between the two sides, if Lin Yu really steps into the ring, he will definitely be killed by Zhang Luqi. It's not shameful for Lin Yu to hide. After all, this battle was unfair to begin with. Who says otherwise? Discussions continued. Most people thought that Lin Yu definitely wouldn't come. In their view, no matter how talented Lin Yu was, it was impossible for him to surpass Zhang Luqi in such a short period of time. In fact, they also supported Lin Yu not coming. After all, this duel was inherently unfair, and it was a life-or-death duel with a death pact. If Lin Yu dares to step into the ring, Zhang Luqi will definitely not show any mercy, and Lin Yu will most likely be beaten to death. In this situation, not coming is the right choice. However, just when everyone thought Lin Yu would run away, a girl with pigtails and a pure, cute appearance pointed to the right side of the street and exclaimed in surprise. "Look, Lin Yu is here." Hearing the shout, everyone looked in that direction and saw Lin Yu walking towards them with a relaxed expression. It's true. Lin Yu really came. What's he doing here? Isn't he afraid of dying? Everyone was very surprised, and their eyes were fixed on Lin Yu. They originally thought Lin Yu wouldn't come to school today, but they didn't expect that Lin Yu would not only come, but also come so early. Quick, let's go over there, I need to interview Lin Yu. A female reporter in a suit urged the photographer next to her. This duel is no small matter. Zhang Luqi is a level 48 powerhouse, whose strength ranks among the top 50 in the country. Some authoritative media outlets were alarmed upon learning of the duel and sent reporters to the scene. This female reporter is very famous. Her real name is Chen Haiyue, but everyone affectionately calls her Xiaoye. She is very hard-working, working nearly 12 hours a day. This diligence, combined with her beautiful face, has earned her a large number of fans online. Hello everyone, welcome to Xiaoye's livestream. This is the gate of Zitian University, the scene of the duel between Lin Yu and Zhang Luqi. Chen Haiwei enthusiastically watched the livestream, first reading through the opening remarks and introducing the general situation, then turning the camera towards Lin Yu, who was walking in this direction. As you can see, Lin Yu, one of the duelists, has arrived. Let's go interview him. With a smile on her face, Chen Haiwei jogged towards Lin Yu and politely asked. Hello, Lin Yu, I'm reporter Xiaoye. May I interview you? Lin Yu was pondering how to improve his cultivation aptitude when he heard this. He looked up, slightly puzzled, and asked, Why are you interviewing me? Lin Yu, aren't you about to duel with Zhang Luqi? I'd like to ask you for your thoughts on this battle. Chen Haiwei had a sweet smile, and 2 dimples were faintly visible. A duel? Today does seem to be the day of my duel with Zhang Luqi. Lin Yu looked like he had just realized something. If the female reporter hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten. This is not his fault, because with his current strength, a level 48 martial artist poses no threat to him, so he didn't take it to heart. Lin Yu, you haven't forgotten about this duel, have you? Chen Haiwei looked bewildered. I had indeed forgotten before, but thanks to your reminder, I've remembered it again. Lin Yu nodded and said nonchalantly. Lin Yu, you're so carefree, you can forget something so important. Chen Haiwei's lips twitched. A normal person would probably be so nervous that they couldn't eat or sleep when they learned that they were going to have a life or death duel, especially if the opponent was much stronger than them. But Lin Yu, on the other hand, actually forgot. Since you reminded me, I'll give you 2 minutes. Go ahead and ask. Lin Yu waved her hand, signaling her to ask her question quickly. Okay, Mr. Lin Yu, what are your thoughts on this duel, such as what you would like to say to Mr. Zhang Luqi? Chen Haiwei had a sweet voice. After asking her question, she handed the microphone to Lin Yu, and the camera turned towards him. I don't have any other thoughts. After all, the opponent in this duel is too weak. As for what to say to Zhang Luqi, well, I just told him to prepare those 2 high-level treasure chests and 300 million yuan in advance. Oh, and we also need to prepare a coffin so that he can be put in immediately after he dies, which will save a lot of trouble. Lin Yu spoke eloquently to the camera, his face full of contempt. In his eyes, Zhang Luqi, from the class of 48, was like an ant that he could crush at will. What? Zhang Luqi is weak. Prepare a coffin so I can be put in immediately. Upon hearing this, everyone present and in the live broadcast room was stunned. No. Is Lin Yu really that arrogant? His opponent in the duel was one of the top 50 strongest fighters in the country, so how could he see him as an ant that he could crush at will? Lin Yu, this camera of mine is the latest equipment and can connect to the internet. There are currently 50 to 60,000 people in the live broadcast room. What you say may be heard by Zhang Luqi. Chen Haiwei was also stunned and spoke up to remind her. Lin Yu rolled her eyes, waved her hand dismissively, and said, Zhang Luqi is nothing but a piece of trash in my eyes. So what if I hear it? It doesn't change the fact that he's trash. Alright, that's about 2 minutes. Your interview is over. With his current strength, Zhang Luqi, who is at level 48, poses no threat whatsoever, so he naturally doesn't need to hold back when he speaks. What? Zhang Luqi is a good-for-nothing? These words immediately caused a huge uproar at the scene and in the live broadcast room, with exclamations of surprise filling the air. In their eyes, Lin Yu's willingness to participate in the duel already demonstrated immense courage. They even thought that Lin Yu had forgotten about the duel because he had forgotten it, and they even believed that Lin Yu dared to come to school because he had forgotten. If Lin Yu remembered that today was the day of his duel with Zhang Luqi, he might have run away. But now, things have developed in a way that has completely exceeded their expectations. Why does Lin Yu seem to completely disregard Zhang Luqi? The interview was explosive. Many people captured the video and posted it online. Chapter 36. The duel is about to begin, and Zhang Luqi is furious. Inside the principal's office, Zhang Luqi was furious when he saw Lin Yu's reply. Damn Lin Yu! You arrogant bastard, how dare you insult me? I'll never forgive you. When I finally fight you, I'll torture you first before I kill you. Zhang Luqi, holding his phone, slammed it hard onto the ground. With a crack, the phone shattered into pieces. His teeth were clenched, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Last time, Lin Yu's appearance ruined his plans, which led to him being punished by his master and having his right ear cut off. Before he could even take revenge, Lin Yu publicly insulted him in front of so many people. Principal, don't be angry. He's going to die soon anyway, why bother arguing with a dead man? The assistant next to him hurriedly ran over and massaged Gianluci's shoulders and back, speaking in a kind and gentle voice. Once I step onto the stage, I'll break his limbs first, then crush his spine, and then slowly kill him. Gianluci's eyes were bloodshot, and he subconsciously touched his right ear, which was now gone, the wound looking as if it had been forcibly ripped off. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as he was so angry that his head was spinning, a stone on the table made a vibration sound. This is a sound transmission stone, which can transmit sound over long distances. Mobile phones offer more convenient remote communication, but they are less secure and can be subject to eavesdropping. In remote areas, the signal may also be poor. The transmission stone is different during the transmission of messages, it cannot be eavesdropped on, and only another transmission stone can hear it. Gianluci picked up the sound transmission stone, infused it with his aura, and placed it to his ear. A man's voice rang out from inside. I'm ready, let's go. Upon hearing this voice, a look of solemnity and fear flashed in Gianluci's eyes. He called his assistant and hurriedly set off for Zetian University. As time went on, crowds surged at the entrance of Zetian University, and several nearby streets were completely blocked. Not only were there teachers and students from the school, but also many people from the community who came after hearing the news, making it an unprecedentedly grand event. I didn't expect there wouldn't be any classes today. Lin Yu came to school early in the morning to attend classes. Upon arriving at the classroom, I discovered that everyone was given a day off. The reason was that he was going to duel with Gianluci, so the school decided to give him a day off and send all the teachers and students to cheer him on. What a weirdo. It's just a level 48 nobody. Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss about it? Lin Yu sat leisurely in the classroom reading a book about the abyss world, including introductions to abyssal creatures, dangerous zones, and more. Lin Yu will also learn about this knowledge carefully. After all, you only have one life, so you can't be arrogant just because you're bound to a system. It was 11:30 when he slowly stood up and walked outside. Lin Yu, if you feel that there is a big gap between your strength and Gianluci's, it's not too late to back out now. Just stay in the classroom and don't come out. Yes, you just stay hidden, and we'll take care of the rest. Before Lin Yu could even leave the classroom, a large group of people surrounded her. The leader was Lu Rushue, who kept advising them, because they really didn't want anything to happen to Lin Yu. Once such a genius matures, his future is immeasurable, and Zetian's status will rise accordingly. Alright, he's just a level 48 nobody. I can take him down in a few moves. Lin Yu yawned boredly, pushed through the crowd, and walked towards the gate, leaving the group with only his back. A minor character at level 48? Lu Rushue and the others exchanged glances, and all of them saw shock in each other's eyes. Lin Yu just said that Gianluci is a minor character at level 48. Has he gone mad, or has he gotten carried away? How dare he utter such arrogant words? The key point is that he said this without blushing or embarrassment, as if he were stating a fact. Could it be that Lin Yu's current strength is even greater than level 48? My god, has he become this powerful in just a few days? Among the crowd, Wang Xinyu's eyes were full of strangeness. After getting to know Lin Yu for a while, she gained a basic understanding of him, knowing that he was not a boastful person, and also knowing about his abnormal and terrifying talent. At this moment, Lin Yu might actually be more capable than Gianluci. The school gate was filled with noise as Gianluci and his men arrived at the arena. He was accompanied by two people, one of whom was his assistant. The other person was a blond man with a resolute face, emanating a subtle but powerful aura. Judging from their positions, this man is of a higher status than Gianluci. Shinjiej, what are you doing here? The moment Lu Rushue saw the blond man, she recognized him and her eyes filled with vigilance. The opponent was the president of the second university, whose combat power was much stronger than Gianluci's, and could easily rank among the top 30 in the country. Oh, it's Miss Lu. Long time no see, how have you been? Does your right arm still hurt? Shinjiej smiled wickedly, looked at Lu Rushue's right arm, and teased her. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushue felt a surge of anger. She had once fought Shinjiej, who was stronger than her and easily defeated her. However, Shinjiej was treacherous and ruthless. After she lost, Shinjiej ignored the referee's whistle and crushed her right arm. You haven't answered my question yet, what are you doing here? Lu Rushue narrowed her eyes slightly, suppressing her anger as she asked. Today is the day Lin Yu and Zhang Luqi are dueling. I'm here to watch the show. What? Am I not allowed to come? Shin Jiege had a faint smile on his face. You'd better not try anything funny. If you disrupt a fair duel between martial artists, you won't be able to bear the consequences, even if you're the vice principal of the second university. Lu Rushue warned. The school group also forms cliques. Zetian University and First University are on good terms. So he offended the leader of the other faction, the second university. Don't worry, this is a rule set by the Federation. I'm not that stupid. Besides, with Zhang Luqi's strength, dealing with Lin Yu will be a piece of cake. He. Shin Jiege chuckled slyly. Where is Lin Yu? Get the hell out here. Don't hide like a coward. Zhang Luqi, standing to the side, had a ferocious expression on his face and roared loudly at the surrounding crowd. The sound was so loud that everyone within a kilometer could hear it clearly. What do you want from me? Lin Yu stopped by the resource shop again to check if there were any good items before slowly walking towards the gate. So, when they arrived at the gate, almost everyone else was already there. Damn it! Lin Yu, you finally dared to show your face. I'm asking you, why did you humiliate me in front of everyone? Why did you call me trash? Zhang Luqi's aura suddenly erupted, and he was like a ferocious beast that had been provoked, locking onto Lin Yu with murderous intent. Chapter 37 Overwhelming Strength, Zhang Luqi dies. When did I insult you? As for calling you trash, that's utter nonsense, because I'm just stating the facts. You are trash in my eyes. Lin Yu glanced at him dismissively and said disdainfully. You're fucking asking for it. Zhang Luqi flew into a rage, his face instantly contorting into a ferocious demonic expression. His aura exploded as he charged towards Lin Yu. Luqi, calm down. Shin Jiege quickly reached out and grabbed his arm. Let him go. I'm going to kill this brat today. Zhang Luqi's eyes were bloodshot, and he was so angry that he felt dizzy and disoriented. If it were one of the top 20 strongest people in the country who insulted him like that, he wouldn't be this angry. But what gives a junior like him, level 32, the right to insult him like that? I'm telling you to calm down. If you kill him now, it's the crime of intentionally killing a prodigy. Even if you're the principal, you'll definitely die. But if you kill him on the stage, everything is legal and you won't have to bear any responsibility. Shin Jiege's expression turned slightly cold, and she pinched Zhang Luqi's arm hard with the hand that was gripping it. He used his thumb so hard that his nail almost dug into the other person's flesh. I see. Zhang Luqi understood the gravity of the situation. He took a deep breath, jumped onto the stage, glared fiercely at Lin Yu, and said, Kid, come on up if you dare. I hope you're not just a coward who talks big but doesn't back down. Everyone turned their gaze to Lin Yu, their faces filled with curiosity, wondering whether he dared to step onto the arena. Even at this point, some people still felt that Lin Yu wouldn't dare to step into the ring. Moreover, Zhang Luqi is currently in a state of rage, and if Lin Yu dares to step into the ring, he will likely suffer a terrible fate. I have never boasted. Lin Yu leaped onto the ring with ease. He's really going into the ring. My God, has Lin Yu gone mad? There were tens of thousands of people at the scene, and even more people watching the live stream, numbering in the millions. Everyone was surprised to see Lin Yu actually step onto the ring. It takes courage to die. Good lad, your courage is commendable, but courage is the only good thing you have left. Zhang Luqi wore a cold smile as he looked Lin Yu up and down, his eyes filled with malice and murderous intent. The referee arrived quickly, holding an agreement. After the two signed it, he stepped off the ring. On your marks, 10, 9, 8, 1, the duel to the death begins. The middle-aged referee held a clock in his hand and blew his whistle precisely when the time came to 12. Ah, kid, once you blow that whistle, it'll be too late for regrets. Kneel down. If you kneel down and kowtow to me 10,000 times, I'll consider sparing your life. Zhang Luqi crossed his arms and looked at Lin Yu with a mocking expression. How dare a piece of trash say such a thing? Even if you kowtow to me 10,000 times, you piece of trash will still die today. Lin Yu said dismissively. You little brat, I see you won't learn your lesson until you're faced with death. I'll chop off your limbs first, then let's see if you still dare to be so tough. Zhang Luqi's expression was ferocious. As his thoughts raced, blue light surged from his right hand, and a blue longsword crackling with electricity instantly materialized. The blade was sharp and its cold light was chilling. Boom! He dashed forward with lightning speed, covering 10 meters in an instant, his blade aimed straight for Lin Yu's legs. Too slow. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a clench of his right hand, the crimson heavenly god sword materialized. Brush! The heavenly god sword slashed out, several times faster than the opponent's strike. The sword light was like blood, arriving first despite being attacked later, and slashed across Gianluci's legs. Since the other party wanted to sever his limbs, he would return the favor. Put! Gianluci's legs were severed, the wounds were extremely clean, and blood gushed out. Ah! He felt a warm sensation in his knee, followed by an intense pain that sent a piercing scream through his mind. Ah! My leg! My leg is broken! Was that your sword strike? Gianluci lay on the ground, clutching his legs in pain, looking at Lin Yu with a horrified expression, his attention mostly focused on the still dripping sword. Just now, he only saw a red sword light flash by, and the speed of that sword's shadow was unbelievably fast. He didn't have time to defend himself before his legs were severed. How could Lin Yu possibly possess such speed? Gianluci was filled with disbelief, but the long sword was in Lin Yu's hand, and no matter how much he disbelieved it, there was no use in facing the facts. I told you long ago, you're nothing but a piece of trash in my eyes. Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile as he swung his long sword, drawing 2 streaks of cold light. It was so fast and sharp that it seemed to slice through the air. Put! Put! 2 splattering sounds of blood rang out, and Gianluci's 2 arms were also severed and fell to the ground. Ouch! My arm! Gianluci screamed in pain, rolling on the ground, blood gushing from the broken parts of his limbs. As it rolled, it dyed the ground crimson. Wait, something's wrong with you. Why are you so powerful? Wait, your level has increased to 39. Gianluci raised his ferocious face, enduring the pain as he looked at Lin Yu, his face filled with shock and confusion. He knew that Lin Yu was indeed very strong. He had easily defeated Su Wenluo 5 days ago. However, the opponent's strength at that time was still quite different from his. In just 5 short days, Lin Yu's improvement has been so tremendous. Lin Yu's level increased from 32 to 39. Could the problem lie here? But what exactly happened in those 5 days that could raise the other party's level by 7? What's the point of a dead man knowing so much? Lin Yu stepped forward, wielding his red long sword, ready to kill Gianluci. Stop! I surrender, don't kill me, the treasure chest and all the money are yours. Gianluci's expression changed drastically as he realized the life or death crisis and resigned himself to his fate, begging for mercy. But this life or death duel is even more rigorous. It's the highest level life or death duel, and admitting defeat is useless. Lin Yu, stop! Xinjiege, who was stunned in the audience, also changed his expression drastically. He burst out with aura and rushed towards the arena to save the person. His level was as high as 53, and his speed was incredibly fast, even faster than Lin Yu's. But he was too far away from the 2 people on stage, and there was no time for him to make it. Put! The sword's edge grazed Gianluci's neck, slicing through his flesh and bones, sending up a spray of blood. Am I dead? Gianluci's head, falling towards the ground, moved slightly, his eyes wide open, unable to believe that his end would come to this. Chapter 38 Xinjiege, Who Wants Revenge? After his head was severed, Gianluci's life force quickly dissipated, and he fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, the entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Tens of thousands of spectators seemed to have been gripped by the throat at the same time, and an expression of disbelief froze on everyone's face. Their gazes were fixed on the arena, on the headless corpse and Lin Yu, who stood with his sword. Gianluci is dead? Just like that, killed by Lin Yu? This is outrageous. Lin Yu's strength is terrifying now. The testing equipment shows that Lin Yu's level has reached level 39. Wasn't he level 32 before? 5 days later, he's level 39. After the deathly silence came a deafening roar. Exclamations, doubts, and screams mingled together. Everyone had anticipated Lin Yu's crushing defeat, even his death, but no one expected it to end like this. A complete and utterly crushing counterattack. Is this really the kind of skill a freshman can possess? You try slapping me? Lu Rushue stiffly tugged at the sleeve of the vice principal beside her, her voice hoarse. Smack! The vice principal's expression also froze. He raised his right hand and slapped her across the face. After hitting Lu Rushue, he slapped himself again. Only when he felt the extreme pain did he dare to believe that it was all real. Lin Yu from Zitian University really killed a powerful figure like Zhang Luqi. The battle lasted only a few seconds from start to finish, and Zhang Luqi was powerless to resist throughout. Sure enough, I knew Lin Yu wasn't the type to talk big. Wang Xinyi's face turned pale. Although she had guessed that Lin Yu's strength might have made a new breakthrough, she was still shocked to see such a significant breakthrough with her own eyes. Lin Yu, didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Xin Jiage looked at Lin Yu on the stage and roared angrily. Seeing Lin Yu's performance, he was also shocked. So much so that when Zhang Luqi's limbs were cut off and he was about to be killed, he thought of saving him, but it was too late. You think you can just stop whenever you want? Who do you think you are? Lin Yu turned her head and glanced at him lightly. How dare you insult me like that? Kid, do you even know who I am? Xin Jiage stared wide-eyed, pointed at himself, and said incredulously. I don't know. What would I do if I knew who you are? Besides taking up my brain space, you're of no use at all. Lin Yu rolled her eyes and said dismissively. You little brat, you're pretty arrogant. No wonder Zhang Luqi wanted to kill you so much. Let me tell you, I am Xin Jiage, the president of the second best university in the country. Level 53. Xin Jiage gritted his teeth, his body trembling. This student in front of me is indeed terrifying, enough to be considered among the strong, but his personality is just too infuriating. He was one of the top 30 strongest people in the country, but he couldn't get the slightest respect from the other party. Oh. Lin Yu gave a nonchalant reply, jumped off the stage, picked up a treasure chest and a gold card, and prepared to leave. A gold card is a universal bank card that allows you to withdraw money without a PIN. Only people with assets exceeding 1 billion are eligible to own one. Halt! You killed my old friend, you're not leaving here today. Xin Jie's gaze narrowed slightly, and his level 53 aura erupted as he flashed forward, rushing straight towards Lin Yu. Principal Xin, your old friend died on the stage. It's all legal and compliant. According to the rules, hatred cannot be brought off the stage. Do you intend to break the rules? From the Zitian University camp, a man wearing a straw hat rushed out and blocked Xin Jie's path like a ghost. His level was equally terrifying, even a slight emanation of his aura was difficult for those nearby to withstand. Vice President of Capital University? Xin Jie looked at the person blocking his way, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Capital University is the strongest university in the entire Federation, a gathering place for geniuses and experts. Even though he's just the vice principal, his level is as high as 54, which is even more impressive than his. But this is good too, the more powerful people come here, the more secure the plan will be over there. This matter is a conflict between us and Zitian University. Does First University intend to get involved? Xin Jie questioned in a cold voice. Zitian University has always been on good terms with us. Their business is our business. If you want to break the rules, don't blame me for being impolite. The man in the straw hat stood ramrod straight, his hat brim slightly lowered, exuding an invisible sense of oppression. All right, I'll give you face, and we can leave Zhang Luqi's matter here. But Lin Yu, as a junior, dared to speak rudely to me. This matter cannot be left unresolved. I must be given an explanation. Xin Jie snorted coldly, looking at Lin Yu with a gloomy expression. Oh? What kind of explanation do you want? The man in the straw hat asked. Make him kowtow to me 10 times in public, apologize and admit his mistake, and then compensate me 1 million yuan for damage to his reputation. That would be the end of the matter. Xin Jie raised his chin slightly and said coldly. Pfft, ha ha ha. Before the man in the straw hat could even speak, Lin Yu burst into laughter. You're just a clown. You expect me to give you an explanation? Get lost, or I'll kill you too. Lin Yu's face was icy cold, and she looked at Xin Jie as if he were a clown. You're asking for it. Upon hearing this, Xin Jie was so angry that he felt dizzy. With a thought, he summoned a black spear and charged towards Lin Yu. How dare you? Do you think I don't exist? The man in the straw hat moved. With a flick of his right hand, a seemingly ordinary folding fan shot out like lightning, accurately striking the trajectory of Xin Jie's charge. Bang! Xin Jie hurriedly parried with his spear. The fan ribs clashed with the spear shaft, producing a metallic clang. A tremendous force surged forth, causing him to stagger back several steps, his hands going numb. You! Shinjie's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at the man in the bamboo hat, his face filled with anger, but he dared not make another move. It seems you're determined to make things difficult for me today. Fine, I'll let that kid go today. But if you can protect him today, what about in the future? Can you protect him every day? Shinjie took a deep breath, and the spear in his hand turned into smoke and disappeared, entering his sea of consciousness. After a martial artist has practiced the sea of consciousness opening technique, they can open up a space called the Sea of Consciousness, which can store various items, including weapons. Lin Yu did not open it, but his weapon was too advanced, and could freely enter his mind. In fact, most weapons of a grade and above have the ability to freely enter the mind. But Shinjie's spear belongs to that small group. Lin Yu, you'd better be careful in the future. This isn't the end of the matter between us. Shinjie glared at Lin Yu, uttered a few threats, jumped onto the stage, grabbed Zhang Luqi's corpse, and left without looking back. Chapter 39, the mocking student is eliminated, and Zhang Luqi is resurrected. Hey, you, don't leave school for the next few years. Shinjie is ruthless, he definitely won't let you off the hook. However, even if he hates you, he wouldn't dare to break into the school and kill you. The man in the straw hat caught up with Lin Yu and spoke up to remind him. He was quite concerned about the geniuses from the allied universities. No. Lin Yu waved her hand dismissively, a hint of disdain in her eyes, and walked past the man in the straw hat. After using the heavenly divine sword skill, Shinjie is probably no match for him, so the person in front of him is completely unnecessary. If the other party hadn't stopped him, he could have openly fighted back. What kind of attitude is this? Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, the man in the straw hat trembled with anger. He actually saw a hint of disdain in the other's eyes. I'm sorry, Vice Principal Niu, Lin Youtian's personality has always been like this, please don't take offense. Lu Rushua hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her, as Vice Principal Niu was a powerful figure at Zetian University and could not be offended. Never mind, with such high talent, it's normal for him to have a quirky personality. You should teach him well in the future and try your best to help him change this personality. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. I have a good temper and don't care about this kind of thing, but if I offend a top expert with a bad temper, I'm doomed. The man in the straw hat snorted coldly. Don't worry, I will definitely teach him well in the future. Lu Rushue echoed, apologetic smile on her face. Although she said that, she had no intention of teaching him at all. Lin Yu is even more powerful than her, how can she teach him? That's good. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. As the battle ended, everyone left the scene, but the impact of the incident continued to reverberate. The internet is buzzing about this, with many people praising Lin Yu as the #1 prodigy in the Xia Federation. In the desert, on a wide asphalt road, a limousine is speeding along. There were 4 students sitting on it, 3 boys and 1 girl, all wearing Fengyun University uniforms. Damn it, I didn't expect Lin Yu to be so powerful. He even killed our principal. The driver was a guy with an afro, his face full of displeasure. He spat out the window and cursed. Look online, everyone. That bastard Lin Yu was actually being hailed as the #1 genius of the Xia Federation. Bah! Trash! The passenger in the front seat was a young man dressed in purple with tattoos on his neck. He was looking at the contents of his phone with a face full of jealousy and resentment. Our principal is a piece of trash. He can't even beat a freshman. I'm going to drop out when I get back. If other people find out I'm studying at a school like this, I'll be laughed at to death. The girl sitting in the back, with her hair in pigtails and her arms crossed, said with a look of disdain. The other 3 echoed this sentiment, all feeling ashamed to be studying at Fengyun University, and decided to drop out together after returning home. A figure was following the car from a distance, about a kilometer behind. The figure moved at a seemingly leisurely pace, yet maintained a constant distance from the speeding car, like a ghost eyeing its prey in the desert. Those students who were making the most sarcastic remarks should be in this car. Lin Yu looked at the car in front of him, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. During his last duel with Su Wenluo, he noticed these students who were shouting particularly loudly. Lin Yu originally planned to kill them after the matter was over. But I was so busy that I forgot about it. However, during today's match, he saw a few more people, and their mocking voices were still very loud. I forgot to kill you last time, but it's not too late to get rid of you this time. Lin Yu smirked and suddenly sped up, chasing after the car. With a light leap, he covered a distance of tens of meters, his speed being dozens of times that of a car, and the distance between them visibly decreased. Whoosh! When he was within 100 meters, Lin Yu suddenly leaped up, shooting into the air like a cannonball. He then adjusted his posture, lowered his legs, and plummeted down towards the car that was moving at high speed below. Boom! With a deafening roar, he crashed heavily into the middle of the car like a meteorite. The sturdy car body was instantly crushed, twisted, and deformed from the middle, with glass shards flying like rain and metal parts scattering everywhere. The wrecked car slid forward a short distance due to inertia, making a screeching sound, before finally coming to a complete stop. What the hell? What happened? That blind fool! The terrifying force of the roof suddenly pressing down terrified the four people inside the car. They kicked the car door open in a panic and staggered out. Looking at the car that had been almost crushed into a pancake, the four were both shocked and angry, and their eyes turned to the young figure next to the car. Without a doubt, all of this was done by that person. Holy crap! It's Lin Yu! Upon seeing the man's appearance, the four were immediately startled and couldn't help but swear. Lin Yu, how did you get here? The boy with the afro swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Despite his scathing remarks, when faced with this ruthless figure capable of killing the principal, boundless fear instantly gripped his heart. The other three were also somewhat frightened, staring intently at Lin Yu. I came here to kill you, of course. Lin Yu sized them up to confirm their identities, lest he kill the wrong people. It really is them. Kill us? Why? Kill us? Why? The four looked at each other, their faces filled with fear and confusion. They couldn't recall when or where they had offended this god of death. You just scolded me a while ago, and you've already forgotten? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips. Just because we mocked you a few times, you're going to kill us? The four of them stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. They thought they had made a huge mistake and angered Lin Yu, but it turned out it was just because of mockery. That's right, it's because of this. Lin Yu's right hand surged with red light, and the heavenly god sword, which emitted a heart-palpitating aura, instantly took shape. He moved swiftly, dashing out like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the boy with the afro, his sword flashing like a meteor in the cold night, disappearing in an instant. Put! The boy with the afro didn't even have time to scream before his body was cleanly cut in two from the chest. Blood mixed with entrails splattered out, staining the dry asphalt road red. Run! Lin Yu, that madman, really wants to kill us. The other three were terrified. Having witnessed their companion's tragic fate, their survival instincts kicked in and they turned around instantly, frantically fleeing in three different directions with all their might. I'll never dare to be so sarcastic again. The three of them looked on with regret. If they had known that mockery would lead to such a disaster, they would never have mocked Lin Yu. Too slow. The three of them ran with all their might, but in Lin Yu's eyes, it was as slow as a snail crawling. He moved swiftly, arriving behind the slowest girl. With a flash of his sword, another mangled body fell to the ground. Then, aiming at the tattooed boy, he threw the heavenly god sword in his hand, which drew a sharp, cold light and pierced through the man's chest like an arrow. Return! With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yu sent the heavenly god sword flying back in an arc through the air, landing steadily in his hand. The sword was as clean as new, and the bloodstains that had just been on it had been completely shaken away during its return flight. Ah! Don't kill me, don't kill me! The surviving boy, hearing the continuous screams of his companions behind him, was terrified, tears streaming down his face, and could only run forward as fast as he could. Whoosh! Lin Yu pointed her fingers like a sword and lightly slashed at his back. The heavenly divine sword, hovering beside him, transformed into a deadly streak and soared through the air. Put! The sharp tip of the sword pierced through his back and protruded through his chest. The boy's forward momentum suddenly froze, his pupils dilated, and he collapsed limply onto the sand. Lin Yu recalled the heavenly god sword and expressionlessly searched through the still warm corpses. They removed all their storage rings, treasures, and other valuables before turning around and slowly disappearing into the vast desert. The Shin family is one of the most prestigious and influential families in the Xia Federation. The current head of the family is Shin Jiej, a top expert ranked 29th on the Federation's combat power list. The sprawling, luxurious villa complex located in the eastern part of Yuanqing City is all owned by the Shin family. Even though it was already past midnight, the surrounding streets were still brightly lit and filled with the sounds of music and revelry. Inside the forbidden area of the Shin family, in the center of a huge cave, is a massive circular pool of blood, filled with blood. Splash! Suddenly, a bloody hand reached out from the blood. Then a figure slowly crawled out of the blood pool, rolled on the ground, and vomited violently, spewing out a large amount of blood. Quickly clean yourself up, you look disgusting. A man sat on the stone table and said in a cold voice. Although blood is their food, the sight of them covered in it is truly unbearable. After calming down a bit, the man nodded and walked to the pool of clean water to clean the blood off his body. Once all the blood on his body was washed away and his face was revealed, it was none other than Zhang Luqi, who had died on the stage. Damn Lin Yu, he actually killed me once. I must avenge this. A red light flashed in Zhang Luqi's eyes. He would have died if the plan hadn't been completed and their master hadn't been released. Moreover, he truly experienced the unbearable pain and fear at the moment of death. Our master has given the order that we will launch a full-scale attack on all the universities tomorrow. I'll go to Zitian University with you then and kill that little brat named Lin Yu. Chapter 40 Shinjiage and Zhang Luqi bring vampires to Zitian University. Shinjiage's eyes were filled with hatred and malice, his expression was ferocious, and his teeth were grinding together. Did Lin Yu offend you too? Zhang Luqi looked bewildered. Even though he and Lin Yu are enemies, judging from Shinjiage's appearance, it seems like the other party hates Lin Yu even more than he does. That kid is incredibly arrogant. This afternoon. With a cold glint and anger on his face, Shinjiage recounted what had happened at noon that day. After listening, Zhang Luqi's face was filled with deep sympathy, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said fiercely, "As a junior, even if you are powerful, you should still respect the older generation of strong people. But that little brat named Lin Yu is quite something, he has no sense of respect whatsoever. When we kill him tomorrow, we can't kill him too quickly, we must make him realize his mistake first. Yes, assemble the army and besiege Zitian University tomorrow." Shinjiage nodded, took out a communication stone, and gave the command to the other end. Yes. The order was given, disturbing the sleeping night. The silence around the Shin family mansion was broken by a series of dark figures that flickered and gathered like ghosts at great speed. They were clearly well-trained martial artists. Attention all personnel of the Federation. The entire Federation has entered Level 1 combat readiness. Level 1 combat readiness. At noon, the Dark Sealed Land was attacked by unknown individuals, and the eternal vampire Chengula was released. The federal government has dispatched all its warriors to search for Chengula's whereabouts. The government reminds the public to stay home, keep windows closed, lock doors, and avoid going out. Just as it was midnight, Lin Yu was woken up by the alarm clock she had set. He opened his eyes, picked up his phone, and found that the entire screen was filled with a warning notification. The lettering is red and bears the official seal of the federal government. Chengula, the eternal vampire? Lin Yu scratched his head in confusion, opened his phone's browser, and searched for Chengula's information. Chengula, the progenitor of vampires, immortal and indestructible, existing for tens of thousands of years. Originally, he slept in a stone coffin 100 meters below the surface. 500 years ago, Chengula broke free of the coffin, leading his vampire retinue on a killing spree, attempting to rule the entire Xia Federation. Humans and vampires waged a 2-year war, ultimately emerging victorious and resealing Chengula, but at a heavy cost. This vampire has lived for tens of thousands of years, it must be very powerful, right? Lin Yu murmured. He wasn't too worried about Chengula's escape, such a danger could be left to the top 10 strongest in the Xia Federation. Lin Yu took out a high-level treasure chest and used the filter function to select SSS-level items. Void Spirit Pill SSS, forged by a top-tier expert, it can greatly enhance one's cultivation level after consumption. Dragon Meat Pill SSS, a 1,000-year-old true dragon can forge 1 dragon meat pill. After consumption, it can greatly enhance cultivation and improve the body's regenerative abilities. It seems there is still a significant gap between SSS-level items. Judging from the description, the Dragon Meat Pill was much better than the Void Spirit Pill, so Lin Yu chose the Dragon Meat Pill without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp. The moment the Dragon Meat Pill entered his stomach, it transformed into pure energy, strengthening his flesh and blood and enhancing his cultivation. Name, Lin Yu. Level, 41. Items, Sky-Splitting Sword SSS, Heavenly God Sword SSS, Phoenix Time Space Ring SSS, Dragon Slaying Saber SSS. Overall performance boost, 24x. After the dragon meat pill was consumed, Lin Yu's level increased to 41, with an extremely solid foundation and no signs of weakness. Go to sleep. Get up early tomorrow and go ask Lu Rushue where there are any treasures that can improve cultivation aptitude. Lin Yu lay in bed and tried to fall asleep again, as the dark night fell silent. There are student dormitories on campus, but they are expensive, costing 2,000 yuan per month, which is more expensive than renting a place outside. The original owner of this body was reluctant to rent a place, so she found a place outside that cost 500 yuan a month. But Lin Yu doesn't care about the money now, so for convenience, she rented a single dormitory room. Of course, he also bought a villa outside. The next day, at 7:30, Lin Yu got up and went to the resource shop to inquire about treasures for improving attributes. However, just as he stepped into the resource store and before he could ask anything, he saw a schoolboy in uniform run past him. Something terrible has happened. Vampires have attacked Zitian University. Everyone, prepare to fight. The boy looked flustered, carrying a huge bronze gong in his hand, running wildly while frantically striking it. The deafening sound of the gong, mixed with his hoarse shouts, echoed throughout the campus. Almost simultaneously, a red mist spread around Zitian University. The red mist rose rapidly and spread, quickly forming a huge red protective shield, like an inverted bowl, covering and sealing off the entire school. He. Students of Zitian University, all of you, come out and face your deaths. Slurp slurp, it's the taste of blood. I love human blood the most. Amidst the red smoke, countless figures appeared and disappeared, approaching Zitian University. Those figures looked human from the outside, but their eyes were completely red, and they had two long, sharp fangs. They were all vampires. These monsters were orderly, all gathered at the gate, numbering 500 or 600, each one bearing its fangs and claws, ferocious and terrifying. The two leading figures were male vampires, and judging from their appearance, they were Shinjiage and Zhang Luqi. All humans inside, get out. Don't even think about escaping. The area has been sealed off by the ancestors' blood mist array. Martial artists below level 50 will never be able to get out. Shinjiage stepped forward, a smug look on his face, and shouted at the top of his lungs. The sound, amplified by martial energy, was hundreds of times louder, like a thunderclap, covering the entire Zitian University. Holy crap! It's a vampire, a member of Chen Gula's retinue. Close the door immediately. In just half a minute, thousands of students from Zitian University gathered at the gate, staring at the vampire outside with vigilance and horror. Especially when they saw the two vampires in the lead, they felt a chill run down their spines and couldn't help but want to run away. The number of students continued to increase, soon exceeding 2,000, and school leaders, vice principals, and others all rushed over. Zhang Luqi, you're not dead? Lu Rushue recognized Zhang Luqi, who was in the lead, and looked surprised. Laozi is a relative of the great ancestor, and the blood of the ancestor flows in his veins. Of course, he cannot die easily. Zhang Luqi snorted coldly, his eyes filled with bloodlust and cruelty. 500 years ago, before Chen Gula was sealed away, he secretly condensed his heart into an egg the size of an ant and threw it out in secret. The egg continuously absorbed energy from the outside, eventually hatching into a powerful pseudo-progenitor vampire. Chapter 41. Shinjiage proposes if Lin Yu commits suicide, then spare half the people. The progenitor of the pseudo-vampires gave himself the name Chen Luanqing and has been secretly developing and expanding his power over the years. 50 years ago, he was bitten by Chen Luanqing and became a vampire's familiar. I never imagined that you two would be turned into vampires. Lu Rushue looked at the two of them with regret and pity in her eyes. Damn woman, what kind of look is that? It is our honor to be a member of the progenitor's family. We vampires are not only stronger than humans, but we also live much longer. Our progenitor is even immortal. Seeing the pitying look in the other person's eyes, Shinjiage suddenly flew into a rage and roared angrily. At first, he was a little panicked when he was transformed into a vampire, but he got used to the power of the vampire. All he could say was, "It smells amazing. Stop talking nonsense and bring Lin Yu out right now. I came to Zitian University today specifically to kill Lin Yu." Shinjiage scanned the thousands of people, trying to find the figure he hated so much, but unfortunately he couldn't find it. Lin Yu, stop hiding. Get out here right now. I'm telling you. Hiding won't help. We'll turn the whole school upside down. And don't even think about getting any support. The progenitor has personally attacked the federal government, and they definitely won't be able to determine a winner anytime soon. Zhang Luqi shouted defiantly at the school. He still hadn't seen Lin Yu, and thought she was too scared to come out, so he tried to provoke her out this way. Of course, it's fine even if the other party doesn't come out. They'll search the entire school building and eventually find the person, it'll just be a bit of a hassle. You two came here just to deal with Lin Yu? Lu Ruxue frowned slightly, her heart filled with vigilance. The vice principal, important leaders, and others all looked solemn. Xin Jiage was already a level 53 powerhouse, and now that he had become a vampire, he would only become stronger. The main purpose is to kill Lin Yu, but it's time to settle the old scores between Yu Zetian University and us. Everyone must die today. Xin Jiage licked his long teeth, a wicked smile on his face. What? Everyone has to die? What do we do? Upon hearing this, the students from Zetian University became somewhat agitated, discussing amongst themselves with expressions of tension and fear on their faces. Although their numbers are large, reaching over 8,000, which is nearly 10 times the number of vampires. However, compared to vampires, their strength is worlds apart. Especially Xin Jiage and Zhang Luqi, the two of them should be able to slaughter them all. Even if Lin Yu, the strongest, can defeat Zhang Luqi, he is definitely no match for Xin Jiage. I have a suggestion for you to consider. This suggestion could save half of your people from dying. Looking at the panicked crowd, Xin Jiage curled up a wicked smile. What suggestion? The crowd frowned slightly, looking at him with curiosity. Let Lin Yu commit suicide. If you can get Lin Yu to commit suicide, I can release half of the people. The people to be released will be decided by drawing lots. Xin Jiage held up a finger, looking at the teachers, students, and leaders of Zetian University with a mocking expression. Make Lin Yu commit suicide. Upon hearing this suggestion, everyone fell silent, seemingly considering the decision. Almost everyone knew about the notification sent by the federal government, and under these circumstances, their chances of receiving rescue were slim. So if they want to survive, they have no choice but to rely on themselves. Is this what a vampire is? Behind him, Lin Yu, with his hands behind his back, walked calmly toward the gate and saw the vampire's face. It looks similar to a human, with a pale face that gives it a dead appearance, red eyes, and long teeth. At first glance, it's a bit scary. Treasures that can enhance one's attributes are extremely rare and very expensive. If you want to buy one, you'll need to spend at least 1 billion. Behind him followed a young woman wearing white boots and white stockings. She was a sales clerk at the resource store. When Lin Yu heard that vampires were attacking the school, he didn't rush over immediately. Instead, he first inquired about the treasure that could enhance one's aptitude. Through her answer, Lin Yu learned that such treasures did exist, but they were extremely rare, even rarer than top-tier treasure chests, and comparable to special-grade treasure chests. To buy that kind of treasure, you have to go to the White Ice Auction House. If someone obtains that kind of treasure, it will usually be sent to the White Ice Auction House. TSK, I wonder what's inside the top-tier treasure chest. Lin Yu smacked her lips. Above the top-tier treasure chest is the special-grade treasure chest. In the thousands of years of history, the Xia Federation has only obtained 3 special-grade treasure chests. Never mind that, let's deal with the immediate problem. I just heard someone calling me, could those vampires be coming for me? Lin Yu walked slowly toward the gate with her hands behind her back, looking relaxed. Look, it's Lin Yu, he's out. As soon as he appeared, he was recognized, and one of the students pointed at Lin Yu and shouted. Hearing the shout, the others turned around and saw Lin Yu walking towards them, followed by the woman in white boots. Hey, you all remember my suggestion, right? If I kill Lin Yu, the suggestion will be null and void, and you'll all die. Xin Jiage's eyes flashed with a cold light as he urged. Hurry up and make a choice. If he commits suicide, half of you will survive. Zhang Luqi crossed his arms, a look of anticipation on his face. He desperately wanted to see Lin Yu's pained and desperate expression when she was forced to commit suicide by her own kind. Hearing the two urging them, some of them gritted their teeth, stepped out from the crowd, and went to greet Lin Yu. This is a dishonest thing to do, but what can you do when faced with the threat of death? One of the boys, Li Hua, was handsome with a high nose and dressed elegantly. He was the president of the student council. He looked at the teachers, students, and leaders standing there, trying to hide his cowardice, and explained. This is not our fault. We can only blame Lin Yu himself. He provoked Xin Jiage and Zhang Luqi. If it weren't for him, Xin Jiage and Zhang Luqi wouldn't have come. It must be said that what he said actually made some sense, and after his explanation, more than 10 people came out. Lin Yu, stop right there. More than 80 people blocked Lin Yu's path, forming a human wall. Among them were not only students, but also several teachers and leaders. Ha! What are you doing? Lin Yu slightly raised her eyelids and looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. Li Hua took a deep breath and explained, Lin Yu, you should have seen the emergency notice from the Xia Federation. The entire federation is in crisis. Our school has also been surrounded by vampires, and the leader is Shinjij. We are no match for him at all. He promised that if you commit suicide, he will spare half of us. Chapter 42. Since you won't leave, then I'll send you to be reincarnated. Ha! I committed suicide? A big question mark appeared on Lin Yu's forehead, and she looked at the student council president as if he were an idiot. That's right, I'm telling you to commit suicide, and don't feel wronged, after all, you're the one who offended Shinjij and Zhan Luqi. Li Hua slightly raised his chin and said in an icy tone. Lin Yu, you must put the greater good first. Sacrificing yourself can save thousands of people. You will be honored with a monument in the future. Besides, even if you don't commit suicide, you'll definitely be killed by Shinjij and the other two anyway, so you might as well save us by committing suicide. A middle-aged leader with a Mediterranean complexion, his face full of righteous indignation, earnestly advised. The dozens of people behind them were not idle either, chattering and making noise, saying things like, Lin Yu should commit suicide and put the overall situation first. Are you all idiots? Even if I kill you all, I'm not going to commit suicide. What do I care if you live or die? Lin Yu scoffed, his face full of indifference. Upon hearing this, everyone present changed their expression slightly, and boundless anger welled up in their hearts. However, considering that they still needed Lin Yu to commit suicide to save his life, they had no choice but to suppress their anger and force themselves to put on a benevolent appearance as they advised him. Lin Yu, what do you mean by that? Do you think our lives are worthless to you? Zitian University has over 8,000 faculty and students, half of whom are over 4,000. Are you saying that the lives of 4,000 people are less valuable than yours alone? Li Hua shouted forcefully, his face full of heartache and reluctance. Hearing this, Lin Yu waved his hand and smiled. Are you kidding me? How can the lives of more than 4,000 people be compared to my life alone? You are not worthy at all. At most, you are worth the same as, well, a few drops of my blood. These words only fueled the anger of the crowd once again. However, considering his demand that the other person commit suicide, he suppressed his anger. A beautiful and delicate-looking girl walked out shyly. She was one of the most recognized beauties at Zitian University. Lin Yu, if you're willing to commit suicide, after you die, I'll burn my nude photos for you. She lowered her head slightly, gave him a flirtatious wink, and said in a coquettish voice. I say, have you all lost your minds? Instead of thinking about how to overcome this difficulty, you choose to pressure your own people here. A bunch of cowards. Besides, even if Lin Yu commits suicide, do you think those vampires will really let you go? A young woman in white boots and white stockings took a few steps forward, stood in front of Lin Yu, and angrily cursed at the dozens of people. She's right, the battle hasn't even started yet, so it's still uncertain who will win. Vampires are unlikely to keep their promises. Among the thousands of people who remained silent at the back, quite a few began to speak up, angrily roaring at Li Hua and the others. Li Hua and dozens of others immediately began to refute, and the scene got out of control for a while, with noise constantly ringing out. Enough! Hearing the noise around him, Lin Yu shouted impatiently, and an invisible pressure emanated from his body. His gaze turned slightly cold as he slowly swept over the dozens of people in front of him, and he said in a chilling voice. Listen up, you dozens of people. You have 20 seconds to get out of my sight, or don't blame me for being impolite. Gurgle. Feeling Lin Yu's terrifying gaze, Li Hua and the others subconsciously swallowed, a sense of fear rising in their hearts. But they looked at the people around them and their courage grew stronger. The law does not punish the masses. No matter how strong Lin Yu is, would he dare to attack dozens of people in front of everyone? Moreover, it would be incredibly embarrassing to leave because of Lin Yu's gaze. We're not leaving. Let's see what you can do to us. Li Hua pursed his lips, snorted coldly, and spoke. He knew Lin Yu was very strong, and that even if they fought, dozens of them wouldn't be a match for him. So what? Does Lin Yu really think he'd dare to attack them in front of everyone? The others shared the same idea, and relying on their superior numbers, none of them moved an inch. If one or two martial artists die, the Xia Federation might not punish them because the other party is a top genius. But if Lin Yu dares to kill dozens of martial artists, no matter how strong his talent is, he will die. Time ticked by, and 20 seconds passed quickly, during which no one left. Since you insist on opposing me, I have no choice but to send you to be reincarnated. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips. He clenched his right hand in the air, and the heavenly god sword, wreathed in red light, instantly materialized. He moved with the speed of a ghost, leaving a trail of blurry afterimages behind him. In the blink of an eye, he had cut into the crowd and appeared beside Li Hua, the heavenly god sword slashing out smoothly. You. Because Lin Yu was moving too fast, Li Hua had no time to react and could only see a blurry figure rushing towards him. Then, he only noticed a flash of red light and a sudden, sharp pain shot through his chest. Put. Li Hua was cut in two from the chest, the wound was smooth and clean, and a large amount of blood gushed out. His face, contorted in pain and disbelief, was filled with terror and disbelief. He never imagined that Lin Yu would actually try to kill him. How dare he do this in such a public place? Doesn't he fear federal punishment? Filled with pain and confusion, Li Hua's consciousness gradually faded into darkness, and his pupils lost focus. Swish. 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 Without pausing, Lin Yu's heavenly god sword transformed into streaks of deadly cold light, each swing bringing with it a spray of warm blood and a few short screams. In the blink of an eye, several people had fallen into pools of blood. Ah! Murder! Lin Yu has murdered someone. The school beauty raised her fair hand and wiped the blood splattered on her face turning pale with fright. Because of the vast difference in strength, Lin Yu killed several people in succession before she reacted and let out a terrified scream. The others reacted at a similar pace, all looking at Lin Yu with expressions of horror. They never expected that Lin Yu would dare to kill someone openly in front of so many people. Swish. 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 Ah! While everyone was stunned, Lin Yu's slaughter continued. Red light shone like stars, and sword light was like a dragon. Every sword strike was precise and efficient. The highest level among these people was only level 32, and they were like lambs to the slaughter in front of him. With each flash of sword light, someone is bound to die in one instance. A single sword strike severed 3 students at once. From the moment the attack began until now, less than half a second has passed, and more than 30 lives have been reduced to warm corpses on the ground. Lin Yu has gone mad. He's going to kill us all. At this moment, the other students finally recovered from their shock and ran towards the school gate with frightened expressions, trying to blend into the crowd of thousands. It's too late to run now. With a single slash of his divine sword, Lin Yutian killed the school beauty next to him and chased after the fleeing crowd. The one who ran the fastest was the middle-aged leader, who scrambled and crawled as if he wished he had 2 more legs. However, in Lin Yu's eyes, his speed was still as slow as a tortoise crawling. Chapter 43, all 80-odd people died, and Shinjie showed an expression of appreciation. Whoosh! Lin Yu's figure had already transformed into a streak of lightning, rushing straight towards the fleeing crowd. The heavenly god's sword in his hand gleamed with cold light, each swing bringing forth a sharp arc of light, mercilessly reaping the lives of the fleeing crowd. Ah! No, don't kill me. I'll never let you commit suicide again. Screams of agony rose and fell as one figure after another fell amidst the flashing sword light, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. Those who were still alive had faces filled with terror and regret. If they had known Lin Yu was so ruthless, they would never have forced him to commit suicide. In just a few seconds, of the more than 80 teachers, students, and leaders, only a few of the stronger martial artists remained alive. Old Li, hurry up and make a move. Don't you consider Zitian University your home? Are you just going to stand by and watch Lin Yu cause trouble? Hearing the screams behind him, the middle-aged leader looked terrified and shouted at the crowd. Lin Yu, stop. They are your classmates and teachers, how could you be so cruel as to hurt them so badly? From the crowd, a kind-faced old man dressed in yellow leaped out, his face filled with sorrow and grief, and rushed toward Lin Yu at top speed. He was an important leader in the school, second only to Lu Ruxue in status and power. Golden Bell. The old man in yellow shouted, made a hand seal, and his whole body shone with a dazzling golden light. The golden light condensed and solidified, forming a large bell. Bang! He slammed his right palm against the bell wall, and the bell rang out like thunder, distorting the air and propelling it forward at high speed. Its momentum was so powerful that it seemed to tear the air apart wherever it passed. The golden bell did not attack anyone instead, it primarily served a protective function, shielding the middle-aged leader inside. Lin Yu, I was wrong, please don't kill me. For the sake of me being a school leader, please spare me? The middle-aged leader, feeling slightly more at ease inside the golden bell, turned around and pleaded with Lin Yu. I've already given you a chance, but you're useless. With a slash of his heavenly god sword, Lin Yu killed the level 28 girl beside him and charged toward the only surviving middle-aged leader. His figure was like a phantom, and he arrived in front of the bell in an instant, thrusting out the heavenly god sword in his hand without any mercy. The moves were unremarkable, yet terrifyingly powerful, tearing apart the air and creating a brief vacuum. Sizzle! Before the heavenly sword, the golden bell was incredibly fragile as tofu. The moment the sword touched the golden bell, it easily pierced through it without the slightest hindrance, continuing its undiminished momentum towards the middle-aged leader. No! Ah! The middle-aged leader's eyes widened, and he instinctively tried to dodge, but before his body could react, the heavenly sword had already pierced through his chest. Lin Yu gripped the heavenly god sword and slashed to the right. Put! Blood gushed out like a waterfall. Half of the middle-aged leader's body was cleaved open. He fell to the ground, his muscles convulsing for a moment before he lost all life. Lin Yu! You, why did you kill them all? Although they were wrong, they didn't deserve to die. The old man in yellow robes trembled with anger, his index finger shaking as he pointed at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with heartache. He has lived at Zitian University for over 200 years and has long regarded it as his home. Students, teachers, leaders, and so on, they were all his family. At first, when he saw that group of people forcing Lin Yu to commit suicide, he actually felt sorry for her. But upon closer reflection, he realized that the death of Lin Yu alone could save more than 4,000 people, so he could only turn his head away and suppress his reluctance. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu not only disagreed, but also murdered teachers, students, and leaders of the same school. His actions were so decisive that by the time he came to his senses, more than 80 people were already dead. Are you brainless, you old geezer? They wanted me to commit suicide, and I killed them. What's wrong with that? Get out of here, or I'll kill you too. Lin Yu rolled her eyes. You. The old man in yellow was so angry that his teeth chattered. He was, after all, a highly respected and authoritative leader at the school, yet Lin Yu showed him absolutely no respect. They forced you to commit suicide, but did you die? You didn't die. If you didn't die, why did you try to kill them? The old man in yellow robes had bloodshot eyes and a ferocious expression. He looked at the more than 80 gruesome corpses on the ground and was filled with grief. I understand. You want to be reincarnated like them, so I'll send you on your way. Lin Yu looked disdainful and didn't listen to what the other person was saying at all, only finding the other person noisy. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot, and he charged towards the old man in yellow robes, holding a red longsword. A flash of red light swept across the old man in yellow's neck. Put! The old man in yellow only felt a phantom approaching, and before he could react, the sword blade had already grazed his neck. His eyes widened in terror and disbelief as his head fell toward the ground. He never expected that Lin Yu would kill him too. Leader Li is also dead. So strong. I couldn't even see Lin Yu's movements. The scene was completely silent. More than 8,000 teachers, students and leaders of Zitian University dared not utter a sound, their faces filled with fear and horror. They were astonished by Lin Yu's strength in such a short time. He had killed more than 80 people, including the fourth strongest among the school's leaders, who was killed by him with a single sword strike. At the same time, they were horrified by Lin Yu's brutality. He would kill someone so easily without a word. Slap. 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 Excellent, truly excellent. I really like your personality. Xin Jiej clapped his hands, his face showing approval. He was originally filled with murderous intent towards Lin Yu, but seeing how ruthless Lin Yu was, killing fellow teachers, students, and leaders without hesitation. This personality is very similar to his own, so he felt admiration and affection for him. Lin Yu, I admire you. How about this, I'll give you a chance to live. Bow down and admit your mistake, then let me take a bite and join our vampire camp. Not only will I spare your life, but I will also give you an important position. How about it? Xin Jiej licked his two exposed sharp teeth and said with a light laugh. Upon hearing this, everyone present was immediately surprised. Not only were the people from Zitian University surprised, but even the vampires were equally astonished. Brother Xin, no. Lin Yu is too arrogant. We must kill him. Zhang Luqi's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly objected. Lin Yu and he were mortal enemies, irreconcilable sworn enemies. If he didn't kill Lin Yu today, he would be finished. Moreover, Lin Yu is already very strong, and if he becomes a vampire, his strength will be even more terrifying. When Lin Yu wants to kill him, won't it be a piece of cake? Brother Zhang, have you forgotten the orders our master gave us? Xin Jieji looked at him with a faint smile on her face. My master instructed me to find prodigies with high potential and transform them into vampires to strengthen the vampire race. If I encounter a prodigy with unlimited potential, I must transform him into a vampire, even if it costs me my life. Zhang Luqi answered instinctively. Chapter 44. The Great Battle begins, and Lin Yu reveals his formidable strength. You know that Lin Yu is a prodigy with unlimited potential. If we can turn him into a vampire, it will be an immeasurable help to our vampire clan. Xin Jieji smiled slightly. His desire to turn Lin Yu into a vampire was driven by selfish motives, not by the noble cause he claimed to be. For vampires, bloodline is extremely important. Strength and lifespan are both influenced by bloodline. The purer the bloodline, the stronger the strength and the longer the lifespan. He is considered a second-generation vampire, and his lifespan has increased 5 or 6 times compared to before his transformation. If he transforms Lin Yu into a vampire and brings him before the progenitor might be pleased and help him improve his bloodline. His lifespan and strength will be greatly increased. But Lin Yu has a deep-seated hatred for us. If we turn him into a vampire, he might attack us immediately. Killing him is the best option. Zhang Luqi said anxiously, his face filled with murderous intent. Brother Zhang, you are mistaken. My hatred for Lin Yu is not that deep. It was just some disrespectful behavior. As long as he apologizes to me, the conflict will be over. Xin Jieji spoke eloquently. Your conflict with him isn't that big, but what about me? We're sworn enemies, it's impossible to resolve this. Zhang Luqi stared at Xin Jieji with wide disbelief in his eyes. He and the other party had known each other for decades. Was this old man really going to abandon him for a prodigy? Brother Zhang, rest assured, we can have Lin Yu swear an oath in martial arts that he will never cause you any trouble again, and we. With a faint smile on his face, Xin Jieji was about to continue explaining his plan. But just then, an untimely voice came over. You two idiots, stop arguing. Do you even deserve to let me be a vampire? Take a piss and look at yourselves in the mirror. See how ugly you are now. Lin Yu's face was full of disgust. He didn't know the benefits of becoming a vampire, but just based on the appearance of a vampire, he could never agree to it. How dare you call us idiots? Xin Jieji and Zhang Luqi's eyes whitened immediately. They looked at each other, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Even at this point, Lin Yu still dares to spout nonsense and insult them. The others were equally surprised. They had thought Lin Yu would definitely agree to Xin Jieji's conditions, since it was a chance to save their lives. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu's personality was so strong-willed. Not only did she refuse, she even dared to insult Xin Jieji and the other person. Did you hear that? Lin Yu doesn't take us seriously at all. Kill him. Zhang Luqi's face was filled with anger, but he was secretly overjoyed and couldn't wait to kill Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I'll give you one last chance. Bow down and apologize to me, and my previous suggestion will still stand. Xin Jieji took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and spoke again. You piece of trash, do you think you deserve my apology? But, if you kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 100,000 times, and then cut off your own legs, I'll spare your life today. Lin Yu arrived at the gate, holding the heavenly god sword, and sneered. You little brat, I gave you 2 chances. Since you didn't cherish them, then die. Kill. Leave no one alive. Xin Jieji's eyes lit up with a red light, and his voice was as cold as iron. Blood. Here I come. Drain their blood completely, don't give them the chance to become vampires. More than 400 vampires entered battle mode, their teeth growing longer, their eyes turning blood red, and their faces twisted and ferocious. They drew their weapons and surged towards the crowd of Zitian University like a crimson wave. Kill them. The faculty, students, and leaders of Zitian University drew their weapons, unleashed their full power, and charged forward. More than 8,000 warriors charged together, their stomping on the ground causing it to tremble. Bang! 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 Ah! The two sides clashed violently, engaging in a fierce battle. The sounds of fighting, clashing weapons, energy explosions, and the screams of the dying instantly intertwined. Countless auras collided and tore at each other in the air, even causing ripples to spread across the inverted blood-red mist in the sky. Lin Yu, your death is near. Last time, because the progenitor wasn't born, I couldn't use my vampire form. Now, I'll show you my true power. Roar! Zhang Luqi roared, his eyes turning completely red, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. Although his level is 48, his aura and imposing presence are even more terrifying than those of a level 50 martial artist. Boom! He stomped his legs hard and shot out like a cannonball. Sizzle! The blue longswords held by Zhang Luqi in both hands were crackling with violent electricity, transforming into a bolt of lightning that struck straight at Lin Yu's face. Is this your true strength? Lin Yu curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Just as the blue longsword was about to strike him, he raised the heavenly god's sword in his hand with one hand to parry it. Clang! The blue longsword clashed with the heavenly god's sword, producing a loud clang. The terrifying energy surged and spread outwards, creating a violent shockwave. The shockwave spread outwards from the two of them, and everyone within 10 meters, whether human or ghost, was thrown back and coughed up blood. The ground collapsed in response, forming a huge crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Snap! The blue greatsword seemed to have struck an indestructible barrier, its forward momentum abruptly halted, and a crack appeared on the blade. What's going on? My sword is cracked. Wasn't your divine sword silver? How did it turn red? Zhang Luqi stared wide-eyed at the cracks on the longsword in disbelief, stammering as he spoke. He knew that Lin Yu possessed a divine sword, and he also knew that the divine sword must be terrifying. But his longsword is a top-grade A-level weapon, so it shouldn't crack from just a collision, right? Wait a minute. How did your level increase to 41? Zhang Luqi's mind went blank for a moment, and he noticed something was wrong. His finger trembled as he pointed at Lin Yu. When Lin Yu slaughtered those 80-odd people, he didn't use his full strength because they were too weak, so his true level wasn't revealed. Upon seeing Lin Yu's level 41 aura and oppressive power, Zhang Luqi immediately lost his composure. Level 41? How is that possible? Lu Rushue, Shen Jie, and the others also noticed Lin Yu's level, and their pupils contracted and dilated. In just one night, Lin Yu's level jumped from 39 to 41. What exactly happened that night that allowed him to advance 2 levels? Or is it that he's been hiding his true strength all along? Level 41 is nothing to be surprised about. You can reach that level by taking a pill. Lin Yu remained calm as he slashed out with his heavenly god sword, a streak of red light flashing as it sliced through Zhang Luqi's stomach. Even in his vampire form, Zhang Luqi still couldn't see the trajectory of this sword strike. Chapter 45: The Unkillable Second-Generation Vampire. Put. The crimson light of the heavenly god's sword was like a bolt of blood-red lightning, instantly slicing Zhang Luqi's body in two. Blood and internal organs gushed out like a fountain, drawing shocking arcs in the air. Ouch! That really hurts, I'm going to die. Zhang Luqi's upper and lower body fell to the ground simultaneously, letting out a shrill scream. His tongue lolled out, and he lay motionless on the ground, as if he were dead. But a few seconds later, Zhang Luqi's eyes snapped open, and the flesh around the wound twitched as it healed. The upper and lower body were reconnected, and there was no trace of injury. Ha! I was just kidding you. You little brat, die. Zhang Luqi licked his lips, a wicked and fierce smile on his face. He slammed his left hand on the ground, using the momentum to get up, and thrust his long knife toward Lin Yu's chest. Fine? A look of surprise appeared on Lin Yu's face. He kicked out with his right leg, several times faster than the opponent's attack, and slammed it into Zhang Luqi's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Zhang Luqi's chest shattered and caved inwards, and he flew out like a cannonball. It flew for dozens of meters before disappearing into the red smoke, then rolled for dozens of meters on the ground. Wow! Zhang Luqi, supporting himself on the ground with both hands, vomited a mouthful of blood and fragments of internal organs. His eyes were bloodshot, and his veins bulged from the pain. Crack, crack. A strange splicing sound came from inside his chest. His shattered bones and damaged internal organs recovered rapidly under his powerful regenerative abilities, and in a short time, his injuries were completely healed. It's no use, Lin Yu. All your attacks are ineffective against me. I'm not afraid of getting hurt now. Zhang Luqi raised his head, a cold, menacing smile on his face. The moment the progenitor of vampires was born, all vampires were amplified, with their vitality and regenerative abilities greatly enhanced. Now, unless he dies of natural causes, no one can kill him. Heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Zhang Luqi sprinted forward, wielding a knife in both hands, and charged at Lin Yu once again. As he recited the incantation, the lightning on the longsword transformed into blue flames, extremely hot and accompanied by lightning effects. Ah! Are these vampires impossible to kill? On the battlefield, figures crisscrossed, and the sounds of fighting, squabbling, and screams echoed as one figure after another fell into a pool of blood. Most of the dead belonged to Zetian University. Vampires have extremely strong vitality. Even if their heads are cut off, they can reattach themselves and remain lively. However, being a vampire doesn't mean being immortal. Among the hundreds of corpses lying on the ground, several were vampires, and their injuries were. Their heart is their weakness. Destroy their heart. Lu Ruxue lived for many years and read countless books. She had once read in a book that a vampire's weakness was its heart, a fact discovered 500 years ago during a battle between humans and vampires. Just now, Lu Ruxue tried it a few times and found that it was indeed the case. Those vampires whose hearts were damaged could no longer be resurrected. Die, you little brat. This is the price for provoking me. On the other side, Zhang Luqi had already reached Lin Yu's front, wielding a long sword burning with blue flames and slashing forcefully. Blue flames surged forth, as fast as lightning, as if to tear the air apart. Too slow. Lin Yu's face was full of disdain as he swung the heavenly god sword, drawing a red swordlight. Almost the instant the sword was slashed out, the blade had already sliced through Zhang Luqi's heart. Put. Zhang Luqi's movements came to an abrupt halt, his pupils involuntarily contracted, and his body split in two as he fell to the ground. At the site of the wound, you can still see a faintly beating heart that has been cut in half. His lips trembled as he stared at Lin Yu in disbelief, his breathing rapid and heavy, and he stammered. How could that be? I'm a vampire. You. Aha, you idiot. Only vampires below the third generation have weaknesses. I'm a second-generation vampire. Even if you destroy my heart, it won't work. Halfway through his sentence, Zhang Luqi suddenly dropped his terrified expression, a smug sneer appearing on his face. His flesh writhed at the wound, and his upper and lower body were pieced back together. Brush. Having recovered from his injuries, Zhang Luqi was once again full of energy, brandishing his long sword and slashing towards Lin Yu. However, before his knife could fall, the arm holding it was severed, and blood spurted out. It's alive again, what a hassle. Lin Yu remained calm, continuously slashing with the heavenly god sword in his hand, making hundreds of swings in just half a second. Hundreds of slashes swept across Zhang Luqi's body. His body was repeatedly cleaved into countless pieces of flesh, which fell to the ground, blood flowing out in a horrific and bloody scene. The nearby students and vampires, upon witnessing this scene, lost all will to fight and collapsed to the ground, vomiting. Xinjiage, hurry up and do something. I'm in so much pain. A roar erupted from the shredded flesh, accompanied by painful hissing sounds. Zhang Luqi was extremely fortunate. Luckily, after becoming a vampire, his sense of pain was greatly reduced. Otherwise, if he had been slashed like that, he would have been in excruciating pain. Lin Yu, in just one night, you have become so much stronger than yesterday. It's really such a terrifying change, even frightens me. I'll give you another chance. Join us, and I'm willing to give you my position. Xinjiage took a deep breath, his face filled with shock. He was very much looking forward to seeing how far Lin Yu would go after becoming a vampire. Idiot. Lin Yu uttered two words calmly, brandishing the heavenly god sword in his hand, and continuously slashing at the chunks of flesh on the ground. With each strike, a piercing scream could be heard. The pieces of meat on the ground were also wriggling, trying to recover, but under such intense slashing, the recovery speed could not keep up at all, and the pieces of meat kept getting smaller. Fine, since that's the case, then I have no choice but to kill you. Xinjiage's eyes burst forth with blinding bloodlight, his body swelled rapidly, his teeth lengthened, and he unleashed a level 53 aura. But judging from the overwhelming aura, this aura is even more terrifying than that of a level 55 martial artist. Give me a gun. He made a grasping motion in the air, and a black spear wrapped in a dense dark aura instantly solidified. His body exploded, and he pounced towards Lin Yu. Black Dragon Soul Stirring Strike. Xinjiage's speed was extremely fast, which surprised Lin Yu. His black spear thrust out was incredibly fierce. The entire gun was shrouded in a dense dark power, and a dragon emerged from the gun, emitting bursts of dragon roars. Wow, that was fast. Lin Yu drew the heavenly god sword and held it in front of him. Clang! The black spear tip struck the red sword, producing a crisp clang. A terrifying energy explosion created a shockwave that spread outwards. Teachers, students, leaders, and vampires within a radius of several dozen meters were affected, screaming as they were sent flying backward. Those who were closer to the victim had broken bodies and were seriously injured. Chapter 46. The method to kill a vampire. Shen Jiej and his companion were terrified. Bang! 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 Lin Yu staggered back 5 or 6 steps, the ground beneath his feet shattering inch by inch. Shen Jiej only took 2 steps back before regaining his balance, his black spear remaining perfectly still. He Lin Yu, I admit you are a once-in-a-century genius, with strength far exceeding that of others of the same level. But there is a gap of 12 levels between us. Not to mention, my current combat strength is equivalent to level 55 of your humans, a difference of 14 levels. You have chosen the wrong path. Shen Jiej bared his sharp white teeth, a sinister smile spreading across his face. As the level increases, the gap between each level becomes larger and larger. Lin Yu estimated that his strength was about 1/5 weaker than his opponent's, and his speed was also slightly slower. The reason for this situation is naturally due to the difference in social status. Assuming the average difference between each level is 1.3 in all-around attributes, then 1.3 times to the power of 14 is more than 39 times. Of course, judging from the results of their head-to-head matches, the average difference between each level is less than 1.3 times, which is smaller than 1.3 times. Black Dragon Soul Stirring Strike. Shen Jiej's face was serious and fierce, his aura bursting forth as he gripped the spear with both hands and thrust it forward with all his might. The spear was instantly enveloped in dark power, so dense and black that it seemed capable of devouring the surrounding matter. You are indeed very strong now, but I still have some trump cards to play. Weaken them for me. Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile as he used the weakening technique of the heavenly god sword. In an instant, the heavenly god sword flashed red light, and an invisible energy surged out, rushing towards Shen Jiej and merging into his body. Immediately afterwards, Shen Jiej felt an invisible pressure acting on him, making him unable to exert any strength. Speed, reaction time, and mental strength all decreased significantly, leaving only about half of their former abilities. What happened? Shen Jiej was stunned for a moment, then his face was instantly filled with horror and fear, as if he had seen a ghost. He was fighting well when suddenly his body stopped obeying him, as if it were bound by some invisible shackles. The most terrifying thing is that he has no way of knowing the source of this strange state. They didn't even know whether it was due to external factors or his physical condition. The speed has slowed down considerably. Seeing the speed at which the black dragon spear was thrusting towards him, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and swung his heavenly god sword to meet it head-on. Clang! The heavenly god sword and the spear tip collided, producing a loud clang. The terrifying shockwave spread outwards, making the crater below even deeper and larger. Well! Shen Jiej immediately felt his blood surging, his arms went numb, and he staggered back several steps, almost falling to the ground. In the last clash, the tip of the black spear struck the blade, causing a crack, but it wasn't very noticeable. The point of impact was the blade, the tip of the black spear. The cracks widened rapidly, and it eventually broke off and fell away. No. No way. This is a pseudo-S rank spear, and the tip broke off after just 2 collisions. Are divine weapons really that terrifying? Staring at the slit in the black spear, Shen Jiej's eyes widened, his face filled with terror and shock. Pseudo-S-class weapons, also known as half-step S-class weapons, are not as terrifying as true S-class weapons, but they are still much more terrifying than A-class weapons. But this terrifying weapon was shattered by Lin Yu's red longsword in just 2 strikes. Lin Yu didn't answer him. He rushed in front of him with lightning speed, and slashed out with the heavenly god sword. Clang! Shen Jiej hurriedly raised his spear to defend himself. At the moment of impact, he felt his arms go numb, his steps falter, and he felt like he was about to fall. Before he could adjust his stance, the second sword swept across the sky, like a crimson crescent moon slicing across his chest. Put! Shen Jiej's eyes widened, his face contorted with pain and rage. His body had split open at the chest, and the 2 halves of his corpse lay on the ground. Swish! 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 Without hesitation, Lin Yu swung the heavenly god sword continuously, unleashing dozens of strikes in the blink of an eye. The active skill weakening of the heavenly sword can only last for 10 minutes, so it cannot be wasted. Shinjiege, what are you doing? Use your full strength. Lin Yu, you can't kill us anyway, so stop resisting and let us kill you. Zhang Luqi, who had been chopped into pieces, recovered, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and he was panting heavily. Looking at Lin Yu's right hand, which was like a motor, a look of fear involuntarily appeared on his face, and he dared not make a move. Yes, Lin Yu, stop resisting. If you don't resist, I'll give you a quick death. Ah. Hiss. Shinjiege was quickly chopped into countless small pieces of flesh, which were piled on the ground, a bloody and terrifying sight. A voice came from the small piece of meat, saying things like telling Lin Yu to give up resisting. You're not truly invincible, are you? After I killed Zhang Luqi just now, although his injuries healed quickly, his breathing seemed slightly disordered. Lin Yu's lips curled into a wicked smile as he slowly said. These subtle changes are too small for me to be sure of, but after I've slain Zhang Luqi over 1,000 times, I've finally confirmed that you have to pay a price every time you recover from your injuries. And your recovery is a passive process, beyond your control. Lin Yu glanced to the side and saw Zhang Luqi, whose face was pale and whose aura had weakened slightly. No. No, we won't die. Zhang Luqi's pupils contracted and dilated, and a look of panic appeared on his face. What the other party said was indeed true. Second-generation vampires are indeed not completely immortal. After being injured, they can only recover by consuming the energy of their own flesh and blood. This ability is sufficient to deal with ordinary human martial artists. I have many pills in my space-time ring to restore the energy of my flesh and blood. I must consume them quickly. Zhang Luqi wore a yellow ring on his ring finger. With a thought, he took out a handful of pills that could restore the energy of his flesh and blood. Want to restore your energy? Before Zhang Luqi could even swallow the pill, a figure rushed towards him at lightning speed, instantly appearing beside him with a wicked grin. Ah! Zhang Lu cried out in surprise, trying to resist. But Lin Yu was faster. She stretched out an arm, grabbed his neck, and gave him no chance to resist. With a strong squeeze, she snapped his neck. Chopped them all up together. Lin Yu carried Zhang Luqi, who looked like a dead dog, to Shinjiege, who looked like dumpling filling, threw him on top of him, and swung his sword to cut him down. At first, Zhang Luqi was unruly and wanted to resist, but in the face of absolute power, all resistance was futile. Chapter 47, The Deaths of Shinjiege and Zhang Luqi. Swish. 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 The sword light poured down like a torrential rain, and countless cold glints wove a net of death, enveloping Zhang Luqi's body. In the blink of an eye, his body was cut into countless pieces, mingling with Shinjiege on the ground like dumpling filling. Blood and flesh were mixed up, making it impossible to tell them apart. The flesh on the ground was also writhing and recovering, but under such a fierce attack, their recovery was completely futile. How terrifying! Evil! Demon! The teachers, students, leaders, and vampires present were terrified by the horrific scene, their faces turning pale and their bodies trembling. Especially the vampires, they didn't even have the will to fight. They had lived for decades or even centuries, and had never seen such ferocious humans. No! Lin Yu, please spare me. I know I was wrong. If you let me go, I'll leave right away. Ah! Me too, I know I was wrong, ah! From within the mingled bits of flesh, pleas for mercy and screams of agony echoed. Feeling the loss of their flesh and blood energy, Shinjiege and Zhang Luqi became frightened. Once their flesh and blood energy was exhausted, it would be their death. His resilience is waning, he's probably going to die soon. Lin Yu ignored their cries of pain, his face calm and composed, as he continued to wield the heavenly god sword steadily and swiftly. During this time, neither vampire nor human dared to disturb him. About a minute later, the pieces of flesh on the ground could no longer be restored, and the pleas for mercy and screams disappeared. These two guys are really resilient. It took more than 10,000 sword strikes to kill them. Lin Yu slowly exhaled, a look of surprise on her face. Such abnormal vitality would be difficult for other martial artists to deal with. Dead. Lord Shen and Lord Zhang are dead. Who knows how many swords he swung? The teachers, students, leaders, and vampires around them involuntarily stopped fighting and stared wide-eyed at this scene. Their faces were filled with shock, and their heads were buzzing. On one hand, they were shocked by Lin Yu's terrifying strength. Even though Shinjiege and Zhang Luqi were in vampire form, their strength was greatly enhanced, but they were still easily suppressed and eliminated by Lin Yu. On the other hand, they were horrified by Lin Yu's brutality and horror. Xinjiage and the other person's bodies have been turned into dumpling filling, probably chopped into tens of thousands of pieces. I wonder where Donna is. If she saw Lin Yu's current strength, she'd probably be shocked. Tang Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. In her memory, Lin Yu was just an ordinary person not long ago, but now he has become such a terrifyingly powerful person. Of course, Lin Yu's previous identity as an ordinary person was definitely an act he deliberately put on. After all, it's impossible for someone to transform from an ordinary person into such a terrifyingly powerful individual in just about half a month, right? Not only her, but everyone else who learned about Lin Yu's past experiences and behavior also believed that his ordinary person identity was an act. Kill all these vampires. Tang Rongrong snapped out of her shock, let out a shout, raised her weapon, and charged at the vampire beside her. Hearing the shout, the others snapped back to reality and launched an attack on the vampire beside them. Run! The vampires completely broke down and scattered in panic. If we consider overall strength alone, without taking Lin Yu into account as a variable, the vampires are slightly better than Zetian University. The level 43 vampire among them was someone that even Lu Su and Lu Ruxue couldn't defeat when they joined forces. The overall war situation was originally in the vampires' favor. But Zetian University has Lin Yu, a god of death who single-handedly slaughtered two powerful figures, making all vampires tremble with fear and unable to muster any fighting spirit. As Xinjiage and Zhang Luqi died, the surrounding red smoke gradually dissipated. The vampire ran away, and the students chased after him relentlessly. These two guys must have quite a few valuable treasures on them. Lin Yu did not immediately join the pursuit. Instead, he walked to the pile of mangled corpses and collected all the valuables. As expected of the principal, the treasures he carries with him are worth at least several hundred million. Lin Yu opened the two's time space rings and glanced at them. The rings were filled with a dazzling array of resources, including several C-grade weapons. The only pity is that the extraordinary weapon contracted with the martial artist will be destroyed after the martial artist dies. Otherwise, a grade and pseudo-S-grade weapons could be sold for astronomical prices. There are still 7 days until the Bai Bing auction, so I need to save up as much money as possible during this time. Lin Yu glanced at the fleeing vampire, then flashed into the fray and joined the chase. If you want to bid on a treasure that can improve your attributes, 1 billion is just the starting price. Naturally, the more money the better. Lin Yu was incredibly fast, catching up with the fleeing vampire in the blink of an eye. Sword shadows flashed and cold light gleamed, and wherever they passed, vampires fell like wheat being harvested. The battle lasted for another minute or so, during which more than 200 of the 400+ vampires were killed or wounded, more than half of whom were killed by Lin Yu. Everyone, please follow the rules when collecting the spoils. Whoever kills the vampire gets to keep the spoils. The battle is over, and it's time to reap the rewards. According to school rules and unwritten custom, whoever kills the enemy owns everything on the enemy's body, including the corpse. Besides Xinjiage and Zhang Luqi, I also killed an additional 143 vampires. Lin Yu also joined the crowd and began looting the spoils. Martial artists have excellent memories. They can basically remember everything they see. Most people were very conscientious, but a very small number of students had shifty eyes, wanting to take the opportunity to get more loot. Hey you big oaf, put down that time-space ring you're holding. Lin Yu quickly looted over 100 corpses. As he finished, he glanced at the scene on his right and his gaze turned cold. He was a tall, chubby boy wearing a senior's school uniform. He seemed to be deliberately exuding the aura of the class of 29 in order to intimidate other students. When the tall, fat guy is looting, he uses his formidable strength to continuously steal the spoils that belong to others. At first, Lin Yu didn't pay much attention, since the other party hadn't provoked him. But just now, the other party looted his spoils, so that won't do. Ha! Who called me big dumb? Lin Yu? What do you want? Hearing the nickname Big Oaf, the tall, fat boy felt a surge of anger. But when he turned around and recognized the person who had called him, his anger vanished instantly. I told you to put the time-space ring down. Put down the time-space ring? On what grounds? The tall, chubby boy looked confused and instinctively clutched the ring to his hand. I killed that vampire, and everything he owned belongs to me, so the time-space ring on your hand is mine, understand? Lin Yu explained somewhat impatiently. Chapter 48 The Principal's Son? He'll die just the same. You're... The tall, fat boy's face stiffened. He wanted to listen to Lin Yu and return the time-space ring. But a quick glance around revealed that all the students were watching, and his face flushed slightly as he stopped trying to return the item. He was one of the top 10 students in the school, and was usually arrogant, domineering, and had a strong personality. If he were to be scared away by Lin Yu's words and return the time-space ring, how would he ever face anyone again? What if those students he oppresses see him in this shameful state? Will they still willingly allow themselves to be oppressed by him? What makes you say you killed that vampire? What proof do you have? I could say I killed him myself. The tall, chubby boy put the time travel ring into his pocket and spoke with a tough attitude. The battle just now was chaotic. Everyone was too busy taking care of themselves to care about anyone else. In other words, Lin Yu should have no witnesses. Although there are surveillance cameras on campus, the nearby cameras were shattered by the aftershocks of the battle. Therefore, Lin Yu will no longer have any physical evidence. I'll say it one last time, put the time-space ring down. Lin Yu's expression was cold as he spoke, offering a reminder. Why should I give it up? I killed this vampire, so everything he owns should belong to me. What? Do you want to steal my spoils? Let me tell you, my grandfather is the school principal. If you dare to steal from me, my grandfather will definitely not let you off the hook. Realizing the other party had no evidence, the tall, fat man became even more assertive and brought up his connections, trying to make Lin Yu back down. Lin Yu, the principal, was investigating the Abyss invasion incident some time ago. He was ambushed and nearly died. He only just woke up this morning. The principal is a very good person. He has made many contributions to humanity. Sensing that something was amiss, Lu Rushue came nearby and tried to calm Lin Yu down by speaking kindly of the principal. She also knew a little about the principal's domineering and arrogant grandson. The other student often bullies other students and steals their valuables. But the principal only had this one grandson, whom she doted on, so she could only turn a blind eye. What does it matter to me whether the principal is a good person or not? All I know is that anyone who messes with me must die. A chilling killing intent surged from Lin Yu's body, and a red light appeared on his right hand as the heavenly god sword rapidly solidified. Lu Tao, put the time-space ring down right now. Why are you stealing Lin Yu's things? I can give you any treasure you want. Lu Rushue looked anxious and sternly reprimanded the tall, fat boy. That bastard principal is utterly courting death, daring to provoke Lin Yu, this god of death. I. Sensing the killing intent emanating from Lin Yu, the tall, fat boy was also somewhat frightened, and his body trembled. He reached into the pocket at his waist, wanting to take out the time-space ring he had just used. However, Lin Yu would not give him another chance. He raised his head, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. It's too late. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Yu vanished from his spot and charged towards the tall, fat boy, swinging the heavenly god sword in his hand and slashing towards the boy's chest. Put! A red sword flashed, and the tall, fat boy's body was cut in two. Ah! You actually want to kill me? The tall, fat boy had a ferocious expression, his eyes wide open, staring intently at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. His vitality quickly dissipated. He knew Lin Yu was terrifying and ruthless, but his grandfather was the president of Zetian University. According to his estimation, Lin Yu would probably back down for his grandfather's sake. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Yu showed no mercy and directly killed him. Once the tall, fat boy had stopped moving, Lin Yu bent down and collected all the valuables from his body. More than 20 time-space rings were found in total. There are quite a few valuable things. Lin Yu released his divine sense and examined the inside of the spacetime rings. Each ring contained many valuable items. Especially the ring worn by the tall, overweight man. Its value, including resources, is worth tens of millions. The principal's grandson is dead. Lin Yu, you killed the principal's grandson. Lu Rushue subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, her lips moving slightly. The principal's only flaw in life was that he doted on his grandson excessively. If he knew his grandson had been murdered, he would definitely do everything in his power to get rid of the killer. Is there a problem? Lin Yu asked in bewilderment, not making a fuss, as if she had only done something insignificant. You don't understand the principal. He cares a lot about his family. If a family member is wronged, he will stand by their side without hesitation, regardless of who is right or wrong. What's more, the student you killed was the principal's favorite grandson. If the principal finds out, he will definitely fight you to the death. Lu Rushue swallowed hard and explained. Looking at Lin Yu's figure, she felt extremely complicated emotions. When she first saw Lin Yu, she only felt a slight interest in him. But to her surprise, in just 10 days, the other party had grown into a towering tree, a presence that made her feel fear. It is indeed a troublesome matter. Lin Yu stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, "You should know where the principal is, right? Take me to see him." "What are you going to do?" Lu Rushue's face was full of vigilance and doubt. "Didn't you say he would seek revenge on me? Instead of waiting for trouble to come knocking, we should deal with it now. Of course, if he knows what's good for him and has no intention of revenge, I can spare his life." "No." Lu Rushue's expression changed drastically, her face filled with vigilance and danger. If Lin Yu and the principal were to meet, they would definitely fight, and the outcome would be obvious: the principal would certainly be killed. So you're planning to side with the principal?" Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a chilling aura emanated from his body, enveloping Lu Rushue. This oppressive aura is only level 41, yet it is incredibly vast and dense, as terrifying as an abyss. I'll take you there." Feeling the oppressive force in the air, Lu Rushue's teeth chattered. Her brain quickly weighed the pros and cons, and she made her choice in less than half a second. The principal is old and has suffered extremely serious injuries. He will likely be relegated to a life of quiet desolation from now on. Lin Yu, however, is different. He is a rapidly rising, dazzling star with a bright future ahead of him. "Come with me, the principal is in the highest level ward in the hospital." Lu Rushue took a deep breath, her expression resolute, and led Lin Yu toward the hospital. As the fourth martial arts university in the entire Federation, Zitian has its own hospital with complete supporting facilities. Inside the highest ward of the hospital, an elderly man, emaciated as a rake, lay on the hospital bed, coughing incessantly. His stomach had a large hole torn open, as if bitten by something terrifying, and the wound was covered with a layer of black, sticky substance. Chapter 49 Principal Lu Xianyan. The black, viscous substance, like a living thing, slowly wriggled at the wound, constantly devouring the newly formed flesh and blood, and relentlessly suppressing the healing process. The old man was none other than the seriously injured principal, Lu Xianyan. He gasped for breath and slowly asked, "Why is it so quiet outside? Did the vampire get chased away?" Upon hearing this, the young nurse who was standing by the bedside quickly walked to the window and carefully lifted a corner of the heavy curtains. When she saw the view downstairs, a look of joy immediately lit up her face. "Principal, we won. The vampire crisis is over." "Is that so? Cough cough cough." Lu Xianyan coughed a few times, his tone tinged with relief. His injuries were extremely serious, damaging not only his martial arts foundation but also requiring a long period of rest and recuperation to recover. The most dangerous thing was the strange abyssal black water in his abdomen, which he had to continuously fight against by mobilizing all his martial arts power. This black water seemed to possess its own consciousness. If he was even slightly distracted, it would seize the opportunity to infiltrate his meridians, attempting to annihilate his consciousness and take over his body. That's why, when the vampires attacked the academy, although he was extremely anxious, he was powerless to help. The ward fell silent until two figures arrived in front of the highest level ward. "Is the principal inside?" Lin Yu stood in front of the door, turned his head slightly, and spoke to Lu Rushue behind him. In the world of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Although Lu Rushue was a leader in the academy, the two were clearly positioned with Lin Yu in a position of superiority. "Yes, it's inside. The principal has made many contributions to our school. I hope you will think carefully before you act." Lu Rushue bit her lip, her tone carrying a hint of persuasion. "Whether he survives or not is not up to me, but up to him." Lin Yu remained expressionless, pushed open the ward door, and walked inside. "Who are you?" "This is the principal's ward. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter." "Oh? Instructor Lu, it's you. What important matter do you have with the principal?" The young nurse looked displeased and was about to step forward to question the two people, saying that the principal's condition was unstable and he needed to rest quietly. However, when she took a closer look at the woman behind her, she froze on the spot. As one of the best nurses in the hospital, she had been taking care of the principal for the past 2 weeks and had naturally seen Lu Rushue many times. "It wasn't her who went to see the principal, it was me." Lin Yu looked at the old man on the hospital bed. The other party exuded the power of a martial artist, reaching level 46, and should be the president of Zitian University. "Do you need to see the principal?" The young nurse carefully examined Lin Yu and recognized his identity. After all, what he had done recently had made him very famous. Lin Yu ignored the nurse, walked to a chair nearby, sat down casually, and looked at Lu Xianyan, asking, "You must be the principal?" "I am the principal. May I ask what business Lin Yu has with me?" Lu Xianyan glanced at Lin Yu, coughed a few times, and asked weakly. Although he has been bedridden these days, he keeps abreast of all the major events happening in the outside world. Although it was only their first formal meeting, he recognized the person at a glance. "Since that's the case, I'll be frank. Your grandson tried to steal my spoils, but I killed him. His body is right here." With a thought, Lin Yu took the two halves of the corpse out of the time-space ring and threw them on the ground. Before he arrived, he deliberately concealed the body of the tall, fat boy, in order to make it easier for the other party to believe him. Otherwise, his claim of killing the principal's grandson wouldn't be very convincing. Because the body was cut in half, exposing the internal organs to the air, a pungent smell filled the entire ward the moment the body was removed. "Dead?" The young nurse turned her head away, her face pale, and covered her mouth as if she wanted to vomit. Although she had seen many corpses, this was the first time she had ever seen one in such a horribly horrific state. The internal organs were exposed, the face was contorted in a grimace, and the eyes were wide open, clearly indicating that the deceased had suffered greatly before death. The corpse's face was directly facing the direction of the hospital bed. Lu Xianyan recognized the body at a glance. His pupils contracted and dilated violently, his head buzzed, and his face was instantly filled with grief. "Lu Tao! No! How could this be? My grandson is dead. It's fake, it must be fake. I saw my grandson just a few days ago, wah." Lu Xianyan was overwhelmed with grief and let out a heart-wrenching wail. Overwhelmed with grief, he burst into tears on the spot, tears and snot streaming down his face, his emotions fluctuating wildly. Gurgle gurgle. The black, viscous substance on his stomach seemed to sense the abnormal state of its host, and its wriggling became even more intense, attempting to invade the flesh. "You just said that you killed my grandson." Lu Xianyan's face was full of ferocity and malice, his eyes fixed on Lin Yu. The abyssal black water was invading his flesh and blood, heading towards his brain, but he no longer cared. His beloved grandson is dead. Even if it costs him his life, even if his body becomes a puppet of the abyss, he will avenge his grandson. "That's right, I killed your grandson. Didn't I just tell you?" Lin Yu sat at the table and chair, his expression indifferent, as if he were recounting a trivial matter. "You damned bastard, how dare you? You actually dared to kill my grandson. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will avenge my grandson." Lu Xianyan's expression was ferocious, his eyes were fierce, and his entire body was bursting with the aura of a martial artist as he charged towards Lin Yu without regard for anything else. The abyssal black water on his stomach invaded even faster, and the skin below his neck was completely infected and turned black. And it is spreading rapidly upwards, heading straight for the brain. "Die!" Lu Xianyan formed his hands into claws, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, and suddenly grabbed at Lin Yu. Its momentum was incredibly fierce, and the air was screeching as it was being rubbed together. "Don't overestimate yourself. Even if you risk your life, you can't kill me, you can't even hurt me." Lin Yu stretched out his right hand, and red smoke filled the air as the heavenly god sword rapidly condensed into shape. Whoosh! The heavenly god sword flashed a sharp, cold red light, moving with lightning speed. Put! Before Lu Xianyan could even react, a flash of sword light struck his neck. The intense pain contorted his expression, and his eyes bulged as if they were about to burst. A thin line of blood appeared on his neck, then quickly widened, and warm blood gushed out like a spring. I want to do it for my grandson." Lu Xianyan's lips moved slightly, and his hands were about to launch an attack, but as soon as he moved a little distance, his head slid off his neck, and the headless corpse fell to the ground. "The principal?" The young nurse was so frightened that her teeth chattered. The shock of Lu Xianyan's death was too great, her vision went black, and she fainted. Chapter 50. Little ancestor Chen Luanqing is enraged. "Principal! Principal!" Lu Rushue's pupils contracted and dilated, her emotions a complex mix of feelings. The president of Zitian University, who had worked there for over a century, eventually died. Lin Yu appeared quite calm. After eliminating the threat, he turned and left. He first went to the resource shop and sold all the loot he had acquired, earning a total of over 800 million. "My savings have reached over 1 billion, but it's not enough. To ensure I can buy treasures that can improve my qualifications, my savings should ideally reach over 1.5 billion. Lin Yu tapped the counter lightly with his fingertip, seemingly lost in thought. On his way here, he glanced briefly at the scene inside the school. He discovered that most of the school buildings had been destroyed in the aftermath of the battle, including the one where his classroom was located. Therefore, the school will likely suspend classes for the next few days to allow time for the building to be rebuilt. For the next period of time, let's go to the abyss and hunt abyssal creatures. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu made his choice. He had two considerations for choosing to go to the abyss. One was that he could hunt abyssal creatures to make money. On the other hand, it was because of the vampires that caused the chaos. I learned from Lu Rushue that 500 years ago, the progenitor of vampires was level 56, and his actual combat power was even more terrifying than that of a level 60 human martial artist. 500 years later, the strength of the progenitor of vampires is still unknown, but he may be even more powerful. Xin Jieji and Zhang Luqi, whom Lin Yu just killed, were high-ranking members of the vampire faction. The deaths of these two individuals might provoke the progenitor of vampires, drawing him to them. Although the probability is small, even if it's only 1 in a million, Lin Yu wouldn't gamble on it. I want all the intermediate treasure chests. Lin Yu stood in front of the counter and handed over the bank card. Okay. Lu Rushue was surprised at first, but quickly recovered and turned to the back warehouse, taking out all the intermediate treasure chests in stock. Could Lin Yu have some special secret that can increase the probability of getting good items from treasure chests? Lu Rushue's eyes gleamed with a strange light. Lin Yu's purchase of the treasure chest aroused her suspicion and curiosity. After all, everyone knows that opening treasure chests is a losing proposition, but Lin Yu seems to enjoy it immensely, which is clearly not right. I must be overthinking it. It's said that the treasure chest is the embodiment of the abyss's origin, and even martial artists above level 90 can't fathom its secrets. How could Lin Yu possibly have any special secrets? The reason he bought so many treasure chests is probably because he's addicted to opening them. Lu Rushue shook her head with a wry smile, denying her previous guess, and went to the front of the stage to place the treasure chest she was holding on it. From now on, you should acquire as many treasure chests as possible. The higher the quality the better, but at least at the intermediate level or above. Lin Yu paid over 10 million to store all 12 treasure chests into the time-space ring. Okay. Lu Rushue nodded, a look of joy on her face. Even though Lin Yu gets a significant discount when buying treasure chests, she still makes a profit. After purchasing the treasure chest, Lin Yu returned to the villa, tidied up, and then set off for the teleportation tower. Vampires are very fast at escaping, and some with exceptional talent can even transform into vampire bats and fly into the sky. Therefore, even though Lin Yu personally participated in the massacre during the previous battles, many vampires still managed to escape. The capital city. A once extremely prestigious residence of a top-tier family. The former prosperity has vanished, replaced by shocking bloodshed and death. Mutilated corpses lay scattered about, blood soaked the ground, and a heavy, nauseating stench of blood filled the air. A martial artist's blood tastes so good, even better than a virgin's blood. Drain their blood, don't let them become vampires. This kind of trash doesn't deserve to join us. Numerous vampires, holding crystal goblets, were conversing leisurely. The goblets contained not fine wine, but thick, scarlet blood. Splashing. At that moment, a black bat the size of a head flapped its wings and flew quickly into the hall, shouting anxiously. Little ancestor, something terrible has happened. Lord Xin and Lord Zhang have been murdered. A long, golden bench is placed on the highest step of the main hall. A man with a sinister face and a thin build was leaning lazily against one of them, his legs crossed, gently swirling a wineglass in his hand. He is Chen Luanqing, the pseudo-progenitor of vampires. He is short and thin, but the aura he exudes is as terrifying as an abyss. Who did you say was killed? Chen Luanqing, who was drinking, suddenly stopped, his gaze turning cold and gloomy as he looked at the vampire bat that had flown in. Little ancestor, yes, it's Lord Xin Jieji and Lord Zhang Luqi, they are dead. The vampire bat landed on the ground and transformed into a young man, who lowered his head and knelt on one knee. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Luanqing, his teeth chattered and he stammered. You're not lying to me, are you? A terrifying blood-red light flashed in Chen Luanqing's eyes as he stared intently at the messenger below. The chilling killing intent, almost tangible, instantly filled the entire hall. He had some impression of Xin Jieji and Zhang Luqi. They were his two most capable subordinates, his right and left arms. What happened? The other vampires also stopped talking and turned to look in their direction. It's true. This morning, Lord Shen and Lord Zhang led us to attack Zitian University. The young man turned pale and quickly recounted what had happened not long ago. Is this freshman named Lin Yu really that amazing? After listening to the report, Chen Luanqing frowned slightly, a look of shock flashing across his face. He knew Shen Jiage and Zhang Luqi's strength very well. Even a level 57 human martial artist would be absolutely unable to do anything to them. That freshman named Lin Yu is probably no more than 20 years old. Is his strength even more terrifying than a level 57 martial artist? Little ancestor, you don't know, Lin Yu is very powerful. Lord Shen and Zhang Luqi are no match for him at all. If I hadn't flown fast, I probably wouldn't have been able to see you, little ancestor. The young man still felt lingering fear when he thought about the horrific scene that had just occurred, his face filled with terror. I'd like to see what kind of person Lin Yu is, that he could kill my right-hand man. Chen Luanqing's eyes flashed red, and he slowly stood up, his face extremely cold, and slowly commanded. All assemble, let's head to Zitian University. With his right-hand man killed, he naturally couldn't let it go. He had to find Lin Yu and kill him to avenge himself. Of course, if Lin Yu behaves well, kowtows to him to admit his mistakes, and voluntarily lets him bite him to turn him into a vampire, it's not impossible to spare his life. After all, the fact that Lin Yu was able to kill Shen Jiage and the other person in his freshman year shows that Lin Yu's talent is terrifyingly strong, and he deserves to be forgiven once. Chapter 51, Entering the Abyss World and Encountering a Mummy. As the order was given, the entire base descended into chaos, with large numbers of vampires gathering in droves. Finally, led by Chen Luanqing, they headed towards Zitian University. On the other side, the Tower of the Abyss. Team up. I have a team card, anyone want to team up? Come join. Top grade elixir, the mighty pill, 20,000 each. Don't miss out. Around the Tower of the Abyss, many martial artists came and went, and the noise and shouts of vendors were endless. Lin Yu arrived here, walked through the noisy crowd, and stepped into the Tower of the Abyss without hesitation. The surrounding scenery changed rapidly, giving me a feeling of my soul ascending at breakneck speed. After about a second, the scenery stabilized. After entering the Tower of the Abyss, the teleportation location is random. This time, Lin Yu appeared in a desert. Yellow sand filled the sky, the world was one color, and as far as the eye could see, only undulating sand dunes stretched to the horizon, as if the whole world was made of yellow sand. 700 or 800 meters ahead, dozens of pyramids stood majestically, some large and some small, the shorter ones a few dozen meters high, and the tallest reaching 500 or 600 meters. Ah! My arm! Don't bite my arm! The screams of these humans are so beautiful. In front of a small pyramid, dozens of mummies gathered together, torturing several human warriors. Mummy? Lin Yu immediately recognized the species of the abyssal creatures, they were mummies. According to the book, female mummies were few in number, but generally stronger than male mummies, so the group was a matriarchal society. The group of mummies ahead confirmed the book's description, out of dozens of mummies, only 7 were female. The female mummies stood at the innermost part of the room, holding iron whips and constantly lashing the bound young men and women. The male mummy stood around like a guard, with a fawning expression on his face. The screams of humans are so beautiful I never get tired of listening to them. The leading female mummy was level 40, with black bandages and a slender, standard figure. Watching the young man and woman struggling in pain under her iron whip, her face was filled with enjoyment and satisfaction. Big sister, look! Another human has appeared over there. A female mummy with yellow bandages next to her pointed and shouted. The other mummies all looked in that direction and saw Lin Yu several hundred meters away. Hey, this human is quite good looking. Bring a few mummies and capture him. Make sure to capture him alive, killing him would be a waste. The black female mummy's eyes lit up, and a strange emotion arose in her heart. Like most abyssal creatures, mummies do not care about human gender. They only care about a person's age and appearance. As long as a person is young enough and good-looking enough, whether they are male or female is completely unimportant. Understood, I'll go and capture that human right now. The yellow female mummy patted her chest, making a confident guarantee. Then, she changed the subject, pointing to a girl who was tied up, a wicked and cruel smile on her face. Big sister, now that I've captured that human, you have a new plaything. Could you give me that woman as a reward? What do you need her for? The black female mummy looked at the girl. The other person was lying on the ground, covered in blood and gore, his chest heaving, clearly seriously injured. Big sister, you don't know, when I grabbed her before, this woman resisted fiercely. This wound on my arm was done by this woman. So, I'm going to torture her properly and vent my anger. The yellow female mummy raised her arm, revealing a tiny wound that was barely noticeable without close inspection. Okay. The black-clad female mummy nodded. She had always treated her subordinates very well. Humph, let you rest for a while, you bitch. I'll treat you properly when I get back. The yellow female mummy glanced cruelly at the girl on the ground, then turned and led several male mummies toward Linyu. Linyu was also approaching that direction, her expression calm and without the slightest fear. Human, how dare you? Instead of running away from us, you actually dare to walk towards us? The yellow female mummy stared at Linyu, her brows furrowed beneath the bandages, her face full of confusion. They are a race of mummies, a mid-level species in the abyss world, and possess formidable strength. Most humans would keep their distance from them and dare not confront them. But what's wrong with this human in front of them? Why is he walking towards them on his own initiative? Does he have some kind of trump card? With such a young bone age, this human is definitely under 20 years old. According to convention, a human of this age should be below level 20. Thinking that the other party might have a trump card, the yellow female mummy did not act rashly, but instead released her senses to check Lin Yu's bone age. Upon learning Lin Yu's bone age, it became even more puzzled. Since his level is no more than 20, why is he acting so calmly? Is it because he knows that running away is useless and he wants to scare me with this calm attitude? Suddenly, the yellow female mummy's eyes lit up, as if she had figured out the reason, and a cold smile appeared in her heart. It has lived for 500 or 600 years and has indeed encountered this situation before. Those human martial artists feigned composure, pretending to be experts, and tried to deceive everyone. Run? Why should I run? In my eyes, you're nothing but a bunch of chickens and dogs. What right do you have to tell me to run away? Lin Yu slightly raised his eyelids and said disdainfully. What did you say? How dare you call me a clay chicken or a dog? The yellow mummy's eyes widened in disbelief as it stared at Lin Yu. This human is such a good actor. The humans she had encountered before who pretended to be experts were at most a bit cold and harsh in their tone, but this human in front of her actually dared to insult her. Don't misunderstand, I didn't insult you, I was just stating the facts. I'm going to ask you a question. If you bunch of good-for-nothings answer it properly, I'll give you a quick death. Lin Yu remained calm, showing no concern whatsoever for the mummies. He didn't act immediately, but instead planned to first inquire about the situation from the group of abyssal creatures. The treasure chests dropped by killing abyssal creatures follow a pattern. Abyssal creatures of level 45 and below, when killed, will at most drop a mid-level treasure chest. To obtain high-level treasure chests, you must kill abyssal creatures of level 45 or higher. The higher the level, the greater the probability of obtaining a high-level treasure chest. Upon hearing this, not only was the yellow female mummy furious, but the male mummies also couldn't hold back, their eyes gleaming green as they stared intently at Lin Yu. Damn it! This human brat is so arrogant. Master, I can't hold back anymore. Let's cut out this human brat's tongue first. Chapter 52 Interrogating the Yellow Female Mummy. Several male mummies roared ferociously, their bodies trembling with rage. The human in front of them was far too vicious. Damn human, do you think I don't know your scheme? You're just trying to act calm and pretend you're powerful, so we'll be wary of you. Humph, your actions will only make your death more miserable, poisonous bandage. Enraged, the yellow female mummy bared her teeth, flailing her arms as the bandages binding them came loose, and she lunged at Lin Yu like a venomous snake. The bandage gleamed with a metallic sheen, moving with the speed of a shooting star, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air. It seems you don't want to answer the question properly. Lin Yu shifted his body slightly, easily dodging the stabbing bandages. With a burst of power from his legs, he vanished from his spot in an instant, so fast that the mummies couldn't even see him. Just as the mummies were wondering where Lin Yu had gone, he reappeared, already standing beside the yellow female mummy, with a red sword in his hand. Put! A flash of red sword light, and the heavenly god sword swiftly sliced through the yellow female mummy's belly, splattering blood and internal organs everywhere. Ah! The yellow female mummy's eyes suddenly widened, her face instantly filled with pain, and she instinctively let out a shrill scream. Ouch! It hurts so much. My stomach has been ripped open. What's with this human speed? I didn't see anything. The yellow female mummy screamed in agony, her upper body still alive, writhing and rolling on the ground in pain. His face, contorted with pain, was filled with shock. This human is acting very strangely. She couldn't even catch what the other person was doing just now. So powerful. I can't see it at all. Me too. The male mummies were also filled with shock. They looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. For decades, almost all the humans they encountered were below level 25, so they were very relaxed when they met this human. Furthermore, given that the other person's bone age doesn't seem to be very advanced, there's even less to worry about. Unexpectedly, this human was incredibly fast, clearly not a normal person, and most likely a powerful being among humans. What are you pigs standing there for? Hurry up and kill him. Ouch. It hurts so much. The yellow female mummy stared at the stunned male mummy, roared angrily, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yes, master. Damn human, how dare you lay a hand on your master? Kill this human. This murderous roar immediately pulled the male mummies back to reality. They unleashed their full power and charged towards Lin Yu. They knew the human before them was very strong, and they knew they would most likely die, but they still charged forward without hesitation. Unfortunately, according to the rules of the mummy tribe, male mummies must be attached to female mummies. If a female mummy dies, then all the male mummies attached to her must be sacrificed. A few level 20 trash dare to attack me? They're ridiculous. With a gentle slash, Lin Yu's heavenly god sword unleashed a sharp sword beam. Because of the speed at which he swung his sword, he unleashed a red sword aura without even using any techniques. Put. Where the red sword energy passed, the male mummy was no match for it and was completely cut in half. Most of the male mummies were stabbed in the heart and died instantly, except for one who lay on the ground screaming in agony. Swish. Lin Yu had read in the book that a mummy's weakness was its heart. He swung his sword again, slicing through the heart of the screaming male mummy and sending him to hell. I'm asking you, where are there any abyssal creatures of level 45 or higher nearby? Tell me and I'll give you a quick answer. Lin Yu raised his right foot and stepped on the face of the yellow female mummy, looking down at her. Damn humans, kill me if you dare. My sister is over there, she'll avenge me. The yellow female mummy hissed and cursed, her eyes burning with hatred as she stared defiantly at Lin Yu. You won't tell, huh? Very well. Lin Yu stepped on her face with his right foot, and thrust the heavenly god sword in his hand into her chest, penetrating about 3 centimeters, and then slowly began to rotate. Ah! It hurts so much. Human, if you have the guts, kill me. What kind of man uses this kind of torture? Ah! The yellow female mummy was in excruciating pain, her eyes rolled back in agony, blood and foam flowed from her mouth, and her screams could be heard for hundreds of meters. Don't worry, I will slowly destroy your flesh. My spacetime ring contains a large number of healing pills. After I have destroyed your flesh, I will feed you the healing pills to heal your wounds. Then a new round of interrogation will begin, and the cycle will continue until you answer my questions. Hearing her screams, Lin Yu curled into a wicked smile and slowly spun the heavenly god sword around several times, destroying the piece of flesh. He withdrew the heavenly god sword and went to stab the intact flesh again. Ah! A demon! You demon! Big sister, please come and save me. Kill this demon. The yellow female mummy's face was filled with terror as she screamed for help from the other mummy. Sister Ahei, something terrible has happened. Look! That human seems to be torturing Ah Huang. Quickly, save Ah Huang. The mummy over there naturally noticed the situation and quickly grabbed the prisoners on the ground, rushing towards them. The black female mummy at the head of the group was the fastest, covering dozens of meters in a single step, her body emanating billowing black smoke. Damn human, stop. Release Ah Huang, and I might spare your life. The black female mummy stopped a few dozen meters away, watching Lin Yu warily, not daring to get any closer, fearing that the other party might kill Ah Huang in a fit of anger. In her eyes, male mummies were no different from pigs and dogs. It didn't matter how many died. But the female mummy was very important to her, like a best friend or family member. Release Sister Ah Huang immediately. Human, do you know what you're doing? Release Master Huang before you commit a grave error. The other mummies stood behind her, glaring angrily at Lin Yu and threatening her fiercely. It's understandable that the female mummy was so angry, since in the mummy community, the female mummy was the master and enjoyed all the spoils. But the oppressed male mummy, with such a low status, behaved in the same way as the female mummy, which made Lin Yu quite curious. I have 2 questions for you. If you answer them properly, I will release her. With a faint smile on his face, Lin Yu temporarily pulled out the heavenly god sword that was piercing into the flesh of the yellow female mummy. Explain. The black-clad female mummy had a cold expression, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. Chapter 53 states that it was your actions that led to the death of the yellow mummy. The first question is for the male mummy. I'm a little curious. You male mummies have been oppressed and enslaved by the female mummies, so why don't you resist? Instead, you always think of the female mummy's interests? Lin Yu looked at the male mummy behind her and asked curiously. While there is indeed a difference in strength between male and female mummies, it is not an insurmountable gap. Given their large numbers, if the male mummies were to rebel, they might not be able to turn the tables and become the masters, but they could at least gain considerable benefits. Foolish humans! The female mummy is our master, so what if she oppresses us? That's right, it's a blessing and an honor for us male mummies to be slaves to female mummies. Even if the female mummy orders me to die, I will die without hesitation. I'll still need female mummies to carry on my family line in the future. If I don't have baby mummies, who will take care of me when I get old? The male mummies chattered and shouted, their tone self-righteous, as if male mummies were born to be oppressed by female mummies. Some of the male mummies even had faces full of pride, taking pride in being oppressed by the female mummies. Hearing these answers, the female mummies were filled with pride and joy, and they slightly raised their chins. These male mummies are beyond saving. Lin Yu rubbed her forehead and shook her head speechlessly. Unexpectedly, the male mummies' views were so outrageous, as if they considered being oppressed by female mummies as their mission. Human, stop wasting time and get to the second question. The black female mummy had cold eyes and urged impatiently. Second question, where are there any abyssal creatures of level 45 or higher nearby? Lin Yu stepped on the head of the yellow female mummy with his right foot. Kid, are you blind or tripped? If you want to know the location of abyssal creatures above level 45, why don't you go find them yourself? The black female mummy covered her mouth and laughed, her laughter eerie and hoarse, her eyes filled with mockery. The other mummies also laughed heartily, uttering sarcastic remarks. You're not going to cooperate properly, are you? Lin Yu's lips curled into a wicked smile. He gripped the heavenly god sword in his right hand and thrust it forward, piercing the yellow female mummy's right arm before spinning it around. Ah! The yellow female mummy screamed in agony, her upper body struggling violently, but because Lin Yu was stepping on her head, her struggles were futile. Stop! You human brat! The mummy's smiles vanished instantly, their eyes glaring angrily, flashing green light, as they stared intently at Lin Yu. Explain. Lin Yu completely ignored their gazes and continued to spin the heavenly god sword. The yellow female mummy, who was being trampled on the ground, screamed pitifully and begged for mercy while crying. Human, do you see that tallest pyramid? Our princess is sleeping inside. Her level is 56, which meets your requirements. The black female mummy trembled with rage, her teeth grinding together, wishing she could rush up and slaughter Lin Yu immediately. But because her sister was in the enemy's hands, she had to suppress her anger and murderous intent, and pointed to a giant pyramid several kilometers away, and said, Come with me. If what you're saying is true, I'll release this yellow mummy right away. Lin Yu stretched out his right hand, grabbed the yellow female mummy by the neck, lifted her up, and walked towards the pyramid. The pyramids cannot be opened from the outside, only from the inside. If you wish to see our princess, you will have to wait until she awakens and opens the pyramid doors. We've already answered 2 of your questions. Release Ah Huang now, or you'll suffer a terrible death. The black female mummy's eyes gleamed with green light, and her voice was almost squeezed out from between her teeth. When will your princess wake up? Lin Yu stopped and asked. If nothing unexpected happens, she will wake up by noon tomorrow. Her Highness is very fond of Ah Huang. If anything happens to Ah Huang, the consequences will be extremely serious. The black female mummy slightly raised her chin, her tone carrying a hint of threat. Of course, the idea that the princess cares about Ah Huang was fabricated by her to scare the human in front of her and prevent him from making any rash moves. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. Since you've answered my questions properly, I will keep my promise and release this yellow mummy. Lin Yu grabbed the yellow female mummy by the neck with one hand and held the heavenly god sword in the other, stabbing it into her heart before throwing her toward the black female mummy. Damn human, you broke your promise. You deserve to die a horrible death. The black female mummy's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with sorrow. She stretched out her hands and steadily caught the yellow female mummy. She bent down and hugged her. Cough cough, big sister, I'm in so much pain, I feel like I'm going to die. The yellow female mummy's face was filled with pain and terror, and her breath grew weaker and weaker. Don't speak, take the healing pills first. The black female mummy took out several healing pills and stuffed them into her mouth. Before she could even swallow the pill, her neck lolled to the side, and she stopped breathing. Ah Huang. Ah. You damned human, didn't you promise to release Ah Huang? You broke your promise. I'll make you wish you were dead. The black female mummy stood up, staring intently at Lin Yu, her brain buzzing with rage. She had never seen such a despicable human being in her entire life. The other mummies all looked fierce, and upon hearing a command, they would swarm forward and seize the wicked human in front of them. Hey, don't make false accusations. Didn't I release that yellow mummy? When did I break the contract? Lin Yu said somewhat unhappily. You promised to release Ah Huang, but you killed her. What is this if not breaking your promise? I'm going to kill you in the most cruel way possible. The black female mummy erupted with power, her bandages fell off, and she floated in the air as if she had come to life. That's not right. Just tell me, was she still alive when she left? Don't try to deny it. I heard her cry out in pain when she was in your arms. So I did not breach the contract. I did release her, and I released her alive. It was just that your treatment methods were inadequate, which ultimately led to her death. Lin Yu spoke eloquently. Pfft. Nonsense. Ah Huang's heart has been pierced, how can we save him? Go, capture him, we can't let him die so easily. The black female mummy was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. She had never heard anything so distorted. The other party stabbed Ah Huang in the heart, and then blamed them for not treating him in time? There's no such logic in the world. Chapter 54 The Outrageous Ideas of Male Mummies. Damn human, how dare you kill a female mummy? You have crossed the line with our mummy race. The female mummy is our supreme master. Dozens of male mummies rushed out first, their decaying bandages fluttering in the air, like a wave of death sweeping towards Lin Yu. The two male mummies at the front were level 29. They waved their arms, and the originally soft strips of cloth shot out like steel spears. With a sharp whistling sound, it aimed straight for Lin Yu's vital points. How pitiful. They've been oppressed like this, yet they still want to avenge the female mummy. Lin Yu shook his head speechlessly, shifted his body slightly to dodge the stabbing bandages, and charged towards the mummy tribe. His figure closed in on the two male mummies in an instant, the heavily sword drawing a graceful arc in the air, so fast that it left only a blur. Put! Two bandaged heads flew off. Before the two mummies could even react, they felt a cold, stinging pain on their necks, and their vision began to spin. Revenge, revenge for the female mummy. The two men's lips moved slightly as they stared intently at Lin Yu, and even in their dying moments, they were still thinking about avenging the female mummy. Without hesitation, Lin Yu charged into the group of mummies, his sword flashing like a dance of death unfolding within the inescapable net. Every swing of his sword was incredibly precise, and every ray of swordlight carried an aura of destruction. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. With sword shadows flying everywhere, the group of male mummies couldn't dodge at all, and their numbers dropped rapidly. In the blink of an eye, half of the male mummies were killed. This human's level is as high as 41, and his combat power is definitely more terrifying than that of an ordinary level 41. Everyone, don't hold back, go all out, as long as we can kill him. The black female mummy's face was filled with shock and fear as she watched Lin Yu slaughtering everyone. Just now, because the yellow female mummy was too weak, Lin Yu was too lazy to use his full strength, and his true level was not revealed. At this moment, Lin Yu used all his strength, and the power he displayed startled all the mummies present. So fast, I can't even see this human's movements. The black female mummy's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and her pupils trembled violently. The opponent was level 41, only one level higher than her, so their strength should not be that different. But the speed and power displayed by this human had completely overwhelmed her. The two were simply not on the same level. You all go too. Ah Huang is our good sister. Even if the enemy is strong, we must kill him to avenge Ah Huang. She glanced at the remaining 5 female mummies, gave the order, and a sly glint flashed deep in her eyes. Charge! Avenge our sisters! The 5 female mummies swallowed hard, their bodies trembling slightly. They were terrified by the terrifying power Lin Yu displayed. But they dared not disobey their eldest sister's orders and had no choice but to bite the bullet and charge out. You bunch of idiots, look behind you. What's that black mummy doing? Lin Yu brandished his long sword, instantly killing several male mummies beside him, and then charged towards the 5 female mummies. Big sister. The 5 female mummies glanced behind them out of the corner of their eyes and were immediately stunned, their pupils dilating in shock. The eldest sister, who had ordered them to attack, suddenly turned and ran away. While they were stunned, Lin Yuk did not sit idly by. He ruthlessly wielded the heavenly god sword, drawing out a red sword light. Put! Put! The incredibly sharp blade sliced through the female mummies' bodies as easily as cutting through tofu, offering no resistance whatsoever, and cleaved them in two. Lin Yu's sword strike had a wide range, killing 2 female mummies in succession. Big sister, wait for us. Humans, please stop killing us. We surrender. The other 3 female mummies looked terrified and pleaded weakly for mercy as they chased after the black female mummy. Seeing Lin Yu's strength, and with Big Sister having run away, they lost the will to fight. Swish! 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 Unmoved by their pleas for mercy, Lin Yu swiftly swung his red longsword 3 times, cutting them all in half. Please don't kill me, please, don't kill me, wah! One of the female mummies was particularly resilient. She was still alive even after her chest was split in 2. She was in a panic, crawling on the ground with her hands as she ran away, looking miserable and pitiful. Lin Yu completely ignored her pleas for mercy, and with a single stroke of his sword, he severed her head in 2, silencing her cries for mercy. No! Human! Please, don't kill the female mummy. Kill me instead. My master is dead, so I won't live either. There were still 8 or 9 male mummies left. Seeing Lin Yu's terrifying strength, they were not afraid at all. Instead, their hatred grew even stronger, and they charged towards Lin Yu fearlessly. His courage is commendable, but his thinking is a bit problematic. Lin Yu sneered, his red sword flashing as he killed the remaining male mummies, then chased after the fleeing black female mummy. Even though the black female mummy had been on the run for a while, covering over 100 meters, Lin Yu caught up with her in just a few breaths. The black female mummy sensed the chill behind her and couldn't help but turn around to look. She was immediately terrified, her body trembling and her legs going weak. With a thud, she knelt on the ground and cowed out to Lin Yu, begging for mercy. Don't kill me, please, please don't kill me. I'm a great beauty in the mummy tribe, and countless male mummies want to mate with me. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to mate with you, sob sob sob. The black female mummy was crying and sniffling, and her forehead was slammed against the ground, leaving a dent. However, Lin Yu remained completely unmoved by her pleas for mercy. As for the other party saying she is beautiful. Humans and mummies aren't even in the same race. No matter how beautiful a mummy is, in the eyes of humans, it's still an ugly monster. Human, I have a use for you. When you enter the abyss, you humans are randomly teleported, which means you most likely won't be here tomorrow. In that case, how will you see our princess? I can sign a contract with you, so you can teleport to a fixed location. Sensing the approaching red light, the black female mummy's heart pounded wildly, her chest heaving, and she spoke rapidly. Her words seemed to have an effect. The heavenly sword stopped in front of her forehead, the blade only millimeters away. What you said seems to make some sense. Lin Yu stroked his chin, lost in thought. I have practiced the master-servant contract technique. I can sign a contract with you and become your servant. This will establish a connection between us. In the future, when you enter the abyss, you can use a fixed point card to teleport to my location. Seeing that things were looking promising, the black-clad female mummy quickly continued speaking. Chapter 55. Chen Wanqing occupies Zitian University. Then let's sign a master-servant contract. Don't try anything funny, or I'll make sure you die a very difficult death. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and then made a decision. Taking an abyssal creature as a servant would indeed be somewhat useful. Once he has servants, he can use teleportation cards to teleport to specific locations, which is much more convenient. Furthermore, when he is not in the abyss world, he can have his servants help him search for the whereabouts of abyss creatures of level 45 and above. Don't worry, I absolutely won't try anything funny. The black female mummy revealed the joy of surviving a catastrophe. She had risked everything to stay alive. For her, being a servant to humans was shameful, but at least it meant she could survive. Great God of covenants, be witnesses to this covenant. As the incantation ended, a ghostly blue light burst forth from her palm, and an intricate circular magic circle unfolded beneath her feet. Runes flowed along the edges of the pentagram, while the central pattern was so intricate it seemed to writhe as if it were alive. Two beams of blue light shot into the sky from the formation. One entered her chest, and the other rushed towards Linyu. Linyu stopped the blue light and did not immediately establish a connection. He first checked the light to make sure there were no errors before releasing a burst of mental energy to establish a connection. "Sir, my name is Mahei. You can call me Shiohei from now on." The black female mummy knelt on one knee, her attitude respectful. She is the servant, her life and death entirely in the hands of the other party. If the other party dies, she will also be immediately annihilated. Get up. Where are there any abyssal creatures nearby? Take me there. Yes. Xiaohei stood up and led Linyu to a pyramid several kilometers away, where there were many mummies, who were also her enemies. The group of mummies were not strong, with the highest level being only level 39. They were no match for Linyu and were slaughtered in no time. Linyu didn't linger. Led by Xiaohei, he searched everywhere and hunted abyssal creatures, which was much more efficient than when he searched for abyssal creatures on his own. While Linyu was hunting abyssal creatures. On the other side, Chen Luanqing led the vampires to attack Zitian University, and with their overwhelming strength, they quickly occupied the university. Even though Zitian University knew the difference in strength, they didn't put up any resistance. From the start of the attack to the end of the battle, it took less than 10 minutes. Not only Zitian University, but the entire city was occupied by vampires. On the playground, students, teachers, and leaders of Zitian University squatted in the middle, with their hands behind their heads, making a gesture of submission and surrender. The area was surrounded by a large number of vampires, densely packed together, numbering in the thousands, their bodies emanating a faint, menacing aura. Linyu, get out here right now. I'm here for revenge. If you behave well, I might let you join our noble vampires. Chen Luanqing stood on the high platform and shouted loudly in all directions, his voice booming and spreading for thousands of meters. However, he shouted dozens of times, but no one responded. Damn it! Where's Linyu? Where the hell is he? Chen Luanqing licked his lips, his face showing displeasure. He attacked Zitian University in order to find Linyu, but now his target has disappeared without a trace. Damn it, does anyone know where Linyu went? Chen Luanqing looked at the Zitian University students who were holding their heads in their hands and questioned them sternly. However, when confronted with his questioning, everyone remained unusually quiet, heads bowed, without any reaction. They had witnessed Linyu's strength and personality firsthand. If they were to reveal Linyu's whereabouts, their fate would likely be extremely tragic. What the hell? Are you all deaf? Do you even know where Linyu is? With a ferocious expression, Chen Luanqing walked up to a boy, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up. Lord Chen. Lord Chen Luanqing, I didn't know, I'm not familiar with Linyu at all. The boy being held was Wang Moyuan. He was pale and spoke in terror. He had just returned from the Tower of the Abyss. In fact, he had seen Linyu's trail, and it was highly likely that Linyu had entered the Tower of the Abyss. But he dared not reveal the other party's whereabouts. If he were discovered, Linyu would definitely kill him. You're not going to talk, are you? Chen Luanqing's expression was ferocious. He grabbed Wang Moyuan's right arm with his other hand and pulled hard. Sizzle! Wang Moyuan's right arm was ripped off, blood splattered, and intense pain swept through his entire body. Ah! Lord Chen Luanqing, I really didn't know. Sob Linyu is a top-tier genius. I'm not even from the same world as him. Sob. Wang Moyuan convulsed all over, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Waste. Chen Luanqing's eyes were full of disdain. He released his neck and kicked out, striking his chest hard. Put. Wang Moyuan's eyes widened suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and flew backward like a cannonball. He crashed through several buildings and lay motionless in the ruins, his fate unknown. Everyone else squatted quietly without reacting at all. Listen up, all of you. Whoever can tell me Linyu's whereabouts, I can turn him into a vampire. If you continue to pretend to be deaf, then everyone must die. Chen Luanqing looked at everyone, his body filled with murderous intent. Despite his threat, the audience remained silent, as if the 7,000 or 8,000 people were dead. Chen Luan was so angry that his eyes widened, and he was about to start a massacre. Just then, a vampire with a pointed snout ran over quickly, a lewd smile on his face, and said, Little ancestor, I have a plan that can not only find Lin Yu, but also make him come back willingly. Oh? What brilliant plan does the strategist have? With a look of curiosity on his face, Chen Luanqing asked, pricking up his ears. The sharp-nosed vampire is the strategist of the vampire faction. Although he is not very strong, he is very clever. The sharp-nosed vampire revealed a cunning smile and whispered. Little ancestor, Lin Yu hasn't shown up yet. It's obvious he might not be in this city. We can do this. His plan was simple, to seal off the entire city and, as long as Lin Yu didn't come, kill 500 people every hour, with the targets being random. Then, they allowed one person from each family to go out and search for Lin Yu. Those who went out would desperately search for Lin Yu because they were worried about the safety of their families, and try every means to bring Lin Yu back. That's a good idea. You truly are my strategist, so clever indeed. Let's proceed with your suggestion. Chen Luanqing's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Yes, sir. I will arrange it immediately. The pointed-mouthed vampire bowed, took out a special communication device, and relayed Chen Luanqing's command to all the vampires. In an instant, all the vampires moved like shadows in the night, surging towards the edge of the city and surrounding it. Chapter 56. The citizens found Lin Yu and prepared to arrest him and take him back to see Chen Luanqing. Under the manipulation of the sharp-nosed vampire, a large number of city residents went out to search for Lin Yu's whereabouts. All the citizens who went out were married. They were in a great hurry. The vampires killed randomly, and for the safety of their families, they had to find Lin Yu as soon as possible. That afternoon, Lin Yu hunted down nearly 300 abyssal creatures, most of which were mummies, but there were also other types of abyssal creatures. Among them, he encountered the most powerful abyssal creature, the black female mummy, who became his servant. On the morning of the second day, Lin Yu hunted abyssal creatures as usual, but again did not encounter any high-level ones. As noon approached, Lin Yu left the abyss world, preparing to use a location card to teleport to the vicinity of Shaohei. I obtained a total of 4 intermediate treasure chests and 10 basic treasure chests, plus various cultivation resources. So far I have earned about 25 million. In a remote border town, Lin Yu was eating at a restaurant, silently calculating his earnings from yesterday afternoon and this morning. Name, Lin Yu. Level, 43. He bought more than 10 intermediate treasure chests at school, only one of which could contain an SSS item. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately used the treasure chest, raising his level to 43. Our goal this afternoon is to earn 20 million. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, paid the bill, and went to a store to buy a designated card. The fixed location card is a special item that allows warriors to bypass the random teleportation rules and be teleported to a specific location when traversing the Tower of Abyss. Of course, the premise is that the martial artist must have a connection with the creatures in the Abyss world, such as signing a contract, which is one way to make contact. Once the contract is successfully signed, regardless of whether the human warrior is a master or a servant, they can be teleported to a designated location. Old Zhang, look. Isn't that Lin Yu? Dozens of meters away, 3 middle-aged men with haggard faces moved back and forth in the crowd, as if searching for something. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline seemed to notice something. His body jolted, and he stared incredulously at the figure in front of him. Don't rush, let me compare. The other 2 middle-aged men glanced over instinctively, but instead of making a move rashly, they took out their phones, found pictures of Lin Yu, and compared them. Damn! It really is Lin Yu. Quick, chase after him, don't let him get away. Contact other people and ask those nearby to help. Lin Yu is a martial artist, the 3 of us might not be able to handle him. After confirming Lin Yu's identity, the other 2 couldn't help but swear, their faces filled with joy. The 3 were citizens who had been oppressed by the vampire and had gone out to find Lin Yu. Their family members were still in the hands of vampires and didn't know when they would be killed, so they were naturally overjoyed to see Lin Yu. I sent a message to notify the others. As he chased after Lin Yu, the Mediterranean man took a moment to open a group chat and send the message to the others. Come quickly, we've found Lin Yu. He's in a small town on the outskirts of the Abyss Tower. Please forward this to other people as well. Lin Yu is a martial artist, and I'm afraid we won't be able to subdue him if there aren't enough people. After sending the message, he took a picture of Lin Yu's back and sent it to the group chat. The news caused an uproar. Holy crap! We finally found them. Anyone near the border town? Let's get to their aid. If Lin Yu finds out that Chen Luanqing has taken over the entire city, he definitely won't want to go back with us, right? Humph, they have no choice but to agree. Vampires kill 500 people every hour. We can't let so many innocent people die because of one person, can we? Share this so more people can see it. The crowd immediately sprang into action, with residents of remote towns rushing toward the address sent by the Mediterranean man. There are also some people who are responsible for forwarding messages so that more people can see them. Hey, Lin Yu, wait a minute, we need to talk to you about something important. 3 middle-aged men ran very fast, striding quickly, and blocked Lin Yu's path. Who are you? Lin Yu looked at the 3 people with suspicion. They were all unfamiliar faces, and he clearly did not recognize them. Lin Yu, never mind who we are. Something big has happened in Zitian City. Chen Luanqing has led the vampires to occupy the entire Zitian City, and he specifically asked for you. The middle-aged man with a Mediterranean complexion wiped the sweat from his forehead and said breathlessly. Lin Yu, as expected of a martial artist, walked faster than an ordinary person could run. It took the 3 of them a lot of effort to catch up with him. Chen Luanqing? Lin Yu frowned slightly, a hint of doubt on her face. He is the second in command of the vampire clan, nicknamed Little Progenitor, and his strength and status are second only to Chen Gula. The Mediterranean man explained quickly. He didn't know much about Chen Luanqing originally, but after the entire Zitian city was captured, everyone subconsciously used their mobile phones to search for information about Chen Luanqing. Let me see. Chen Luanqing is the minor progenitor of the vampire clan. The day before yesterday, he attacked the federal government with Chen Gula and showed extraordinary combat power. His level is as high as 56, and his combat power is comparable to a level 60 martial artist. After reading Chen Luanqing's intelligence, Lin Yu was also shocked. Even if he used all his trump cards, he might not be a match for Chen Luanqing. I'd better hurry up and enter the abyss world to develop. If I can level up to 45, I should be safe. Lin Yu put away his phone and walked towards the Tower of the Abyss. Lin Yu, where are you going? 3 middle-aged men moved quickly, stretched out their arms in a blocking gesture, their eyes full of vigilance. Aren't you 3 just asking the obvious? Of course I'm going to the abyss world. Otherwise, why would I go looking for Chen Luanqing? I'm no match for him now. Lin Yu rolled her eyes. You cannot go to the abyss world. Chen Luanqing is desperate to find you. You must come back with us to see him. The Mediterranean man had a serious expression and a solemn look on his face, with 2 other people standing beside him. Why should I go with you to see him? Besides, Chen Luanqing is a vampire. What does his meeting with me have to do with you? A hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he carefully examined the 3 people. Judging from their appearance, they were clearly not vampires. Of course it's related to us, Lin Yu. You don't know yet, do you? Chen Luanqing threatened the entire city to find you, claiming that he would kill 500 people every hour if he couldn't find you. In other words, the entire city is in danger because of you, so you must come back with us. The middle-aged man with the Mediterranean hairline looked at Lin Yu with a mixture of heartache and reproach. Although the killer was a vampire, he dared not blame the vampire, but only attributed the fault to the other party. Okay, I understand. I'll go back in a few days. Lin Yu nodded and continued walking towards the Tower of the Abyss. Chapter 57. If Lin Yu makes a move, people from other countries will also die. Lin Yu. Can't you understand human language? This whole disaster started because of you, you have to come back with us. The 3 men looked grim and quickly stepped forward, forming a line to block the way. Ha! You 3 want to go against me? Looking at the 3 people blocking his way, Lin Yu's expression turned slightly cold, and a faint killing intent emanated from his body. Us. The 3 sensed something was wrong, swallowed hard, and looked scared, no longer daring to stop them. Where's Lin Yu? Have they found Lin Yu yet? Just then, more than 10 people quickly weaved through the crowd and ran towards them. They were also citizens searching for Lin Yu, and came to help after hearing the news. That's Lin Yu. Quickly surround him and don't let him get away. Upon seeing the dozen or so people rushing towards him, the middle-aged man with the Mediterranean-shaped face lit up with joy, his fear vanished, and he pointed at Lin Yu not far away and shouted. The 3 of them were truly helpless against Lin Yu, and if they pushed Lin Yu too far, their lives would be in danger. But now, their side has nearly 20 people. Surely Lin Yu wouldn't dare to attack them now. It's definitely him. Hurry up and get him. Lin Yu, you must come back with us immediately. The fate of hundreds of thousands of people in the entire city is in your hands. After confirming Lin Yu's identity, more than 10 people ran quickly and surrounded him. I said, "Are you guys ever going to stop? Didn't I already say I'd go back on my own in 2 days?" Looking at the dozen or so people surrounding him, a hint of impatience flashed across Lin Yu's face. Going back in 2 days? Lin Yu, do you know how many people will die in 2 days? 500 die every hour. 24,000 people will be killed in 2 days. Because of you alone, 24,000 innocent people have lost their lives. Can you live with yourself like this? The middle-aged men with Mediterranean features surrounded them again, shouting angrily. The killing has been going on for a day, and more than 10,000 people have died because of you. You must come back with us today. Wah, I just got news that my dad was killed. Lin Yu, you have to pay for my dad's death. Wah. Lin Yu, please, come back with us. Everyone started talking at once. Some people looked angry and were adamant, demanding that Lin Yu go back with them. Some people pleaded in a weak tone. What happened? It's about Zitianchang and Lin Yu. It's online, you can search for it. Passers-by nearby gathered around out of curiosity. Upon learning the whole story, several concerned citizens immediately stood up and confronted Lin Yu, demanding that he return with the group. What a nuisance! You have 1 minute to get out of my sight, or you'll face the consequences. Lin Yu's face showed a hint of impatience. Returning to Zitian City is impossible, after all, he might not be a match for Chen Luanqing, and going back would be too dangerous. As for those who were killed, the killer is a vampire, how can you put the blame on him? What did you say? You made the mistake, and you still think you're right? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, a beautiful female martial artist couldn't hold back any longer. She put her hands on her hips and spoke with righteous indignation. As martial artists, we must take responsibility and make it our duty to protect the weak. Even if you are no match for Chen Luanqing, as long as you go back, you can save tens of thousands of people. The Tower of the Abyss is located at the border of several countries, and the martial artists who show off are mostly not from the Xia Federation and do not understand Lin Yu's personality. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't dare to show off so recklessly. That's right, watching tens of thousands of people die because of you, doesn't your conscience hurt? You dare threaten us? We won't move aside, let's see what you can do about it. The crowd started talking all at once, and the number of people kept increasing until it reached more than 30. Just a heads up, there are 10 seconds left. Lin Yu's lips curled into a wicked smile. He stretched out his right hand, and a red light emerged, condensing into a red longsword. Gurgle. Sensing Lin Yu's chilling killing intent, everyone swallowed hard, feeling fear and wanting to move aside. But after glancing at the others around them, their fear subsided, and they stood firm in place. Even if he is very powerful, he would never dare to attack us. We come from different countries. If he dares to kill us, it would be cross-national murder, and the consequences would be very serious. It could very well lead to war between nations. The beautiful female warrior bit her lower lip, crossed her arms, and spoke with a cold and arrogant expression. The others nodded in agreement, their fears easing considerably. So what if you come from a different country? If you dare to oppose me, you'll die anyway. A minute passed, Lin Yu's gaze narrowed slightly, and he rushed out with his long sword in hand. His figure flashed frequently, so fast that no one could see him clearly. In the blink of an eye, he was beside the beautiful female warrior and swung his sword at her. Put! The female warrior was powerless to resist. Her neck was slashed by the sword, her head was severed, and she fell to the ground. Her eyes widened in horror and disbelief. She was just thinking that Lin Yu wouldn't dare to make a move when, in the next moment, her head was chopped off. Murder, murder. Blood splattered on the face of a nearby male martial artist. He reached up and touched his face, feeling a warm liquid. Put! Lin Yu showed no mercy, swinging his sword at him and slashing his body in two. With a scream, the male warrior collapsed to the ground and quickly died. Lin Yu! You really dared to kill someone. Run! The others also realized what was happening, their faces filled with terror. Some of them, being less daring, turned and ran. However, a few bold individuals, either driven by passion or blinded by hatred, actually drew their weapons and charged at Lin Yu. You damned bastard, you actually killed my brother. I'll fight you to the death. There were 3 people who dared to charge at Lin Yu, all of them martial artists. One of them was a dark-skinned warrior with muscles like steel. His face was filled with grief and hatred, and his aura was ferocious. The male martial artist that Lin Yu just killed with a single sword strike was his elder brother. Court Death. Lin Yu unleashed a sword strike, drawing a streak of intense red light. The sword was swung so fast that space and time were almost torn apart, forming a red sword aura. Put. Put. The three men who rushed forward were cut in two like puppets with broken strings, their internal organs and blood splattered all over the ground, and they died on the spot. Lin Yu, this whole thing has nothing to do with me. I was just being helpful, please forgive me. One martial artist ran incredibly fast, at level 25, leaping dozens of meters in a single bound, leaving all the fleeing people far behind. I don't know if you're enthusiastic or not, but I know you're doomed. With a whoosh sound, the red longsword shot out like an arrow, its speed countless times faster than a bullet. Chapter 58 The Mummy Princess Awakens. Put. The fleeing male warrior was pierced through the chest by the heavenly god sword. He paused, looked down in disbelief at the wound on his chest, and slowly collapsed to the ground. The heavenly sword shot out at an extremely fast speed, instantly traveling hundreds of meters and cutting down countless large trees along the way. Under Lin Yu's mental control, the heavenly god sword stopped its forward momentum and began to fly back. Put. As Lin Yu flew over, he aimed at the second-ranked martial artist and pierced his chest with the heavenly god sword. The man's fleeing movements came to an abrupt halt, his pupils contracted and dilated, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. No! Lin Yu, please let us go. I'll never dare to mess with you again. Yes, we were wrong just now. We will never try to persuade you to go back again. As long as you release me, I will absolutely not tell Chen Luanqing that you are here. The survivors' faces were filled with panic and regret as they struggled to move forward. While fleeing, they kept begging for mercy, trying to get Lin Yu to spare their lives. However, Lin Yu remained unmoved, gripped the returning heavenly god sword, quickly caught up with them, and slashed and killed them. Those who are still alive are very weak, most are just ordinary people, and there are only 6 martial artists, all of whom are below level 10. Accompanied by screams, more than 30 people fell one after another into pools of blood, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. Lin Yu, we were put in danger because of you, and instead of coming back with us, you want to kill us. Don't you have any conscience at all? The middle-aged man with a Mediterranean complexion lay on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, looking at Lin Yu with difficulty as he questioned him. What's the use of conscience? Can you eat it? Lin Yu glared at him, then swung his sword again, slicing his head in two. At this point, everyone was dead, and the scene fell silent. The martial artists passing by dared not utter a sound upon seeing this scene, their eyes filled with horror. It's him, TSK, these people are really bold, daring to provoke this fierce god. One of them muttered under his breath. He had seen this young man before in the Tower of the Abyss. The young man was ruthless and showed no mercy. You know him? The martial artist beside him looked at him curiously upon hearing this. I've only met him, I don't really know him. You should have heard about the murder that happened in the Tower of the Abyss last time, right? He was the one who did it. The man answered in a low voice, his eyes filled with horror. Hiss, this is too scary. Remember his appearance, and never provoke this evil god in the future. Upon hearing this, the martial artist who had asked the question instinctively shivered and silently memorized Lin Yu's appearance. It wasted almost 2 minutes of my time. Lin Yu looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and collected all the valuables from their bodies. This group of people were not wealthy. Even if they put all their valuables together, they wouldn't sell for much money. After doing all this, Lin Yu walked towards the Tower of the Abyss without hesitation, leaving behind only corpses and stunned warriors. The Abyss World. The northern desert is a vast expanse of yellow sand, stretching to the horizon. A magnificent pyramid, over 500 meters high, stands majestically in the desert world. Inside the pyramid is a luxurious palace. Hundreds of mummies knelt on the ground, heads bowed, in perfect unison, worshipping a coffin in front of them. Click clack. The coffin slowly opened, and a slender female mummy with pink bandages slowly sat up and twisted her neck a few times. Greetings, Your Highness. The mummies below shouted in unison, their heads bowed low, their faces filled with fear and reverence. I've slept for 5 days now, and I'm a little hungry. Is breakfast ready? The mummy princess stepped out of the coffin, a silver cane in her hand, and coldly asked a question. Your Highness, everything is ready. A mummy in armor stepped out from below, knelt on one knee, and waved to the area behind it. Bring up Her Highness's breakfast. Yes. 4 mummies escorted 2 warriors out. The 2 warriors, a man and a woman, were both of superior appearance, with youthful faces, clearly having never experienced sexual intercourse. Not bad. The mummy princess looked the 2 over and nodded in satisfaction. Under the horrified gazes of the 2 men, her mouth suddenly opened wide, like the gaping maw of an abyss. A pinkish-red bandage emerged from its mouth, wrapped around the 2 of them, and pulled them inside. Delicious. The mummy princess chewed with obvious enjoyment, making crunch-crunch sounds. Whoever found this breakfast deserves a reward. Why are there only so many of you today? After eating her fill, the mummy princess stretched comfortably and prepared to reward the mummy who was searching for breakfast. However, after a quick glance, she froze on the spot, her face instantly filled with anger. She commands over 500 mummies, and on important days like her awakening, at least 90% of them usually come. But only a little over 200 mummies showed up today, and half of their mummy commanders didn't come either. Because. Upon hearing this, the mummies lowered their heads, glanced at their companions, and hesitated to speak. General, tell me what happened. The mummy princess's gaze was icy, and her tone was filled with murderous intent. The mummy general shuddered, sighed, and replied, Alas, Your Highness, all the mummies who didn't come were killed by a human warrior. Yesterday afternoon, a very powerful human appeared and began searching for and slaughtering our people, killing nearly half of our clan. Recalling yesterday's experience, the mummy general couldn't help but shudder. He had originally intended to personally kill the human when he heard that someone was slaughtering mummies. But when he secretly peeked from a distance using his martial arts skills, he was so startled that his tongue almost popped out. That human was absolutely terrifying. His level was 41, not as high as his, but the strength he displayed was far more terrifying than that of a level 51 human. So he was so frightened that he hid inside the pyramid and didn't dare to come out at all. What did you say? A human killed half of our people? Why didn't you stop it? The mummy princess's eyes flashed coldly, and a pink bandage flew from her hand, wrapping around the mummy general's neck and lifting him up. The mummy tribe also suffers casualties, but the casualties are small. Occasionally, a few mummies are killed by humans. The situation of half being slaughtered has never happened before. Your Highness, spare me. This isn't my fault. I was no match for that human. His true strength was at least level 53. The mummy general's face was flushed, and he was in extreme discomfort. Chapter 59, Entering the Abyss World and Meeting the Mummy Princess. Although he didn't need to breathe, the pink bandage tightly gripping his neck still caused him excruciating pain, as if his bones were about to break. What a piece of trash! Where is that human now? The mummy princess threw him to the ground. With a loud boom, a large crater was smashed into the ground, sending sand and gravel flying everywhere. I don't know. That human appeared yesterday afternoon and should have left long ago. The mummy general struggled to climb out of the pit, daring not to utter a single complaint, but simply buried his head even lower, his voice trembling. What did you say? The mummy princess's eyes widened in horror, and a terrifying, almost tangible pressure erupted, instantly enveloping the entire hall. The air seemed to freeze. The mummies kneeling below trembled, not daring to lift their heads, their faces filled with fear from the depths of their souls. Your Highness, although we cannot find that human, a traitor has emerged within our mummy tribe. She led that human to plunder and kill our people everywhere. That traitor is Xiao He. She's even more despicable than a human. The mummy general stared wide-eyed, his face full of ferocity. Xiao He is the pride of her tribe. She is not only beautiful but also exceptionally talented. He had expressed his love to Xiao He many times, but he was rejected each time. But last night, he actually saw Xiao He behaving servilely in front of that human, like a servant. All mummies, listen up. Find Little Black for me by any means necessary. The mummy princess trembled with rage, her back teeth grinding to powder. She also knew the rules for humans entering the abyss world, so the chances of finding that human were slim, but the traitor Xiao He was an abyss creature and could not leave the abyss world. Yes, ma'am. We will bring you Little Black. The mummies shouted in unison, their voices as loud as rolling thunder, causing the entire pyramid to tremble slightly, and dust to slowly fall. Buzz buzz buzz. With a wave of her hand, the massive stone door sealing the pyramid loosened and slowly lifted. The gate is made of a special material with virtually unlimited hardness, making it impossible to open with brute force. A few dozen meters in front of the pyramid, a black female mummy waited anxiously. Why hasn't the master arrived yet? The gate is about to open, and the princess must have already heard that I'm a traitor. If the princess sees me, I'll surely die a horrible death. Xiao He stamped her feet anxiously, her heart filled with trepidation and unease. If it weren't for Lin Yu's death order, she would have wanted to run away right now. Fortunately, she wasn't scared for long. A beam of light appeared behind her, and a figure dressed in black teleported over. Master, you've finally arrived. Look, the door is slowly opening, which means the mummy princess has awakened. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief, ran to his side, and pointed at the gate in a panic. "Nu." Lin Yu remained calm, nodded, and waited quietly. The master's attitude is so confident, is he even more powerful than the princess? Xiao He was slightly surprised by Lin Yu's calm demeanor, secretly guessing that Lin Yu's strength might be even more terrifying than that of the mummy princess. Her guess was not unfounded, but rather based on sound reasoning. Lin Yu already knew about the mummy princess's strength, but she still came here without hesitation. She couldn't possibly be here to die, could she? However, Lin Yu's bone age looked so young that she couldn't help but doubt her own guess. The door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside, a large group of mummies staring intently at the outside. A pink mummy stood on a high platform, its face cold and arrogant, exuding both nobility and terror. "Ha! Someone's here?" At the same time that Lin Yu saw the mummy, they also saw Lin Yu. "This is the traitor Xiao He? That human is that human boy from yesterday? Your Highness! That human is the murderer who slaughtered our race yesterday." After the mummy general saw the appearance of the two people outside the door, his pupils contracted and dilated, and he immediately became delighted, reporting to the mummy princess. Under normal circumstances, the humans who slaughtered them yesterday would definitely not be found, and even Little Black would be hard to find. After all, Xiao He knew the consequences of being a traitor, so he must have already run away. He ran wildly in a certain direction all night, how could they find him? However, to his surprise, when the door opened, Xiao He and that human were right in front of him. Is he the human who slaughtered my race? A hint of surprise flashed in the mummy princess's eyes as she looked at Lin Yu, scrutinizing him closely. There are two possibilities for this being here. One is that this human spent the night in the abyss world. Another possibility is that the human signed a contract with Xiao He and obtained a fixed teleportation anchor point. Your Highness, there's no mistake, it's him, I remember him clearly. The mummy general's eyes glowed green as he stared intently at Lin Yu, his face filled with cruelty and evil. Yesterday, he didn't dare to attack this human because he wasn't strong enough. Today, with the princess present, he's determined to vent his anger. The other mummies remained motionless for a simple reason: they had not seen Lin Yu. Most of the mummies who saw Lin Yu died, and only the mummy general survived because he observed them in a special way. Human, is what he said true? You were the one who slaughtered our people yesterday? The mummy princess looked at Lin Yu and questioned him coldly. Even now, she still finds it hard to believe that the human who slaughtered her people has appeared here on his own. Could it be that this human has some trump card, or that the opponent is even stronger than her? This human's bone age is very young, probably not even 20 years old. How could he be more powerful than me? The mummy princess carefully examined Lin Yu's bone age, her face filled with surprise. She had originally thought that the human who slaughtered her race must be a powerful figure hundreds of years old, but she never expected him to be so young. Such terrifying talent goes beyond being described as genius, it's practically monster. That's right, it's me. But don't be sad. I'm here today to send you down so you can meet those dead mummies. Lin Yu smiled slightly, clenched his right hand, and conjured the heavenly god sword. What are you so arrogant about, you damned human? This is the 8th princess of our mummy kingdom. Let me tell you, you'd better kneel down and kowtow 100 times, and then you'll die a little easier. The mummy general, his face contorted in rage, stared at Lin Yu and roared viciously. With the 8th princess backing him up, he became much bolder. The 8th princess? The mummy kingdom? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. The mummy kingdom sounds very unusual. Are there many high-ranking mummies in it? Chapter 60, All the Mummies Are Dead. Hey, you princess, do you know the address of the mummy kingdom? Tell me and I might make your death easier. Lin Yu looked at the mummy princess and asked casually. Fuck you. You damned human, how dare you insult our princess? The mummy general was so angry that he cursed loudly, his expression ferocious, and he wished he could rush into battle immediately. However, knowing the difference in strength between himself and his opponent, he dared not make a move rashly. Your mouth is truly venomous. Unlike most of my people, I don't like torturing my prey, but you are absolutely disgusting. Today I'm going to try to torture my prey. My people, charge. The mummy princess trembled with rage, her eyes filled with coldness, and she gave the order to attack. She didn't take action herself directly because she sensed something was off about the human in front of her, so she had her subordinates test his strength first. Of course, the consumables used in the test were male mummies. Master, I know the location of the mummy kingdom. Xiao He reminded him from behind. Is that so? In that case, we don't need to leave any survivors. Lin Yu's thoughts flowed, summoning the heavenly god sword, revealing his killing intent. Charge! Capture them alive! Damn humans, how dare they insult the princess! I'll risk my life to protect her. More than 200 mummies surged toward Lin Yu like a tidal wave, their fury and murderous intent filling the entire hall. They knew they might not be a match for Lin Yu, but in their minds, the princess was the supreme being, so they charged forward resolutely. The mummies roared, and the bandages wrapped around their arms came off, revealing themselves as sharp, flexible swords. The terrifying auras intertwined, and the combined pressure was even more terrifying than that of a level 60 character. They're just a bunch of ants. No matter how many there are, they're useless. The charge of over 200 mummies may seem spectacular, but it's actually not very dangerous. It's less dangerous than a level 50 mummy. Lin Yu moved swiftly, heading towards the group of mummies. Swish! 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 In his hands, the heavenly god sword transformed into a deadly reaper, its swung sword shadows exploding into countless dazzling yet deadly red arcs. With each flash of a red sword arc, a mummy is either cleaved in half or its head is blown off. The difference in strength between the two sides was enormous. The more than 200 mummies couldn't even see Lin Yu's movements and were constantly being killed. Limbs and torsos were scattered everywhere, and dark green blood and bandage fragments rained down like a storm. Screams, the sound of blood splattering, and the clanging of metal mingled together. Lin Yu moved through the mummy horde as if it were empty, charging left and right, killing without any unnecessary frills, only extreme efficiency and precision. Damn humans, die! The mummy general seized the opportunity, its fingernails lengthening as it swiftly attacked, scratching at Lin Yu. The mummy princess gave the order for the male mummies to attack. Even if he was a general, he was still in the ranks. This mummy is of a higher level, let's kill him first. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he rushed towards the mummy general, appearing in front of him instantly like a ghost. Such speed! Upon seeing the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, the mummy general turned pale with horror, his pupils filled with shock. He only managed to utter one word before his vision was completely filled by a cold, sharp swordlight. The heavenly god sword in Lin Yu's hand was faster than the mummy general could think. There were no fancy moves, no prelude to charging up power, just the simplest and most direct horizontal slash. Laugh! A flash of red light streaked past, and the mummy general's movements came to an abrupt halt. A line of blood slowly appeared from his neck. He instinctively reached out to touch his neck, but as soon as the thought crossed his mind, his vision began to spin and his head began to fall toward the ground. Bang! The moment the mummy general died, his body exploded, and a mid-level treasure chest burst out. A mid-level treasure chest, not bad. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, put away the treasure chest and placed it into his time-space ring, then continued hunting other mummies. On the high platform, the mummy 8th princess watched Lin Yu's display of strength, her forehead covered in sweat, her anger replaced by a chilling coldness. This human is ridiculously strong. His energy level was clearly only 43, but his actual combat ability was definitely higher than 57, making him even more powerful than her. This is completely illogical. And didn't the general say that this human's level was 41? How did I become level 43? I have to make a move. This human may be stronger than me, but I will never surrender. The mummy princess had a cold gaze. Even knowing she might not be a match for the human before her, she still chose to fight. Boom! Her aura exploded, the pink bandages danced wildly without wind, and powerful dark energy gathered around her, forming a visible black energy vortex. Die, you princess! The mummy princess pointed her silver staff at Lin Yu, and a dark, destructive beam of light, as thick as a bucket, shot out. Like a roaring dragon, it tore through the air and blasted towards Lin Yu. Wherever the beam of light passed, even space itself distorted slightly, and the dissipated energy vaporized several mummies along the way that couldn't dodge in time. She used her full strength in this attack, enough to instantly kill an ordinary expert below level 53. Its power looks good, but it's still a long way from defeating me. Lin Yu looked at the terrifying attack with disdain on his face, stopped in his tracks, and held the heavenly god sword in front of him. Boom! The dark beam of light struck the heavenly god sword, unleashing a deafening roar. The violet energy shockwave spread out in a ring, sending dozens of mummies flying like pieces of paper, crashing into the wall and dying instantly. Smoke and dust filled the air, energy surged, and the pyramids trembled. Brush! The aftershocks have not yet completely subsided. Lin Yu charged out, creating a gust of wind around him, and quickly arrived in front of the mummy princess, slashing out with the heavenly god sword. So fast! The mummy princess's pupils contracted sharply, and she hurriedly held her silver staff horizontally in front of her. Dark energy surged forth, forming a barrier in front of her. Put! However, the dark barrier was like fragile glass before the heavenly god sword, shattering instantly and failing to even provide a moment's resistance. Ah! Amidst the mummy princess's desperate screams, the divine sword severed her silver staff and then sliced across her neck. The pink bandages on her body quickly turned gray, and her powerful aura receded like the tide. Father, the king, will, Ave. Himself. The mummy princess's lips trembled, as if she wanted to say something harsh. But before she could finish speaking, the light in her eyes went out completely, and she lost all her life. The body exploded, revealing 2 intermediate treasure chests. The princess is dead. Run! A demon! He's a demon! The surviving mummy could no longer muster any resistance, screaming and crying. It fled desperately toward the exit. The female mummy who didn't make a move was the fastest to escape and shouted the loudest. Lin Yu looked at the scattered mummies without any pity in his eyes. He flashed and rushed into the group of mummies, killing them one after another. A few moments later, all the mummies, regardless of gender, were dead. The entire hall was transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with the air filled with a nauseating stench of decay and blood. Apart from Lin Yu and the little black dog behind him who was already trembling and collapsed to the ground in fear, there was no other living creature in the hall. Chapter 61, Level 46. Lin Yu began cleaning up the battlefield, collecting all the valuables. Little Black, do you know the exact location of the Mummy Kingdom? Take me there. Lin Yu glanced at Xiao He behind him and gave the order. The Kingdom of Mummies is very far from here, more than 300,000 kilometers away. Even if I travel at full speed, it will take me at least 4 or 5 days. Moreover, our king's strength is terrifying. Although I don't know his exact level, more than 50 years ago, I personally witnessed the king easily kill a level 60 human martial artist. Xiao He stood up from the ground, took a deep breath, and suppressed the horror in his heart as he spoke. Easily kill a level 60 martial artist? Hearing this, Lin Yu was also taken aback. As far as he knew, the strongest person in the Xia Federation, which he belonged to, was only level 60. Even beings of this caliber are nothing more than characters that can be easily wiped out in the face of the Mummy Kingdom. Of course, a level 60 martial artist is only the strongest in the Xia Federation. This world is vast, with countless countries. Some powerful nations even have martial artists at level 100. Yes, the current Mummy King is probably even stronger. Xiao He nodded. She wasn't worried about Lin Yu's life or death, she was only worried about herself, because if Lin Yu died, she would be doomed too. I see. Then let's postpone the attack on the Mummy Kingdom for a few days. Lin Yu quickly made a decision and temporarily abandoned the plan to attack the Mummy Kingdom. Next, he continued hunting abyssal creatures, while moving in the general direction of the Mummy Kingdom. He planned to level up while moving closer to his target, familiarizing himself with the path and environment in advance, so that he could make his move when he was strong enough. Outside, in Purple Heaven City, Chen Luanqing spared no effort in finding Lin Yu's whereabouts, not only mobilizing a large number of citizens to search for him but also offering a reward. You mean, that guy Lin Yu entered the Abyss world? The Zetian University playground, a place that was originally full of youthful vitality, is now filled with a cold, vampire aura. Chen Luanqing leaned back lazily in an excessively ornate chair, like a medieval nobleman. He slightly raised his eyelids, a hint of condescending disdain in his eyes, and glanced at the man below with a scarred face and a fawning expression. It's absolutely true, Lord Chen Luanqing. The scarred man bent even lower, his face plastered with a fawning smile, and hurriedly pulled out his phone. I saw it with my own eyes, and I even risked recording a video. Please take a look. He opened a video that had been filmed not long ago and respectfully handed it over. In the scene, Lin Yu's figure is clearly seen entering the Tower of the Abyss. Yes, it is indeed him. Everyone assemble. Chen Luanqing nodded in satisfaction. The person in the video was indeed Lin Yu. The little ancestor has spoken, assemble. Hurry up. The command spread like ripples, and the vampires acted swiftly, quickly assembling. Each figure exuded an extremely powerful aura, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty crimson. Their sheer number was terrifying. In a short time, the playground was filled with vampires, and a chilling atmosphere filled the air. Lord Chen Luanqing, where is the reward you promised? The scarred man cautiously reminded him, his face filled with longing. He took a huge risk to report Lin Yu's whereabouts because of the generous reward. Don't worry, I keep my word. These cultivation resources are worth at least 300 million. Chen Luanqing chuckled, and the spacetime ring on his finger flashed with a faint light, revealing a large amount of cultivation resources piled up in front of the scarred man. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kindness. The scarred man's face was instantly filled with ecstasy and gratitude. He knelt down with a thud and kowtowed repeatedly. Then, he frantically stuffed the resources on the ground into his spacetime ring. Don't rush, there's a second reward. Chen Luanqing's sinister smile widened, and his figure blurred without warning. The next moment, it appeared beside the scarred man like a ghost. Before the scarred man could react, Chen Luanqing suddenly opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and bit down hard on his neck. Ugh! The scarred man let out a short scream and his body convulsed violently. Chen Luanqing did not drain his blood. He only sucked a few mouthfuls of blood containing the essence of life before releasing his mouth and injecting a trace of pure bloodline essence into the other's body. The scarred man lay on the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth, as if he had been poisoned. About a minute later, the scarred man completed his transformation, and his pupils turned red. He slowly stood up, feeling the powerful force within his body, and a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. All troops, proceed to the Tower of the Abyss. Chen Luanqing transformed into a vampire bat, flapped his wings, and flew into the sky, heading towards the Tower of the Abyss. Other vampires followed behind, densely packed, numbering at least 2,000. Upon arriving at the outer perimeter of the Abyss Tower, Chen Luanqing did not lead the vampires inside, but instead guarded the outside, surrounding the entire Abyss Tower. After all, once inside the Tower of the Abyss, the teleportation method is random, so they definitely won't be able to find Lin Yu. Rushing in might even allow the other party to escape while they are searching for Lin Yu inside. Within the abyss, time quietly slips away. Lin Yu continued hunting abyssal creatures, and when night fell, he didn't go out but instead found a place to spend the night. Previously, due to his weak strength, he had almost no chance of surviving overnight in the abyss world. Now that his strength has reached level 43, he is temporarily able to protect himself. The abyss world at night is indeed more terrifying, with all sorts of twisted demons and monsters wandering in the darkness, emitting chilling roars and wails. Fortunately, most of the ghosts and monsters Lin Yu encountered were not too strong and posed little danger. Of course, he had also glimpsed truly terrifying beings from afar. A colossal octopus, as large as a mountain and blotting out the sky, drifted silently across the night sky filled with distorted stars. The mere wisp of aura emanating from the octopus was enough to silence all the demons in the forest below, causing them to tremble and cower in fear. For the next 2 days, Lin Yu repeated the same routine, hunting abyssal creatures during the day and hiding somewhere at night. Name, Lin Yu. Level, 46. On the afternoon of the third day, Lin Yu took an SSS pill and leveled up to level 45. After taking another SS pill, his level increased to 46, just a hair's breadth away from reaching level 47. It's time to go out. My strength should be no weaker than Chen Luanqing's now, right? Moreover, the active skill of the Heavenly God Sword has finished its cooldown. Even if he is not as good as him, once the active skill of the Heavenly God Sword is activated, he can easily crush him. Lin Yu yawned, feeling a little sleepy. The abyss world at night was filled with the sounds of ghosts wailing and wolves howling, making it hard for him to sleep. Xiao He, continue your journey to the Mummy Kingdom. Once you arrive, blend in and gather information about the general situation of the Mummy Kingdom. Lin Yu issued new instructions. After some investigation, it was discovered that Xiao He had not visited the Mummy Kingdom for over 50 years and was not very familiar with the specifics of the kingdom's interior. Yes, Master. Little Black understands. Xiao He nodded solemnly in acceptance, then turned and continued moving in the designated direction. Lin Yu then went to the portal leading out of the abyss world, stepped inside, and returned to the human world. At this moment, a large number of vampires surrounded the Tower of the Abyss, densely packed together, like an impenetrable wall. Chen Luanqing's eyes were bloodshot with dark circles under them, and he kept scratching his ears and cheeks. He's been waiting here for over 2 days. Over the past 2 days, his mindset has gradually shifted from excitement to impatience, and then to scratching his head in frustration. The other vampires were the same, their eyes were dull and lifeless, and more than 2 days had worn away their excitement. Lord Chen Luanqing, he's out. Lin Yu is out. At that moment, a vampire who had been staring intently at the gate of the Abyss Tower suddenly widened his eyes and shouted excitedly. Chapter 62 Lin Yu meets and battles the vampires. What? They're out. It's him, there's no mistake, it's him. The other vampires also saw Lin Yu, their faces filled with joy and excitement. They had been waiting here for 2 days, and finally they reached their target. Lin Yu, you finally dared to come out. I thought you were planning to hide in the Abyss world for the rest of your life. Chen Luanqing strode through the crowd of vampires to the front, a wicked smile on his face, his eyes scanning Lin Yu up and down. Who are you? What do you want with me? Lin Yu glanced at the figures surrounding him and recognized them by their appearance. They were all vampires. A few days ago, he heard that Chen Luanqing seemed to be looking for him. Could these vampires be Chen Luanqing's subordinates? You don't recognize me? Chen Luanqing's gaze sharpened slightly, and his face showed some anger. He was considered a top figure in the Xia Federation, and apart from the progenitor Chen Gula, almost no one could reliably defeat him. In addition to what he had done during this period, he was famous throughout the Federation, but Lin Yu didn't recognize him, which made him feel insulted. Why should I get to know you? Are you that amazing? Lin Yu rolled her eyes. Lin Yu, how dare you speak to this lord like that? He is the second in command of the vampire clan, Lord Chen Luanqing. I think you're tired of living. Before Chen Luanqing could reply, the scarred vampire next to him couldn't hold back any longer and pointed at Lin Yu, roaring angrily. He was the scarred man who was turned into a vampire for his meritorious report against Lin Yu. So you're Chen Luanqing. I heard you've been looking for me lately. Is there something you need? Lin Yu looked like she suddenly understood. Kid, do you know how infuriating your attitude is? Fine, I'll forgive your disrespect for now, considering your talent. Chen Luanqing's face was full of ferocity and anger. If an ordinary martial artist dared to speak to him like that, he would definitely kill that person on the spot without saying a word. He would kill even a vampire without mercy, but considering that the other party was Lin Yu, who had extremely high talent, he could hold back for the time being. Chen Luanqing took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, Zhang Luqi and Xin Jiage are my subordinates. I'm here today to avenge them. Given your high talent, you have 2 choices. First, willingly let me bite you and become my vampire familiar. Second, die. He wasn't afraid that Lin Yu would go back on his word. As a vampire of his generation, he possessed the same authority as the progenitor and could control the lives of all vampires. Once Lin Yu becomes a vampire, his life or death will be entirely up to him. You want me to become a vampire too? Lin Yu pursed her lips, somewhat speechless. He remembered that Xin Jiage had invited him to become a vampire before. What? He's so popular among vampires? What? Inviting Lin Yu to become a vampire? Scarface's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He originally thought that once Chen Luanqing found Lin Yu, he would definitely kill him without any mercy. Unexpectedly, they invited the other party to become a vampire? Damn it, I shouldn't have said those things. Lin Yu already holds a grudge against me. Besides, I betrayed his whereabouts. If he finds out, he definitely won't let me off the hook. Scarface was pale, his heart filled with a bad premonition. Hey, answer me now. Whether you live or die is entirely up to you. Chen Luanqing's lips curled up, his face radiating confidence and arrogance. Vampires are too ugly, not suitable. Lin Yu waved his hand, refusing without hesitation. Of course, even if he weren't ugly, he wouldn't be one. Why would he choose to be a vampire instead of a perfectly normal person? Boy, you dare to refuse Lord Chen Luanqing's request? You're just asking for death. Scarface roared angrily, but in reality, he was overjoyed. As long as Lin Yu wasn't turned into a vampire, he wouldn't be punished later. My lord, Lin Yu dares to defy your will. In order to uphold your authority, please give the order to kill Lin Yu as a warning to others. Scarface Vampire looked at Chen Luanqing and hurriedly suggested that he couldn't wait to get rid of Lin Yu. I never repeat myself, but your talent is too great, so I will make an exception for you today and give you another chance. However, the conditions have changed. You must first kneel down, admit your mistakes, and submit before I will give you the chance to become a vampire. Chen Luanqing's facial muscles twitched as he suppressed his anger and spoke. If you don't join, don't even think about making me kneel down. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I will not become a vampire. As for death, that's even more impossible. You may seem numerous, but apart from you, the rest are nothing but a bunch of chickens and dogs. Lin Yu looked disdainful, and a red light surged from his right hand as the heavenly god sword materialized. You ungrateful, lowly human. Tear him to pieces. Chen Luanqing glared, unable to suppress his anger any longer, and waved his hand. I've disliked him for a long time. Even if he's very strong, we have over 2,000 people, enough to tear him to shreds. As the command was given, the vampires let out sharp screeches, drew their weapons, and transformed into streaks of afterimages, rushing towards Lin Yu from all directions. Each vampire exudes a fierce aura, and their weapons are diverse, including longswords, swords, clubs, and more. They look intimidating, but they're just a bunch of useless trash. Lin Yu looked disdainful, his figure flashed, and he charged towards the group of vampires. He swung the heavenly god's sword in his hand at extreme speed, not only drawing out a red, cold light, but also generating a sword aura several meters long. Wherever the sword energy passed, space was torn apart, creating a brief vacuum zone. Put. Ah! The first few vampires were struck by the sword energy, letting out several screams as their bodies were neatly sliced open, with blood and internal organs flying everywhere. Swish! 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 Without hesitation, Lin Yu swung the heavenly god's sword in his hand repeatedly, drawing out streaks of red sword light and sword energy. The terrifying sword light was extremely sharp, and each strike could take the lives of several vampires. The battle lasted less than half a second, and 50 or 60 vampires were killed, their blood and entrails splattering all over the ground nearby. A golden opportunity. Damn humans, die. A vampire wielding a golden staff suddenly leaped over the group of vampires and launched a sneak attack from behind. He is the third strongest under Chen Luanqing, second only to Zhang Luqi, and his golden staff is of B-grade quality. Phew! The long staff swung out, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, aiming for Lin Yu's head. In the face of absolute strength, a sneak attack is useless. Lin Yu quickly turned around and swung the heavenly god's sword in his hand. The moment the heavenly god's sword made contact with the golden staff, it sliced the staff in two and then continued its momentum as it slashed across the opponent's body. Chapter 63 Chen Luanqing self-destructs, and the vampire army collapses. Ah! The vampire let out a shrill scream as his body was cleaved in two, spraying blood everywhere. Swish! 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 The battle continued, and screams echoed continuously. Among the many vampires who were killed, the vampire wielding the long staff was just an insignificant one. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood, so strong it was nauseating. How is this possible? Lin Yu is that powerful? Wasn't his level supposed to be 41? This is clearly level 46. The speed and power they've displayed have damn well surpassed mine. Chen Luanqing stood not far away, his face deathly pale, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Before coming, he naturally did his homework and knew Lin Yu's basic information. His level was 41, but his true strength was enough to kill Shinjij. His terrifying strength as a freshman was enough to terrify him. But now, Lin Yu's displayed level and true strength are even more outrageous than what was reported in the intelligence. What on earth is going on? Why has Lin Yu changed so much in just a few days? To possess such terrifying strength at only 18 years old, and he's still a human. Damn it, why did I have to run into such a pervert? Chen Luanqing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Seeing his subordinates being slaughtered one by one, coupled with the unparalleled terrifying strength of the enemy, he felt a sense of fear and without hesitation, he turned around and began to flee into the distance. They actually ran away? As Lin Yu charged forward, he noticed Chen Luanqing fleeing out of the corner of his eye. He brandished his heavenly god sword, cutting a bloody path as he chased after him. Fake, it must be fake, the little progenitor actually ran away? Lin Yu's strength is terrifying. He's not at all like what the intelligence said. Let's run. In a short period of time, more than 500 vampires were killed. Seeing the unstoppable Lin Yu, the remaining vampires also collapsed and fled in all directions. Lin Yu didn't stop this little vampire and went straight after Chen Luanqing. Lin Yu, I admit you are very strong, even stronger than me, but I am difficult to kill. How about we end our conflict here and leave each other alone from now on? Chen Wanqing transformed into a large red bat and flew towards the sky. It's impossible to end this easily. Lin Yu exerted force with both legs, and his whole body shot towards the vampire bat at an angle like a cannonball, creating a crater several meters wide in the ground. Even when a vampire transforms into a bat, there's a downside: it becomes significantly slower. Brush! Lin Yu rushed above the vampire, slashing out with the Heavenly God sword in his hand, cutting through the body of the giant red bat. Ah! The giant red bat let out a scream as its body was cleaved open, spurting blood. However, at the wounds on those two halves of the body, the flesh was wriggling rapidly, about to be fully healed, and the speed of healing was several times faster than that of Shinjij. Swish! 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 Lin Yu held nothing back, wielding the Heavenly God sword continuously, unleashing over 100 strikes in a short time. The sword's shadows formed a spiderweb-like light screen, completely covering the red bat and slicing it into hundreds of pieces of minced meat. Ah! Lin Yu, stop! You can't kill me! I'm a vampire, practically immortal. The piece of meat let out a loud cry, its tone urgent and terrified. However, Lin Yu seemed not to hear him, and continued to swing the Heavenly God sword in his hand, cutting into his body. Ah! Damn human, I'll remember you! Chen Wanqing threatened viciously, and a large surge of red energy rapidly emerged, covering all the pieces of meat. Boom! As the red smoke appeared, the energy contained in the meat chunks rapidly increased, then exploded, turning into a rain of blood. He self-destructed? Lin Yu blinked as she looked at Chen Wanqing, who had turned into a bloody mist, not understanding what was going on. He released his senses to scan the area and found that the blood mist had lost all life, as if Chen Wanqing was completely dead. That can't be right, Chen Wanqing would commit suicide? Lin Yu scratched his head, feeling that something was amiss. Judging from the other party's words and actions, he is clearly a coward who was afraid of death, otherwise, he wouldn't have begged for peace with him. Never mind, even if Chen Wanqing isn't dead, he must be in very bad shape right now and poses no threat to me at all. Lin Yu shook his head, ignored it, and headed towards Zitian University. After several days of killing, he was somewhat exhausted and planned to rest for a day or two before entering the Abyss world to hunt again. As he departed, all that remained behind him was a land stained with blood and countless mangled corpses. How terrifying! Is this Lin Yu? He single-handedly crushed over 2,000 vampires. Gurgle Chen Wanqing seems to be there too, and was also killed by Lin Yu. There are still quite a few martial artists around the Tower of the Abyss. When the vampires arrived, they didn't have time to escape and were captured by the vampires, who used them as a blood bank and playthings. Looking at the corpses and blood on the ground, all the martial artists were filled with shock and fear. On the one hand, they were extremely shocked by Lin Yu's formidable strength. Everyone knew that these vampires were causing trouble for Lin Yu, and they all thought Lin Yu was doomed. After all, there were too many vampires, and Chen Wanqing was leading the team. To their surprise, Lin Yu not only survived, but also managed to defeat more than 2,000 vampires in a short period of time. Even Chen Wanqing seems to have been forced to self-destruct. At the same time, a sense of horror arose in their hearts. Lin Yu's personality was simply too brutal. He killed people without blinking an eye. On the other side, Lin Yu traveled leisurely and arrived near Zitian City in less than 10 minutes. Zitian City had just been through a battle, and it was in a state of chaos, with many houses on the outskirts collapsed. Around the city, 1 or 2 vampires could occasionally be seen flitting by. These vampires were deliberately left behind by Chen Wanqing to gather intelligence and guard the citizens. After all, Chen Wanqing had not found Lin Yu before leaving, so the operation of killing 500 people in 1 hour could not be stopped. Lin Yu, why are you back? A female student walked cautiously to the side with her head down. She looked up and glanced at Lin Yu, then froze. Who are you? Lin Yu stopped and looked at the girl, asking with some confusion. I am Tang Rongrong, you haven't forgotten me, have you? Tang Rongrong rolled her eyes and wiped the dust off her face. Many vampires are lecherous, so she deliberately blackened her face, neck, and other exposed parts to protect herself. Chapter 64, Emotionally Agitated Citizens. So it was you. After the other person wiped the dust off her face, Lin Yu recognized her. He only recognized me now. It seems he never really cared about me before. Tang Rongrong pouted, feeling somewhat unhappy. However, she didn't show it too much. Instead, she looked at Lin Yu and said in a serious tone, by the way, you don't know yet, do you? Chen Wanqing is looking for you everywhere to take revenge. Chen Luanqing is the minor progenitor of the vampire clan, with a level of 56, comparable to Chen Gula from 500 years ago. Run quickly, or you're doomed if he finds you. Tang Rongrong's eyes were filled with fear and solemnity. Lin Yu is indeed very strong, but he is definitely no match for Chen Luanqing. Therefore, in her opinion, Lin Yu dared to appear here because he must not know that Chen Luanqing was looking for him. Lin Yu immediately looked at her with a strange expression. When he first left the Tower of Abyss, he seemed to have eliminated Chen Luanqing, right? Chen Luanqing has been killed by me. Lin Yu said calmly. The intelligence network of the Xia Federation media is still very strong. Although only 10 minutes have passed since Chen Luanqing's death, news about his death should have been flying everywhere long ago. He. Upon hearing this, Tang Rongrong rolled her eyes. I understand. Strong people care about their reputation. If you hide because you are afraid of Chen Luanqing, you might be looked down upon by others. But there are no outsiders here, just the two of us. I promise I won't laugh at you. She spoke in a coaxing tone while reaching out to push Lin Yu, trying to shove him into a hidden corner formed by a broken wall. Chen Luanqing is really dead. If you don't believe me, open your phone and search for him. Lin Yu said, somewhat speechless, and stood still. Alright, you know Chen Luanqing is dead, right? Let's find a secluded place so no one finds us. My cell phone has no signal right now. After the vampires took over Zitian City, they destroyed all the cell towers to prevent us from contacting the outside world. Although Tang Rongrong said she believed him, her hands moved quickly, pushing Lin Yu forcefully. I didn't lie to you. Lin Yu was speechless. He took out his phone, turned on the screen, and saw countless push notifications on the homepage. His phone also had no signal, but those messages were sent before he entered the Purple Sky City area. The push notification showed the horrific scene surrounding the Tower of the Abyss. Lin Yu opened the official push notification from the Xia Federation and handed the phone to Tang Rongrong. Real? Seeing Lin Yu's serious expression, Tang Rongrong also became a little suspicious, so she picked up her phone and started reading. At 4:20 p.m., Lin Yu emerged from the Tower of the Abyss and encountered the vampire army led by Chen Luanqing. Lin Yu displayed formidable strength, single-handedly slaying over 500 vampires. Chen Luanqing also died, but the cause of death seemed to be that he was forced to self-destruct by Lin Yu. Chen Luanqing is really dead. After reading the message, Tang Rongrong was stunned. Her mouth gaped open, and she stiffly raised her head, looking at Lin Yu with a shocked expression. Chen Luanqing was a level 56 vampire, practically immortal, yet he was killed by Lin Yu? Just how terrifying is Lin Yu now? Tang Rongrong's head was buzzing. My mind went blank, and my hands holding the phone were trembling. It's no wonder she lost her composure, the matter was simply too terrifying. Among all the martial artists in the Xia Federation, only the number one on the combat power ranking can consistently suppress Chen Luanqing, and even then, he can only suppress him, not defeat him. But Lin Yu did something else, he directly killed Chen Luanqing? Do you believe me now? Lin Yu snatched the phone from her hand, her attitude indifferent, and continued walking towards Zitian City. Aha! Tang Rongrong nodded stiffly, following behind blankly, her brain seemingly controlled, her soul floating. Look, it's Lin Yu. I've found Lin Yu. As they approached Zitian City, Lin Yu walked towards a group of citizens who were out and about. One of them, an old man with gray hair, recognized Lin Yu and pointed at him, shouting. Holy crap! It really is. Lin Yu actually dared to return to Zitian City. Quickly surround him and don't let him escape. Other citizens also noticed Lin Yu and quickly gathered around him. There were 9 of them in total, each with hatred on their face and bloodshot eyes. They stopped about 5 or 6 meters away from Lin Yu. Ha! What are you doing blocking the way? Lin Yu looked at the group of people with a puzzled expression. You still have the nerve to ask us what we're doing? Don't you know what you've done? Look at Zitian City now, it's all because of you that it's become like this. The leader was a middle-aged woman wearing an expensive suit. She pointed at Lin Yu with a finger, her eyes filled with hatred. Lin Yu! You jinx! My daughter was killed by a vampire yesterday because of you. Why didn't you come back sooner? If you had come back to see Chen Luanqing sooner, my daughter wouldn't have died. The elderly man with gray hair stepped forward, and began to accuse the woman in a hoarse voice, spitting as he spoke, his whole body trembling with emotion. A tall, thin young man next to him roared, My father is dead too. Other citizens were not idle either, and they all started talking at once, their accusations coming out like a barrage of bullets. Are you all out of your minds? It was the vampires who did it. If you want to hate someone, you should hate the vampires, not me. Lin Yu rolled her eyes. This group of people can't even distinguish between primary and secondary hatred. The vampire is the killer, and even if he bears some responsibility, it's not significant. These words immediately enraged the group, their tone filled with hatred and murderous intent. If you hadn't killed Chen Luanqing's men, how could Chen Luanqing have attacked Zitian City, and how could our families have died at the hands of vampires? Chen Luanqing kills 500 people every hour, why didn't you come back sooner? The 9 people continued to accuse each other, and cries of weeping and grief were incessant. The commotion attracted the attention of nearby residents, and more people gathered around. When they recognized Lin Yu, anger and grief quickly spread through the crowd. In no time, the number of people reached nearly 20. At this moment, several vampires patrolling nearby were also attracted by the commotion. They pushed through the crowd, about to reprimand him, but froze the moment they saw Lin Yu's face. It was him. Lin Yu, the one who killed Lord Shen and Lord Zhang. A vampire whispered, trembling. Although he didn't know that Lin Yu had killed Chen Luanqing, he was well aware of Lin Yu's terrifying strength, which was something that ordinary vampires could not contend with. Chapter 65 Lin Yu takes action against the citizens. Run? The vampires exchanged glances, each seeing fear and hesitation in the other's eyes, then abruptly turned and fled with all their might into the distance. The staggering figure vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only a cloud of dust. Lin Yu glanced at the vampires but didn't pay them any more attention. They're just a few ants, it doesn't matter whether they're killed or not. Lin Yu, what are you daydreaming about? We're asking you a question. Why didn't you come back sooner? If you had come back earlier, you could have saved many lives. Go ahead and kill yourself, use your death to pay tribute to the tens of thousands who died because of you. Seeing Lin Yu remain unmoved, the woman in the suit's eyes widened in fury, and she roared viciously. Commit suicide. Quickly commit suicide. We all want you to commit suicide. If you have any conscience at all, you should do as we all ask. The others also looked angry and shouted aggressively. The commotion attracted even more citizens, and the number quickly reached over 30. Of course, not everyone stood against Lin Yu, most people just stood by and watched the show. Although they also felt that Lin Yu's behavior was inappropriate, the other party was a powerful martial artist, capable of killing Shen Jie and Zhang Luqi. If the other party gets really aggressive, who can stop them? Who do you think you are, to expect me to do what you say? I'll tolerate you this once because you lost family members. Get out of here now. Lin Yu, with a look of disdain and contempt, impatiently shooed him away. You dare to curse at us? You clearly did something wrong, yet you want to blame us? If tens of thousands of people died because of me, I would have no face to live anymore. But what about you? Don't you feel even a little bit of guilt? More than 30 citizens showed no sign of leaving, continuing to weep and utter words such as Lin Yu should commit suicide. They knew Lin Yu was very capable, but so what? Does Lin Yu really dare to attack them? Don't forget, they are all human beings. If Lin Yu really dares to attack them, he will be punished according to the Xia Federation's martial arts management regulations. If a martial artist kills more than 5 ordinary people, he will also be sentenced to death. I really don't know why you're so bold, but whatever, if you don't want to leave, I'll see you off. A cold smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips. His figure flickered like a ghost, moving with incredible speed as he charged towards the crowd of citizens. In the blink of an eye, he was beside the middle-aged woman in the suit, and slashed at her with his long sword. Put! The middle-aged woman's cursing stopped abruptly, a bloody gash appeared on her neck, and then her head fell to the ground. The anger and hatred on her face froze instantly, turning into utter bewilderment and disbelief. Her eyes quickly dimmed, and the headless corpse slumped to the ground. Lin Yu was incredibly fast. The middle-aged woman died, and before the others could react, he struck again, brandishing the heavenly god sword. Put! With a single sword stroke, he sliced through the bodies of 2 civilians beside him, cutting them in half, causing blood to splatter. The 2 citizens died on the spot, without even letting out a scream. Ah! Murder! Lin Yu has murdered someone. Lin Yu, you dare to try and kill us. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the laws of the Xia Federation? Other citizens also realized what was happening, their faces filled with horror and disbelief. They originally thought that Lin Yu would obediently commit suicide under their pressure, or at least leave with guilt. But they never expected that their opponent would kill them without hesitation. With my current strength, the law can't touch me. Lin Yu's expression was indifferent, and his figure completely transformed into a blurry black line, weaving through the crowd. There was no spectacular energy burst, no earth-shattering sound, only the simplest and most effective kill. Put. A splatter of blood rang out. The elderly man, with gray hair, was crying about his daughter's death when a red sword blade slashed across his neck, separating his head from his body, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Even without swords, the simplest fists were no match for the citizens. Lin Yu looked at a young man nearby and casually threw a punch, hitting the man in the chest. Bang! With a muffled thud, the chest of the tall, thin young man caved in deeply, and the back of his clothes suddenly burst open, leaving a fist-sized rip. He spat out a mouthful of blood and foam mixed with fragments of internal organs, his eyes widened, and he was sent flying backward. This was the result even though Lin Yu hadn't used much force. If he had used too much force, he would have exploded like tofu. Don't kill me! Everyone run! I won't let you kill yourself, please let me go. Ah! Everyone broke down, their faces filled with regret and terror. They couldn't catch Lin Yu's movements at all, they could only see the people around them dying one after another. Those who were still alive tried to escape, but they were too slow. They only felt excruciating pain in their bodies before their consciousness faded into darkness. The battle was over in just a few seconds. All the citizens who had previously stood against Lin Yu are now dead. More than 30 corpses lay tragically on the ground, blood gushing out, and a strong, nauseating stench of blood instantly filled the air. Lin Yu's body was spotless, as if he had simply brushed off the dust. When he wiped out the group of citizens, he wasn't serious, he didn't even use 1/10 of his strength. Otherwise, he could have ended the battle in half a second. These people are really asking for it, daring to cause trouble for Lin Yu. Tang Rongrong, standing behind, looked at the more than 30 dead citizens and shook her head regretfully. With Lin Yu's current strength, probably no one in the entire Xia Federation can do anything to him. Anyone who dares to cause trouble for him is just courting death. I'm a little tired. Let's find a restaurant for a big meal first, and then go home and get some sleep. Lin Yu stretched and stepped over the corpses and pools of blood, continuing his journey into Zitian City. Tang Rongrong followed behind, preparing to return to school. She secretly left Zitian City to escape the vampires, and now that even Chen Luanxing has been killed, there's naturally no need for her to leave anymore. Upon entering the city, the surrounding scenery became increasingly desolate, indicating that the previous battle had been fierce. The streets were sparsely populated, and the few pedestrians who occasionally passed by were quite rational and did not repeat the previous incident. After walking for about a kilometer, 4 vampires appeared ahead. They were dressed in black suits, wearing cool black hats, and their faces showed arrogance and the look of hunting for prey. Unlike the previous few low-level vampires, these 4 vampires were of a much higher level, all above level 20. Chapter 66 Xia Lianban prepares to arrest Lin Yu. They belong to Chen Luanxing's personal guard and are considered elites among vampires. Not only is he incredibly strong, but he is also ruthless and vicious, daring to fight and willing to risk his life. Hey, look at that human. Why does he look so familiar? He looks like Lin Yu, the one the little ancestor is looking for? A vampire looked at Lin Yu not far away, his gaze slightly narrowed, and said to his companion beside him. Hearing his words, the others all looked over there, and their hearts tightened when they saw Lin Yu's appearance. I also feel like it looks familiar. Don't worry, let me compare. Damn. It really is Lin Yu. How dare he? The little ancestor is searching for him everywhere, and he still dares to show up in Purple Heaven City? The vampires took out the photos and carefully compared them. After confirming Lin Yu's identity, their faces were filled with shock. The 4 vampires exchanged glances and rushed toward him. Hey! Lin Yu, stop right there. Our little ancestor is looking for you everywhere. Come with me to see him. The leader was a short-haired, blonde vampire with a bow tie, handsome features, and dressed like a nobleman. Lin Yu, we know you are strong, but I advise you not to resist, or you will only die a more miserable death. The other 3 vampires' faces were filled with excitement and greed. The little ancestor offered a hefty reward to Lin Yu if they could bring Lin Yu before the little ancestor. They would definitely receive a generous reward. It's even highly possible that they could obtain the blood of the progenitor. You dare to charge at me with such little strength? Lin Yu slightly raised his eyelids and glanced at them with a disdainful expression. There are still quite a few vampires in Purple Heaven City. He encountered dozens along the way. But when the vampires see him, they all hide in fear and dare not meet him. But these few vampires in suits in front of him were not afraid at all. Instead, they charged towards him on their own initiative. Since you're not afraid, then I'll send you to your deaths. Lin Yu clenched his right hand, and the heavenly god sword materialized. His figure vanished abruptly. This is not a true disappearance, but rather a visual effect produced by extreme speed. What? The blonde vampire was the first to be hit. His pupils contracted, and he only had time to let out a cry of surprise before a flash of red light pierced his heart. Put. Lin Yu knew that the vampire's weakness was its heart, and this sword was aimed directly at the heart. Ah! The blonde vampire let out a scream as his heart was pierced, blood gushing from his mouth, and he quickly died. So fast. The other three vampires were horrified. Lin Yu's strength was indeed terrifying. They didn't even see how their companion was killed. Despite this, they remained unafraid. Chen Luanqing's personal guards were all rigorously selected and were not afraid of death. Attacked together. 3 vampires in suits roared, their eyes glowing red, and they charged at Lin Yu with weapons in hand. However, Lin Yu didn't even glance at them, and quickly swung the heavenly god's sword in his hand a few times. Put. 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 The 3 vampires suddenly stopped charging forward, their bodies split in two at the heart. Then, their bodies slid forward a short distance due to inertia and fell to the ground. After the battle ended, Lin Yu collected all the valuables from their corpses and continued on his way. After that, things were peaceful. No vampires or citizens bothered him anymore. Lin Yu's villa was in a good location, and the aftershocks of the battle did not damage it. He had a lavish meal at a restaurant in the neighborhood, and then went back to his villa to sleep. Over the next 2 days, the vampire disaster subsided quickly, not because the Xia Federation's own power played a decisive role. In fact, the progenitor of vampires was incredibly powerful, and the Xia Federation was simply no match for him. The combined strength of the top 10 on the combat power ranking is barely enough to rival Chungula. In order to quell this vampire disaster, the Federal High Command sought help from a special entity, Thunder Prison. Thunder Prison is an independent, high-security military prison known for its harsh management and strong repressive power. The Xia Federation spent some money to get help from Thunder Prison, and in less than 2 days, they quelled the vampire clan. The remaining weak vampires also hid away, not daring to show their faces again. With the disaster over, the entire Federation embarked on a difficult reconstruction effort. Thunder Prison did not immediately evacuate after helping eliminate the vampire scourge. According to the terms of the agreement signed by both parties, Thunder Prison would assist the Xia Federation in quelling the vampire disaster, and in return, the Xia Federation would hand over half of its criminals to Thunder Prison for management. Name, Lin Yu. Level, 50. I took 1 SSS pill and 2 SS pills in the past 2 days and only managed to level up 4 times. As the level increases, the difficulty of leveling up also increases. The auction is about to start in a few days. I must obtain a treasure that can improve my cultivation aptitude. Looking at the information on the system panel, Lin Yu shook his head, his desire to obtain a treasure to enhance cultivation aptitude growing stronger. After these 2 days of adjustment, I've almost recovered. Time to continue hunting abyssal creatures in the abyss world. After having breakfast and making some simple preparations, Lin Yu prepared to head to the Tower of the Abyss. Just then, several men arrived at the door of Lin Yu's villa. Bang! 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 Is Mr. Lin Yu home? We are federal law enforcement officers, please open the door. One of them stepped forward and pounded on the door while shouting. Federal law enforcement officers? Lin Yu stopped what she was doing, walked towards the door, and opened it. Outside stood 3 men in suits and sunglasses, their posture ramrod straight and their eyes sharp as eagles. You must be Mr. Lin Yu? The man in the suit who was in the lead was thin with a full beard and exuded a subtle sense of oppression. I'm not, you've mistaken me for someone else. Mr. Lin Yu, please don't joke with us. We've seen your photo and we won't mistake you for someone else. The bearded man coughed twice and said seriously. Since you know I'm Lin Yu, why do you need to ask again? Lin Yu rolled her eyes. It's just a formality, I hope you don't mind. Okay, let's get down to business. The bearded man gave a fake smile, then took out a document and handed it to Lin Yu. According to the investigation, you have committed serious violations of federal law in multiple incidents, including but not limited to the massacre of students on campus and the brutal killing of several innocent warriors near the Tower of the Abyss. The evidence for the above incidents is conclusive, and you are hereby arrested in accordance with the law. This is the arrest warrant. Chapter 67. Arrest me? You lot are not worthy. Arrest me? Are you serious? Lin Yu picked up the arrest warrant, glanced at it casually, and threw it on the ground, his face full of disdain. With his current strength, no one in the entire Xia Federation can rival him. These three people actually wanted to arrest him? Lin Yu, you can't blame us. You should have seen the Federation's announcement. Thunder Prison has taken over half of the prisoners in our Xia Federation, and you just happen to be assigned to the half managed by Thunder Prison. So, to be precise, it's not the Federation that wants to arrest you, but Thunder Prison. Seeing that Lin Yu did not surrender, one of them frowned and explained. The news of Lin Yu killing Chen Luanqing spread throughout the entire Federation. Such terrifying strength was even greater than that of the strongest person in the Xia Federation. If it weren't for Thunder Prison's request, they wouldn't have bothered Lin Yu. This is Mr. Zhang Qing, a special envoy from Thunder Prison. So, I advise you to recognize the situation and not resist. After all, you should have heard about Thunder Prison's way of doing things, right? The bearded man pointed to the man on his right. I don't care about Thunder Prison. If you want to arrest me, you'd better be prepared to be wiped out. Lin Yu's face showed disdain. He also knew some rumors about Thunder Prison, which was very powerful. There are at least 3 experts who are clearly at level 65 or above. With his current strength, he is indeed no match for Thunder Prison, but given some time to develop, Thunder Prison will not be in any danger. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing's face immediately turned furious, and his gaze turned as cold as lightning as he looked at Lin Yu. It seems necessary to reiterate the principles of our Thunder Prison to you. Prisoners who cooperate will be given certain preferential treatment, while those who dare to resist will be severely punished. Zhang Qing paused, his tone becoming even colder. If law enforcement officers are injured during the resistance, they will have to undergo at least 5 hours of high-voltage electric therapy every day. The more severe the injuries of law enforcement officers, the longer the daily electrotherapy sessions will be. Moreover, the sentence for electroconvulsive therapy is indefinite, until the criminal's will is completely broken down, turning him into a mindless, obedient walking corpse. So, I advise you to think carefully before you do it. Zhang Qing's eyes were filled with ferocity and malice. He knew that Lin Yu was very strong and could defeat Chen Luanqing. He was no match for her. However, Thunder Prison's modus operandi made almost all prisoners afraid to resist, and if Lin Yu were a smart person, he probably wouldn't resist either. However, upon hearing his words, Lin Yu simply looked at him as if he were an idiot. Finished? Lin Yu asked indifferently, waving his hand impatiently. If you're done, then get lost. The group was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Lin Yu to react this way. Lin Yu, this is the last time I'm going to persuade you. Obey and put on the special handcuffs. I will explain the situation to the deputy warden and give you some preferential treatment. If you are stubborn, then don't blame us for being impolite. Zhang Qing's expression was solemn. He took out a specially made handcuff and handed it to Lin Yu. I told you to get out of here, didn't you hear me? You have 10 seconds. If you don't disappear from my sight by then, all 3 of you will die. Lin Yu didn't even glance at the handcuffs, and said with a disdainful expression. It seems you don't want to surrender easily. If I don't let you experience some hardship, you won't know how powerful Thunder Prison is. Zhang Qing suddenly raised his hand and took out a special rifle from his spacetime ring. Dangerous blue lightning crackled across the entire gun. This is a high-tech product unique to their Thunder Prison, an electric shotgun that can fire more than 200,000 volts of current. Even the most powerful martial artist would become weak and lose the ability to resist if struck by such a terrifying voltage. The other 2 exchanged glances, seemingly asking each other if they needed help. Lin Yu is very strong, and it would be dangerous for him to help. However, if they don't help, they will offend the special envoy of Thunder Prison, and the order from above is that they must obey the orders of the special envoy of Thunder Prison. Let's go together. After a moment's hesitation, the 2 gritted their teeth, their expressions hardening. They took out their weapons from their time-space rings and charged towards Lin Yu. Crackling and popping. Zhang Cheng pressed the switch on the stun gun, and a blinding blue arc of electricity burst from the thumb-sized muzzle, roaring as it charged toward Lin Yu, like a slender thunder dragon. If Thunder Prison really wants to capture me, they should send some powerful martial artists. Sending a bunch of trash like you is no different from sending yourselves to your deaths. Lin Yu's figure seemed to blur for a moment, then vanished from the spot and reappeared beside Zhang Cheng. The raging thunder dragon missed its target, striking a building behind it and charring it black with electricity. So fast. Zhang Cheng's pupils contracted and dilated as he looked at Lin Yu, who had suddenly appeared beside him. He was a level 35 martial artist, yet he couldn't even see the other person's figure. The other person's entire process seemed like instantaneous teleportation. Is Lin Yu really that fast? Zhang Cheng adjusted the direction of the stun gun, aimed it at Lin Yu, and was about to fire the current again. Before he could even press the button, Lin Yu made his move with incredible speed, reaching out with his right hand and grabbing his neck. Gah! Zhang Cheng's movements came to an abrupt halt, his face filled with pain. The excruciating pain and discomfort from his neck rendered him powerless to resist, and he could no longer breathe. Ugh, let me go. I'm dying, Lin. You, the price for killing Thunder Prison law enforcement officers, is very high, you can't afford it. Zhang Qing's eyes bulged out, filled with bloodshot veins, and his face was contorted with rage, turning a bluish-gray hue. He not only couldn't breathe, but many of the bones in his neck were also crushed. Fortunately, martial artists have strong vitality, otherwise, ordinary people would probably be dead. There is no price in the world that I cannot afford. Lin Yu's face was icy cold, and she squeezed hard with her right hand. Crack! Zhang Qing's neck bones were almost completely shattered. His pupils contracted and dilated, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his head slumped limply. You killed the law enforcement officers at Thunder Prison. The other two watched this scene with horror on their faces, and they stopped fighting. Zhang Qing was absolutely right. Killing law enforcement officers at Thunder Prison would come at an extremely high price. According to the Thunder Prison Code, if a criminal kills law enforcement officers during a resistance, that is considered a criminal offense. So no matter what crimes the criminal committed before, he will be sentenced to life imprisonment and subjected to at least 16 hours of electrotherapy every day. In this state, it would be better to just die. Chapter 68 Thunder Prison Chief Zhou Shangmian. It was precisely because of these strict regulations that Zhang Qing dared to bring them to arrest Lin Yu. According to Zhang Qing's deduction, even if Lin Yu didn't surrender and dared to fight them, he would at most beat them up and wouldn't dare to kill them. But now, Lin Yu killed Zhang Qing without the slightest hesitation. Run! Without hesitation, the two survivors turned to flee. Lin Yu dared to kill Zhang Qing. If they stayed here, they would surely only face certain death. It's too late to run now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu's figure vanished like a ghost, and he quickly chased after the two of them. Even though the two of them had tried their best to escape, the difference in speed between them and Lin Yu was still like a chasm. In an instant, Lin Yu appeared beside the bearded man, his heavenly god sword flashing a blood-red light. The blade swept through the air with a sharp whistling sound, tearing the air apart and creating a vacuum zone. Don't kill me, I was wrong. Ah! The bearded man looked terrified and instinctively raised his arms to block. With a whoosh, the heavenly god's sword sliced through his arm without any resistance, and then cut across his chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and his body was cleaved diagonally in two, with his internal organs and blood splattered all over the ground. Lin Yu, you want to kill us all? The more people you kill, the heavier your sins will be. Listen to my advice, stop killing, let me go. Seeing his companion die, the remaining man turned ashen-faced and wildly waved his long sword, trying to stop Lin Yu from getting closer. Lin Yu remained expressionless, his wrist flicking slightly, and the heavenly god's sword drew a sword shadow. Sizzle! The C-grade longsword in the man's hand was struck by the heavenly god's sword and cleaved in two like mud, with the break being extremely clean. The sword continued forward, grazing the man's throat and leaving a thin line of blood. The man's eyes widened as his head detached from his body and rolled several times on the ground. The headless corpse also lay on the ground, gushing blood, its life force rapidly fading away. Lin Yu put away the heavenly god's sword, searched the three corpses on the ground, and collected all the valuables. He then returned to the villa, made some simple preparations, and left the villa to head to the Tower of the Abyss. Capital. Inside a lavish room at the Thunder Prison's branch in the Xia Federation. A middle-aged man sat in a chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his legs crossed, engrossed in reading a book titled The Reformation of Criminals. The middle-aged man, named Zhou Shangjin, is the director of Thunder Prison, holding a rank of 60. He is primarily responsible for receiving criminals from the Xia Federation. The Xia Federation is vast, with a population of 800 to 900 million and countless criminals, which Thunder Prison takes very seriously. Chief, something terrible has happened. A law enforcement officer has died. At that moment, a woman in uniform rushed in, her face filled with anxiety and panic. What did you say? A law enforcement officer died? Is it true? The middle-aged man immediately looked up, his face slightly startled. It's true. According to the records, the deceased law enforcement officer was Zhang Qing, a level 3 law enforcement officer. According to the reported information, he had just gone to the home of the notorious criminal Lin Yu. The woman in uniform took out a document, turned to an important page, and placed it on the table. Thunder Prison is technologically advanced, with each law enforcement officer wearing a device called a pacemaker. The device is connected to the heart, and once a law enforcement officer dies, the pacemaker will send a message to the terminal and also mark the location of the death. Do you know who the murderer is? Zhou Shangjin picked up the documents, glanced at them, and his face turned grim and terrifying. Thunder Prison is infamous. Most criminals, when faced with their capture, only dare to run away and do not dare to fight back. Even when criminals are stronger than law enforcement officers, they don't dare to go too far. After all, taking action against the law enforcement officers at Thunder Prison would have very serious consequences. As for killing law enforcement officers, that's even rarer. He commands tens of thousands of law enforcement officers and has conducted countless operations to arrest criminals, yet even so, there have been no deaths of law enforcement officers in 5 years. It's not certain yet, but based on our deductions, there's a 99% chance that Lin Yu is the murderer, since Zhang Qing was the one who went to arrest Lin Yu. Lin Yu is very cruel. At least 100 martial artists and ordinary people have died at his hands. The woman in uniform reported. Notify all law enforcement personnel in Zitian City to proceed to Lin Yu's location. They must capture Lin Yu and set him as a top-tier bounty target, and try to capture him alive. I want to see if he'll still dare to be so brutal once he's in Thunder Prison. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Zhou Shangjin slammed his fist on the table, causing the hard alloy surface to dent instantly. Yes. The woman in uniform bowed, took out a black communication device, and relayed Zhou Shangjin's orders. This communication device is specially designed to enable one-to-many communication. Upon receiving the order, the law enforcement officers of Zitian City rushed towards Lin Yu's location. Lin Yu is very strong. It is said that he killed Qin Wanqing, a vampire. We cannot attack rashly. We should wait for others to gather before taking action. What good is it if it's powerful? Our stun guns can emit more than 200,000 volts of lightning. One shot and even a god would lose the ability to resist. Lin Yu is already incredibly bold to kill one law enforcement officer. Do you think he would dare kill us? The law enforcement officers of Zitian City did not act rashly. Instead, they agreed on a place, gathered together, and prepared to go together to arrest Lin Yu. They had all seen Lin Yu's information. He was very strong and had a ruthless personality. Going to capture Lin Yu alone would be tantamount to suicide. Lin Yu's strength is too terrifying. It's best not to go. Although the reward for capturing Lin Yu is very generous, it's no good if you don't live to enjoy it. Not all law enforcement officers were prepared to participate in this operation. Some timid law enforcement officers, who valued their lives more, simply gave a few perfunctory replies into the communication device. Hurry up and act, don't let Lin Yu hear the news and run away. A top-tier bounty target. If we can capture Lin Yu, we'll enjoy endless wealth and luxury for the rest of our lives. The number of law enforcement officers gathered quickly exceeded 100. Most of them are low-level martial artists below level 15, and there are very few above level 30. Let's go. Take out the stun guns and prepare for battle. As soon as Lin Yu enters the firing range, fire immediately. The leader was a red-haired man, level 42, who waved his hand and led the group toward their destination. Chapter 69 begins, a one-sided crushing defeat. After Lin Yu left the villa, he did not try to hide, so it was not difficult for law enforcement officers to find his location. That person up ahead must be Lin Yu. Hurry up! How audacious! They killed our Thunder Prison law enforcement officers and still dare to wander around like nothing happened. Lin Yu had barely left Zitian City when more than 100 people spotted him and quickly chased after him. More than 100 law enforcement officers looked serious and excited, holding all sorts of weapons, including swords, knives, and stun guns. The law enforcement officers carrying stun guns were the most numerous, numbering over 50, with dangerous blue flashes emanating from their muzzles. Lin Yu, I advise you to surrender immediately and not even think about running away. If you surrender obediently, you might get a lighter punishment. The red-haired man shouted, leading the group to quickly approach Lin Yu. He did not rashly give the order to fire, for a simple reason: although the stun gun was very powerful, its effective killing range was too short. Within 30 meters, the voltage can be above 200,000 volts. Beyond 30 meters, the voltage will drop sharply. Are you from Thunder Prison? Lin Yu stopped and turned around when she heard the sound. He didn't recognize this group of people, but considering what had happened before, he had some guesses. That's right, we are from Thunder Prison. If you surrender immediately, I can put in a good word for you with the warden. So, you shoot. The red-haired man feigned a calm expression, but when the distance was within 30 meters, his face suddenly turned serious, and he gave a fierce command. Fire! This is a top-tier bounty target. Without the slightest hesitation, the law enforcement officer holding the stun gun pulled the trigger. Sizzle, sizzle. Dozens of blue lightning bolts shot out simultaneously, like thunder dragons, striking the air with crackling and popping sounds. A bunch of chickens and dogs, thinking they can deal with me with a few dozen stun guns? Lin Yu's face was full of disdain. He exerted force with his legs and leaped into the air. Zzzzz. Dozens of bolts of lightning missed their mark, striking the ground in the distance and scorching a large area of it black, turning the soil into crystals. Up there, keep firing, don't stop. More than 50 law enforcement officers looked at Lin Yu in the sky with serious expressions, pointed their guns at the sky, and fired more than 50 blue lightning bolts again. The stun gun is okay for dealing with martial artists below level 50, but it's far from enough to deal with me. Lin Yu was genuinely surprised to witness the power of the stun gun. I never imagined that Thunder Prison's technology was so advanced that they could invent something like this. Of course, relying on something like this to deal with him is far from enough. Lin Yu snapped out of his thoughts, stretched out his right hand, and a wisp of red smoke emerged, the heavenly god sword taking shape. Boom! His body plummeted downwards, crashing down like a meteorite. Upon impact, the ground was blasted into a crater 7 or 8 meters deep. A powerful shockwave erupted from him, sending more than a dozen law enforcement officers flying. Several law enforcement officers who were nearby were even hit so hard that they were mangled and flew dozens of meters away, crashing to the ground and lying motionless. Whoosh! After landing, Lin Yu launched an attack on the nearby law enforcement officers without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he was next to a law enforcement officer, and with a swing of the heavenly god sword, he slashed at him. No! Ah! The law enforcement officer's pupils contracted and dilated, his face filled with terror. His level was 39, but he couldn't see Lin Yu's movements at all. He strained his arms, instinctively trying to raise his weapon to defend himself, but before his muscles could react, the red blade sliced across his neck. Put! Blood splattered as the law enforcement officer's head was severed, rolling several times on the ground with a ferocious expression. Swish! 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 The heavenly god sword was swung continuously, drawing several streaks of cold red light in the air. Several law enforcement officers nearby screamed in agony as their bodies were cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. Die! On the right, a burly law enforcement officer with bull horns on his head roared and fired a stun gun at Lin Yu. I've said it before, stun guns are useless against me. Lin Yu looked disdainful, neither dodging nor avoiding, and drew a perfect arc in front of him with the heavenly god sword. As the sword flashed, the incoming lightning was instantly severed, turning into specks of blue light that dissipated into the air. Brush! Lin Yu's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next second he appeared next to the bullhorn law enforcement officer, wielding his longsword and slashing at him. Put! The heavenly sword sliced through the chest of the bullhorn law enforcement officer, cleaving him in two, and a large amount of blood gushed from the wound. Attack together. Kill him. 3 law enforcement officers, wielding long knives and with fierce expressions, attacked from the side. They look alike, they are triplets, brothers, and even their social class is not much different. A few trash characters in their mid-20s dare to attack me? What's the difference between them and courting death? Lin Yu's expression was contemptuous as he swung the heavenly god sword with incredible speed, instantly slicing through the necks of the 3 men. Ah! With a single sword strike, all 3 heads were severed, rolling several times on the ground before the headless corpses lay on the ground. From the start of the battle until now, it seems like a long time has passed, but in reality, it's been less than half a second. The battle continued, and screams of agony rang out incessantly. Lin Yu moved through the crowd like a ghost, his sword light constantly flashing, without any unnecessary frills, each strike precisely taking a life. No law enforcement officer could withstand a single sword strike even if their weapons were hit by the heavenly sword, they would be cleanly severed. Monster! Monster! How terrifying! It's not human at all. How could a human have such terrifying power? Don't kill me. I'm not going to be a law enforcement officer anymore. Moments later, more than half of the 100+ law enforcement officers were dead. Those who were still alive broke down, their faces filled with terror, and began to flee. Lin Yu's strength is too terrifying. I can't even see his movements clearly, and the stun gun has no effect on him at all. Moreover, he was too reckless, daring to massacre law enforcement officers at Thunder Prison on such a large scale. The red-haired man, pale and terrified, ran at the front of the crowd. You can't escape. Instead of wasting your energy, you might as well stand still and let me kill you. Lin Yu smirked as he killed the law enforcement officers beside him and chased after the others. The two sides were not evenly matched in speed, and Lin Yu quickly caught up with the fleeing crowd and reaped their lives. Blood stained the ground, and screams, pleas for mercy, and the sound of corpses falling to the ground filled the air. Chapter 70, more than 100 law enforcement officers were all wiped out. Lin Yu, stop killing. Turn back before it's too late. You've killed so many people, you must feel guilty. My father is a deputy warden. If you release me, I will talk to my father and have him find you innocent. Hearing the screams behind him, the red-haired man's expression was more like crying, and his legs were so weak he could barely walk. Not long after, the screams behind me stopped. It wasn't that Lin Yu stopped killing, but rather that there were no more survivors left, only the red-haired man. Your dad is the deputy warden? Lin Yu came up behind him, but did not make a move immediately. He asked coldly. Yes, my father has a lot of power. He's in the top 10 in the entire Thunder Prison. If he says so, he can definitely acquit you. The red-haired man trembled slightly upon hearing the cold voice behind him and hurriedly spoke. The other party didn't kill him directly, so did his words have an effect? Your father is so powerful, so you must know a lot of important information. Tell me how many strong people are in Thunder Prison, just tell me those above level 62. Lin Yu asked. He didn't kill the man immediately because he wanted to find out the specific situation of Thunder Prison so he could deal with it in the future. The red-haired man didn't hesitate and quickly replied. Our Thunder Prison is very strong, far stronger than the outside world knows. As far as I know, there are no fewer than 5 experts above level 62, among whom the deputy warden's strength is as high as level 68. As for the even more terrifying warden, I don't know. Not only me, but even my father doesn't know. All I know is that he is very strong, not just ordinary strong. The red-haired man deliberately emphasized the deputy warden and warden when he mentioned them, in order to let Lin Yu know how terrifying Thunder Prison was and to put further pressure on him. It's really good. Lin Yu responded calmly, wielding the heavenly god sword in his hand, creating a sharp sword light. Put. The sword's edge sliced across the red-haired man's neck, severing his head, which rolled several times on the ground. The red-haired man's head did not seem to die immediately. His lips twitched a few times before slowly going silent. Look over there, it's Lin Yu, he's killed someone again. Hiss. Those people who were killed look like law enforcement officers from Thunder Prison. Yesterday, my second uncle was taken away by law enforcement officers from Thunder Prison and was sentenced to life imprisonment for stealing a bicycle. The battle took place not far from Zitian City. Many citizens who witnessed the scene were filled with horror and fear, and they kept discussing it in hushed tones. There were also several federal police officers present, but faced with this kind of case, they only dared to stand at a distance and watch, and did not dare to step forward at all. Lin Yu ignored the onlookers and began looting valuables. The law enforcement officers at Thunder Prison are quite wealthy. After looting, Lin Yu casually opened a time-space ring and examined it, discovering that it contained many valuable items, some of which were worth millions. He scanned the surroundings expressionlessly, making sure he hadn't missed anything, before continuing his journey toward the Tower of the Abyss, the capital of the Xia Federation. Thunder Prison, Xia Federation Branch, Chief's Office. Commander! Something terrible has happened. The woman in uniform looked terrified and rushed into the office without even knocking. Xiaoli, can't you be a little more composed? What kind of behavior is this, all flustered and panicked? You are the pride of our Thunder prison, destined to become a great man. You must have the composure to remain calm even if the world is in chaos. Zhou Shangjin, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, was reviewing documents when he looked up and gave a few words of reprimand. No, Chief of Staff, something really serious has happened this time. In Zitian City, the more than 100 law enforcement officers we sent to arrest Lin Yu have all been killed. Ren Xiaoli said anxiously, her face pale. What did you say? Zhou Shangjin suddenly stood up, the cigarette in his mouth fell onto the table, and he stared in disbelief, his limbs stiff. Are you telling the truth? More than 100 law enforcement officers died? Zhou Shangjin's face was ashen, and his voice trembled. For Thunder Prison, the death of even one law enforcement officer is a major event. The idea of over 100 law enforcement officers dying is simply unimaginable. It's true. According to the data from the terminal, a total of 103 law enforcement officers died, one of whom was the son of the deputy warden. Ren Xiaoli looked grave. She straightened the data sheet in her hand, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Zhou Shangjin. Zhou Shangjin's eyes widened slightly as he picked up the data sheet and began to examine it carefully. A sense of oppression permeated the entire room. After a long while, Zhou Shangjin recovered from the shock, his expression ferocious and terrifying, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. You, Lin Yu. You ignorant fool. You dared to kill more than 100 law enforcement officers. Such a heinous incident is rare, with fewer than 10 cases in the entire history of Thunder Prison. Zhou Shangjin was panting heavily, his facial muscles contorted in pain. Chief, don't be too sad. This is not your fault. Blame Lin Yu for being so lawless. Ren Xiaoli comforted her. She knew Zhou Shangjin's personality well. She treated law enforcement officers like family. He would fly into a rage even if his law enforcement officers were injured. Not to mention, more than 100 law enforcement officers died at once. Given how heinous this was, one can only imagine the chief of staff's grief and indignation. Zhou Shangjin didn't speak. She supported herself on the table with both hands, and it took her a long time to recover before she felt much better. Pass on my order, all law enforcement personnel stationed in the capital must assemble. I will personally lead the team to Zitian City to arrest Lin Yu. Yes. Ren Xiaoli bowed, took out a special communication device, and transmitted the order to assemble to all members. Law enforcement officers in the capital quickly assembled and headed towards the branch office. The team was fully assembled in less than 5 minutes. There were more than 400 people, and each of them exuded a powerful aura. Zhou Shangjin changed into a specially made combat suit, the golden thunder badge on his shoulder shining under the lights. His cold gaze swept over the fully equipped law enforcement officers, his voice icy, move out. Target, Purple Sky City. The group of over 400 people set off in a grand procession. The distance between Zitian City and the capital is quite far. By the time Zhou Shangjin and the others arrived in Zitian City, Lin Yu had already reached the Tower of the Abyss. Outside Zitian City, at the site of the battle, more than 100 law enforcement officers lay scattered on the ground, their deaths extremely gruesome, with almost all of their bodies incomplete. Either the head and body separate, or the body is split in two. A strong stench of blood filled the air, and the earth was stained red with blood. Damn it! Damn it all, how can there be such heinous criminals in the world? Seeing the horrific scene, Zhou Shangjin's brain was congested with blood, and he was so angry that he almost fainted. Chapter 71: The Hunt for the Mummy. Upon arriving in Zitian City, the group did not stop but quickly launched a city-wide search. The law enforcement officers split into several teams and searched carefully, but they couldn't find any trace of Lin Yu. Reporting to the Chief of Staff, no trace of Lin Yu has been found in Zitian City. According to a clue provided by a citizen, Lin Yu has left Zitian City and may have gone to the Tower of the Abyss. He may have realized that he has committed a heinous crime and plans to go to the Tower of the Abyss to lay low for a while. Ren Xiaoli reminded her, her face looking unpleasant. Refuge? I'd like to see how long he can hide in the Tower of the Abyss. The abyssal aura that permeates the abyss world will constantly erode a person's spirit and body. Even if he is very strong, it is impossible for him to stay there for more than half a month. All personnel, proceed to the Tower of the Abyss. Zhou Shangjin clenched his fists, his face filled with murderous intent. For humanity, the dangers of the abyss world are not only the creatures of the abyss, but also the omnipresent abyssal aura. The abyssal aura is colorless and odorless, but it continuously infects the human body and mind, so even the most powerful martial artist cannot stay in the abyssal world forever. Yes. The group of law enforcement officers set off again, heading menacingly towards the Tower of the Abyss. The Abyss, on a sand dune dozens of kilometers away from the Mummy Kingdom. A dazzling light suddenly flashed, and when the light faded, Lin Yu's figure slowly emerged, stepping once again into this somewhat familiar desert. Lord Lin Yu. A familiar voice came from behind the sand dunes, and Xiao He hurriedly ran over. Lin Yu didn't allow him to call her master, feeling it was a bit awkward, so she could only address him as Sir. How's the investigation into the Mummy Kingdom going? Lin Yu turned around and asked curiously. A hint of smugness flashed across Xiao Hei's face at first, but it was quickly replaced by fear. I've found out everything. The Mummy Kingdom's strength far exceeds our expectations. On the surface, there are 4 experts above level 65. The most powerful of them is the Mummy Marshal, who is level 70. The other 3 are the Imperial Advisor, the first princess, and the second princess. The second princess is the weakest, with a level of 65. When Xiao He learned about the strength of the Mummy Kingdom, he was also taken aback. When she left, there were only 2 level 65 or higher powerhouses in the Mummy Kingdom. How much has changed in the decades since? Where is the king? Lin Yu asked again. The Mummy King hasn't made a move in the last 30 years. I haven't been able to find out his exact strength, but based on my deduction, he's at least level 71 or higher. Otherwise, the Mummy Marshal would have rebelled long ago. Lord Lin Yu, you'd better not provoke the Mummy Kingdom. With an expression more painful than tears on his face, Xiao He tried to persuade Lin Yu. She wasn't worried about Lin Yu's life or death. In fact, if she really wanted to kill Lin Yu, she could have stayed in the Mummy Palace and never come out. The palace is the most central place, containing many powerful mummies, including a Mummy King. In that case, if Lin Yu dares to teleport near her, he will be discovered by the palace guards, which will then disturb the powerful mummy inside the palace. The key issue is that if Lin Yu is killed, she will also die. With my current strength, I am indeed no match for the Mummy Kingdom. Lin Yu stroked his chin, lost in thought. However, although I cannot directly attack the Mummy Kingdom, I can hunt down ordinary mummies who are out and about. When I am strong enough, I will then attack the Mummy Kingdom. Lin Yu's eyes lit up as he looked in the direction of the Mummy Kingdom. There is a vast complex of buildings stretching endlessly over there. It can be vaguely seen that the buildings are all in the shape of pyramids, ranging from tens of meters to over 1,000 meters high, and their number is endless. The entire complex is surrounded by a wall that stretches for tens of kilometers, forming a solid defensive line. Approximately how many mummies were in the Mummy Kingdom? Lin Yu asked. Around 80,000. Xiao He recalled what he had seen in the kingdom and gave an estimate. Well done. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Next, I will hunt down the scattered mummies. Find a place to hide and don't reveal our relationship. Xiao He, this undercover agent, will be of great use in the future. We will rely on her for intelligence gathering and other matters, so we cannot expose her identity. Yes. Xiao He bowed and then quickly left to find a hiding place. Lin Yu didn't delay and began to patrol the outer perimeter of the vast Mummy Kingdom. About 7 or 8 minutes later, he discovered a group of mummies. There were 5 mummies in the group. The lead mummy was wearing blue armor, while the other 4 were ordinary mummies, chatting and laughing together. Captain, I heard you captured a human martial artist yesterday? On the right, an extremely obese mummy licked his lips and asked, his bandages being stretched taut by his fat, revealing the dark, foul-smelling skin underneath. I haven't heard a human scream in 2 months, and now I feel uneasy all over. His eyes gleamed with a hungry light. Torturing humans and listening to their screams was his greatest passion. He felt uneasy if he didn't hear human screams for even a day, let alone for 2 whole months. While it's possible to record human screams, no mummy would do that. The screams played back from a recording device are meaningless to them. Your nose is sharper than a dog's. Nothing can escape your notice. The blue-armored mummy laughed and cursed. That's right, I did catch a human yesterday, and he is locked up in my cellar right now. Once we're done with business, you can come back with me, and I can let you torture that human for a while. He glanced at the other mummies and added, the 3 of you can come along and listen to that beautiful scream together. Thank you, Captain. I knew the captain was the best. He was actually willing to offer up humans for us to enjoy. Upon hearing this, the other 4 mummies all beamed with joy and thanked the blue-armored mummy. To these mummies, living humans were extremely precious objects. Generally, when a mummy captures a human, it will hide them and eat them alone. Less than 1 or 2% of mummies are willing to be shared. Captain is so kind. Wait, look, isn't that thing human? The obese mummy's face was filled with gratitude, its black fat squeezing out its eyes. He was about to say something to express his gratitude when suddenly his eyes narrowed, and he pointed to the side and shouted. The other mummies looked in the direction he pointed and indeed saw a figure in the distance, slowly approaching from the left side of the group. Holy crap! It's a human! Upon seeing the figure's general outline, the other 4 mummies immediately swore, their faces filled with excitement. We're so lucky! We've only been out of the kingdom for a short time and we've already encountered humans. Let's hurry over there, before that human gets away. The blue armored mummy looked excited and hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the figure. Chapter 72 The 5 Mummies Who Were Stunned. The other 4 mummies followed closely behind, each one trembling with excitement. He looked just like a destitute beggar who had suddenly discovered a mountain of gold and silver treasures and couldn't wait to take it all for himself. Oh heavens and earth, you are so kind to me. Knowing how much I was suffering, you immediately sent me a human. The obese mummy was drooling, which dripped onto the ground. He ran with all his might, his fat jiggling wildly. Those mummies charged at me on their own, they're really fearless. Lin Yu looked at the mummy rushing towards them and muttered with amusement. This kind of behavior could be described as suicide, right? However, the behavior of those mummies is understandable. After all, when martial artists are not fighting, their aura is concealed, and outsiders cannot discern their specific level. Furthermore, in most encounters between mummies and humans, the mummies often have the upper hand, while the humans are the ones who are tortured and killed. This leads to many mummies becoming involuntarily excited when they see humans, as if they are seeing lambs to the slaughter. The 5 mummies quickly rushed to within 50 meters, their excitement gradually replaced by cruelty and ferocity. Human, you've come at the perfect time. Kneel down right now and call me Grandpa Mummy a few times. If you behave well, I'll spare you a few days of torture. The obese mummy stopped in its tracks, a wicked and cruel smile on its face, and roared impatiently. The other 4 mummies stood quietly to the side, not in a hurry to make a move. They would wait until the obese mummy was finished before taking action. A piece of trash, yet he speaks so arrogantly. Lin Yu slightly raised his eyelids, chuckled, and casually stretched out his right hand. The heavenly god's sword instantly materialized, radiating a chilling crimson light. You human! I'm level 23. How dare you call me trash? I was planning to treat you well for a few days, but it seems that's not necessary now. The obese mummy had a ferocious expression and was so angry that it made its head spin. He clenched his fists in front of him, and amidst the billowing black mist, a jet black spear materialized. Abyssal creatures can also contract extraordinary weapons, but most abyssal creatures think they are useless and are too lazy to contract them. I'm just stating the facts. Lin Yu exerted force with both legs, his body suddenly bursting out, heading straight for the fat mummy. The speed was unbelievable, and a fierce wind arose along the way, whipping up yellow sand that flew everywhere. Almost the instant he charged out, he was already in front of the obese mummy. What? The obese mummy's pupils suddenly contracted, and its expression instantly turned horrified. Its finger trembled as it pointed at Lin Yu, who had suddenly appeared before it. What kind of monster is this human? Before he could see anything clearly, the other person appeared beside him. If it weren't for the sandstorms that kicked up along the way, he would have thought the other party could teleport. I told you you're a loser. You're scared by this little thing? Lin Yu sneered and casually swung the heavenly god sword in his hand, slashing towards him. Put! Before the obese mummy could react, the heavenly sword had already cleaved through his chest, neatly splitting him in two, with black, foul-smelling blood splattering everywhere. The black spear he held in his hand was instantly sliced open at the point where the heavenly god's sword had slashed it. The quality of the weapons on both sides was completely different. The black spear was as fragile as tofu in front of the heavenly sword. This human has made his move. Kill him. The blue armored mummy looked terrified. The speed his opponent displayed had startled him. But he knew now was not the time to be afraid. He swung his arms suddenly, and the bandages wrapped around his arms instantly came off, shooting towards Lin Yu like two venomous pythons. The bandages made a sharp whistling sound as they flew through the air, their surface gleaming with an eerie blue metallic sheen. This human seems to be more than just a simple person. Hurry and make your move. It's either him or us who die. At the same time, the other three mummies also launched an attack, their bandages falling off and shooting at Lin Yu from different angles. Each bandage contained a destructive power, seemingly intent on annihilating everything in its path. Don't embarrass yourself by showing off an attack of this level. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly as he casually swung the heavenly god sword in his hand, drawing a beautiful blood-red arc. Put! Put! A cold glint flashed, and the 8 bandages snapped instantly. Surprisingly, the severed bandages did not lose their vitality. Instead, it continued to writhe as if it were alive, rushing towards him and trying to entangle Lin Yu's legs. Interesting. The mummies in the Mummy Kingdom are indeed more powerful than the ones we encountered before, but they are still far from being able to deal with me. Lin Yu chuckled lightly, his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to the side of the blue-armored mummy. Although the twisting bandages behind him were moving fast, they couldn't catch up with him at all. Ah. Upon seeing Lin Yu suddenly appear, the blue-armored mummy's expression was as if it had seen a ghost, and its body trembled uncontrollably with fear. The opponent's speed is too fast. He instinctively wanted to retaliate, but his body couldn't keep up with his mind. Before he could even raise his hand, a sharp, cold glint had already slashed across his abdomen. Ah! The blue-armored mummy was neatly cut in two from the abdomen and fell to the ground, emitting painful howls. Captain! It's over, the captain's over too, let's run. Captain, hold on. We're going to get reinforcements. Upon seeing the blue-armored mummy cut in two, the other three mummies turned around in terror and fled into the distance. But in Lin Yu's eyes, their speed was as slow as a tortoise crawl. They hadn't run more than a few steps before Lin Yu easily caught up with them. Swish! 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 A crimson sword light flashed, and foul-smelling blood splattered everywhere. All three mummies were cut in half, fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell silent. Hiss human, don't kill me. I'm a squad leader in the Kingdom's Guard, I'm officially a member of the armed forces. If you kill me, it's like going against the entire Mummy Kingdom. Let me go, and we'll pretend we've never met. The blue-armored mummy was not yet dead. Being severed from the abdomen was not a fatal wound, but it brought unbearable pain, causing his face to contort in agony. How many people are in the guard? Lin Yu didn't immediately kill him, but instead chose to gather intelligence first. It wouldn't take much time anyway. The guard has a total of 3,000 people, each of whom is an elite among elites, while I am just a squad leader with 4 members under my command. Let me tell you, our Captain General is level 56. If you don't want to get into big trouble, you'd better let me go now, hiss. The blue-armored mummy answered, enduring the excruciating pain. What was the rank of the Mummy King? Lin Yu asked. I don't know. Our king hasn't left the palace for over 30 years. Apart from his closest confidants, no one else should know his exact rank. Hiss. The blue-armored mummy grinned as it spoke, while struggling to pull out a few black herbs from the bandages around its waist, about to put them into its mouth. Chapter 73 Encounter with a Mummy Caravan. However, before he could take the herbs, Lin Yu swung his longsword and slashed across his neck. With a plop sound, blood splattered as the blue-armored mummy's head was severed and rolled several times on the ground. His eyes were wide open, filled with terror and horror, staring intently at Lin Yu, seemingly unable to believe that the other party would actually kill him. At the moment of the blue-armored mummy's death, a mid-level treasure chest exploded from its body. Continue hunting abyssal creatures. Lin Yu collected all the items dropped by the mummies and continued to wander around the Mummy Kingdom, searching for traces of scattered mummies. A few minutes later, as Lin Yu climbed over a huge sand dune, his eyes lit up when he saw the scene not far away. About a kilometer away, a sizable caravan of mummies appeared, numbering about 30, slowly making its way through the sand valley. In the center of the convoy were several trucks pieced together from the skeletons of desert behemoths and dilapidated wooden planks, their wheels leaving deep and shallow ruts in the sand. The truck was piled with supplies whose exact nature was unclear, covered by thick tarpaulins. At the very back of the line were 6 humans, their hands bound together with rough hemp rope, staggering forward in a chain. There were 3 men and 3 women, one of whom appeared to be a minor. They were dressed in rags, covered in filth, and their exposed skin bore whip marks and burn marks. Their eyes were empty and desperate, as if they had lost control of their fate and were just moving their feet numbly. The mummies nearby laughed heartily, occasionally whipping them for amusement. At the front of the caravan, a female mummy with blue bandages stood out, exuding the strongest aura. She was the leader of the caravan. Second daughter, be careful. Humans are very valuable. Don't kill them. The blue female mummy glanced back, frowned, and spoke in a dry, hoarse voice, as if two stones were rubbing against each other. Mom, don't worry, I'm holding back. I'm not hitting any vital areas. I definitely won't kill these humans. Behind the caravan, a slightly overweight female mummy, holding an iron whip, wore a lewd smile. As she spoke, she brandished her iron whip and lashed one of the humans again. If you're confident, then I'm telling you, one living human is enough for you to marry 3 male mummies. You only have one mummy husband right now, which is too few. Once we've sold all the goods, I'll find you 2 more male mummies. The blue female mummy grinned. Thank you, Mom. Upon hearing that they were to find a male mummy for her, the obese female mummy's face lit up with excitement, and she immediately put away her iron whip, as if afraid of accidentally killing a human. Mom, I want one too. I want one too. When you come back, can you find me 2 male mummies too? Another female mummy said that she was shriveled and her bandages were greenish blue. You already have 5 male mummies, why do you need more? The blue female mummy said somewhat unhappily. This mummy is her eldest daughter, who is over 60 years old and extremely lecherous. That's not enough. 5 male mummies can't satisfy my needs at all. Help me marry 2 more male mummies. The shriveled female mummy said coquettishly, her green eyes glistening with tears and a hint of grievance. Alright, don't be sad. As long as we can sell the goods successfully, I'll find you 2 male mummies when we get back. The blue female mummy rubbed her forehead and said, somewhat speechless. She had 3 daughters, and each of them had to find several male mummy husbands, which put her under tremendous pressure. Yay! Thanks, Mom. The shriveled female mummy beamed with joy, obediently putting away her iron whip and ceasing to lash out at the humans. Ha! Mom, that thing walking towards us looks like a human? At this moment, the obese female mummy narrowed her eyes and stared intently at a figure in front of her. The figure was walking towards them openly and honestly. Judging from its appearance, it seemed to be human? Hiss, it really is a human. Even without her reminder, all the other mummies saw Lin Yu approaching. After all, Lin Yu walked towards them without any attempt to hide, swaggering around confidently. Mother, this human is actually walking directly towards us. It's very likely that this is his first time entering the abyss world and he hasn't been tortured by other abyss creatures. This kind of human is very valuable. The shriveled female mummy's face was filled with excitement. Even among humans, the differences between people are enormous. If a human has never been captured and tortured by any abyssal creature, then that human can be called a virgin, and is extremely valuable. If a human was captured and tortured by a creature from the abyss, but did not suffer a mental breakdown, this type of human can be called a non-virgin human, and their price is much cheaper than the first type of human, about 1/3 of the price of the first type of human. The third type of human is those who are captured by creatures of the abyss and whose minds are tortured to the point of collapse. They are called rotten humans and are priced even lower. The humans in their caravan were considered rotten humans. Eldest daughter, you guessed right. That human should be a virgin, very valuable. If we can catch him and sell him, we can help you marry 15 male mummies. The blue female mummy licked her lips, her eyes filled with surprise and greed. Judging from the other person's behavior, they are most likely a virgin. 15 male mummies. The obese female mummy screamed, counting on her fingers, her face full of excitement. That's right, 15 is the minimum price. If the human is good looking, it can fetch an even higher price. The blue female mummy explained. Upon hearing this, the obese mummy gasped, its fat jiggling violently, wishing it could pounce out immediately and grab the human. Eldest daughter, take some men and capture that human. Be careful when you capture him, don't kill him, and if possible, don't injure him, so the price will be higher. The blue female mummy gave the command. All right. You 7 come with me. If you behave well, all the mummies will receive a reward. The shriveled female mummy pointed to 7 other mummies and led them out, quickly heading towards Lin Yu's direction. The 7 mummies deployed were 1 woman and 6 men. The female mummy wore silver armor, was level 38, and was the captain of the caravan's guard. Holy crap! This human is so good looking. He's top notch. As they drew closer, the shriveled female mummy's eyes lit up. She felt that, based on this human's appearance alone, he was worth at least 25 male mummies. Chapter 74, the caravan is stormed, and the members of the mummy caravan are thrown into chaos. Human, you should tie yourself up. You're so good looking, I don't want to hurt you, because that would affect the price I can sell you for. The shriveled female mummy approached within 50 meters, pulled out a specially made iron chain, and threw it in front of Lin Yu. Damn human, the young lady is talking to you, didn't you hear me? Tie yourself up right now. Human, you'd better not provoke the young lady, or you'll regret it. The male mummies shouted, their arm bandages falling off and floating in the air, ready to strike at any moment. Why are you abyssal creatures all so stupid? Lin Yu shook his head speechlessly. From the moment he entered the abyss world, almost none of the abyss creatures he encountered were afraid of him. They all looked excited and regarded him as prey. As for the reason, perhaps it's because the other humans were too weak, causing these mummies to be less wary of humans. That's fine. If you had just run away, it would have caused me some trouble. Lin Yu's figure suddenly disappeared from the top of the sand dune and rushed towards the 8 mummies at lightning speed. In an instant, he appeared beside the shriveled female mummy like a ghost. Damn human, how dare you insult me? What's going on? Your speed, ah! Upon hearing the insults, the shriveled female mummy instantly flew into a rage and was about to teach the other person a lesson. However, the next moment, the other person appeared in front of her. Then a streak of red light slashed towards her, cutting across her neck. Put! The shriveled female mummy felt a sharp pain in her neck, her eyes widened suddenly, and her head detached from her neck, falling towards the ground. Swish! 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 Lin Yu swiftly swung the heavenly god sword in his hand, drawing 7 cold streaks in the air. The other 7 mummies didn't even have time to react before their bodies were cleaved in 2, including the level 38 female mummy. Ah! My body has been cut in 2. Human, what happened to you? The 6 male mummies died instantly, their bodies lying on the ground, their life force rapidly fading. But the female mummy was quite resilient and hadn't died completely. She stared at Lin Yu with a terrified expression. That's too fast. This human is too fast. She only saw a blurry, unseen figure, then felt an excruciating pain in her chest, and then her body was split in 2. Why is this human so fast? Is he the strongest among humans? How did he become so powerful with such a young bone age? Lin Yu said nothing, but with a wave of his heavenly god sword, he slashed at her, the sword cutting vertically across her body. Put! The female mummy fell silent, and jet black blood gushed out violently, spilling across the desert. Bang! The moment the female mummy died, her body exploded, and a mid-level treasure chest popped out. Lin Yu didn't pick it up immediately, but instead looked at the mummy caravan and charged towards it. The plan is to dispose of all the mummies first, and then collect the loot. Ah! Mom, look! She's dead. My sister is dead. That human killed my sister. Such speed. I can only see a blurry afterimage. Seeing the scene over there, the obese female mummy screamed in terror. That human is strange. No wonder they dared to come towards us. In just a moment, they killed 8 mummies, including the young lady. The caravan was in some disarray. All the mummies stopped in their tracks, their eye sockets glowing green, their faces showing expressions of horror. This human is playing dumb to take advantage of us. Prepare for battle. Don't break formation, or we'll all be doomed. The green light in the blue female mummy's eye sockets flickered violently, revealing extreme terror. Based on speed alone, she knew that the human before her was far more powerful than any enemy she had ever encountered before. Attack together and entangle him. Estimating that the enemy had rushed within 50 meters, the blue female mummy issued the command. In an instant, the remaining 28 mummies reacted simultaneously. The bandages on their arms seemed to come alive, suddenly shooting out and heading straight for Lin Yu. The bandages attacked from all directions, targeting Lin Yu's body, limbs, and neck. Lin Yu's eyes remained completely still, and he didn't make any unnecessary movements. The bandages attacked relentlessly, covering a vast area, but they were too slow to even catch his afterimage. As expected, Lin Yu didn't need to dodge at all. The bandages all missed their mark, hitting the yellow sand behind him and creating a series of explosions. The yellow sand was blasted into the air, leaving huge sand pits on the ground. Your strength is too weak. There is no need to resist at all, because whether you resist or not, the outcome will not change. Lin Yu quickly rushed into the caravan, wielding the heavenly god sword and slashing at the 2 mummies in front of the caravan. Before the 2 mummies could react, the bandages, along with their desiccated bodies, were completely severed. Black blood splattered, and the 2 men's faces were instantly filled with pain. Their upper and lower bodies collapsed to the ground, and their consciousness quickly faded into darkness. Damn human, we have no grudge against each other, right? Why are you attacking us? The blue female mummy, with a ferocious expression, attacked Lin Yu as the bandages on her arms came off. She was a special type of mummy. Her bandages were not only incredibly tough, but also had wisps of deathly aura clinging to them. Once entangled, it will continuously erode the target's life force and energy until the target is drained and becomes a new mummy. That's hilarious. Those 8 mummies were approaching me just now, weren't they trying to attack me too? Now that you can't beat them, you're pretending to be innocent. Lin Yu's figure flashed as he rushed towards the blue female mummy, simultaneously wielding the heavenly god sword in his hand. The heavenly sword struck the oncoming bandages as easily as cutting tofu, severing them all effortlessly. What? My bandages were cut so easily? The blue female mummy stared wide-eyed at the torn bandages, her face filled with disbelief. Her bandages were death bandages, the same type as those of the Mummy King, and much harder than those of ordinary mummies. Her bandages were definitely harder than a human's Class B weapon. But against the opponent's longsword, it was as easy as tofu, cut in half. Whoosh! Whoosh! While the blue female mummy was shocked, she didn't slow down. Another large section of the bandage came off and shot towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu simply shifted his body slightly to dodge, and swung the heavenly god sword in his hand, slashing towards the blue female mummy. Human, please don't kill me, Ah! The blue female mummy, seeing the rapidly approaching red swordlight, tried in terror to beg for mercy. Before she could finish speaking, her neck was slashed by the blade. Chapter 75. Anyone dare to stand up and disagree? Mom! You damned human, why did you kill my mom? Wah-ah! Upon seeing this, the obese female mummy was filled with sadness and disbelief, and burst into tears. Don't be sad, you'll be able to see your mother soon. Lin Yu smirked and rushed out, quickly reaching the obese female mummy's side. Without hesitation, he slashed out with his sword. Ah! A crimson sword light flashed past, and the obese female mummy let out a scream. Her head flew up with an incredulous and terrified expression, and her body slumped to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Not human. This human isn't human. It's a demon. Run. I've never seen such a ferocious human being. The leader's death was the final straw, and the remaining mummies completely collapsed. Their faces were filled with fear, they let out screams, and turned to flee in all directions. Trying to run now? Too late. Lin Yu's voice was icy cold and devoid of any emotion, and his figure moved like a ghost through the chaotic caravan. Each swing of the heavenly god sword brought forth a spray of black blood and torn bandages, accompanied by a piercing scream. The mummy's tough bandages and bodies were as fragile as paper in the face of an SSS-class weapon. Some of the mummies tried to resist, but their clumsy attacks couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Yu's clothes. The massacre was carried out efficiently and cruelly within just a few breaths. Only a handful of mummies remained standing. So strong. Who is he? His bone age is so young, yet he possesses such terrifying strength. If all the mummies are killed, will we be saved? Why, I'll never come to the abyss world again. The 6 bound humans were already stunned. They huddled together. Looking at Lin Yu, who seemed like a god of war descended to earth, their eyes were filled with awe, fear, disbelief, and a glimmer of hope. No. Don't kill me. My father is the great general of the Mummy Kingdom. Anubik. If you kill me, my father will never let you go. He will tear you to pieces. A young male mummy, wrapped in purple bandages and hiding behind a truck, screamed in terror as Lin Yu approached step by step. Unlike other mummies, he was a mummified nobleman who was traveling with the caravan for leisure. Unexpectedly, not long after leaving the Mummy Kingdom, they encountered such terrifying humans. Oh? The general's son? Lin Yu paused slightly, the tip of his sword hovering in mid-air as he examined the purple mummy with great interest. Seeing Lin Yu stop, the purple mummy, as if grasping at a straw, hurriedly shouted. Yes. My name is Safiel, and I am a noble among mummies. My father is General Anubik. If you let me go, I can give you countless abyss coins. My father loves me the most. If you dare to kill me, my father will be furious, and you will surely die. The abyss world also has a circulating currency called abyss coins, and this currency is used throughout the entire abyss world. What is your father's rank? Lin Yu asked casually, but he cared more about the mummy general than about abyss coins. My father is a level 57 powerhouse, ranking among the top 20 in the entire mummy kingdom. He has a lot of influence. If you are willing to let me go, I will definitely put in a good word for you when I get back, and then you can walk around the mummy kingdom with your head held high. The purple mummy said quickly. Can you get in touch with your father? Yes, we mummies have special communication tools. If you want to see my father, I can call him over right now. The purple mummy, pale-faced, hurriedly pulled out a black stone. This stone is similar to the sound transmission stone used by human martial artists, except that it is different in color and uses different raw materials. Human martial artists' communication stones consume martial artist power, while abyss communication stones consume abyssal energy. As long as we can get in touch with them, that's fine. Lin Yu's lips curled into a wicked smile. With a flick of his wrist, he struck the purple mummy on the neck, stunning it. Then, his gaze swept over the last few mummies trying to escape, and he quickly gave chase, his sword flashing as he swiftly ended their lives. At this moment, apart from the unconscious purple mummy, there was no one else alive in the entire caravan. The yellow sand was littered with severed limbs and black bloodstains, and several trucks lay askew to one side. The 6 captured humans huddled together, trembling, their eyes filled with awe and fear as they looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu skillfully stored all the valuable items, such as treasure chests and fragments, dropped by the mummies into the Phoenix time-space ring. Then, Lin Yu thought for a moment, walked up to the 6 survivors, and cut the ropes binding them. My hunting of mummies has inadvertently saved your lives, so you should at least show some appreciation, right? Lin Yu looked at the group and rubbed his hands together. Your Excellency, thank you so much for saving me. Rest assured, I will definitely thank you. It's just that I was captured by the mummy for several days, and all my valuables were taken away, cough cough. One of the girls reacted the fastest, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood, her face showing some distress. Ha? You mean you don't want to thank me? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. Of course not, Your Excellency. What I mean is, I can give you an IOU and swear on martial arts that I will definitely repay the debt of gratitude I owe you in the future. Others should think the same way I do. The girl hurriedly waved her hand, her face showing some fear. She didn't want to offend such a powerful figure. She had only been captured by these mummies for 3 days, so her personality was still relatively lively and she hadn't suffered a mental breakdown. The reason she acted so despondently just now was for the mummies' benefit, to lessen their desire to torture her. Yes, we can write an IOU. The others quickly chimed in. Alright, let's write IOUs, 2 million each. Lin Yu stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and nodded. These people really don't have anything valuable on them, so writing IOUs is the only way they can gain any benefit. Names, home address, family members, etc., must all be clearly written down. Lin Yu took out several sheets of paper and several pens from his time-space ring and handed them to the 6 people, asking them to write IOUs. 5 of them behaved obediently, writing IOUs as Lin Yu instructed. One of them, a young man with dyed blonde hair, didn't even glance at the paper and pen beside him. With such power, why didn't you save me sooner? Do you know how much suffering I endured at the hands of those mummies? Chapter 76, The Blonde Youth is Given to the Mummy. If you had rescued me sooner, I wouldn't have had to be tortured by the mummy for so long. And you want me to write an IOU? Humph, dream on. The blonde youth squatted on the ground, looking at Lin Yu with resentment in his eyes instead of gratitude. He was captured by the mummy a month ago and was only rescued today. For the past 30 days, he has endured the mummy's humiliation and torture. This guy is so powerful. If we had rescued him sooner, he wouldn't have had to suffer so much. You mean you don't want me to save you? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you out of your mind? Can't you understand human language? What I mean is, why didn't you come to save me sooner? The blonde youth glared at Lin Yu, his expression somewhat angry. It seems you haven't realized your situation yet. Lin Yu walked towards him with a chilling smile on his face. I never imagined there could be such a fool in the world. He saved the other person, but instead of being grateful, the other person even dared to throw a tantrum at him. What are you doing? Are you going to attack me? Let me remind you, we are all human beings. It is illegal to attack one's own kind and will be punished by law. As Lin Yu continued to approach, the blonde youth swallowed hard, his attitude softening somewhat. The law will punish me? If the law were effective, I would have died hundreds of times over. Lin Yu ignored his words, came to his side, stretched out her right hand, grabbed his shoulder hard, and lifted him up. Crack! Lin Yu exerted force with his 5 fingers. The sound of bones breaking echoed from the blonde youth's shoulder, causing him to contort in pain and let out a piercing wail. Ah! It hurts so much. Let me go, let me go. Let me tell you, I'm from the Yunni Empire, my father is a high-ranking official of the 3rd rank. If you don't want to die, let me go. The blonde youth struggled violently, kicking and thrashing his limbs as he tried to break free of his restraints. However, the gap in strength between the two sides was too great, and his struggles were completely futile. Even if a fist hits Lin Yu's face, it won't cause any damage. Instead, it will only make his shoulder hurt more. Even if your father is the emperor, it won't work. A cruel glint flashed across Lin Yu's face. He grabbed Lin Yu's shoulder with one hand and summoned the heavenly god's sword with the other, swiftly unleashing 2 sword strikes. Put! Put! The heavenly sword slashed through the blonde youth's arms, severing both of them, and blood gushed from the severed areas. Ah! My arm, my arm! Let go of me, I was wrong, I'm willing to write an IOU. The blonde youth was in excruciating pain, his face contorted in agony, and his voice softened as he began to beg for mercy. You don't know you're wrong, you're just afraid of pain, afraid of dying. Lin Yu shook his head, ignoring it, and slashed with the heavenly god's sword again, cutting across the golden-haired youth's legs. Put! The blonde youth's legs were also severed, and blood gushed out. He let out a piercing wail and fainted on the spot from the excruciating pain. Since you don't want me to save you, I'll just hand you back to the mummy now. Lin Yu curled a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and looked at the mummy kingdom in the distance. He dragged the blonde youth, who was now just a torso and a head, with both hands and threw him over there. Whoosh! The blonde youth drew an arc in the air and flew at high speed in that direction, traveling dozens of kilometers before landing in the mummy kingdom. Thump! The blonde youth crashed to the ground like a cannonball, the powerful shockwave creating a large crater in the sand, sending sand flying everywhere. What is that? The nearby mummy shuddered and looked in the direction from which the object had fallen from the sky, its face full of curiosity. Ouch, it hurts so much. As he landed, the blonde youth touched his wound and immediately winced in pain, waking up from his unconsciousness. He was making painful hissing sounds, too weak to scream loudly anymore. Holy crap! It's a human! It really is a human! How could a human fall from the sky? When the dust settled, the mummies saw what had fallen and were immediately filled with excitement, their eyes shining. The thing that fell from the sky was actually a living person. This human was seriously injured, but he did not die. Mummy, so many mummies, help me, someone please save me, even killing me is acceptable. Seeing the mummies around him with glowing green eyes, the blonde youth turned pale with fright, and a warm flow came out of his lower body. He even considered suicide, but with all 4 limbs severed, he couldn't even do that. This human is mine, don't try to take him from me. Why do you say it's yours? I saw it first. The spot where he landed is closest to my stall, so it should belong to me. The mummies began fighting over the blonde youth, each vying to possess him, and none would yield to the others. After a brief struggle, they came up with a solution: to share it, with each person taking it home for a day and taking turns watching over it. The kingdom of mummies is located tens of kilometers away. Sir, the IOU has been written. Shouldn't you also tell us your address? Don't misunderstand, I mean, we need to be able to find you if we want to repay the debt, right? The remaining 5 were terrified, their bodies trembling, and they cautiously lowered their heads. That's so brutal. They felt that the human in front of them was more brutal than a mummy. When the mummies tortured them, they didn't go too far, for fear of killing them. But the person in front of me had no such concerns whatsoever. My name is Lin Yu, and I am a student at Zitian University. Once you have raised the money, just come to Zitian University to find me. Lin Yu reached out and took their IOU, then waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. His words were calm, but to the 5 people, they were incredibly impactful. Students from Zitian City? The 5 people gasped in shock. The powerful figure before them, who could easily wipe out the mummy caravan, was actually a student. They then examined Lin Yu's bone age and discovered that he was very young, less than 20 years old. This situation confirms that Lin Yu's words were true, he really is a student. What are you still standing here for? Get out of here. Lin Yu looked at the group of people who were standing still and urged them impatiently. Yes, we'll leave immediately. The 5 people dared not linger any longer, their faces filled with shock, and hurriedly left the place. Lin Yu ignored the 5 people, went to the purple mummy's side, bent down, and slapped him hard twice across the face. Slap! Slap! A loud slap rang out. The purple mummy felt a burning pain on his cheek, which woke him up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Yu staring at him with cold eyes. Human, what do you want to do? The purple mummy trembled and said with some fear. Chapter 77 The Angry Mummy General. Contact your father, tell him your current location, and have him bring 100 million abyss coins to ransom you immediately. I'm only giving him 10 minutes. If he doesn't arrive within the allotted time, you're dead. Lin Yu spoke in a commanding tone. The abyss coins were useless to him. The reason he asked the other party's father to use the abyss coins to redeem the person was just to find an excuse to lower the other party's guard. Otherwise, if he doesn't want anything, it might arouse the suspicion of that general. Okay, I'll contact my father right now. Please don't kill me. It's just 100 million abyss coins. My father can easily come up with that. The purple mummy hurriedly rummaged through its bandages for a black stone, infused it with an abyssal aura, and cried out into the black communication stone. Father, please come and save me. I'm near a large sand valley in the southwest of the kingdom, about tens of kilometers away. A powerful human has captured me, and the entire caravan is dead. Please come and save me. He wants 100 million abyss coins and demands that they be delivered within 10 minutes. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Yu kicked him unconscious again, and then took out an iron chain from the time-space ring and tied him up. Meanwhile, inside the mummy kingdom, a giant pyramid hundreds of meters high and covering an area of over 100 acres. At the top of the pyramid hangs a golden plaque with the 4 large characters "General's Mansion" written on it. A tall, upright mummy, bandaged in bright purple, is reviewing documents. He was the mummy's great general, Anyabik. He had a black stone at his waist, which suddenly began to vibrate. Anyabik frowned, picked up the communication stone, and sent in a burst of abyssal energy. Immediately, a terrified cry for help rang out. Anyabik recognized the voice immediately. It was his son's cry for help. How dare they? They have such audacity. These filthy humans dare to kidnap my son. They are utterly lawless. Upon hearing the words from the transmission stone, Anyabik suddenly stood up from the throne covered with animal bones, and his aura burst forth violently. The bronze lamp stand next to him was shaken and warped. A disgrace, an absolute disgrace. No matter who that human is, I, the general, will make him regret it. Anyabik's roar shook the entire pyramid, and yellow sand fell in a flurry. The fire of his soul burned fiercely in his eyes, almost bursting forth. In his eyes, humans were just food, but now one of those foods had captured his son. General! What happened? The heavily armored, tall mummy lieutenant hurriedly stepped forward and asked. My son Saphir is in trouble. His caravan was attacked by a human, the entire caravan was wiped out, and he was captured by that human. That human actually dared to ask me to pay 100 million abyss coins to ransom him. He is ignorant of his own limitations. Anyabik's voice trembled with extreme anger, his fists clenched so tightly that the bones beneath the bandages cracked. What? Young Master Saphir, he. The lieutenant was also taken aback and roared in anger, this is outrageous. For so many years, no human has dared to provoke us like this. General, what do you suggest we do? Assemble the troops. This general will tear that human to pieces. Anyabik practically spat out those words through gritted teeth. But, General, the young master is still in that human's hands. If we gather our forces and head there, what if that human reacts negatively? The young master could be in danger. The mummy lieutenant hesitated before speaking. Danger is danger, but I have more than one son. The most important thing is to capture the humans who are provoking us. Anyabik waved his hand. Yes. The mummy lieutenant bowed and hurriedly withdrew, relaying Anyabik's orders to all the mummies in the general's mansion. The interior of the pyramid instantly erupted in a tense and menacing atmosphere. Soon, a force of over 100 elite mummies was assembled. They were all imposing and sharp-eyed, clearly seasoned veterans. Anyabik's sharp eyes swept over the mummies, and he waved his hand. Set off! Upon hearing the order, more than 100 mummy soldiers transformed into a torrent of death, stirring up clouds of yellow sand as they surged madly westward. Anyabik marched at the front, with only one thought in his mind: to kill that ignorant human in the most cruel way. They've arrived. Not bad efficiency. On the sand dunes, Lin Yu looked at the rolling yellow sand in the distance, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Judging from the extent to which the yellow sand was stirred up, there were quite a few mummies, more than 100. Boom! 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 The sound of running grew louder as Anyabik led his personal guard, sweeping towards them like a golden storm of death. As they drew closer, Anyabik spotted the human figure standing on the sand dune, sword in hand, and beside him, his son, whose fate remained unknown. Damn humans! Release my son right now, or I might let you die a little easier. Anyabik's expression was ferocious as he stared intently at Linyu, his roar like thunder echoing through the sand valley. More than 100 elite mummies stared at Linyu with solemn expressions and a murderous aura. Even without making a move, a powerful sense of oppression already permeated the air. Excellent, excellent, these mummies looked to be of very high quality. Linyu nodded in satisfaction, his face showing no fear, but rather great joy. Your son is here, I can release him, but you have to answer one question for me first. Linyu grabbed the purple mummy by the neck and lifted him up. As the mummy general, Anyabik should have known the strength of the mummy king, right? Damn human, who do you think you are to negotiate with this general? I'll count down to 5. If you dare not release my son, I'll make you regret ever being born. 5 to 4. Anyabik looked disdainful. Humans were not worthy of negotiating with him, only fit to be food and playthings for their mummies. No need to count anymore. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, and he exerted a slight force with his right hand. Crack! The purple mummy's neck was snapped, and its eyes widened instantly as it awoke from its unconsciousness and pain, only to quickly fall back into darkness. You actually killed my son? When Anyabik saw his son die, his pupils contracted instantly, his brain became congested with blood, and he almost fainted from anger. He never expected the other party to act so decisively. Go get them. Capture them alive. Anyabik gasped for breath, barely managing to stay upright by supporting his mummy lieutenant. Chapter 78. The mummy army is destroyed. This human is so arrogant, he should be taught a lesson. He'll regret it. I've lived for over 100 years, and this is the first time I've ever seen a human dare to provoke a great general. More than 100 mummies attacked simultaneously, their bandages falling off and shooting towards Linyu atop the sand dune like countless venomous snakes, blotting out the sky. Meanwhile, some of the mummies even took out melee weapons such as bone spears and bone knives, and quickly flanked from both sides, trying to cut off all of Linyu's escape routes. These mummies are indeed formidable. They even know how to coordinate tactics. However, their level is too low, so they pose no threat to me whatsoever. Linyu's expression remained unchanged. He exerted force with both legs, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. The countless bandages that were thrown all missed their mark, hitting the empty sand dunes and creating a shower of sand. What? Where did they go? The mummies were terrified, their minds unable to keep up with Linyu's movements, feeling as if he had suddenly vanished. When Linyu reappeared, he was already standing in front of the mummies. He channeled his martial arts power into the heavenly god sword, causing it to erupt with a dazzling red light. This is the application of martial arts power, which all martial artists can do. By imbuing the weapon with the martial artist's power, the power and range of attacks are enhanced. Linyu had never used it before, and there were two reasons for that. On the one hand, none of the enemies he encountered were stronger than him, so there was no need to use them at all. On the other hand, imbuing a martial artist's power into a weapon will accelerate the depletion of stamina. If, in the same scenario, killing 100 people, the physical strength consumed by a martial artist when applying their power to their weapon is more than twice that of a normal person. As for the benefits, they are that they can save time. Before coming in this time, I spent 5 million to buy a lot of pills to restore my strength, so I don't have to worry about physical exhaustion at all. Linyu held the heavenly god sword, which was shining with a dazzling red light, and slashed it forward with force. Whoosh! A massive crescent-shaped red sword aura emanated from him, spreading outwards like ripples of death. The sword energy was faster than the mummies could react, carrying a sharp intent that could tear everything apart, and instantly swept over the first 20-odd mummies. Pft. A series of sounds rang out as the blade sliced through flesh. The bodies of those 20-odd mummies were as fragile as tofu in front of the red sword energy, and were cleanly cut in half at the waist. Ah! I've been cut in two. More than 20 mummies were separated from their upper and lower bodies, and black blood and fragments of internal organs were splashed onto the yellow sand like a torrential rain, instantly turning the sand black. Most of the mummies died on the spot, with only a few resilient ones surviving. However, without timely treatment, none of them will live for much longer. With a single blow, a quarter of the elite guards perished on the spot. So powerful. This human is level 50, but the speed and aura he's displaying are even more terrifying than those of a level 60. Anyabik's eyes widened in horror. With just one strike, he realized that the human in front of him was a powerful expert, and a top-tier one at that. It was so fast that even he couldn't see it clearly. The aura it emitted also gave him a sense of fear. Form the array. Death coil array. Anyabik, suppressing his fear, shouted loudly. Knowing Lin Yu's strength, he lost the will to fight, but he knew that it was too late to retreat safely now. The only option is to fight to the death. Even if we can't kill the human in front of us, as long as we can repel him, that's enough. Yes. Anyabik's objective has changed. It has shifted from killing Lin Yu to simply defeating him. Form ranks. The remaining mummies roared, and the bandages on their arms intertwined and linked together, quickly weaving into a huge bandage net covering an area of nearly 100 meters in radius. Black mist swirled around the net, and the deathly aura of the undead was so dense that it almost materialized, emitting shrill howls like ghosts and wolves as it enveloped Lin Yu. This is a combined attack formation that they have practiced for many years. Once trapped, even higher-level powerhouses will be corroded by the death energy, their energy will be drained, and they will eventually die from exhaustion. Swish! Swish! Although the mummies formed an array very quickly, Lin Yu took advantage of the brief moment to unleash 3 more red sword energies, each of which killed more than 10 mummies. It poses no threat to me. Lin Yu gathered a large amount of martial arts power and poured it into the heavenly god sword like a flash flood. Boom! The crimson light on the heavenly god sword surged, and the sword body seemed to be burning with raging flames. Lin Yu held his sword in one hand and slashed out a sword aura more than 10 meters long at the giant net that was descending upon them. Sizzle! The bandage net, woven by dozens of mummies and imbued with immense death energy, was utterly fragile before the heavenly god sword. Wherever the sword energy touched, the net was torn open with a huge gap, and all the bandages broke. Put. Ah! After the sword energy destroyed the net of death, its momentum hardly diminished, and it charged forward, slicing diagonally across the army of mummies. Screams and the sound of blood splattering filled the air as the sword energy slashed a gash among the mummies and then shot into the sky. Wherever it passed, the yellow sand on the ground was crushed into powder by the aftershocks of the sword energy, which shows how strong the energy contained in the sword energy was. This. He's not human. He's not human. Seeing the destruction caused by the sword energy, the mummies' eyes widened, their faces filled with terror. Even Anyabik felt the same way. He was chilled to the bone and his teeth were chattering. The opponent's sword energy, which stretched for over 10 meters, not only destroyed their death formation but also killed at least 30 mummies. Damn it, this human is abnormal. He's the strongest among humans. Anyabik looked panicked and turned to run away, as did the other mummies, who had already broken up. Using the power of a martial artist to slaughter abyssal creatures is incredibly efficient. Lin Yu pursued them, unleashing sword energy 7 or 8 meters long each time, slaying several mummies. In just a few breaths, he slaughtered more than 100 mummies, leaving only Anyabik running for his life. Put! Lin Yu quickly caught up with him, and with a swift movement of his longsword, severed both of his legs. Ah! Anyabik let out a piercing wail, and propelled by inertia, his body tumbled forward for more than 10 meters before collapsing into the yellow sand. He braced himself with his hands, quickly turned over, and looked at Lin Yu, saying, "Human, we have no enmity between us, right? There's no need for us to fight to the death. Can you please let me go? Oh, right, didn't you want abyss coins? I have a lot, at least 1 billion, I can give them all to you." Chapter 79. The Prince of Jinbei's heir wants to steal the protagonist's treasure chest. What is the rank of your king? Lin Yu stopped in front of him and asked coldly. I can tell you the rank of our king, but you must swear to spare me. Anyabik's eyes darted around, but he forced himself to remain calm. The fact that this human didn't kill him immediately but instead inquired about their king's rank indicates that this matter is very important to this human. Sure, I'll release you as long as you tell me your king's rank. Lin Yu nodded without hesitation. If you don't agree. What? You're willing to let me go? Anyabik snorted coldly at first, preparing to take a tough stance, but he quickly realized what was happening and looked at Lin Yu with some disbelief. Of course it's true. In my eyes, you're just a bigger ant. It doesn't matter whether I kill you or not. Lin Yu spread her hands. You. Anyabik was immediately furious, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that what the other party said seemed to be true. The two of them were not even in the same league. You swear? Anyabik's wariness did not lessen at all. Could it be a trap that this human agreed so easily? I swear, I'll release you as long as you tell me your king's rank. Alright, don't waste any more time. My patience has its limits. If you waste any more time, I'll use some methods to force you to tell me. Lin Yu waved his hand impatiently. He could certainly interrogate the mummy directly, but that would be a waste of energy and time. Anyabik thought about it carefully and found that what the other party said seemed to make sense, so he stopped hiding it and told them what he knew. 5 years ago, our king broke through to level 74, but I don't know his current level, because he hasn't fully revealed his aura since breaking through 5 years ago. He didn't lie in order to save his life. For a strong person, it's easy to tell whether someone is lying or not. Level 74, huh? Lin Yu fell into deep thought. Level 74 abyssal creatures were still too dangerous for him at his current level. I've told you everything you wanted to know. Can I leave now? Anyabik swallowed hard, looking at Lin Yu cautiously. Of course I can, but I only promised to let you go, not that I wouldn't hurt you. Looking at Anyabik lying on the ground, Lin Yu's lips curled into a wicked smile. He swung his red longsword, slashing through Anyabik's body. Put! Anyabik was split in two from the chest, blood and internal organs gushing out, causing him to let out a piercing scream of pain. To keep his promise, Lin deliberately avoided his heart, which prevented him from dying immediately. Ah! Damn human, didn't you say you'd let me go? Why are you still killing me? You damned thing, you broke your promise. Anyabik's face contorted in pain, unable to even resist, as blood continued to flow. Don't make false accusations. When did I kill you? I just beat you to the point of near death. If you couldn't hold on and died, it's your own fault for not receiving timely treatment. Lin Yu shrugged. You. Anyabik's eyes widened like a bull's, and he was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Coupled with the severity of his injuries, he died completely. The dust of the massacre in the Sand Valley has settled, and the heavy stench of blood and death permeates the air. After killing the mummy, Lin Yu methodically cleaned up the battlefield, collecting the scattered treasure chests, fragments, and resources into his Phoenix time-space ring. Not far away, on the empty sand where the purple mummy had been killed, a white light shone. When the light faded, 5 figures appeared and landed on the sand. The 5 of them were clearly warriors who had entered the Tower of the Abyss, as entry into the Tower of the Abyss is usually done through random teleportation. Therefore, even companions who enter at the same time can be randomly teleported to different places. But there is one thing that can connect them together: team cards. The leader was a young man in his early 20s, dressed in fine clothes, with a pale and arrogant face that suggested he had been pampered. The other 4 were equally aloof and handsome, especially one of the women, who was beautiful and cold, and carried a sword in her arms. As soon as the young man in the lead regained his footing, his gaze was drawn to a treasure chest on the sand not far away. That treasure chest was dropped by the purple mummy that Lin Yu had killed earlier. Because of the battle, Lin Yu hadn't picked it up yet. A treasure chest. The young man's eyes lit up, his face filled with surprise. He rushed forward, bent down, and picked up the intermediate treasure chest. Ah, this young master is really lucky. I found a treasure chest as soon as I entered the Abyss world, and it's a precious mid-level treasure chest. This young master is indeed the chosen one of heaven. Tang Changha carefully examined the treasure chest in his hand, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Young Master Tang's luck is too good, it's something we can't compare to at all. As expected of the Crown Prince, he's really lucky. The other 4 people also gathered around, praising Tang Changha incessantly. The young man before them was no ordinary person, he was Tang Changha, the only son of the Jinnan king of the Sky Dome Empire. Throughout the entire Sky Empire, Tang Changha's status was even higher than that of a prince, comparable to that of the Crown Prince. Of course, they also saw the mummy corpses scattered on the ground not far away, and a warrior cleaning up the battlefield. This intermediate treasure chest should belong to him. Young Master Tang, there's someone over there. This treasure chest looks like his. A man stepped forward and pointed to Lin Yu, who was not far away. Tang Changha frowned and glared at the man with displeasure. The treasure chest is unclaimed. I found it, so it's naturally mine. What, do you have a problem with that? Of course I wouldn't dare to have any objections. I just think that person must be very strong to have been able to kill so many mummies. The man waved his hands repeatedly and said in a weak tone. All 4 of them were direct descendants of powerful families and belonged to the imperial nobility. However, there are differences even among nobles, and Tang Changha's status and position are much higher than theirs. Moreover, Tang Changha's talent is also very high, ranking among the top 5 of the new generation in the entire Sky Empire. Tang Changha's only flaw is his domineering personality and his fondness for taking things from others. Good that you have no objections. Whatever I set my sights on belongs to me. Tang Changha dragged the treasure chest with one hand, casually glancing at Lin Yu with a condescending and dismissive look in his eyes. He had clearly also realized that Lin Yu was quite capable. Being able to kill so many mummies on his own meant he was no easy opponent. But he is the heir of the Sky Empire. Even if that person is very strong, once they know his identity, they certainly wouldn't dare to challenge him. Chapter 80. What prince or not? They're nothing but ants. Moreover, his strength is not weak either. He may not be inferior to that martial artist. Someone took my loot over there? Lin Yu noticed the situation over there. After cleaning up the battlefield on his side, he strode over to the 5 people at a leisurely pace. Footsteps landed on the sand, making a rustling sound, carrying an invisible pressure. Whoever kills the abyssal creature gets to keep the treasure chests, fragments, resources, and so on. This is a rule known to all martial artists. Those people dared to take his treasure chest. They clearly wanted to break the rules. Lin Yu stopped about 10 meters away from his opponent, his gaze falling on the mid-level treasure chest in Tang Changha's arms, his tone carrying a hint of command. This is my treasure chest. Put the things down and leave. I can pretend nothing happened. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the 5 people on the other side. Upon hearing this, Tang Changha scoffed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Instead of putting down the treasure chest, he directly put it into the time-space ring. Who do you think you are, daring to order me around? I found this treasure chest, so it belongs to me. Considering you've killed so many mummies and made a contribution to humanity, I, the prince, will not pursue your offense. Now get out of here. Tang Changha said with a disdainful expression. Hey, you'd better leave now. The person standing in front of you is Tang Changha, the only son of the Prince of Jinnan of the Sky Dome Empire. If you know what's good for you, leave now and give up the treasure chest. If you offend the prince, the consequences will be severe. The cool, beautiful woman added. Her intention in revealing Tang Changha's identity was obvious, to make Lin Yu back down and obediently give up the treasure chest. After all, offending the only son of a powerful prince could have very serious consequences. Even if the person in front of him is very strong and Tang Changha can't do anything to him, what will happen after he leaves the abyss world? If a conflict were to actually arise with Tang Changha, given Tang Changha's personality, he would absolutely not let it go easily. He would do everything in his power to find out the other party's information and then kill him. What kind of bullshit Prince Jinnan is this? I'll say it one last time, put down the treasure chest, or you'll die. Lin Yu showed no awe or fear on his face, but rather a faint hint of mockery. He had some impression of the Sky Empire. It was a feudal state and the most powerful country in the vicinity, many times stronger than the Xia Federation. The strongest being is the Emperor of the Sky Empire, level 68, whose overall strength is inferior to that of Thunder Prison. You dare insult me? Do you want to die? Upon hearing this, Tang Changha's face contorted with rage. He didn't expect that the other party would still be so arrogant after he revealed his identity. Tang Changha's face was gloomy, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. You're asking for it. I was going to spare you this time because of your contributions to humanity. But since you don't value your life, I'll grant your wish. Go and cut off his arms as punishment. Upon hearing the order, the 2 men's eyes flashed with cold light as they approached Lin Yu. Although they were not Tang Changha's subordinates, they respected him. Kid, you'd better not resist, or it won't be as simple as just losing an arm. The 2 launched an attack, drawing their swords and blades with a sharp whooshing sound as they attacked Lin Yu from both sides with ruthless moves. Faced with the 2 men's swift attacks, Lin Yu stood expressionless, waiting until the blades of their swords were about to touch his arms before he made his move. Brush! Lin Yu conjured the heavenly god's sword in his hand and slashed it with lightning speed, instantly cutting across the necks of the 2 men. Pfft! 2 sounds of blood spurting out rang out almost simultaneously. Before the 2 men could even scream, their heads were severed in an instant, blood gushing out and splashing onto the golden sand, filling the air with a pungent stench of blood. That's fast, this guy's not normal. Standing at the back, Tang Changha, who had been waiting to see Lin Yu's arms cut off, froze on the surface. His pride, arrogance, and cruelty were instantly replaced by boundless fear and disbelief. If it were just killing those two noblemen, he wouldn't have reacted this way after all, he could have done that himself. The key issue is that he couldn't even see the opponent's attack movements. The sword was too fast, he only saw a flash of red light streak across the surface. The other person's bone age isn't that old, so why is the speed so fast? Clang! The intermediate treasure chest slipped from Tang Changha's stiff arms and fell onto the sand with a dull thud. Sir, may I ask your honorable name? Tang Changha snapped out of his daze and looked at Lin Yu walking towards him step by step, his tone softening. He's just a dead man, why would he know so much? Lin Yu shook off the blood from the heavenly god sword, suddenly increased his speed, and rushed towards Tang Changha. No! Don't kill me! The treasure chest, you can have the treasure chest back, I don't want it anymore. Tang Changha was so frightened that he couldn't contain his fear. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. As the heir of the Sky Empire, he usually wins games when he has the upper hand. Even when he encounters an enemy stronger than him, they will be wary of his status and thus show mercy. Upon seeing a ruthless person who wasn't afraid of him, his fear of death was immediately triggered. I gave you a chance. Lin Yu's voice remained calm as he swiftly appeared in front of him, brandishing his red longsword. No! Tang Changha let out a desperate roar, his eyes filled with regret. He regretted coveting that broken box, and regretted provoking this wicked star. However, it was all too late. Put! The heavenly sword sliced across his neck, and Tang Changha's roar abruptly ceased. The fear and regret in his eyes froze, and his body fell backward, crashing heavily onto the sand, his life extinguished. He couldn't believe it until his death. He, the dignified heir of the Prince of Jinan, died so easily in this desolate corner of the abyss. Lin Yu walked to the corpse, bent down to pick up the fallen intermediate treasure chest, and without even looking at it, casually put it into his ring. You killed the Prince of Jinnan's son? The Prince of Jinnan only had this one son. The cold, beautiful woman stared wide-eyed, covering her mouth in shock at the dead Tang Changha. She couldn't even imagine how furious the Prince of Jinnan would be upon learning of his son's death. I almost forgot about you. Go meet the three of them. Lin Yu wielded the heavenly god sword and casually slashed out a red sword aura. Put! The cold-faced woman's expression froze, her pupils dilated, and she collapsed to the ground, quickly losing all life. Lin Yu didn't even glance at the corpses, as if he had just casually swatted a few flies. He looked around, picked up the remaining spoils, and only left after confirming that there were no more spoils to collect. He once again merged into the vast sea of sand, wandering around the Mummy Kingdom, hunting abyssal creatures. Chapter 81 The King of Jinan is furious. Sky Empire, Jinan Prince's Mansion, Destiny Tablet Pavilion. Inside the dimly lit attic, only a few lamps provided a faint light source. The walls were covered with countless jade plaques, each representing the life of someone closely connected to the prince's mansion. These jade pendants are called fate pendants, and they can reflect the life state of the pendant's owner. At the very center, there is a life plaque meticulously carved from century-old warm jade and inlaid with gold edges, belonging to the core members of the prince's mansion. The two guards stood like statues, not daring to slacken their vigilance in the slightest. Sudden snap! A crisp, cracking sound rang out, particularly jarring in the silent attic. The two guards trembled and turned around abruptly, their eyes fixed in horror on one of the jade tablets. A life tablet engraved with Prince Tang Changha was now covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The original warm luster instantly dimmed, and finally, with a soft bang, it shattered completely, turning into dust that fell from the wall. At the same time, a faint light emanated from the shattered surface of the life tablet, quickly coalescing into a clear image of a human face. It was a young man with a cold expression, holding a red longsword. This is another function of the life card, it can project an image of the murderer who killed the owner of the life card. Your Highness. Your Highness's life tablet is shattered. A guard's voice trembled, and his face was ashen. Quickly! Go and report to the prince. Another guard scrambled out of the life tablet pavilion and ran wildly toward the main hall of the prince's mansion, alarming countless guards and servants along the way. The main hall of the prince's mansion is magnificent. Prince Tang Qingtian of Jinan sat upright on his throne, listening to his subordinates' reports on border military affairs. He was about 50 years old, with a dignified face, exuding an aura of authority without anger, and radiating a powerful and ruthless presence that befitted someone who had long held a high position. Report! The piercing cries grew louder as they approached, shattering the solemnity of the hall. The guard stumbled into the hall, fell to his knees with a thud, and his voice trembled with extreme fear. Your Highness. Something terrible has happened. The Crown Prince's life tablet is broken. What? Tang Qingtian suddenly stood up from the throne, his aura erupting uncontrollably, shattering the black iron table beside him into pieces. What did you say? Say it again. His voice was as cold as ice, filled with disbelief. It's absolutely true, Your Highness. I saw it with my own eyes. The young master's life tablet shattered instantly, turning into ashes. And the life tablet even reflected the image of the murderer. The guard knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head, and presented a photographic stone with trembling hands. It contains a record of everything that just happened at the Fate Tablet Pavilion. Tang Qingtian snatched the recording stone and immersed his consciousness into it. When he saw the shattered tablet of his son's life and the cold face that had materialized as the murderer's, his body swayed violently. Here. A roar like that of a wounded beast burst from Tang Qingtian's throat, shaking the entire hall and causing dust to fall from the beams and pillars. His eyes instantly became bloodshot, and a terrifying killing intent spread out as if it were a tangible force, causing the temperature inside the hall to plummet to freezing. He gripped the recording stone tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Investigate. Investigate for me. Who is this brat? Even if you have to search the entire world and dig 3 feet into the ground, find him for me. I will tear him to pieces and exterminate his entire family. Your Highness, please calm your anger. A general dressed in purple rushed forward. This person is unfamiliar and is not a well-known expert in the Empire, but he was able to kill the Crown Prince and his guards, so his strength must be extraordinary. Moreover, His Highness the Crown Prince said before that he was going to the Abyss World to train, so the murderer must still be in the Abyss. The Abyss World. I think I heard Heer say this morning that he was going to the Abyss World with some friends. Judging from the time, Heer should have just entered the Abyss World not long ago. Tang Qingtian was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with boundless hatred and pain. Send the order, assemble the army, and notify the Hall of Worship to have the 3rd Elder and the 5th Elder accompany me to the Abyss World. Your Highness, the Abyss is vast and boundless. Searching for even one person is like finding a needle in a haystack. Perhaps we should reconsider our approach. Another aide tried to dissuade him. Take it easy? It wasn't your son who died. I'll pay any price. Even if I have to turn the entire Abyss upside down, I'll find that bastard. Tang Qingtian suddenly turned his head, his scarlet eyes fixed on the staff member. Your Highness, please don't let hatred blind you. The Abyss World is filled with colorless and odorless abyssal energy. No martial artist can stay inside for too long. Since the murderer will definitely come out anyway, we might as well lead a large army to block him outside. The aide, steeling himself, knelt on one knee and made the suggestion. Yes, Your Highness, if we all enter the Abyss World, it might actually give the murderer the opportunity to escape. The purple-clad general cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. What you two say makes sense. Then gather the army and come with me to the Tower of the Abyss. We will wait for him at the exit. Tang Qingtian took a deep breath, which calmed him down a bit. Yes, Your Highness. The people inside the hall bowed and then left to carry out their orders. Soon, the entire Jinnan prince's mansion was in operation, elite troops quickly assembled, and several powerful and dignified princes and elders appeared. 5 minutes later, a team of nearly 300 people had assembled, each exuding an extraordinary aura, and all of them were level 10 or above. Set off! Tang Qingtian shouted and led everyone toward the Tower of the Abyss. The Abyss World, the desert surrounding the Mummy Kingdom. Lin Yu was unaware of the prince's plans and continued hunting abyssal creatures at his own pace. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The 3rd day. For 2 days, he roamed the yellow sands in Gobi Desert like a grim reaper, his sword slaying various mummies, sandworms, skeletal vultures, and even a few elemental rock giants. Name, Lin Yu. Level, 52. Items, Sky-Splitting Sword SSS, Heavenly God Sword SSSS, Phoenix Time Space Ring SSSS, Dragon Slaying Saber SSS. Overall performance boost, 24x. For the past 2 days, Lin Yu has not gone out. When it gets dark, she finds a secluded place to hide. Even though he has reached level 52, the Abyss World in the dark is still quite dangerous for him. All sorts of strange things keep appearing, and many of them aren't even considered living things. Judging by the time, tomorrow is the day of the auction. I'll hunt abyssal creatures for another half day, and then leave the Abyssal World in the afternoon to go to the Sky Empire to attend the auction. Chapter 82, For Bounty Hunters Try to Lure Lin Yu Away. As Lin Yu pondered, he swung the heavenly god sword in his hand, unleashing a sharp sword aura. Whoosh! A 5-meter-tall stone golem with incredible defensive capabilities was cleaved in two from head to toe, its body exploding to reveal a mid-level treasure chest. High-level treasure chests are really rare. I've been hunting for so long and only got 2. Lin Yu pursed his lips, picked up the intermediate treasure chest, and put it into his time-space ring. Then, he found a place to rest and had breakfast. 4 figures walked slowly beneath a withered tree a kilometer away. The 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, were dressed in uniform leather outfits that allowed for easy movement. They reeked of blood, indicating that they had just hunted abyssal creatures. Their eyes were sharp as they looked around, searching for any trace of creatures from the abyss. Hey, look at that person. He looks so familiar, like Lin Yu? In the group, a hot young woman with a somewhat worldly air about her seemed to have discovered something and pointed in a direction, shouting in surprise. The other 3 heard her shout and looked over, where they saw a figure enjoying breakfast. I think so too. Quickly find Lin Yu's photos and compare them. The man in the lead, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, immediately urged them on. On the right, a one-armed young man hurriedly took out his phone, entered the unlocked password, found Lin Yu's photo, and carefully compared it. It really is Lin Yu. That's great. We're going to strike it rich. After a while, once Lin Yu's identity was confirmed, the one-armed youth was immediately filled with excitement. The others also beamed with joy, almost jumping up from the ground. The Jinnan prince's mansion was very powerful, and it didn't take long to find out the identity of the murderer, who was Lin Yu from the Xia Federation. To seek revenge, the Prince of Jinnan not only dispatched a large army to besiege the Tower of the Abyss, but also issued an exorbitant bounty on Lin Yu. Anyone who can help find Lin Yu will receive a bounty of 20 billion. If Lin Yu can be killed, a bounty of 50 billion can be obtained. This exorbitant bounty has driven countless martial artists into a frenzy. The 4 of them were self-aware enough to know that they were no match for Lin Yu, so they did not seek 50 billion, they were content with obtaining 20 billion. Let's go there quickly. The one-armed youth walked towards Lin Yu with an excited expression. Etc. The scarred man quickly grabbed him, his face filled with seriousness and earnestness. Meeting the one-armed youth's questioning gaze, he explained, Lin Yu's strength is terrifying. He killed the vampire clan's little progenitor. We are no match for him. The other man and woman also had solemn expressions, but were filled with resentment. They also knew how terrifying Lin Yu was, but that was a bounty of hundreds of billions, and now that they had encountered him, they were unwilling to give up easily. Hey, what's the big deal? We're not going to kill him, we're just letting him come with us to see the Prince of Jinnan. The one-armed youth smiled and waved. You idiot, the scarred man snapped, his voice filled with exasperation. Lin Yu and the Prince of Jinnan are now mortal enemies. Do you think Lin Yu will obediently go with us to see the Prince of Jinnan? If he finds out that we are related to the Prince of Jinnan, he will probably attack us immediately. Then what should we do? The one-armed youth shivered, his face turning pale. I have a method, but I don't know if you'd be willing to do it. A cold glint flashed in the scarred man's eyes. He knew that contact with Lin Yu was dangerous, one wrong move and he could lose his life. But the bounty was so much that even if he only got 1/5 of it, he would be set for life. Dry. The other 3 thought for a moment, then their expressions hardened. For their future, they had to take a chance. Come closer, everyone. Let's find a reason to lure Lin Yu out. The group gathered together, and the scarred man slowly explained his plan. Having finalized their plan, the group took a deep breath and walked towards Lin Yu. When he was about 10 meters away from Lin Yu, the scarred man forced a friendly smile onto his face. You look very familiar, sir. Could you be Lin Yu? Lin Yu merely glanced at them indifferently, offered no reply, and continued enjoying her breakfast. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't answer, the scarred man didn't mind and continued to laugh. Brother Lin, please don't misunderstand. We're not here to cause trouble. We're officials from the Federation, and we've come specifically to find you in the Abyss world. A thin man with sharp eyes next to him immediately chimed in, his tone filled with exaggerated admiration. Brother Lin, you killed the progenitor of the vampire clan, which is a major event that has shocked the entire Federation. After discussion, the Federal High Command has decided to award you the Federal Hero Medal, as well as a huge bonus of up to 500 million. The hot young woman smiled and chimed in, Brother Lin, this is fantastic news. We've been ordered to come and take you back to receive your award. The bonus and medal are all ready, we're just waiting for you to leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu simply watched their performance quietly, a mocking smile gradually curving her lips. Federal Hero Medal? 500 million in prize money? Are you serious? Lin Yu gently weighed the heavenly god's sword in his hand, his tone calm and indifferent. Scarface was overjoyed, thinking Lin Yu was interested, and quickly nodded. It's absolutely true. Brother Lin, you killed the progenitor of the vampire clan and saved at least millions of people. These rewards are well deserved. Really? You're really from the Federation? Do you know that I killed hundreds of law enforcement officers at Thunder Prison 2 days ago? Does the Federation really dare to reward me? Lin Yu smiled, looking at the group with a hint of mockery. Although Xiao Lianbang and Thunder Prison are not part of the same system, he is now a major bounty target for Thunder Prison. Even if he killed many vampires and made great contributions, at this critical juncture, the Xiao Federation certainly wouldn't dare to openly reward him. Doing so would be a slap in the face to Thunder Prison. What? You killed hundreds of law enforcement officers at Thunder Prison. The four men's expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed in surprise. They knew about Thunder Prison, a special military prison where the prisoners' lives were said to be more terrifying than living in hell. You don't know? Lin Yu looked at the group with some surprise. I don't know. You really killed the law enforcement officers at Thunder Prison? The four shook their heads, still shaken. The consequences of killing law enforcement officers at Thunder Prison are very serious. More than 50 years ago, there was a crown prince of an empire who, relying on his status, killed a law enforcement officer from Thunder Prison. The next day, the prince was arrested and imprisoned in Thunder Prison, sentenced to life imprisonment, and subjected to 8 hours of electroconvulsive therapy every day. Chapter 83: The Mummy King Awakens. Of course I killed him. Lin Yu nodded, her smile widening. Let's do it. The scarred man realized his scam had been exposed and could no longer keep up the act, so he roared in anger. The four of them unleashed their power, all of them being above level 25, with the scarred man and the one-armed youth reaching levels 35 and 26 respectively. Golden Mad Axe. The one-armed youth roared, his muscles bulging, his skin gleaming like rock, as he swung his golden axe down at Lin Yu's head. This strike was powerful and heavy, the surface of the axe gleaming with light, as if it could cleave everything in two. Scarface drew a serrated long sword, its blade wreathed in eerie black energy, and slashed straight at him from the front. Even before the blade arrived, a corrosive, fishy gust of wind swept over them. The two worked together seamlessly, and their first move was a decisive victory. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Yu showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, his face was filled with disdain. An ant trying to shake a tree. Lin Yu's attitude was disdainful. He poured the immense martial power within his body into the heavenly god sword, causing the sword to glow brightly red. Without dodging or avoiding, he faced the serrated longsword slashing from the front and the golden axe attacking from the side, and quickly swung the heavenly god sword twice in his hand. The speed was unbelievably fast, impossible to see clearly, only 2 red streaks could be detected. Clang! Put! The ear-piercing clang of metal clashing rang out simultaneously with the sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh. The one-armed youth's seemingly solid rock-like skin and golden axe were like paper in front of the heavenly god sword, and he and the axe were cut in half at the waist. The scarred man was the same, his body, along with the serrated blade, was cleanly severed. Ah! The two screamed in agony, staring in disbelief at their separated bodies and gushing blood, their consciousness rapidly swallowed by darkness. Die! At the same time, the woman of the night moved like a ghost, circling around to Lin Yu's side and behind. The 2 short swords in her hands were like the spitting tongues of venomous snakes, aimed straight at Lin Yu's waist and back, with a tricky and ruthless angle. Whoosh! Lin Yu's attack was countless times faster than hers. A whistling sound rang out in the air, and the woman's body was split in 2. Ah! So strong. They're not even in the same league. The woman of the night stared wide-eyed, her face filled with pain and disbelief. Her body gradually weakened, and her life force faded away. What? The skinny man behind him hadn't even made a move yet, but just seeing this scene made his teeth chatter with fear. He hadn't expected Lin Yu's strength to be so terrifying in a single exchange. He had instantly killed the 3 strongest members of their team. Escape! Without hesitation, the skinny man turned around and tried to escape using his agility. Trying to escape now? Too late. Lin Yu's figure flickered, appearing in front of him as if teleported, and a flash of red sword light disappeared. The skinny man's running motion suddenly froze, and a line of blood extended down from between his eyebrows. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out, and his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the 4 bounty hunters, who were considered skilled even in the abyss world, were all turned into corpses on the sand. Lin Yu skillfully collected the valuables from the group and stored them in his time-space ring. He then continued to enjoy his meal, and only after finishing did he begin hunting monsters. 11 a.m. Inside the heart of the Mummy Kingdom, in the most magnificent pyramid palace, entirely constructed of dark gold megaliths. Seated on the throne was a female mummy with golden bandages and a white bone crown. 2 clusters of deep blue soul fire burned in her eye sockets, profound and majestic. She was none other than Queen Menes, the king of the Mummy Kingdom. "Welcome back to Her Majesty the Queen." The royal ministers below shouted in unison, their voices filled with awe. "Has anything major happened recently?" Queen Menes was relaxed, feeling the increasingly pure and powerful energy within her, and was quite satisfied. A minister in charge of intelligence scrambled out of the ranks, his voice trembling with fear and tears. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Something terrible has happened. While you were in seclusion these past few days, the kingdom has suffered an unprecedented attack." Queen Menes' azure soul flame flickered slightly, her brow furrowing. "Explain yourself." It's a human. An extremely powerful and ruthless human martial artist." The minister reported, trembling. "He's been hunting our people on the outskirts of the kingdom. In just 2 days, the death toll has exceeded 1,000. Among them are. Including what?" Queen Menes' voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of foreboding, and the temperature inside the palace seemed to drop several degrees. The minister was so frightened he almost collapsed, but he forced himself to say, "including General Anyabik and his personal guard, they were all killed by that man." "What?" Queen Menes abruptly rose from her throne, unleashing a violent aura of death around her. A visible black wave of energy swept through the entire hall. The solid stone walls groaned under the weight, the hanging bone ornaments jingled, and several ministers who were nearby were thrown away by the force of the impact. "Anyabik is dead? My general died at the hands of a human?" Queen Menes' voice trembled with extreme anger, and the dark blue flames of her soul burned fiercely, almost bursting forth. Anyabik was not only the kingdom's great general, but also her younger brother and one of her most loyal and elite warriors. Yes, Your Majesty, according to some eyewitness accounts, that human strength is unfathomable, and he is ruthless. Once he catches you, he never shows any mercy." The minister lay prostrate on the ground, trembling. "Useless. A bunch of useless trash." Queen Menes was furious and slammed her hand on the armrest of the throne, instantly turning the hard obsidian armrest into dust. "A mere human dares to act so recklessly in my kingdom. This is the greatest provocation against the mummy race. This is a trampling of my authority." Her chest heaved violently, and her terrifying killing intent almost materialized. The entire hall was silent. All the mummy ministers held their breath, afraid of angering the queen, who was in a rage. After a long while, Queen Menes forced herself to calm down, her deep blue gaze sweeping over the silent ministers below. "Where is this human now?" "Your Majesty, he is still roaming the outskirts of the kingdom, his whereabouts unknown." "Humph, what a bunch of useless trash, they can't even find anyone." Queen Menes snorted coldly. "Didn't you say that human hunts mummies? I do have a way to find him." Her eyes gleamed with cunning and cruelty. "Pass down the order to select 25 elite warriors of level 30 or above and disguise them as an ordinary caravan of poor people." Chapter 84. The mummy disguises itself as weak to lure Lin Yu into a trap. Kumose is one of her most outstanding offspring, reaching level 59, just one step away from the level 60 threshold. The Dark Guard commander was even stronger, reaching level 63, and was a hidden powerhouse, unknown to most of the mummies. "Your Majesty is wise." The minister immediately understood the queen's intention. "We don't need to look for that damned human at all. As long as we lay out the bait, that human will walk right into our trap. Go and make the arrangements." Queen Menes' lips curled into a cold smile. "Yes, Your Majesty." The ministers withdrew and quickly relayed the king's order. After some preparation, a seemingly ordinary caravan, consisting of more than 20 bandaged, dirty, and ragged poor mummies, slowly drove out of the Mummy Kingdom, escorting several heavy wagons, heading in one direction. On the other side, after enjoying a feast and taking a short rest, Lin Yu continued his hunt. After reaching level 52, his perception range increased, his speed increased, and his hunting efficiency improved significantly. At noon, the sun was blazing overhead. Lin Yu climbed over a huge sand dune, and his gaze was immediately drawn to a group of people in the valley below. A caravan of over 20 mummified poor people is struggling to trek through the sand. They looked frail, but the trucks they were escorting were quite heavy, their wheels leaving deep ruts in the sand. These mummies don't look like anything special. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. This team may seem weak, but his keen senses detected something unusual. Those poor people mummies may appear to walk unsteadily, but their breathing is steady and their steps are firm, far beyond what ordinary poor people can achieve. I've been hunting around the kingdom for so long, it's normal for the higher-ups of the mummies to have noticed me. This group of mummies might have come specifically for me. Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly. Instead of backing down, he showed a hint of interest. Those mummies were truly extraordinary, far surpassing any previous mummies. But with his current strength, he is not afraid of such a conspiracy. In the entire mummy kingdom, apart from the top-ranking mummies in terms of combat power, none of the others posed a threat to him. Moreover, even if the previous mummies came, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape using the active skill of the Heavenly God Sword. Since it's come to my doorstep, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Yu stopped hiding and leaped out from behind the sand dune. They moved extremely fast, each step covering dozens of meters, and in a few leaps they blocked the caravan's path. Where are you going? He wore a wicked smile, staring intently at the mummies, his voice icy. The caravan was thrown into a panic, and the poor people mummies pretended to be terrified. Human, what do you want to do? An old mummy with a white beard asked in a trembling voice, but a hint of triumphant joy flashed deep in his eyes. Lin Yu was too lazy to waste words with them and turned his gaze directly to the trucks. Hey, those two guys with the box, aren't you coming out yet? Although his level is 53, his sensitivity is comparable to that of a level 66 person. Upon hearing this, the mummified elites disguised as civilians changed their expressions drastically. Snap! Snap! Almost the instant Lin Yu finished speaking, the panels of the two large boxes exploded. Amidst the flying sawdust, two powerful auras soared into the sky. One of them was a mummy wrapped in ornate gold bandages and wearing a small gold crown. It was none other than Prince Camus. His aura was powerful, reaching level 59. Another mummy was an old mummy with a withered body, as if a gust of wind could blow it over. His bandages were silver, he held a twisted bone staff in his hand, and the soul fire in his eye sockets shone with an eerie dark gold. He seemed inconspicuous, but the faint but powerful aura emanating from him made the surrounding air seem to freeze. Level 63. Commander of the Mummy Royal Guard. The two of them hid in the wooden box because they didn't want to use their bandages to disguise themselves as the filth and rags of the poor, as that would be too detrimental to their identity. Ha 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 ha. Prince Camus let out a triumphant laugh and looked down at Lin Yu. Damn human. You fell for it. Did you really think we mummies were lambs to the slaughter? This place will be your final resting place. The commander of the Dark Guards did not speak, but locked his dark golden soul flames onto Lin Yu as if he were looking at a dead man. The 20-odd elite mummies disguised as civilians around him also tore off their disguises, unleashing a powerful aura as they stared intently at Lin Yu. Kid, kneel down right now. If you behave well, I might let you die a quick death. Prince Camus slightly raised his chin, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Faced with this sudden turn of events and the other party's mockery, Lin Yu showed no fear, but instead revealed a smile of interest. You bunch of chickens and dogs? Even if I fall for your tricks, what can you do about it? You dare call us chickens and dogs? Fine, I was originally going to let you die a quick death, but since you don't appreciate it, then don't blame me for being impolite. Get him, capture him alive. Prince Camus was enraged by Lin Yu's attitude and shouted angrily. Arrest this human. Wah, this human killed my mother, today I can finally get my revenge. In an instant, except for the level 63 Dark Guard commander who remained standing in place to hold the line, the other mummies launched their attacks simultaneously. More than a dozen mummy bandages came off, like countless venomous pythons shooting towards Lin Yu from all directions. The remaining mummies drew bone spears and sharp blades, gleaming with a cold light, and charged forward with fierce eyes. I told you you're all chickens and dogs, all below level 40, not even enough to fill my teeth. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Lin Yu remained disdainful, stretching out his right hand and conjuring up the Heavenly God Sword. Boom! With a slight thought, he channeled his martial arts power into the Heavenly God Sword, causing the sword to erupt with a blazing red light. Whoosh! Lin Yu didn't use any fancy moves, he simply swung the heavenly god sword, glowing red, at the mummies charging towards him with a sweeping strike. A massive crescent-shaped red sword aura, centered on Lin Yu, suddenly spread out like a destructive ripple. This sword energy was incredibly condensed, and its edges even exhibited a blurry quality as if it were tearing through space. Wherever it passed, the air was expelled, creating a deafening sonic boom. The first to be hit were the bandages, which were sliced open the moment they came into contact with the red sword energy. Chapter 85, The Mummy Army is Annihilated. Put. Next, there were the bodies of those mummies. Before the crimson sword energy, the bodies of these elite mummies were as fragile as paper. Ah! No! The screams of agony rose and fell. The crimson sword energy, like the scythe of death, mercilessly swept across the group of mummies. Limbs flew everywhere, and black blood and fragments of internal organs were splashed like a torrential rain, turning the golden sand into a murky black. Just one sword strike. More than a dozen mummies were killed on the spot, and 7 or 8 mummies were severely mutilated. Die, you lowly human. Almost at the same time, Kumos also made his move. His bandages fell off and condensed into a golden longsword burning with green ghost flames. With a piercing shriek that seemed to tear through space, it stabbed straight at Lin Yu's heart. Brush! Lin Yu turned around and quickly swung his sword. Snap! A crimson light flashed, and the sword in Kumos's hand was sliced in two and shattered. He was so shocked that his tiger's mouth split open, and he retreated repeatedly. The smugness and arrogance in his eyes had long been replaced by boundless fear. How is this possible? What happened to your sword? It broke my golden sword in two. Kumos stared in horror at the red longsword in Lin Yu's hand. He couldn't understand why the other party could unleash such terrifying power. Even more incomprehensible was the reason why his golden sword was severed. Although his golden longsword was made of bandages, its hardness was no less than that of a B-grade weapon, yet it was so vulnerable in front of the opponent's weapon. It's easy to imagine that the longsword in this human's hand is of absolutely terrifying quality. This human is not simple. The usually composed level 63 Dark Guard commander's eyes flickered, and shock and solemnity appeared on his withered face. The opponent was moving too fast, so fast that even he couldn't quite keep up. Moreover, the power of that red sword energy was terrifying, so terrifying that it made his soul tremble. The commander of the secret guards looked extremely serious as he slowly raised the bone staff in his hand. An aura of pressure far stronger than that of Kumos spread out, indicating that he was ready to make a move at any moment. With your meager strength, you dare to ambush me? Lin Yu sneered, his gaze sweeping over the few surviving mummies before finally settling on Kumos. He took a step forward, his figure like a ghost, rushing towards Kumos. He happened to pass by the white-bearded mummy on the way and casually slashed at him with his sword. Whoosh! With a flash of swordlight, the white-bearded mummy let out a scream before his head was severed from his body. Stop him! Kumos screamed in terror, ordering the remaining mummies forward, but he himself instinctively moved closer to the commander of the secret guards. After their exchange, he realized how terrifying Lin Yu was. He was simply no match for him. Now we can only pin our hopes on the level 63 Dark Guard commander. However, what he didn't know was that the commander of the secret guards was also very scared at this moment, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Kill! Protect the prince immediately! The mummies were all loyal and charged forward without hesitation upon hearing the order. They're just a few useless people. They should just obediently wait to die. Why do they have to make a futile struggle? Lin Yu casually flicked his sword, unleashing a red sword aura that slashed at the charging mummies. To Lin Yu, this sword energy was quite ordinary. But it was terrifying to the mummies, as the attacks were incredibly fierce and fast, leaving them no time to react. Put! With a scream, all the mummies were killed, leaving only Kumos and the commander of the Dark Guards at the scene. Human, let's end this here. As long as you leave our kingdom and promise never to come back, we will not bother you again. The commander of the secret guards shouted loudly, his face full of vigilance. However, upon hearing his shout, Lin Yu remained unmoved and charged towards them with incredible speed. Human, you've gone too far in bullying the mummy. Let me show you what I'm capable of. The commander of the secret guards shouted in frustration. He had already wanted to reconcile with the other party, but he didn't expect them to keep pressing him. He raised the bone staff and muttered incantations. A massive aura of deathly energy gathered and coalesced behind him into a gigantic, grotesque skull head, emanating a chilling aura. Roar of the undead. He pointed his bone staff at Lin Yu, and the skeletal ghost head opened its huge mouth and pounced on Lin Yu. At the same time, a point of extreme black light condensed at the tip of his bone staff and shot towards Lin Yu's forehead. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he channeled the martial artist's power into the Heavenly God sword. In an instant, the red light on the Heavenly God sword flashed, and he swung it out with his right hand. A red sword aura, several meters long and condensed to a tangible form, tore through the air and slashed out fiercely with the will to cleave everything in its path. Boom! The sword energy collided with the skull first. The hideous skull head exploded instantly, black flames soared into the sky, and violent energy swept outwards, blasting a huge crater in the ground. Then the sword energy collided with the black light, instantly annihilating it. Even so, the red sword energy did not weaken at all and continued to surge forward. What? The commander of the secret guard's pupils shrank sharply. He tried to retreat, but it was too late. The red sword energy continued its relentless advance, grazing his bone staff and his body. Snap! Put! The seemingly indestructible bone staff snapped in two. Immediately afterwards, a smooth cut appeared on the body of the commander of the secret guards, from his right shoulder to his left waist. His upper body slowly slid down, and dark blood and internal organs gushed out. The commander of the secret guards stared wide-eyed, filled with resentment and disbelief, as his aura gradually dissipated. No. No way, the commander of the dark guards is dead? He was killed by this human with a single sword? Kamos, standing to the side, was completely terrified. His greatest asset, the commander of the Dark Guard, one of the kingdom's top combat forces, was actually killed instantly by the opponent with a single sword strike? Seeing Lin Yu's cold gaze turn to him, Kamos's legs went weak, and he knelt down with a thud, all his pride and dignity vanished. No. Don't kill me. I am a prince of the Mummy Kingdom. My mother is Queen Menes. If you release me, I can give you countless treasures. Abyss coins. Treasures. Anything. Please. Spare my life. He was in tears, kowtowing repeatedly. Although he was a male mummy, he was of noble status and did not need to depend on a female mummy, so he lived a very luxurious life. He didn't want to lose this kind of life. Lin Yu walked up to him, looking down at him without any emotion in his eyes, and swung his longsword at him. A flash of sword light. Kamos's voice abruptly stopped, his eyes widened, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. The blood that flowed out quickly seeped into the yellow sand. Lin Yu sheathed the Heavenly God sword and began cleaning up the battlefield. This time the harvest was plentiful, especially the level 63 Dark Guard commander, who actually dropped a high-level treasure chest. Chapter 86 Donna returns, Thunder Prison withdraws. That prince also revealed a lot of valuable materials. After hunting for several more hours and acquiring several mid-level treasure chests, Lin Yu looked at the sky and decided to leave the Abyss world. The auction is starting tomorrow, and he needs to get to Lingyun City, the second largest city in the Sky Empire, in advance. He determined the direction and sped off toward the portal. Just as he was less than a kilometer from the teleportation portal, a slightly surprised female voice rang out from his side and behind. Lin Yu, I've finally found you. Lin Yu paused and turned to look. A pretty young girl with a happy expression ran quickly toward him. Are you Tang Rongrong? Lin Yu recognized the person who came. It was none other than Tang Rongrong. Yes, it's me. What have you done that's causing such a stir outside? Tang Rongrong gasped for breath and patted her chest as she spoke. Turn the world upside down? Turn the world upside down what? Lin Yu looked at her in confusion. You didn't know? Well, you probably haven't been out yet. Tang Rongrong was puzzled at first, but she quickly realized that the other party had never left the Abyss world and probably did not know what was happening outside. The elite army of the Prince of Jinnan's mansion, along with the law enforcement team of Thunder Prison, have completely surrounded the exit of the Abyss Tower, supposedly all in search of you. My God, Lin Yu, what did you do? How did you manage to provoke these two behemoths at the same time? Her tone was filled with disbelief. The Prince of Jinnan is a powerful prince in the Sky Empire, wielding immense influence. Thunder Prison is even more formidable, containing countless powerful individuals who are extremely cruel to their enemies. Either one of them is a terrifying existence, yet Lin Yu managed to offend both at once. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu did not show the panic or fear that Tang Rongrong had expected. He simply gave a faint "oh," as if he had only heard something unimportant. Tang Rongrong stared in astonishment at his nonchalant demeanor, her mouth agape. Is that all you're going to do? Lin Yu, don't you realize how serious this is? What's serious? Lin Yu waved his hand and said. The Prince of Jinnan's mansion was indeed a behemoth to ordinary people, but to him, it was nothing at all. Thunder Prison is indeed terrifying, and even he is wary of it now. But provoking Thunder Prison is a last resort. Thunder Prison wants to arrest him, so he can't just surrender without a fight, can he? What's serious? Upon hearing this, Tang Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. Has Lin Yu gotten too cocky? Did he become so arrogant after killing the progenitor of the vampire clan? Lin Yu, I know you are incredibly strong, and your talent is unparalleled, but you must understand that there are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your reach. One should always be humble. Tang Rongrong put her hands on her hips and earnestly advised him. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Yu interrupted her, his tone still indifferent. I understand. Is there anything else? Could you please stop interrupting other people? Tang Rongrong was a little unhappy about being interrupted and pouted. Fine, I won't argue with you. I have something more important to tell you. Donna is back. She should be outside the Tower of the Abyss right now. Moreover, she seems to have reached some kind of agreement with those two parties through some means. The people from Jinnan Prince's mansion and Thunder Prison have agreed to withdraw and will not cause you any more trouble in the future. Actually, she entered the Abyss world specifically to find Lin Yu. The reason she was able to pinpoint the other person's location was related to a treasure Donna had given her. Logically speaking, with this treasure in hand, Donna should be able to find Lin Yu directly. But Donna seemed to have some concerns and dared not enter the Abyss world, so she asked her to help call Lin Yu out. Donna? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, and the image of a person flashed through his mind, a stunningly beautiful young girl. It seems that this cheap childhood sweetheart has quite a powerful backer. Lin Yu murmured, the fact that she could get both the King of Jinnan and Thunder Prison to back down at the same time shows that Donna's background is not simple either. Yes. I didn't expect Donna to be so amazing. Tang Rongrong exclaimed, then looked at Lin Yu with a strange expression. But Lin Yu, why do you seem so unsurprised and not grateful at all? And, how exactly did you get involved with them? It's nothing. I killed the son of the Prince of Jinnan and slaughtered some law enforcement officers from Thunder Prison. Lin Yu spoke casually, as if he were simply saying that the weather was nice today. Killed the son of the Prince of Jinnan? I seem to remember that the Prince of Jinnan only had one son, right? You killed his only son? You even killed law enforcement officers at Thunder Prison? My God, you've got some nerve. Tang Rongrong gasped, her eyes widening in shock, feeling like her brain wasn't quite working properly. Having committed such a terrible act, it's no wonder that the Jinnan Prince's mansion and Thunder Prison are frantically searching for Lin Yu. Making a fuss over nothing. Lin Yu rolled her eyes and walked towards the teleportation portal. I'm making a fuss? You're the one who's too bold. Tang Rongrong's eyes widened again, she stomped her foot and followed. Upon entering the portal, the surrounding scenery rapidly changed. After settling in, Lin Yu arrived outside the Tower of the Abyss. The sunlight was a bit dazzling, and people were coming and going all around, returning to normal. The people from Jinnan Prince's mansion and Thunder Prison have all disappeared, and even those who were gathering intelligence have not been left behind. He had only taken a few steps when a woman's voice, filled with surprise, rang out. Hey, Lin Yu. Lin Yu turned his head and saw a woman in a purple dress with exquisite features walking quickly toward him. Two handsome men in black followed behind her, exuding composure. Who are you? Lin Yu looked at the newcomer and asked with some confusion. Huh? You don't remember me? The faint surprise on the woman's face immediately froze, and her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Are you Donna? Lin Yu seemed to have thought of something and replied. This can't be blamed on him after all, he only has memories and never actually interacted with Donna, so his memories aren't very vivid. In addition, Donna has changed quite a bit. She used to be pretty and a sunny girl, but now she has a very composed demeanor and exudes a cold aura. Clothing, hairstyle, and other aspects have also undergone some changes. You only recognize me now? And I helped you out of two huge problems. Donna pursed her lips, but didn't pursue the matter further. She scrutinized Lin Yu, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. Speaking of which, what's wrong with you? I've only been gone for less than a month, and you seem like a completely different person?